The final day of the Swiss stage here at Elite League, Permasneeze and Winter. To kick things off, we have elimination series, a qualification series, however you want to put it. Either way, 6 teams remain, and only 3 will move on to the top 8 to the group stage. First and foremost, of course, we have one of our Southeast Asian teams. In fact, every single match features a Southeast Asian team. So at the end of the day, you know, we might have 3, we might have 0, who even knows. But first up, of course, we have Virtus.pro up against Blacklist International. Both teams, very similar trajectory, Winter, but now they're staring down the barrel 2-2. They need one more win to qualify.
Yeah, Blacklist have shown a lot of improvements. I think the last month and this month, they've shown that they're very capable of beating the stronger teams and kind of on their way to figuring certain things out in the draft, and the chemistry with MJZ, everything has been improving. So just let's hope we get a good series so far. I mean, VP is also a team that's kind of struggling to find their footing as well. So after yesterday, they kind of got like a good win. They kind of bounced back, figured certain things out. They had a really, really long game, 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah, man. That felt like it took forever. But Blacklist Rivalry, I think the big story for them is bringing in MJZ. After kind of disappointing showing at the post-TI events, that team went through a couple of different changes. You know, now Palos in that carry position instead brings a whole lot of firepower to this lineup. And I think crucially for me, probably some work that Dubu is doing now. They introduced him as a coach recently. So a lot of different moving parts now setting into stone. Blacklist, of course, they did win 2-0 against both Rest Farmers and Secret. And they lost to OG and Tundra, although both those series were very, very close, right? It was 2-1 either way. So I think like what 23 Savage also mentioned, he said, look, Blacklist Rivalry seem to be the new top dogs in Southeast Asia. I think many fans are inclined to agree based on their performances so far.
They definitely look the most improved team together with Talon, you know, from SEA. In the last month or so. I think that they definitely look a lot stronger. They look like they have a lot of potential. I think in the beginning of the year, at the start of the season, Blacklist kind of plateaued a little bit. They didn't really improve. They were kind of like an all-star team.
Yeah.
A bet returning from Europe to SEA to spearhead a SEA team, but they kind of were stuck. And right now, they've made progress, and the team looks much better. They solved a lot of their previous problems. And for VP, kind of same old, you know. They did well last year at TI. Yeah. Ever since the start of the new season, they were kind of struggling with the patch and whatnot. And let's see if they actually find some solutions. I think their main issue is finding the right balance in the draft between their 3 cores. Sometimes their offlaner gets to be, he's like too greedy, and the current patch favors the mid lane a lot. So the mid laners get a lot of influence in the game. They get a lot of power. So you see like the supports, you have to kind of play around the mid laner a lot. And sometimes in the draft as well, if you try to sack the mid laner or you pick the mid laner hero a little bit too early, it hurts your support plus mid lane combination when it comes to the 6 to 10 minutes mark, controlling the runes and fighting for with the siege creeps, and it affects the whole game a lot.
Yeah, it's always these 3v3s, and I expect both teams to get very aggressive. We know Blacklist Tims loves to get involved in that mid lane, loves to meddle, whether it's on his Mirana, whether it's on any sort of roaming support that he's playing. But Virtus.pro, they have bounced back quite a bit, right? Given that their first 2 games in this Swiss stage were losses, pretty harsh losses at that, to both Secret and Aurora, going down 2-0. So they're at the potential of doing a full sort of comeback throughout 5 rounds of the Swiss stage here. They must be feeling the momentum a bit. Hopefully it's serving them well. I know yesterday they also brought out the Brood Mother that we pointed out from Notice. That is a signature of his. So maybe Blacklist, they have to keep their eye out for that pesky little insect showing its face, because that is a hero that, even though it's a bit on the greedier side, fits that build that you mentioned, right, Winter? Making space for your mid laner, forcing resources away from there, and that should allow Squadix to play the game a little bit more freely.
Yeah, all these Kanda heroes, the tiny offlane, the Brood offlane, I guess those are the favorite stuff on the menu, you know, for Notice. He really likes to play out these very annoying heroes, but they have to figure a way how to implement it in the draft without sacking Squadix too much.
Yeah, I mean, Winter, you say it's Noticed favorites, but I know it's your favorite as well. You've been speaking high praise about this Kanda item, and it seems to very quickly become the I won't say item of the patch, but it's clear that a lot of teams are learning how to exploit it. I think most specifically, we see Tundra always with their snipers and their morphlings paired up with the ET, just utilize that magic burst from long range. It's low committal, and I think you were mentioning yesterday, Winter, it seems like this meta is starting to favor these heroes. They can poke and prod at you from far and not necessarily have to commit.
Yeah, offlane heroes are building blade mail. The mid heroes usually are building the Kanda mid slash carry heroes, and there's a lot of poke and prodding going on, long range assault. And a lot of the heroes that cannot actually utilize that type of playstyle kind of feels like they are going to fall out of the meta slowly but surely.
Yeah, we're already seeing some of the effects coming into play here. Now Disruptor, Lash, all these heroes starting to become first phase bans here, as we do have a draft for you very shortly. But I won't lie, you know, you put two Southeast Asian casters on a Southeast Asian game, I gotta say, you know, I want to root for Blacklist. You know, they've been doing well. They can sort of reach back to the form that everyone's expecting of them. But at the same time, after casting a couple of VP games, they got the comeback story going, you know. They came back from like a 0-2 deficit. It looked like they were out of the tournament a couple of times, had to come up big. A couple of very difficult games for them as well, and the Nouns first game was an absolute mind breaker of a game. I think at the end of that, we saw on the player cam, Seyuch was just try to claw his own eyes out. So hopefully nothing as frustrating here, but both teams of course want to move on to play in the big leagues in the group stage up against the other invited teams there. That'll be good experience for all of them. As we start things out, Lesh let through the pool though. Virtus.pro will snatch that up for Squadix and immediately answered back by the Pango from Abed.
Very interesting. I thought the Lina was going to be coming out. Lina seems to be a decent and reasonable answer to Lash. Pango, on the other hand, I'm not so sure about it because the Diabolic Edict kind of destroys you in the role. And your lane is kind of difficult against Lash. I think normally when Lash plays against those melee heroes, sometimes you see them get a couple of points. I think 1 to 2 points in the split off to just dominate the lane.
Yeah.
It can be very annoying for the Pango.
Yeah, usually we see higher levels in that edict, but when you're up against these melee heroes that need to come through to the mid lane and get real close and personal to get some last hits, it's so easy to get that harass out. I tend to think that Blacklist must have some sort of plan, right? If they've let this Lash intentionally through the first stage of the draft, sure, the Timber's also available, but Lash has just skyrocketed in terms of a priority. Timber's not available.
They probably feel like Pango can kind of deal with the Lash later. Because Lash, you don't really build magic immunity. I mean, the BKB or any of the magic resist item. BKB is like usually an item you get after your Kaya Sage, Bloodstone, or maybe the Eels. It's later, you know, third or fourth item.
Sure.
And you're always going to be very vulnerable to the Rolling Thunder with the Diffusal. And you're kind of like also not going to build any armor items. The Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash is going to be very annoying for you to deal with.
Yeah, recent change to the Pango means that some of those early game swashbuckles pre-diffusal or pre-skull basher, a lot more effective, a lot more damage there, and maybe something that Abed just feels comfortable running in the mid lane as a checkmate, right? Saying to Squadix like, okay, you're not gonna run away with the wave, or the lane. I'm gonna keep you right here, and I'm gonna be able to out-rotate you while you farm. We like to see these Pangos get active early on, start making moves. You know, the level 6 rotations, often not really rotations that Lash wants to mirror. He wants to go for these stacks, just keep farming up, get those greedy items like the first Bloodstone. So maybe Blacklist are trying to out-tempo this Lash?
Can you though? That's the question. If they pair the Lash with something like an IO, then it can be really, really hard to outpace it, you know. Like he farms really quick. And if you don't have the right heroes to deal with him, then it can be a huge problem. I think contesting the stacks would be pretty important. Like you need like some kind of hero that can run in, put some deep wards down, scout the stacks, and make sure that when the Lash is going to do the stacks, which is going to happen one way or the other, he's either going to take his own stacks or he's going to try to steal your stacks, you know. Lash is like the best hero for it. So you have to try to punish him when he does that.
Shadow Demon doesn't really scream to me as that type of hero, although Shadow Poison, I guess, can try and contest for some of those big
pretty good counter to Lash, I think, because of the purge. He can't really move around in the team fights. I think that alone is a pretty decent counter, and you kind of can burst him because he's not getting a BKB. You can purge him and then stack your poison on top of him easily in the team fights, because he's always going to be like very near your team, right? He's trying to kill your team, and then it puts him in a position where you can kind of pressure him with the SD.
Yeah. There is an instant disruptor and Bat Rider pick, an excellent pairing just to keep the aggression going and run at you. Complements Lesh very nicely. Although we did see some pretty cute Shadow Demon plays come out, right? The disruption to dodge the glimpse, or the disruption just to mess with the Bat Rider when he's trying to lasso you away. So some interplay there. I mean, Virtus.pro, they're putting together a very strong draft already. Again, Blacklist Rivalry, they must know that this is coming. So I do wonder what their response is going to be, because right now it doesn't really seem fully answered. Even though you have that Shadow Demon out, like you mentioned, suddenly you're just going to have all 4 or 5 heroes of Virtus.pro running at you at all times, and I'm not really sure how a Shadow Demon is going to fare in that type of situation.
The cleanse is going to be useful to deal with the sticky napalms and the slow form flame break. But I do think that the Shadow Demon's main role in the game is to purge the Lash Rack in the team fights, and Disrupt can be used to save the glimpse or the lasso target. And right now they have the SD plus Luna, so that's already a very, very strong combination in the mid game. You just send your Luna illusions out to shove out the lanes. It's pretty hard for you to deal with if you don't have enough wave push. I mean, they're building the draft around this Luna. Venge and SD, probably the best type of supports to be paired up with Luna. Luna kind of wants to have teammates that can bail her out all the time in the team fight, so she can play really aggressive, just stand and deliver. And Venge, you have a swap, and then you have the defensive disruption.
Yeah, it's just a lot of good tools already, right? And not to mention just these double auras coming out. It's just, I guess the concern is the early lane, and now with this Dark Seer, you can make illusions of the Luna. So the AHO counter to these type of carries, although the lane might be a bit tough, I guess the Ion Shell should push the wave and you should mostly be fine. You're always going to be able to search.
Probably not the strongest duo. I think they're not exactly the strongest lane compared to like some melee hero like ET, Luna. I think those are stronger. Venge is like really useful when he gets his levels. But laning phase wise right now, after the nerf to Terra, he's pretty weak. And if you're talking about the Dark Saber Rider, there's a chance that they can put some pressure on this Luna Venge. I feel like Bat Rider is really strong in the early levels, and you pair it with the Iron Shell and the Dark Seer, you suddenly have a lot of magic bursts that can kill off heroes easily.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned because it seems like in the game overall, this build-up from Blacklist Rivalry is a pretty strong one, right? They're building their draft around the Luna, but in the lanes, they're gonna take some serious hurt. Like, this Lesh into Pango doesn't really seem very Pango favored. You're running the Bat and the Dark Seer, they can just run circles around your Luna. Even if they dive you, even if the Shadow Demon TPs in, there isn't really much to be done. If the Disruptor comes to the Twin Gates, it's an easy glimpse. I feel like Virtus.pro are setting up for some really good early game aggression that I'm not sure whether Blacklist are ready to respond to.
Yeah, Luna is not exactly the best carry to withstand all this early pressure compared to like Morphling or Lifestealer. Those are the ones that are really, really stable, that can stand in the lane. So the Luna, usually you see players get an early Observer when it comes to nighttime and just place it in the Twin Gate to scout out for those moves from the Disruptor.
Yeah. Disruptor,
I think
Twin Gates,
very important for you to do it if you are like a weak carry that can be killed very easily to Twin Gate rotations. I think you should always actually just ask your supports to save one of the ops for you to put it at the Twin Gate.
Yeah, true. At least gives you a bit more security farming up there, and you know when to bail out when the time comes. For now though, both teams are banning out their final selections here. For Blacklist, they seem to be missing a Gabby hero. Even though there has been some flex on this team so far, Gabby doesn't really play the Pango as much. We've more so seen him on these DK, Mars, Brew, Primal, most of which have been banned out. Yeah, that final Mars ban. So Gabby's options, rather limited. The Primal's still in the pool if that's what they want to go for, although it's pretty tricky stuff to run into so much AoE control from VP. And on the flip side, VP looking for their Kiritich hero. What is going to be the good Luna matchup? You've already banned out the Troll, the Terror, as well as the Lifestealer. And they go for the Alchemist. Okay, I'll speed things up.
Yeah, that's a pretty good hero to pair up with the Lash timing. Fast and furious. Your timings are quick. You want to play around the Lash Bloodstone with your Radiance Dagger, BKB. That's your like 3-item timing for Elk. Whereas for Blacklist, they have to try to slow the Elk down by... I think they should pick like a strong laner that can slow down the Elk.
I'm not sure if you saw that there, but as soon as the Alchemist was picked out, Dubu seemed to sort of clap his hands together. MJZ was laughing as well. Not sure whether they anticipated this or whether they felt like, ah, man, we missed this one out. Oh, damn it. How could we have not seen the outcoming? So, gotta see what Blacklist respond with. They have quite a bit of reserve time to work with. Like you said, strong laner, maybe someone who can pair out with the Shadow Demon. A couple of good combinations already taken out, though, between the Centaur and the Mars. What else do you have available that can really bully this guy out? Let's see here.
Tide is actually, I think, pretty decent with their lineup, but it's not very strong in the lane to bully the out.
It's a bit slow,
Luna kind of needs like somebody to body for her in the team fights. I think Tide would make the whole lineup strong, but then again, you're playing into the Disruptor Glimpse into Static Storm, so you're kind of vulnerable to that.
How are we feeling about Primal Beast? Is that still good here, you think? Because that's one of the main heroes that Gabby's been playing.
He doesn't really pair very well with the SD. I think he pairs better with the Venge in the lane if you're talking about killing.
Yeah, okay. So the chance that, I think between Tims and MJZ, this is pretty flexible. So there's also the chance that they switch things up, but they go for the Slada instead. So the melee to melee bully matchup, trying to really work onto this Alchemist. The Disruptor and the Alchemist is a pretty solid duo, but not so much into the Slada, who can just put a lot of that harass back, and suddenly maybe you put a Venge down there and things get very scary for Virtus.pro safe lane.
I mean, the Slada in the game is mostly like you get the most value out of the lane, right? If you don't do well in the lane, then the hero doesn't offer you a whole lot later.
Yeah.
Because this hero needs to be a hit. I think it's a little bit risky because the lane, I don't think the lane is actually that straightforward against the Disruptor plus the Alchemist. Because SD is not like the strongest laner. So your duo is not exactly super scary compared to something like a Techie Slada or a Grimstroke Slada that has a lot of kill potential. This lane is like, it's okay, you can kind of set up with the Disrupt into Crush to kill, but it's not that high damage compared to the other two supports that I mentioned. The other thing that is good with the SD being on 4 is like she can stack for the Luna.
Yeah, that's true.
If SD is on 5, then it's harder for him to go stack.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll see how things pan out here as we get very quickly into our game. Is there any particular lineup that you're favoring? You already mentioned that with this Slada last pick, it feels like Blacklist, they're investing a bit more heavily into the lanes, where it's not going to help their game out so much. Do you feel like the draft, how it ended, wasn't really favorable for Blacklist? Do you think Virtus.pro have the upper hand here?
Yeah, I kind of like Virtus.pro's lineup a little bit more. I think their lanes are a lot more stable, a lot more solid. And because the lanes are solid, then the supports have room to rotate and help the Lash more. For Blacklist, I think the first couple of waves are going to be really crucial. I think the safe lane should be okay, the Venge and Luna, even though it's not that strong, but I think they should be able to hold their own. But the issue is the Luna kind of is going to need some time before she can go jungle, right? So if you leave her alone too early to help your mid laner, your Pango, then you could put the Luna in a position where she could die in the lane.
Yeah, you gotta know Seyuj is looking for those dives at any possible opportunity. Luna's such an easy target to just bounce around with the Flame Break. Once you have those Ion Shells on you, the Bat Rider, usually it's just the Flame Break into the Firefly, and that is already so much magic damage. 2 early wards being set up here by Virtus.pro. They don't see anybody, so still playing cautiously. Level 1 seems to be scary on both sides. I don't really foresee any of them wanting to fight this early on. Maybe just give up the runes, give up the space, and just focus more on blocking the lanes, it seems like.
The out. They just want to have 2 runes.
And they're fine. Right.
Get the bonus Grio's Greed on 2 runes, you're happy.
Yummy. Get the bag. Seems like that will be the case as Even trades out here. Well, as even as out can be. He just gets a little bit more juice from that. A bit more leverage. So get into our first game. No crazy shenanigans here. Once again, both these teams, 2 wins, 2 losses throughout this Swiss stage. It's been a bit of an uphill climb for Virtus.pro, right? They started out with 2 losses, and every single match after that was just for survival. So this is essentially just another survival game for them. But Blacklist, you know, they've had a lot more of a convincing showing. Their opponents, the ones they lost to at least, all already qualified.
Setting up for first blood.
Oh. Top side. On to Notice, trying to take advantage of this level 1, but yeah, missing out on the illusions.
They tried to surround him with the Disrupt the illusions, but they couldn't block him in time.
Would there even have been enough damage? And I mean,
I mean, if they got the
tanky.
surround, yes, they will kill him with just right clicks from 3 heroes.
That's fair.
But yeah, but they couldn't get the surround, and now Gabby is not gonna be too happy about it because he's taking some harass since the SD arrived to the lane a little bit late.
Yeah, FNG, this is where he gets the Thunderstrike first. We heard differently from a couple of players. I think Fishman was saying he always likes to get Glimpse first. But in this particular matchup, when you're up against a melee hero, it's just so easy to kite them with that increased attack slow. So just keep throwing that out. You know, Fish, they don't like electricity. They will die if they get shocked. So Gabby, not having a good time already.
Unless you're electric eel, you don't care.
That's true.
Is
that real? Is that real? If you zap an electric eel, is it completely fine?
He gets a free charge for his battery.
Ah, okay, yeah. Then he doesn't need to buy additional AAA or whatever. Yeah, okay. Right, forgot about that. I mean, Gabby, unfortunately, doesn't look like an electric eel. Probably not an electric eel. Doesn't want any static next to him. He'll just try and get the lane back into a better position. That's really the name of the game for both these side lanes. It's just about whether the carry can, farm safely.
Self-stun. He's in a little bit of trouble here.
He's looking fine. I mean,
he's actually fine.
The tricky thing is, as long as they keep Gabby low, there shouldn't be any kill threat, right? Because he can't actually square up into the unstable concoction.
Flames.
Pulling back onto Tims.
He has no disrupt.
Uh-oh. Winding down the stun, it is a lot of physical damage. Throw down the acid spray as well. Last touch, Kiritich able to get that last tick down. But he's taking quite a bit of tower damage. Gabby doesn't have that last bash wound up. And Kiritich will be able to walk free. This Elk and... Oh, is he gonna...
He's
just
gonna
try and deny himself. Okay.
Yeah, then he goes back to base.
Yeah, just good,
That's a good play.
plays all
It's
around.
a very, very good play. He was really low on resources, and he's gonna come back in time to fight for the Lotus. That's actually great.
Yeah, perfect
and
stuff.
FNG arrives in time to get the pull too. Okay, probably not gonna be able to contest a little bit late.
I mean, come back to lane with full resources, more unstable concoctions brewing for more potential kills. VP, they can just keep rinse and repeating that process, it feels like, in the bot side. But mid lane, as we sort of expected, the Squadix Lash is doing pretty well into Arbet's Pango. But I guess the early lane isn't where you're trying to get the advantage anyway.
On the Pango, sure, but on the Lash, you're definitely going to try to take the advantage.
Yeah. Abed, I think he's already sort of resigned himself that, I'm going to try and go even at best, and, at worst, I make some level 6 rotations with the runes. It's going to be that level 6 where the party starts, like you always like to say, Winter.
Dota starts at minute 6.
Yeah. All of this, prior to minute 6, none of it is real. Like, all these kills right now, all this CS, who even cares? Nothing matters. Unless you really start getting like 2 to 3 kills and the lane matchup's unwinnable, everything is fine. These carries, they go back to the strip in the top side, they just farm away, the supports start rotating with the mid. Hey, who even cares? Slada doing okay. I think maybe with this last pick you expected it to bully the Alchemist a little bit more, but you're consistently being shoved back to your own tower. You're not disappointed about the farm that you're getting, but you'd love to put on a bit more pressure. Kiritich, every single last hit that he gets just means so much more than you.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I feel like the Slada wasn't really there. Like, wow, okay, it's a really good pick to me. Because the SD doesn't allow I feel like SD doesn't allow the Slada to snowball the lane because he's not strong enough in the lane. And on top of it, they tried to make a first bird at top early, so he arrived to the lane late. I feel like all of these small little details adds up, and especially when you pick like a lane winner, a hero that needs to win the lane to function, then it hurts him a lot.
Yeah, and I think the worst part is that it's not even like it gets better with levels, right? As long as FNG stays right there, Kiritich should be fine. Sure, maybe once you get your level 6, the Elk is under some threat in the lane and you need to start going back to jungle. But at that point, you gotta imagine that Virtus.pro already have stacks prepared for the Elk for him to go back into the jungle and farm. And it's not very convenient for Gabby to be running into the jungle. He wants to occupy the lane and take as much space as possible.
As long as the Disruptor is like having mana to spam Thunderstruck, I like that he's maxing Thunderstruck in this lane. It's really, really annoying for a melee hero.
Yeah.
That needs
Slada doesn't really have any natural regen as well. I mean, you got your puddle once you level the sprint, but it's not even super significant.
You don't really build into the helm or anything. You're gonna just rely on the braces for a regen.
He just wants to get those stats up so he can actually auto-attack you, but if you're not even interacting with him in the lane, suddenly Slada feels a bit like a wet fish. He's just flopping around, you know, getting last hits. It doesn't really feel consequential. You want to be getting these early kills, and in Tim's putting out quite a bit of damage and harass, forcing FNG back. So at least, you know, trying to draw some attention. Say, hey, you know, Thunderstrike me instead. Forget about my guy over there. Just leave him alone. He'll be fine. He'll leave you alone too.
Yeah, he's just trying to create a 1v1 situation for the Slada against the Elk.
Yeah.
Trying to take the Disruptor out. I mean, the Slada doesn't like when the Thunderstrike is on his 8.
This
like
guy
said,
how many Thunderstrikes has he spammed at this point?
Yeah,
oh, the setup in the bot side though.
So
yeah, they have a disruption in the bot side onto Kiritich, setting up, but he winds up a full duration stun. The Shadow Poison is enough, and Blacklist, they're able to connect on the kill on the Alchemist. They needed that.
That was a really, really big kill. Elk was like, seemed like he was okay. Then in the end, the Lotus from Slada just allowed him to win the last couple of trades, and that's it. You know, that's a much needed kill for the Slada.
Squadix
gonna take the rune. That's pretty huge. Squadix needed a refill, so now he's waiting for somebody to die to refill his bottle.
It's sending FNG into the trenches
5
now.
minutes,
Hey,
guys.
just run it down, please, FNG, please. I need my bottle. Squadix is having a great time though in the mid lane. I don't think he's too fussed about that situation, but any further juice that he can get to continue bullying out Abed is going to be quite important. Especially if these level 6s closing in, Abed will hit his first. And got to keep our eye out for any sort of TP rotation. Whether it's him moving to the side lanes or whether it's supports coming in could be scary.
6 minutes. Time
Here we
to
go.
let the games begin. Sayuj is stacking the camp, just a natural move. Stack.
Welcome to Dota.
The rune.
It is MJZ who gets it, but Rolling Thunder means that at least one of these heroes is gonna die. FNG, a pretty big stick though. Still gonna try and come through. One last swashbuckle. They'll cut down the Disruptor. Stun up onto the high ground, but no further chase. Both the supports on Blacklist pretty dry in the mana department. Just walk away with that kill and the bottle refill on Abed. Very nicely done for him.
This is the power of the Pango at the 6 minute fight. As long as it's level 6, you're more or less gonna get a kill most of the time. It's just too strong. The roll is too strong at level 6.
Yeah, not even the Lash can face up against it. And now Kiritich left alone in this bot side means that he's gonna get run down. FNG coming through with the kinetic field though. Kiritich can turn around the stun, still has the range, but beautiful disruption from Tims. Bails Gabby out, but the Glimpse pulls him right back in. Now what can you do? It's disruptor gameplay, right? But Tims, good try there on the Shadow Demon.
Yep, good try. But Disruptor wins the duel in the end. Now he's level 5. Very, very crucial. Disruptor gets all these kills in the lane.
This is kind of scary.
He's waiting to try the glimpse of Slada. Slada sees a big wave, but he actually has to TP in fog and wait.
Yeah, Gabby, you can't afford to lose all of this.
Saw him! Oh, no disrupt!
No! Is Gabby back in base? Oh my goodness.
Too bad.
He has to spread. This is a disaster. FNG. Oh my. Winter, how are they still letting this happen? He just wanted the wave so bad. He didn't think FNG would be around?
Yeah, I can't take that sort of risk against Disruptor.
My goodness, and he ends up losing everything.
Now he gets so much done for his out in the lane. And he feels like he has the freedom to move to play with the top side now.
Yeah, he's completely fine. He's going to start rotating over to... very quickly, even though Blacklist, they're able to find a pretty decent early kill on the Alchemist. Some cute outplays and Virtus.pro to set up. They're able to punish Gabby a little bit for his greed there. You can't really blame him. Now Sayuj in the mid lane, looking to get cut down by the shield crash. Nicely done. Trying to secure the rune again for Squadix, but it seems like Blacklist, they are playing purely for these runes. Every single 2 minute.
Mike. Look at their wards.
Yeah.
The dial wards are all for the runes.
It's just mapped around the mid lane. Yeah, they want to have oversight of everything. And now running up to find Noticed. It's been a very quiet affair for this Darkseer on the top side. Should see the swashbuckle animation. And they're just going to back up.
Yeah, they're waiting for the Disruptor to get level 6. He's very close at 8 minutes. This is so much levels for the Disruptor.
Dude, FNG has so much EXP in this early stage thanks to those kills, man. It's not even like a lot of kills. He's been part of 1 kill and 1 assist, but it's good enough.
The Elk died, I think, twice or one time. Oh, yeah, twice, and then he gave the lane to the Disruptor.
Yeah. They're trying to come in here for Squadix now. 9 minute mark. Looking for some sort of defense. Abed ready to get rolling again.
He has a TP. He has Static Storm.
They gotta come in.
Abed.
The trap is set. Abed just gonna get caught by the silence. Uh-oh, Squading's dropping low as well. But looks like Abed will just completely melt. Oh, they bury him 6 feet under. The rest of the Blacklist supports, they can't do much. There's a glimpse available right in the nick of time. Gets the range on it. MJZ body block to oblivion. And Squadix will claim a second. Nice Lotus and Stick and Fairy Fire. MJZ pulling out all the stops, but it's not gonna be enough. As the emphasis Blacklist are putting on these runes kind of backfires against them, as Virtus.pro are very prepared.
Yeah, they were not ready for the level 6 on FNG. He showed himself at top a little bit. They saw he was level 5 and then they decided to make a play mid. And then he hides in the trees for Darkseer to get the time to clear one wave, and he got the level 6 and immediately TP. So definitely catching Blacklist by surprise there.
Yeah, FNG, clean plays all around. We saw him dominate on this Disruptor in a couple of previous matches as well. Seems to be one of their most confident strategies. There's this new iteration or new version of themselves that they're trying to bring forward here, adapting to what's strong in this patch, but oh, huge stacks. Abe, he's gonna get quite a bit of gold from this one.
Yeah, he's waiting to complete his diffuser before they make another play. He's gonna have it after. I think he needs to clear another Ancients. No, they're not gonna wait for it. They just want to. They feel like it's too long. 600 gold. I think it's a wise choice. They have to make a move for the Slada. There's a catapult wave coming in.
And an AD rune. Abed. But VP. They're so wise to it. The Static Storm again stopping Abed. The glimpse away, it's not in the right place. A nice disruption holding Abed in place, and he should be able to get the Rolling Thunder off if he wants. Now VP, they have to retreat. Being chased down now. Here comes the bowling ball, ready to knock down Kiritich. MJZ is level 6 as well. Has a swap available to crush down too much physical damage. But the whole squad of VP has shown up to the fight. Palos is here as well. You pop a Luna illusion of him. But it's not so significant in this early stage of the game. Kill off MJZ, a glimpse back onto Gabby again, but another disruption. Tim's so quick with that reaction. Still trying to poke and prod at each other right now. Blacklist, they have to give up this position. It's a bit too deep between the two towers. Honestly, not much more than VP can really do. They just have to give this space up.
Yeah, that was a really good move there by Blacklist, just utilizing the fact that they had the AD and managing to get the kill on the Elk there. Huge place. Just trading the bench for it. I mean, the Elk
and now 3 members in the mid lane. Squadix getting Demonic perched up, stunned, and too much magic. Abed will just swash him down. The Blacklist 3-unit attack is just so strong. They're just running around with Shadow Demon and Venge and making so much happen.
Yeah, that's the strength of the Pango with 2 supports that can actually help him set up with either the stun or the disrupt. I'm pretty sure they've taken every single rune, right? I don't think the Lash got any one of the runes.
Yeah, I mean, he got 1 or 2 in the earlier part of the game, but other than that, they've just taken full control. You pointed it out as well, Winter. It's this vision priority that they have set, and now could just potentially run in here and get these stacks. Oh, this would be huge. Seems to be a timing. You know about it.
Oh, this is
leading
bad.
the charge. Oh, up to the high ground. You need to defend this. Yeah, he managed to cut down so many of those big creeps.
Glimpse, trying to get one.
Pull back onto MJZ. Still have a swap available, but now the lasso out.
Firefly.
MJZ pretty tanky though. They just have enough magic damage. They'll kill her off and protect this triangle area. But that's 4 members of Virtus.pro grouping around this area.
That was worth it. Throwing the bench away. They got like, I'm pretty sure the Pango got like 400 gold or something, 300-400.
Oh yeah. He got a huge chunk of those, and he's top of the net worth now, ahead of the Elk, who's had a decently nice chunk of space in the bot side. Sure,
keeping up in an Elk, you know, that's
crazy. Yeah. Abed, despite that early sort of laning matchup not really looking shiny for him, he's able to pick up so much in the early game. Through these rotations, through the setups from the supports, like you said. Now Blacklist, they can take such an aggressive position on the map because anywhere MJZ finds a hero, just swap back into Abed. It's an easy Rolling Thunder. You're really relying on FNG to come through with the silence. If not, there isn't really much that VP have in terms of tools to stop him.
Yeah, the bench is really shining now with the minus armor, helping the Pango do damage, and you have the swap to remove the lasso later on. Top
Trying to
lane.
dive onto Palos, they commit the wall. There's FNG with the silence as well, but Abed's shown up to the fray, rolling forward. Notice, he's just gonna get mowed down. They managed to glimpse back, but another disruption. They've killed off 2. VP just have to run. Once again, they throw away the bench, but they're more than happy to give up MJZ for these call kills. Notice takes a tumble. And again, Blacklist, they're moving so clean and so quick.
Yeah, and another rune into Abed's pocket. This is perfect for him. Rolling Thunder, kill a hero, shove out a couple of waves, take rune, farm jungle, and then Rolling Thunder's ready and go again. And he's gonna have his mate stay very, very soon. Yes, Pango
See that
is
replay?
going to be so scary.
Yeah, I mean, everything just works out
Did
perfectly.
he disrupt the Pango after this, like in the middle?
No, I think he disrupted to stop a glimpse from coming out. Because they get the setup here. Tim's
Pango was
very
rolling.
good discipline.
Dude, he disrupted the...
Did he actually?
He disrupted.
Oh, he must have. Wait, I missed that. I thought he was disrupting the target that got glimpsed. Okay, that's pretty funny. I don't know what he was protecting him against, but you know, safety is never a bad thing. Just be extra secure. Abed probably just in that moment looks over the Tim's like, bro, what the hell? Like,
Probably a mistake.
what are you doing?
He's trying to disrupt someone else.
Yeah, Tim's. He's been on point with these disruptions so far. It's been a clean game of Shadow Demon for him. I think Gabby trying to get involved. He has that BKB eyed up now, flying out to him already on the courier, so he's ready to get fighting.
Dire are scanning.
Still kind of wants to get his dagger, though, I feel. Even with the
Yeah.
BKB.
It's kind of hard to, it's kind of hard to get anything going without your dagger just jumping in there. Radiance complete for Kiritich, and we saw those stacks. The priority is given to Seyuj because he needs that Blink Dagger bad. I think he has it already. Noticed also picking up that Guardian's Grief. So a lot of early item timings coming in right now for Virtus.pro. It's just a question of whether they feel comfortable enough to keep going. Their Lash is still missing his Bloodstone, having it a bit more gold.
Blessings upon a loyal war.
They want to
Smoke up.
fight with the dagger and the bat. Bat wants to kidnap a hero right now.
Looking for an
looking for
option.
one.
They want a core kill. But it's just MJZ again. That's gonna be painful.
Oh, he got stunned.
Oh, they get the stun off! And the Eclipse now, Seyuj. This is not the Blink reveal that you wanted, but a bit of a split fight now. They should be able to kill off the... No? Bad. Just runs all the way away, and the Diabolic
Lash in
Edict doing a
trouble.
lot to Abed. Static Storm as well, but the BKB pop from Gabby chasing down. Les just gets punched down by the Bashers. They get pulled back now. Kiritich doing quite a bit of damage, but once again, it's only MJZ. You put the wall down, sure, you get a fish of your own, but now Abed's into the mix again with the shield crash, forcing Kiritich back out of the fight. Poking and prodding now, one last glimpse, putting
Oh,
Gabby
he
in a
got
very awkward spot. But oh, Abed with the swatch finds the... Oh my goodness, Abed. It's been all him this whole game. He's just shining on this Pango and showing us why they're confident enough to pick it. Just
How
first
good
off,
is this guy, Mike?
this guy's insane. What the... How did he even find that?
He knew
Was
he
it just
was
a
like-
random guess? I don't think he had
knew
vision
was
on the high
charging
ground.
Yeah, he didn't have vision, but he saw him charging the stun, and he was like forced to run away with the stun. So he knew that he was gonna stun himself. So he just predicted wherever he's gonna end up stunning
Oh,
himself.
come
in a strike
on,
with the
Abed.
Swashbuckle.
Oh, it's a shame we don't get our camera on that, but you'll see Kiritich just gets swashed down. Oh, clean stuff from Abed. And nobody on the side of Virtus.pro can respond. Once again, they're throwing out all their teamfight spells, but it's not really connecting. We didn't talk about this in the draft, but they actually have an insane combo, right? They have the vacuum into the disruptor, but they haven't really found something significant yet in the ways of a
Dire's middle
teamfight.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, slower. It's a lot slower for them to hit the point where their team fight is going to be superior. They're going to need a lot more items. Their Tricore, Lash,
Dire's
Darkseer
bottom
out
tower
all need
is under
a lot of
attack.
items.
A bit of a
Darkseer is like a greedier hero. It's a lot
Radiant
slower than the other
are
offlaners.
Yeah, especially with the way how Notice is playing it. He's largely stuck up to this top side, not really showing up for many of the initial engagements.
Radiant's
That's
middle tower is
just
under
allow
attack.
Blacklist to take control of this part of the map, at least the mid lane. They'll take down this tier 1 tower essentially for the price of free.
Radiant's middle tower
2k
has
gold
fallen.
lead. It's not a very significant gold lead, but when you're up against an Elk to still be ahead slightly, it's kind of crazy.
It shows you how much Blacklist have done to slow down the Elk, 4 deaths to his name at 80 minutes. No
Yeah.
bueno.
Yeah, no bueno indeed. MJZ knows all about that, and I think VP, they need to try and get that out. Give him some sort of footing in this game, but Blacklist, Not
needs,
interested
like,
in-
AC really bad this game. There's too much minus armor. Like even with the blink BKB timing, it's not gonna be as strong as it's gonna be because he's slow, right? And then he has to get his AC as soon as possible. Get his maybe even get his level 15 talent, so you have the armor to your team in the acid spray. Kind of combat all this minus armor from Slada, the bench.
Coming through the twin gates now, they've smoked up, they caught a brief glimpse of Notice. He's gonna show himself now again. Ooh, they can just get this pick off and hit straight into the Roche pit. This is scary for Notice, he's just gonna get crushed up and killed off. A very easy affair. And
He's like,
Blacklist,
where
they're
did
gonna
they
stream
come
into
from?
the pit.
He had a wall on the right. It's like, what the hell? Where did these guys come from?
Yeah, no vision of them on the map and just out of nowhere. Very nicely
Them
done.
ganking from the left is quite difficult to predict if you're on the Radiant side.
Yeah, no, completely understand. You think you're being all sneaky, farming the enemy part of the jungle. If they're making any sort of move, it has to be bot side or maybe in your own, but that's going to open up the Roche for Blacklist for the taking. And Palos with an Aegis, this Luna timing online. Everything coming together for Blacklist now. And this Slada timing, it was a bit slower of a start. He didn't necessarily dominate the lane, but now with his Blink and BKB, he's all over the map. Getting a kill now onto Seyuj. Just hunting down every single opposing member of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, even though he didn't get a dream start on the Slada, but because the Pango had a dream start, the Pango was the one dictating play throughout the map. Like setting up kills, taking up all the power runes, sniping Kiritage, and now FNG, he's gonna be in the line of fire here. No way
Yeah,
out, it seems for
FNG.
him.
The Disruptor just looks so pathetic when it's behind, and it's just so painful to see FNG just being run down because there's nothing he can do about it.
Yeah.
And you look at the rest of the VP lineup, none of them are really designed to D-push. The high ground defense, you're really gonna have to rely on a crazy vacuum Disruptor ulti, and even then they already have their BKBs up.
Now they have to like just play slow and wait for their next couple of items. I think the Lash is gonna need he's definitely gonna need like a plate mill. Shivas, then they're gonna need AC, Darkseers. Darkseers feels like paper right now, even though he has Guardian Grace.
Yeah. That's the problem with this VP lineup. Very weak in the physical resistance department, and that's exactly what Blacklist have built up for themselves. They can just continue taking control of every side of the map they show their face on. And it's so easy for them to get these pickoffs. VP, they've been in this situation before and they managed to hide it out by split pushing, you know, just kind of splitting up on the map, diverting resources, making sure at least some people get farm. I guess the one upside is that the Elk is still kind of keeping up in terms of net worth. Kiritage making use of the space well, but this game, it feels like they're so susceptible to being picked off, and this whole split the map situation isn't really going to be viable.
I mean, on the other hand, late game is always gonna be scary. Disruptor with the Darkseer vacuum wall.
Abed in the mid lane could get
Swap.
caught out, lasso in, but immediate swap. MJZ was so prepared. And again, they give up MJZ for the cause. That's been the name of the game. Every time MJZ dies, something good happens.
That was a good read by Blacklist. He was already there. They don't see anyone on the map, so they're kind of worried that if you clear the mid lane, the Bat Rider's going to jump on you, I think. Good read, but it's still a 700 gold kill on the bench, you know.
It's quite a
lot.
bit. I didn't know she was this loaded. I didn't know she had a bag like that. Worth noting that the Darkseer now has completed his Aghanim, so if he's able to get normal punch out on Luna, things could get hairy for the Blacklist back line really quickly. So we'll see that again. I mean, really just clean stuff, right? All we see is Abed here from the vision. The MJZ staying right out of range, gets that swap off, and saves his mid laner. Well done.
And now, Kiritage charging up his stun. Easy kill.
Yeah, just finds Tims. Looking at Abed now. Uh-oh. No Venge to save you now. Abed in some trouble. Still has the Aegis. It's kind of an awkward way to use it though. We'll lose the first life. The rest of Blacklist streaming in now, but with the Thunderstrike onto Gabby, he can't initiate.
Good
He's
swap.
getting focused down, but beautiful swap. MJZ again saving Gabby. He has to pop the BKB. Waits until he gets fished in because he wants a fight. Starting to charge forward, trying to finish up. NG will be able to kill off that Disruptor, and a huge Rolling Thunder from Abed on his second life, doing quite
he
a bit
gets
of work.
hassled.
But now Yeah, oh, he gets lassoed mid-roll. Quick catch from Seyuch. Puts a stop to that retreat from Arbit, but he's still able to blink out. Just a bit too mobile. Meanwhile, Noticed spent the entire fight trying to create lunar illusions for himself, but it's not going to be enough. It just forces Palos out of the engagement. So overall, again, pretty decent trade out. And VP, they're able to burn through the Aegis pretty free.
Good fight from VP. He's starting his power of their team fight. When they get the right initiation from the Elk or the Bat Rider, with the wall and the disruptor static storm, it can be really, really difficult for Blacklist to fight if they didn't get the right jump. I think Sada or the Pango, if they don't catch the disruptor and the fight is gonna force you to pop your BKB early, then you're gonna be in trouble. Because once your BKB is done, all this magic damage from the Darkseer, the Lash, every single one of their heroes does so much magic damage. You're just gonna melt.
Yeah, it's so scary now because Virtus.pro, if you run into them without BKB, you're screwed. You kind of really need to get that surprise catch onto them, and that's all you can hope for. And if you don't connect, like we saw in that previous fight, Gabby got spotted out. Really, it was excellent positioning from FNG because even though he dies there, he gets that initial Thunder Strike thanks to the shard, and he also is able to survive thanks to some nice defensive plays from Seyuch, the 4-staff away as well as the Grease from Notice. It forces Gabby into a very awkward spot where he can't finish off the kill, but he already has the BKB TP out. So now Blacklist still have a pretty decent hold on this game. They can just keep running it in here. They just need to be a bit more wary of how they position and how they get caught.
I feel ideally they want to be 5-man ready, hitting a tower with the Venge and the SD behind the Luna. So when you get Lasso, you always have the swap or the disruption to, bail the Luna out. But if everything is so split up, one hero is on the left, one hero is on the right, they're not together hitting towers, they're in the jungle, they're looking for a fight, then it can become very difficult to set up the perfect team fight for you.
Yeah, you want to play a front to back on Blacklist, but at the same time, it's kind of scary to run up 5 members into what VP have cooking. The team fight for them is pretty scary.
Smoke?
I feel like Blacklist... Oh, yeah, smoke out. There is a... What is FNG doing here?
007 spy right now.
Yeah, he's on the back lines, spots out Tims with the setup, but Seyuch trying to connect on that kill gets killed off instead. Assassination attempt gone wrong. As FNG, this is a very deep ward and they have no idea that he's here. I don't think VP can really do anything with it, but it's an excellent disruptor ward.
Clearing a creep wave with the Thunder Strike.
This shard has really ramped up in terms of power level lately. And I think it's I won't say it's the best shard in the game, but it really unlocks another dimension of disruptor.
Feels like very similar to the Mirana shard where you can clear the creep waves with the shard. I think the power of pushing out waves cannot be understated in like pro level games. Like whoever has better wave clear always tends to get better opportunities to use smoke and get a faster smoke going, and sometimes it's that 10 seconds that you can start a move a little bit faster than your opponents is going to net you a very key kill into a key objective, into a decisive lead in the game.
Yeah. Roche is coming back in 1 minute's time though. Blacklist, they've been patient so far. Haven't really jumped the gun on any major move, just being diligent, clearing out the vision on their side of the map and slowly encroaching into the triangle of Virtus.pro. Seems like just gonna wait around for that next Aegis, but Virtus.pro, they're ready to fight too, right? There is a... Is that a completed AC?
Done, right?
Yeah, just flying out now on Kiritich. Have that additional armor for himself and the team. Very useful stuff. This could be the fight that decides who gets this next Roche.
It's going to be very important. Are they going to go from the lane or are they going to go from the side, from the jungle? It's the most important fight right now. It could be a game-deciding fight.
Scan just off the mark, so they don't really know where Blacklist are. On the flip side, Blacklist
has a ward. They're going to run into each other.
Oh, Palos on the front lines, but they can just burst down Sage. She dies instantaneously. No buyback now, the control on the Lash as well. This has become disastrous for VP as they what was that? They just run straight into Palos, lose their bat, and now they've lost 3. Palos and the gang, they can just go on to the tier 2, grab a Tormentor maybe, and even go on to high ground.
That was a really good setup by Blacklist, just waiting in the lane. Look at the wards, they placed 2 wards around the lane, one on the left, one on the right, just basically covering all the initiating angles. The only way VP could have made it work if they tried to go from the Ancients into the Lotus pool and maybe try to get a lane ward from there, but they kind of didn't expect Blacklist to be already ready, so they wanted to take the quicker path, which is straight, just through the lane.
Yeah.
But they got caught and they were in a trap set by Blacklist, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, as soon as Seyuj gets his smoke pop, he takes like half a second to realize, wait, there's heroes here? Starts fire flying, and
Yeah.
by that point, it's a bit too late.
I think it was so difficult, The only way maybe they could have been able to react properly is if he immediately places an observer right away in front, in front of the jungle to see to the right, and maybe it would have given his team enough information to take that fight, But it was difficult. I think Blacklist, you got to give them a lot of credit for setting up the fight that way. 2 wards on the left and on the right, and just making sure that the moment VP walks into the lane, they are gonna die.
Yeah, set that one up perfectly. Nice blink out from Notice. Narrowly avoids trouble. But now a cheese on Abed and the Aegis in the hands of Luna. You gotta imagine they're gonna clean up the rest of these tier 2s and try and make something happen.
The Elk with his AC timing, and it ran so bad for them. And I don't think you're gonna ever get another item timing that's gonna be so huge for a team. Maybe the Lash later. I feel like the Lash is gonna be the main hero right now. The Elk is already gonna fall off a lot.
He's I mean, you need armor so bad this game that Squadix even has a value.
They're trying to
mail.
set up a vacuum into a Alchemy stun, maybe.
Oh,
Back
pull
Alchemy
on to
stun.
Abed. But the swap again, MJZ is so quick with it. They'll come forward, punch out onto Palos. They have themselves a Luna
Yes,
illusion.
Aegis.
Yeah, he has Aegis and the second life, so this isn't really going to work out for you. Gabby starting to chase down onto the Elk already. I don't think this is a fight you can win. FNG going to go down, and now the BKB going to start timing out for Kiritich. You have to buy back and try and win this fight.
Gabby's
But Kiritich
dead.
dropping low. You at least get Gabby for now. Squadix starting to do quite a bit of damage. The Luna's low as well. Still has the second life, but kills off the Elk beforehand. Kim's still there with the setup and the disruption, holding that poor Darcia in place. And now Palos, he's in the middle of a static storm. He can't do enough damage. And the illusions, the cheese. Oh, Abe passes it to him perfectly in time, and the Luna back in fighting shape. Squadix will die, and FNG, this was the fight that was supposed to go right for you. Virtus.pro lose everything.
Oh, that was
Very, very clutch plays from Abed. My goodness, this guy, how good is he?
He's like the best. I've seen him in a while, I haven't seen him being so impressive for the last, I think last whole year, He's been quite quiet. Now all of a sudden he's back, The crazy Meepo player we had in SEA a couple of years ago, just styling on everyone, and this game definitely styling on VP again, Early game with that clutch snipe onto Kiritich, the blind swashbuckle, and now with the cheese pass.
Everything. I mean, this guy's been... when Pango first got released, you didn't really think about it as an Abe hero. It was always this storm, but, it suits him. Pango's whole thing is about style, right? And he has just been tipping the cap at VP this entire game. Not giving them any opportunities. There was, one good static storm grab onto him, denying him a dive, but other than that, it's been the Abed show. And now Palos on the high ground, along with Gabby, the supporting cast for Blacklist as well, doing wonders to keep their cause alive.
I mean, VP's team fight is definitely something not to be underestimated, if you're Blacklist. They definitely did not expect VP to put up such a strong fight. And Lasso, Gabby.
Yeah, Gabby's caught
Yes,
again.
BKB.
Tims! Always with the disruption. It might not be enough to save Gabby, but he'll put up a bit of a fight.
Lash
Try
is
and
down.
throw out some of the punches onto Kiritich, but Squadix is already dead. Yeah, Lash is down, and Kiritich just has to run for the hills, but swap back into the frame. Blacklist, find them all! Virtus.pro, they can't offer anything for their cause. They all just get ripped up by Blacklist. And oh boy, this first game looking way out of their hands now. The Luna 5-0 and 7 has yet to even taste death this game. And it's been clean.
His Luna is an absolute monster in the team fights with the bench and the Shadow Demon behind him. And this draft is actually way better than I expected. It didn't look very impressive, but when I watched the game, it definitely made a lot of sense. This bench and Shadow Demon working really well with the Luna, the minus armor with the Slada and the Pango. Because Pango is a lot of physical damage with the Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash. So all the spells working wonderfully well in the team fights for them.
Yeah, it's just perfect play from Blacklist. We were a bit worried about this Slada last pick, but who knew? When Abed's on form, the fire's lit under his butt or something. He is just playing out of his mind this game. Clearly has a mission, and that's to qualify to the group stage. Face off against some of these other invited teams, and now they walk away with 2 lanes of rags, putting VP in very dire straits.
Yeah, I think right now for them to be able to win the team fight, it has to be some amazing vacuum into Elk Stun, or they somehow try to kite the BKB out. And then you have your vacuum into Disruptor Kinetic Field Static Storm.
Yeah, it has to be a miracle team fight because at this point, every single attempt that you're making that's not squeaky clean, it feels like Blacklist. Everything is so clear-cut for them. You try and initiate on someone, there's Tims with the disruption. Abed starts rolling in. Shadow Demon purging on the Lash, like you mentioned in the draft, makes it impossible to play for Squadix, and he just gets focused down. The initiation, notice you can spawn as many illusions of the Luna as you'd like. Your team's dying, you can't get them out. Just perfect plays all around. Blacklist, they are looking in fine form here in this game number 1. The match that's going to decide whether they move on in this tournament or not. They clearly have a... they have an agenda, and 23k gold lead up now, up against an Alchemist lineup. You talked about this AC timing being the most important one for them in a while. They are going to be so far from the next. I mean, this Lash desperately trying to finish up a BKB at this point. Because
They
that
not only
might
have
be the
an
only
agenda,
option.
they have a
Radiant's
schedule to
bottom
meet,
tower
they have a
is under
deadline to
attack.
meet.
That's true. that's
Wasting
true.
no time. Look at Black is just after getting all the racks, the top and
Yeah,
mid, going back
clean.
to Gen, walk all the way back to bottom, get ready to push the next one. It's ready to go to go up the high ground with some Shadow Demon illusions with Disrupt.
Yeah, I mean, MJZ and Dubu really have revitalized this team, and I mean, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're feeding or telling Abed, but he looks like so much like his former self, and it's so good to see. Now Blacklist threatening up on the last lane of Rags, mega creeps.
Radiant's
Could be
bottom
theirs
tower
for the
is
taking.
under
Again,
attack.
you're looking at Seyuj, you're looking at Notice for this crazy initiation that seems to be so far away. They're gonna try for a wraparound. FNG and Notice is the tag team duo trying to get a huge static storm. They'll come in with the beautiful vacuum, but already an Aeon disc for this team's Shadow Demon. He still gets melted down though. Kiriti's
the
able
two
to chop him
supports,
up.
they're down.
Okay, 2 supports out of the picture. Now it's only the cause left. They're controlling up onto Gabby, and looks like the fish will get fried as well, but they can't kill off Palos for now. The Luna is just way too big, chops up the Alchemist, and Abed will mop up FNG while he's at it. You try to TP out Squadix. Where are you going? Absolutely nowhere. Chase down now. Palos, Skadi complete. Slow to a crawl is this Lash. No Shadow Demon needed. It's a good final attempt from VP, but without buybacks, they'll call GG. Game 1 falls into the hands of Blacklist as VP just have to tap out.
That was a nice attempt, like going from behind, just initiating on the supports and just blowing up them from full to nothing. But Blacklist, you know, the Luna, just untouchable, 0 deaths the whole game, and alongside with Abed on the Pango, just cleaning up everything after they've thrown their full combination of spells onto the other 3 heroes. They have nothing left in the tank to deal with the Pango and the Luna. It's a good game, you know, with Blacklist. This is by far one of the best games I've seen them played in this tournament so far.
Yeah, undeterred by their loss yesterday to Tundra 2-1. It was a very, very tight series, but they're still able to just come in today, fully reset, fully refreshed. 12, 1, and 14. Superstar performance from Abed here in this game number 1. He did everything right on the Pango. I feel like I can't even point to a single mistake that he made. It was just clean stuff. They let the Lash through very intentionally, and they had a plan. They were going to bring MJZ teams over and over to the rune, secured just about everything. I think you mentioned it, Winter. Did Squadix even get a rune? Didn't feel like it. I mean, it was just so far out of his grasp. FNG and it feels like Seyuj were a bit too busy trying to maneuver the lanes and get them into a good spot that they couldn't really contest in time. And this, we'll see some of the good team fights that VP had, though. It's not to take away from them. I think they tried their best. There were a couple clean setups. FNG on that Disruptor, pretty solid stuff overall, but just clearly no match for how clean Blacklist were playing.
Yeah, I feel like the Darkseid and the Lash, they are not actually that strong together on paper. I'm sure you have the vacuum into the Lash spells, but I think Lash kind of wants somebody that can cleanly initiate for him in the early game when he was strong. Like someone like a Centaur, Mars kind of hero. They've somehow decided to ban all those initiating heroes, so I felt like it could have just made the Lash stronger. Darkseid on paper seems like, oh, you have a big team fight hero that can protect the Lash in the 5v5 clashes, but what Lash actually needs is the hero on the offlane to be an initiator so that the Lash can kill everyone instead of just waiting around. Because you don't want to be waiting around in the team fight for the Shadow Demon to purge you and control you, and then you feel like you're useless, right? You can't move, and your teammate is not on a hero that can help you catch someone immediately.
Yeah, funnily enough, even the Slada would have been a bit more effective for VP in this game just because you're looking for that over and over blink in, stun, blink in, control, blink in, hold them in place and stop you from running away from the lash. But again and again, we see Squadix. He seems like mincemeat in these fights, right? It's just that physical damage focus that Blacklist have drafted that rips them all apart. And I think this final fight, it was a great attempt from VP, all things considered. They kill off both supports that have been integral to Blacklist's game so far. But at that point, Palos is just way too big. We see him just ripping everyone apart with that shot and with the Skadi complete. And at that point, that's just about all they wrote. I don't think there's much else that VP can do. Yeah, they just called the GG afterwards. So, you know, I think Blacklist, if they can keep this up, it's clear that Dubu is cooking. It's clear that, you know, MJZ and the gang Gabby, they've all come together, put together something very special just to try and qualify for the group stage. And we'll see whether they can continue this action in game number 2 or whether VP can really try and put up some sort of fight, show us some resilience, and show us why they were able to come back from 2 losses initially. We'll be back for game 2 after a short break. Clean, concise, and surgical play. That's not really words you use to describe Blacklist. Well, up till now, the team has really formed itself into a whole new beast in this Swiss stage of the Elite League. And in this final match against Virtus.pro to qualify for top 8 in game number 1, ooh, Abed really turned things on his Pango. VP, they looked lost, they looked a little bit scattered, and their dream comeback run in the Swiss stage through 5 rounds might just be torn up after this. 1 game stands between them and elimination. And for Blacklist, 1 game stands between them and securing their place in the group stage where tons of other opponents wait. The question is whether Blacklist can go the distance and settle the score.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt they've already proven a lot of people that they're here to play. And after the first game, I think you can no longer doubt that Blacklist is as strong as the rumors say they are. And for VP, they're going to have to find out how are they going to try to come up with a draft that can be balanced for the team and balance for the meta. That's going to be like something that they have to really think about. Sometimes you have this like tiny offlane and brute mother offlanes working for them, but in the grand scheme of things, it's how much I feel like you can support the mid lane hero in the early game that's going to decide a lot of how the later portions of the game is going to be played. So I think that they have to realize that you cannot be too greedy on your offlaner now on the draft.
Yeah, I think noticed he did play a decent Darkseer game, but the problem was that, like what you said, it didn't do anything for Squadix on his Lesh. Blacklist, that first game, very clearly they had a plan for how to deal with it. I mean, hell, if you're in the lobby, you'll see Squadix's profile picture on Steam is that Steam point redeem of that animated Leshrac. Like, this guy is gonna pick it every chance you give him, and they fell for the trap. So, Blacklist now, they grabbed the Disruptor for themselves, snatching that out of the hands of, I think it was FNG. Yeah, FNG was playing it, and I think to pretty great effect. But now Virtus.pro, they grabbed that Pango for themselves too.
Taking a page out of your opponent's playbook.
Yeah, we can do it better.
Sometimes you come up with a strat, you don't have any answer to it, and the next game, you just have to throw your ego out the window and just accept the fact that the enemy had a good idea. Just use their idea against them. And sometimes you're going to run into an opponent that has a good plan and also has a backup idea to deal with that plan that they came up with. So we'll just have to see what is the answer to this mid Pango with the 2 supports playing around you. I feel like it's difficult. Like, what other mid hero can kind of contest a Pango when he's level 6 with the 2 appropriate supports just behind him? It's difficult. You have something like a Kanka, maybe. You have a Primal Beast. I think these are the few really strong ones, but I think Primal kind of gets outfight by Pango because before you have Dagger BKB, it's quite difficult for you to grab hold on the Pango when it's rolling to cancel the roll. And Kanka's banned out, so I don't think there's any other hero that's comparable that you can use it to deal with the Pango. I don't know if Ember is still a thing at the moment.
Yeah, we've seen that hero fall a little bit out of favor, close to maybe 1 or 2 patches ago.
Or a Puck, you just call him at level 6. So both heroes are level 6, right? You can kind of negate the roll with the coil and the silence. I think Puck could be maybe a decent answer, but in the lane, because Puck is a hero that has low armor, you kind of get bullied by the physical spell of the Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash. And now Enigma.
What is this?
Probably a support.
It has to be, right? There's no way you're picking Notice Hero so early on. Maybe you're still tossing it up in the air.
But what is the idea with Enigma and Pango? So how is Enigma going to help with the Pango?
I mean,
he has a
maybe
stun, he has some summons to push. So you kill a hero and can pressure tower.
I guess. I mean, it gives you what the Pango is lacking in terms of the tower push. If you're playing it on the call, they just immediately snatch up the Rubik because that's available, and the Centaur. So grabbing themselves 2 very important tools. Not only is it a great offlane, it also deals well with what Virtus.pro have. You could steal the Rolling Thunder, you could steal the, Black Hole.
You can run away from the roll.
Yeah. You can just stampede away. Yeah, I mean, the options are endless here. Blacklist, they have a very stable few selections here into what Virtus.pro have shown so far. I'm still trying to scratch my head and figure out what this is, because maybe it's a FNG Enigma, sure, but what does it do into
We just have to see. They need a 4 that can initiate, like some Tusk kind of hero. Feel like they need a strong
Virtus.pro's
hero to contest the
turn to
runes.
What is this? Oh, immediately
Okay.
with the Morphling.
I mean, they see the lane. It's Rubik
Yeah.
Centaur. They feel Morphling can deal with this lane.
This we
Yes,
talked about this
it's
like
strong. Morphling Enigma. If Enigma is the 5, Morphling and
Yeah.
Enigma, they are very strong in the lane.
sure.
10 seconds
Malefice,
remaining.
a lot of damage, and then you have the adaptive strike spam.
5
Yeah, not
seconds
really the
remaining.
laner you think would do well into the centaur because of his overwhelming burst damage, but at the same time, as long as you keep your HP levels reasonable, you should be fine. I think we've talked about this at length already, but we don't really think that this is one of Kiritich's best heroes, but especially in the recent games, he's been showing up on it, so maybe a new flavor for him. And now the Seyuge Tiny, this could still be an off-lane Tiny, flex to
Hopefully not.
notice.
Hopefully not this game.
Yeah, I think this Enigma Tiny pos 5 pos 4
10
combo is
seconds
pretty
remaining.
nice.
So it's going to be Pango, Enigma,
5
Tiny. They have
seconds.
2 stuns from the supports with a Rolling Thunder. And actually, they're going to go with the TA too. I think TA is also, I mentioned Amber, but TA is also a very good hero at dealing with Pango because you have a lot of physical damage. You have minus armor, you can kill him during the roll, and you lane really, really well into Pango. And now with the nerf to the
10
Swashbuckler,
seconds
they remove
remaining.
1 strike, so it doesn't...
Yeah, refraction, right?
Yeah, it
5
removes
seconds remaining.
one less refraction charge with the Swash.
Virtus.pro's turn to
That's gonna
ban.
be
So the
very
matchup
annoying.
is actually a lot. It's harder now. It's even harder against the TA.
Yeah, and this TA also, I mean, it's a great matchup into the Pango, but they also have the option of flexing it in
To
the
save him.
if they pick a flexible hero in the last pick. They don't have overall last pick, of course.
It's
Seconds
hard.
remaining.
I think it's hard to have a mid/carry flex now. I don't
That's
think there's
true.
5
anything
seconds remaining.
that's available for you to do that. I think it's predominantly going to lane against the Pango, and it's very good against Morphling in the game because you can burst him when he's playing with low HP. The shard, the silence is amazing against Morphling and Pango. Because Morphling nowadays, they don't really like to get Manta all the time. Sometimes you see SNY, so he might get caught out. But I guess against
Yeah.
TA, you kind of have to get a Manta.
Yeah, makes it a mandatory purchase, which feels a bit worse against the Centaur and the Rubik. I wonder what this last pick from Blacklist is going to be, because every time I see a TA, it feels like a semi-carry.
Draw, I
and
think
in a way...
Draw Ranger is good here. I think Draw with their lineup is strong. You have a lot of bodies in front, like the TA and Centaur to protect you. You have supports that can
Okay.
set up for you. Draw Silence is good against Pango, it's good against Morphling. It's good against Enigma too.
Are you worried about the lane though, Drow Disruptor? I feel like you pick a aggressive off laner if it
Disruptor
hasn't been
is not
selected already.
no longer like a weak laner. He's actually pretty
Okay.
pretty
Okay,
decent
fine.
in
Well,
the
we'll,
lane
we'll
now.
give the Disruptor credit where it's due. Maybe MJZ will be able to do enough work in the lane to keep a Drow-esque pick safe. Other than Drow, are there really any other options? I feel like maybe the Drow is good because of that eventual hypothermia into the Morphling and the silence and everything.
I
but,
mean,
you
there's
know.
still Faceless Void, I guess, but I actually prefer Draw more than Faceless Void. I think Faceless Void is kind of a lot weaker nowadays. He's very reliant on the chrono. Before, the time dilation is a thing. When he doesn't have chrono, he can come to the fight and
Yeah.
support his team with time dilation. But now time dilation is
Turn to ban.
it's not really a thing anymore. The spell is pretty weak at low levels, so you're not going to be contributing to your team outside of chrono. So apart from
The-
Drow against Morphling,
Yeah.
I mean, TV is not that great. I
10
think with their
seconds
lineup,
remaining.
they...
Are you worried about a Slark here?
5
Is Slark
seconds remaining.
part of the equation? Or is that
Slark
crazy?
doesn't like to play into Enigma and Tiny, I feel. It's not the greatest of these
Dire team
AoE
back.
Okay.
spells.
What
I mean,
other
they still
lane-
ban it because maybe they feel like there's nothing
Yeah.
much for them to
team
remove. I mean, there's a Sven, I guess. There's one more.
I mean, they clearly are just going through all of
Virtus.pro's
Palos's recently played
turn
heroes
to
here,
ban.
because that's where I found the Slark from as well. They picked the Alchemist for themselves, so really changing hands on the strategies. They're going to move fast, Blacklist, this time round. They were already pretty quick in that game number 1, so Blacklist, like you mentioned, they have a bit of a timeline to hit. They have a deadline. They want to
A
go
schedule,
get some...
you know?
10 seconds.
yeah, they want to go get some food real quick, or they want to go take a break and prepare for the group
They
stage
really
already.
like minus armor. Last
Yeah.
time it was the Slada Revenge, now it's the TA with Elk. Now Elk Disruptor lane again, very, very annoying lane to deal with if you don't have the right off laner. Okay, they're gonna go for a disgusting lane winner. Viper's good against TA, is good against Elk. So I guess, wait, Viper's mid? Is that what's happening or what's going on? Are they laning the Viper mid?
Could be, yeah, it's gonna be mid. So one thing that VP really love to do is flex this Pango to notice. So that's gonna be the off-lane selection along with Tiny. It's not a great lane per se, but
Yeah, I've seen TAs being, if you're good enough, you can actually soften the blow of this Viper in the lane. If you actually can out CS because the Viper, he has lower damage. Right clicks to secure creeps. You know, I mean, sure he can harass you, but you can kind of use your side blades to push out the waves and just make sure that he can't really sit in the static lane to bully. You push out the wave and then you go jungle. You stack jungle, you farm jungle. That's usually how I see TAs deal with Viper. And you kind of soften the blow of this matchup in the lane. And because they are moving the Pango to the off lane, I think it's gonna hurt their off lane for sure. You know, it's a tiny Pango lane. It's not the strongest with double melee against Elk and Disruptor. I feel like that lane is automatically gonna be very favorable for Blacklist. And on the flip side, Centaur plus Rubik against Morphling and Enigma. Okay, this lane can be a bit tricky. I feel like Centaur and Rubik should have some chance to kill in the early game, but after they get past level 3, I think the Enigma and Morphling should be able to be fairly comfortable and have some kill threat with the Malefice into Adaptive Strike in this lane.
yeah, just start to pepper in the harass, you know, throw out a couple of Malefices, get the Eidolons working as well. Either way, we're in for some action here. Game number 2. Just to remind everyone, this is the last day of the Swiss stage and Blacklist need one more game to qualify for groups. On the flip side, VP, they've made a stunning sort of comeback throughout the Swiss stage, starting in 2 losses, now clinching 2 wins. You just need one more, and it's going to be pretty heartbreaking if VP drop out like this when they just got so close. But Blacklist, they've shown from the first game, they are no slobs. They came to play, they have a very clear agenda, some strategies that they want to keep propagating. This minus armor permeating from game number 1 to game number 2 now.
They are on the hunt,
for.
Mike. On the hunt for first blood for our bad boss.
Oh yeah, serve it up to him. He needs all the help he can get. The Viper matchup is not going to be too cute for him. Oh, FNG. Oh no, not the FNG first blood curse again.
No leap.
No, don't walk close to FNG,
30
please.
seconds to battle.
He's hiding. Does he know?
I think
He doesn't see
anyone.
anyone.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, he's okay. Well, FNG, sayonara. What can you do? Give it to Abed. Abed boss gets the free kill. Okay, very clean stuff.
Mysterious.
That's why whenever you don't see the opponents, you don't run up any high grounds.
Yeah,
I'm sure in your
don't
pubs
use them.
you can maybe get away with it, but in this type of game, it's always so risky doing that.
Absolutely, especially when you know Blacklist will be hankering for some sort of a pick-off.
Yeah,
Their heroes.
I think this only happened because they didn't control the Watcher. If they control the Watcher early, this wouldn't have happened. That's why you always hear teams talk about the Watchers in the early game. When you smoke out at level 1, I think it's quite important. If you're not trying to make a move, you want to try your best to secure the Watchers on your side so the enemy can't make sneaky moves like this.
Yeah, I mean, even if they smoke up, that Watcher is going to give you advanced vision if you walk a bit too close, right? So that allows you ample time to just get out of there. Now, the lane is going to commence, and Abed, even with that early advantage, goes for the boots early on. So tries to chase down on the Viper. Oh, putting out a
this
bunch
lane
of harass.
matchup changes a lot when he has boots.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Squadix already very low on the HP. Yeah, like you mentioned, Winter. Abed is trucking it.
He knows how to play this matchup for sure. He's been in this type of situation a couple of times before. He knows exactly what he needs to do. And I guess on the side lanes, the side lanes are the boring lanes right now. It's the Viper TA lane. That's the interesting one.
Yeah. I guess we're looking at Kiritich and FNG. I still wonder what the intention of this Enigma pick is, because we all understand why it's a good hero, right? Black Hole, crazy spell, good lane dominance with the Eidolons as well. But I don't really see anything other than that. It's not really something FNG has brought out yet in this tournament so far. So, interested to see what he has planned.
I mean, they must have think very highly of this strat because they are back against the wall. One more loss and they're out, and they're busting it out right now.
Yeah.
So it must be a strat that they feel like it worked really well in scrims for them.
Yeah. Probably had that one on the back burner.
Holy crap.
And Abed gets a solo kill. Okay, well, you know, VP...
If the TA is killing your Viper...
Yeah, this is looking grim already. you need to bring heroes in here to try and salvage this situation because there's not much creativity in terms of play from the Viper. Top side, the tussle. Notice dropping low, the glimpse back. Ooh, MJZ, classy stuff, and Palos will get a double kill as a result. Are you kidding me? Dude, this disruptor is insane!
It's like they saw Abed starting on their opponent's last game. I want to be a part of that conversation, you know? I don't want to just let Abed take the glory.
Yeah, these guys are talking about Abed a bit too much. What about me? What about MJZ? And I mean, all props to him. Coming into this team from South America, of course, the adjustment must have been tough, but he is fitting right in. He's looking,
you know what
stylish
they say?
too.
South America and SEA, we got a couple of things in common. Not just the S and the A in the region.
Yeah, true. It's always some zaniness, some creativity in the games on the play, and
another glimpse trying to stop the Lotus.
oh, good try there.
Last second with the stun. Shit,
And they'll just put out a lot of damage onto Notice. And they won't be able to finish off
that
this
was
kill.
with
I say
Thunder
that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He's gonna barely
should be
leave.
fine.
Level
Sage.
2 Thunder Strike.
Dude, Sage even passes him the Lotus for safety, but he's like, relax, I'm good, relax. Yeah, Palos and the Disruptor up here on this top side, feeling very comfortable, 15-5, a hefty bit of denies as well. And even though that early kill did go to Abed, the TA still forced back pretty early in the jungle. As soon as the lane position is kind of awkward, she can't really walk up anymore.
Yeah, I think right now she has to just be very, very cautious. She even has a sentry just in case the Viper brought. The Viper already has one in the lane, so as long as you deal with it, yeah, you're gonna be fine with the melt. Yep, good play by Abed. Knows what needs to be done. And 4-minute rune. It's gonna get the water rune, run around.
Good fundamentals there. I mean, again, it's this early boot pickup. Meanwhile, top side looks like MJZ got caught out. Glimpses away onto Notice will deny him from getting the last hit, but Seyuj is still able to pick it up. Meanwhile, bot side, they found FNG. It's an easy slice down. Gabby will find that kill. Even though Kiritich is a tough customer, the Enigma is an easy pickup.
Yeah, the burst from the Centaur and Rivalry is just way too much for Enigma to deal with if you're caught. I guess Centaur is actually just free farming in this lane. He has more CS and denies than the Morphling.
What is going on? I mean, Gabby's owning right now, dude. Like,
Double Bracer, triple branch, chainmail build.
dude, this is the level of dominance we expected from maybe the Slada last game, but a beautiful glimpse back onto Notice again. Catching the Pango off guard. He still has a swash, but doesn't really create a lot of distance. And he goes down. Blacklist, they're starting the meat grinder early, already 6-1 on the board at
Palos,
5 minutes.
He's going in again, another stun.
He's not done. Seyuj decides to stick around, try and find some creeps, but MJZ on his heels has a Thunder Strike. They're not rolling anywhere on this stone. Glimpse available, they just need to find the range. He's a little bit close. Just need to find it. Still trying to juke. Nice plays from...
I mean, Tims is coming through the team gate.
So is FNG, and notice they've rejoined the fight now. Tims should be able to zap him down, but now the full squad of VP, the rest of them have shown up.
Versus 3 to the top lane.
Yeah, I don't really know if that's gonna work out for you. They at least kill off Tims. And now MJZ looking to be in trouble. A whole army of Eidolons chasing you down, and MJZ should be dead. Palos still trying to get some sort of return. A glimpse back onto Notice. MJZ is still alive somehow. Now it's Palos under some trouble. The Eidolons, they do a lot of damage early on, and Blacklist not really respecting that. They get punished for it. A double kill for FNG.
And 6-minute rune. Viper is gonna pick up a shield rune. That is trouble for Abed right now. Siege creep. Gonna do some damage to the tower. I guess he manages to drag the wave back.
Yeah.
So Siege is not gonna have I guess a Viper with the shield rune can kind of tank for the tower now.
Good ward placed on the high ground. Watches out for Seyuj and his rotation anyway, so they know the Tiny's in the area. They'll avoid any certain trouble. Despite that rough start, Squadix, he's picked himself a winning matchup, and of course he's top of the CS, but in terms of net worth, you know, still pretty close by. The TA is doing very well for herself, all things considered. Winding up in the top side
charging up and under stun.
There we go. Noticed, easy glimpse back. Gets a nice shield crash onto 2 though, a lot of damage resistance. After that initial slew of spells, they're not going to continue to commit.
Right, Wisdom Rune's gonna be 1 apiece. Now MJZ is level 5 on the Disruptor. We keep seeing all these Disruptors getting a bunch of kills in the lane and getting very high level.
Yeah, MJZ, he's been involved. He saw FNG do it, he's like, I can do it too. Wants to keep things going here, but...
The party is going towards the Viper right now.
Yeah, that's what you want to do, right, on your supports when you have a Viper, because he's immobile, so you want to try and drag everyone towards him. He's arguably the strongest hero right now, I'd say.
Yeah, he's definitely the strongest.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Trying to poke away on the Sage.
MJZ TPing in as well. At level 3 in Glimpse.
Yeah, pulling back onto Seyuj and a bit too far for the Viper to respond. He'll just give up his ally. It's a nice 3-man avalanche though. Seyuj able to get out of there, but no, the lift pulls him right back in and Abed will find the last touch. Squadix really couldn't do much in that situation other than potentially contest for this 8-minute rune. It's gonna be a spawn in the bot side. Squadix, oh, the AD rune. Looks like Tim's is dead. All they need is a vision around the tree line. They can try and juke, but he's a bit too slow on the Rubik. TPing in now on the Centaur as well. They commit the Stampede. They have to TP out on Abed. The stomp up, but Squadix getting a double kill. Uh-oh, this is where the Viper looks so strong. And he might go down here to Gabby. One last double edge, but a triple kill. Huge comeback for Squadix in the mid lane.
Yeah, huge plays there. Frees up the Morphling. Centaur was forced to TP down. I think the Centaur did the right play there. He needed to come to deal with this Viper with the AD rune.
Yeah, just unfortunate timing on the rune spawn, and if anything, pretty lucky for Squadix as well, able to make that happen 1v3 essentially. Palos taking some pressure up here on the top side. Looks like VP want to turn their attention on the Alchemist. They know the Chemical Rage is running out, and they have eyes on him thanks to that Eidolon. Trying to chase him through, but nothing better of it, noticed. Maybe just thought that the Rolling Thunder wouldn't come through in time.
Yeah, Kiritich, he has to be careful here. Elk, they know Elk is here. Yes, he's gonna have to play with a higher amount of HP in this area now.
And all things considered, I mean, this early game aggression has been quelled. VP, some nice defensive plays and just moves of their own, able to even out the score. It's a 1k gold lead again for them. And they seem pretty comfortable just existing in their lanes, right? There's not much Blacklist can really try and force anymore, especially if Squadix just hammering down this tower.
Yeah, Viper's just way too strong at this stage of the game. He's like the Timber hero right now where you have to avoid the raid boss.
Yeah, the upside to him is that he's slow as shit, so there's no way he's moving around unless he tries to TP to another lane, but then you just all rotate to the opposite end of the map. He's just gonna try Stampede out.
Kiritich gets a solo kill and bot.
What was that? How did he find that?
And it's just morphing things when he kicks you out of the lane. Like Adaptive Strike in the lane just does so much damage.
Dire's middle tower
and you have a Blade Mail, right, instead of a Veil, so you don't have regen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily the wrong item build. Notice in the top side, gets a Rolling Thunder. No, just pump faking it. We'll get interrupted. No level 6 on MJZ just yet. Notice should be able to swashbuckle back to safety. But Palos with a bit of damage as well. FNG is there to bodyguard him. No further chase is found. Looks like the mid lane will just have to be forfeit here as Squadix able to finish it off.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure from the Viper now. Getting his price, they're gonna smoke and they're gonna try to get another tower top.
Yeah, nothing's stopping you now.
They've got to know what's happening.
MJZ, again, has tended to be the sacrificial lamb in these situations and limps away onto Squadix, but Seyuj able to finish off the kill with the tossback and the lingering poison damage will save it for Squadix. So kind of him. Here you go.
Oh, now I know what type of support player you are. There's definitely no hesitation on you to secure that kill. Kill secured right away.
Yeah, you know, no point risking it. What if Blacklist Rivalry start rolling up, you know? Blink Dagger complete for Abed. What if he pops up and just pops your head off? And then you miss the kill entirely. You know?
Any chance to find an excuse to take a kill?
Damn.
Don't worry, I do that.
Winter
I'm guilty. I'm guilty of that. I see an opportunity. Hey, you might not be able to get this kill if they show up. So I'm just
exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? You just get it done. You know, efficiency is key here. As Virtus.pro splitting up very nicely across the map to apply an ample amount of pressure on Blacklist. Squadix stealing away stacks. Viper not really the hero you think can do this, but just 1 or 2 levels in the Nether Toxin actually does a significant amount. Denying that space from the Elk and the TA, who aren't quite ready to fight into you just yet.
Yeah, Blacklist have to ride out this period of time, the pressure. Have to wait for the Radiance to be done on Palos. And the Dagger. I think with the Radiance alone, they're not strong enough. They're gonna need the Dagger.
Yeah, MJZ looking to be dead again, but he spots out Squadix with that nice sentry.
He's still level 5. He was level 5 at minute 8, I think, 7.5 or 8. Now he's
he's been hiding away, but the setup now onto Squadix. If they get full focus down this Viper, that'll be
He needs
huge.
the XP.
He at least
Oh,
gets
he got the
one.
XP.
Let's
got
go,
the XP.
MJZ.
Oh, that was actually so crucial that he gets the XP.
He needed that so
not
bad.
Even kidding. He actually, if he
Dire's
died there
bottom
before
tower
the
is under attack.
Viper could die,
Yeah,
it was like such a sad moment for him. But now he
Yeah,
gets the XP.
absolutely.
He's level 6. He's gonna be able to respawn, TP in, make a smoke, kill Heritage. I think he's the biggest kill you can get with the Static Storm here.
yeah, we'll watch that happen again. MJZ. Nice sentries there, spotting out Squadix, and you gotta imagine that, you know, the MJZ's like, oh, you know, we can trap him in the tree line. Bot side though, went live. There's a black hole instantly cancelled by the static storm and stolen. Uh-oh. Now you need to kill this Rubik off. If not, Tim's is gonna be a major problem. Notice, still managing to roll through and buy the space for them to kill off Gabby. With a glimpse back, notice nowhere to run. Lifted back up, but the rest of VP threatening aggressive plays here. Tim's can't find an opening to use it for now.
Dire's
Still try and
middle
run
tower
forward.
is under
With
attack.
Squadix joining their ranks, Heritage on the front lines, they're feeling strong. MJZ just being swashed down. So much damage on this Pango now with the diffusal complete. But nothing else to be found. Just have to settle for that tower, it seems.
At least they didn't lose the Wisdom Rune. Now Elk has Radiance. It's gonna help him farm a lot faster, get to his dagger. But Blacklist are in a tough moment right now.
Yeah, this is a bit of a similar situation to last game where Gabby wasn't necessarily having the best start, but this time round it's
Radiant's
really
top
translating
tower is
into a
under
very
attack.
slow game from him on this Centaur. He's not really able to stand his ground against this Morphling.
Black hole.
Being used, it's not enough magic burst. Narrowly with the stun, they'll find it. No respect for Tim's hiding out in that little outcrop in the trees. And Heritage gets caught. Very nicely done from the Rubik.
Yeah, that was definitely a kind of a blunder. He already knew that
Radiant's bottom tower
Rubik
is under
had
attack.
Black Hole, right? There's no point of him trying to push so much to secure the tower.
Yeah.
And his life is actually worth so much more than that.
And now without him, he's kind of a major factor as to how aggressive they can play because he's, other than the black hole, really a very difficult target to bring down.
Is under attack.
Now they'll open up this tier 1 area for them as well.
Now they're coming back to defend the tower.
Gotta try. Noticed. Scaring them with a couple of swashbuckles. Palos in the tree line managing to get a clean TP out. They read the move Blacklist and they cleanly extract themselves from that situation.
They're going to hunt down this Alchemist.
Here they come. They can smell him. They see the acid spray. Malefice coming out. In comes Heritage. Toss in. Where you going, little buddy? Adaptive strike with the stun out as well. MJZ is there though. Sets up the vision. So Virtus.pro now, they see that Stampede used and not as confident to take the fight. Catch a glimpse of this Disruptor.
Yeah,
Always
this
gotta be
is-
so careful.
There's a lot of time wasted from
Radiant's
VP, though.
bottom tower is under attack.
Chasing his Elk. Okay, just save him with the Stampede, no biggie. Now Centaur has his dagger.
Radiant's bottom
I mean, the
tower
game has turned a lot
fallen.
the last 1 minute or so.
Dire's
Blacklist made
top
good
tower
moves
is
and
under attack.
kinda
Dire's structures
made
are
VP
fortified.
confused and they kinda lost direction of the
Radiant's
game.
middle tower is
Yeah.
under
Now
attack.
with their dagger timing on the Centaur, with the next Stampede, they're gonna be really, really strong. And
Blacklist managing to
TA
stabilize
is
them
rushing
in the
a
bottom
BKB
tower
too,
is under
so he
attack.
realized he can't be too greedy for scaling this game, he just needs to survive.
Oh no, Gabby in this bot side, speaking of greedy, sticks around for far too long. And VP, one of their moves pays off now. They kill off the Centaur. Trying to find some sort of kill, any lingering member up here on MJZ, but
Radiant's
clean
middle
retreat
tower
again.
is under
VP,
attack.
despite being a little confused in these past few moves, they still find something to put themselves and make the time worth it, I guess.
Scanning.
And yeah, like you mentioned, we haven't really seen a lot from Abed because he's just trying to rush that BKB, and that must be the timing that Blacklist are playing for.
Yeah, teams has a Aether Lens completed. MJZ still nothing yet. Arcane Boots and probably trying to get the shot. I think getting the shot is probably the best thing you can do now. On Disruptor, just rush the shot.
Yeah.
So smoke. Okay, they're gonna bring Gabby
Dire's
and
top tower is under
Tims.
attack.
The three-man movement.
Up to the high ground, they spot out Notice, immediately Static Storm, no hope for this Pangolier. Lifted back in, but does really have enough damage just narrowly. Him stealing the shield crash, jumping up to the high ground. FNG, if he was just a bit closer, he might have been able to mech out and save Notice lives there. But it's just unfortunate positioning, I guess. And clean play,
Radiant's
Blacklist
middle
again.
tower is under attack.
It was a very rough early start for them.
Dire's top
Virtus.pro
tower is
managed
under
to stabilize the tender situation, and now things
FNG.
have flipped on their head. FNG, TP's
Ooh.
out. Clean stuff,
Ah,
making
he's
use of the
lucky.
high ground vision that he set for himself.
Yeah, they're gonna know that there's a ward here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, mid lane seems like they're gonna smoke with Sayuj. He has a dagger now. And this is a very important smoke. If they can get a connection, Roshan might be theirs.
Well, Arcane Rune available as well. Squadic's gonna grab that one out. But again, if it's just MJZ, I don't think they're too concerned about it. They'll lose the
Yeah, good
Disruptor.
positioning. He knows something is not right. He was purposely standing on the high ground there. Like just in case there's an invasion coming in, he's protecting his cause. That's a very good heads up play by MJZ.
Yeah. Solid all around. I mean, we've seen this player shine throughout multiple iterations of different South American rosters, but really never felt like he was able to punch a tier above. And maybe now with this
I
Blacklist
thought,
lineup,
okay, they didn't deward or they don't know. They actually don't know there's a ward here.
I don't think they
bet
know. I
sandwich.
think they just guessed wrong, and now FNG is going to try and bait them out, but they smell something's missing. But it's not enough for Gabby to get out. The TP cancelled now. Sayuj. With that avalanche, can they get the chase out? Kiritich waveforming forward. They need to find this big stocky horse in the tree line. He doesn't have a TP. They just need to hunt him down. Oh, just narrowly missing, but...
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, they get the toss. Sayuj finds Gabby. And they'll wave him goodbye, alright. That is the pickoff that could open up the Roche for themselves.
Radiant's
Yes,
Blacklist.
bottom
but
tower
no
is under
TP.
attack. Radiant's middle tower
I also
has
don't know
fallen.
if you want to buy back this early on in the game. It feels so awful. Try
Kiritich
and
is
come up
in
here.
a little bit of danger here. Disruptor eyeing him. Static
Have
Storm
division.
ready.
Just need to go up to the high ground and instant static storm. Catch out onto Kiritich. You have the vision and the stun. Oh, he's morphing Agi. That is disastrous. Gets taken down by Palos. Great execution from Blacklist. Not deterred by that pickoff onto Gabby. The move forward now into the tier 1 tower on the top side.
Radiant's
That's
top
such
tower
a
has
huge
fallen.
kill there onto Kiritich. And now,
Dire's middle tower
with the
is
morphing
under
out of the
attack.
picture, are they gonna be able to get Roche? I guess Roche is moving to his summer home right now. He's gonna be going bot side, so
Yeah.
you can't really.
Dire-
A lot of
Under
traveling done by both these teams. A lot more than I expected. For static heroes like the Viper and the Morphling, they're moving a lot around the map, and maybe that's just to match how aggressive Blacklist have been being. But I feel like so far they're taking advantage of the fact they have this tiny blink dagger. They're running around, they're making things happen, but just can't quite keep up with
Oh,
Blacklist for now.
FNG. Oh, here's the map. Tormentor is really feeling it.
Dude, who would have thought that with the new Frontiers patch, the scariest thing introduced to the game would be Tormentor? So many lives claimed from that immovable
Tell
object.
me, Mike, how many times have you died to Tormentor?
Like a good 2 or 3. I always get a bit too scared and then I chicken out. Like I'm not the type of person to like stay there and get the job done. I'm like, most of the time I'm playing like an Ogre Magi or Grimstroke or something. I'm like, y'all don't need me here. Y'all can settle it.
It's none of my business, yeah?
It
As long
literally
as,
is.
As long as I get the shot and I'm not dead, I'm happy.
Exactly. If I get Fire Shield, it's lit. You know, if I don't, I wasn't there, I don't deserve it anyway. I respect it. You know what I mean? So it's that department, it's my call. So you gotta figure that part out.
Radiant
Imagine if you have to vote who gets the shot, you know, and the person not there doesn't get the chance to vote.
Oh yeah, you have to actually show up. Like
Yeah, the only heroes that are doing damage to Tormentor can actually vote for who gets the shot. How about that?
oh, that's so lopsided though, right? Because the whole point of the free shard is to empower supports, I assume, because they want to give it to like the lowest the two
then
lowest
you
network
see all
fellas.
this Ursa TA soloing rune the Tormentor and just clicking on themselves.
It's actually
Dire
disgusting.
are scanning.
It's set up around the Roche pit now. Virtus.pro have the advanced positioning in this area. So stream in right now, there is a scan that catches onto them.
Yep, Disruptor gets
Blacklist.
the shot. Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, didn't
It's
need
too
to
late.
buy it from that.
I can't go. They just they did Tormentor, so they're all too low HP to go.
Yeah. Not much you can really do about that. Just mismatch of timing, unfortunately.
Your shrine has fallen to the radiant.
The Aegis for Kiritich now.
They still want to go. Okay. They
It's-
think that they
yeah.
are strong enough.
Maybe trying to catch VP on a false sense of security, maybe thinking, okay, Blacklist want no part of this fight, Gabby. This smoke will break straight onto Seyuj. This looks like a dead Tiny. Lift up and meld it down. Buys quite a bit of space onto Abed though. And the rest of the members of Virtus.pro just retreat.
Yeah, I want to see the TA get the shot as well. Silence for the Morphling, the Tiny. Okay, I guess the Morphling doesn't care anymore, he has Manta. And because he rushed BKB, so he's not gonna get that usual fast shot timing anymore. Now he's going to get the Deso into the shot. I mean, it's
Yeah.
still gonna be useful against the other heroes, the Pango, the Enigma,
Dire's
I
top
mean, the
tower is
Tiny,
under attack.
canceling some daggers.
Radiant's bottom tower
Silencing
is
the
under
Tiny.
attack.
Yeah, a lot of utility coming out from that shot. I think it's crazy to say, but it feels like a bit of a slower game from Abed on this TA, and mostly because the matchup, right? There's not much he can do. He just has to try and farm and hit these timings. Oh, MJZ, you poor little boy. Look at his net worth. It's gonna be years before he even makes it to the Aghanims, but a man can dream. You know, that's the item that might just really turn things around, especially against a hero like the Morphling.
He has the Philosopher's Stone. Don't you worry.
You're right. He'll get it in good time, but Gabby might be finding his death. A smoke move out, Virtus.pro. Find him right where he found them. Seyuj, a bit of revenge for him. They'll even commit the Rolling Thunder,
That was
just to be
supposed
safe.
to be MJZ dying. But he kind of retreated away from that position. Thinking that I have the skill right now, so probably not a good idea for me to tank
Yeah.
another game.
No, he heard us. We were like, yo, you need that Aghanims real bad. And he's like, yeah, I'll stay safe. Get that Philly Stone working. Start farming up some of these stacks. Blacklist, they're still moving so aggressively though. Damn. I mean, just taking advantage of the traps and the Thunderstrike, I guess, to take vision advantage in the area, but still. Any, like, Blink Toss, Black Hole, it could just end their life instantaneously. BKB 200 gold on the Morphling, Blink 200 gold on the Enigma. Should be a minute or so before VP try and maximize this Aegis, but Blacklist, they want to punch them and put them down before they can have the opportunity to. Some pretty good deep vision being planted now by Seyuj. On the prowl, again, Blacklist. They haven't been deterred
They won't
by
know. They won't know he's on the
state.
side.
Oh, yikes.
Okay,
no.
no.
Well, they kill him off, but
It's not the
again,
killer one. It's not the
absolutely not, no. It doesn't really net them anything. It's 40 seconds without your Tiny, but
Well,
that
at
isn't
least
really an
it kind
objective
of
to get.
delays the Aegis timer.
I guess,
with
yeah.
Tiny down, VP is like, they're not gonna try to be aggressive on the map, but still something. FNG has dagger.
Oh, notice is a way bigger kill. Stomp up now. And the melt damage. Oh, that last bit of an auto attack. The roll up wasn't enough. Nicely done from Abed to clean that one up. Catching Virtus.pro straggling now. I'm not really sure what they're doing split up on the map so much. It's almost like they don't expect Blacklist to have a disruptor or something like that. And now they catch their eyes on the Kiritich. Uh-oh, MJZ.
Oh, he has no mana.
Yeah, it just has the static storm.
You
Where's
got
the rest of the
TP?
squad? Palos coming in now. Abed joining up. Kiritich, where you going? Just getting glimpsed back, stun up. Where's the rest of the squad? You're looking for a blink black hole, but they're so far away. It's just gonna be the first life of the Morphling already. Okay, Virtus.pro,
has
what's the
BKB.
response? You can BKB back up now and just get out of dodge, but that is not how you want to use your resources. Talk about delaying the timing. Oh man, they've just put it away completely.
Is this the time to smoke again? No BKB or Morphling.
How many smokes do these guys have? There's no way they still... I feel like they've been smoking consecutively for the past 5 minutes.
It should be still one more, right? Oh no, 0.
And they're kind of dry
Okay,
at
you
the
still
moment.
check the smokes in stock? No, right?
Yeah, I can't see any. And there's one flying out, I don't see it. But Seyuj, of course, still has one. But yeah, the smoke moves have been very powerful for Blacklist. It's clear that they are utilizing them well. It's just, you know, now it's a limited resource. You're going to run out of it.
They definitely
And-
want to fight now with the AC. Just picked up by Palos. Very, very strong on the Elk at the moment. Tons of
Punishing
minus
out
armor.
onto Tims though. He blinks forward to try and get a spell steal, but will be punished for it. The Glimmer, not enough.
You may copy me, Rubik, but you never.
Okay.
Very decisive move from
That's
VP.
a
Good moves.
much needed kill for VP. A breather, some room to try to plan the next move. And Viper is really close to his BKB.
Radiant are scanning.
You just need to refresh a little bit, right? Just you know, get a grasp back on the game, but there's the setup. Roll up immediately. Good try from MJZ, but that's never gonna work against the Pango.
And the ward kind of spotted both of them. Like Palos, they see him. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
He's gonna get caught. Black hole is here.
Close.
Can't TP.
He's gonna try, but yeah. Just an easy grab. FNG, that's the blink reveal that he wanted. Stampede coming forward. He's making quite a good bit of distance. Can't run away. And these two teams, it's just been... The first game was clean, right? The first game, Blacklist, they came through, had a solid game plan. Everything worked out as planned. This game, it feels like both these teams are just trading hits back and forth. It's looking very messy. They are getting lost at times. The plan's getting derailed. They're not entirely sure whether they should strike. Right now, it's VP in the driver's seat. They've wrestled back control a little
Yeah,
bit.
felt like with the AC on Elk, they probably should have tried to... Like, I think Elk wants to fight, but his team
Has fallen.
might not be on the same page because they don't have a Disruptor ulti. When
Radiant's middle
TA,
tower
if the
is under
TA feels
attack.
like she can still easily die in the team fights in the black hole, then I'm not sure, you know. I feel like the AC on the Elk is a huge timing. If you're not gonna fight with the AC on the Elk, then when are you actually gonna fight?
Precious bounty.
You're not gonna get
I'm
a bigger
wondering.
timing than that.
It's kind of that age-old addendum that Zai likes to talk about. It's the fear of the black hole is stronger than the black hole itself, right? If you're avoiding
I
the
think
fight
they have
from
Rubik,
VP...
right? They pick Rubik into...
Yeah, right? So I'm a
Enigma.
little confused. I wonder what Blacklist exactly are waiting for. It must be Abed telling them he's not ready just yet. He's still looking at him. MKB post-blink,
Yes,
post-Deso.
Nemesis curse with Deso at the moment.
Yeah.
He has a lot of potential to just destroy heroes in the team fights with a couple of side blades and metal strikes. I think they just need the right setup for him. I mean, Rubik is the Enigma counter, right? If he's so worried about the black hole, I think the Rubik's going to have it covered.
Yeah, you just gotta trust in your teammates here.
Dire are
Grouping up on
scanning.
Blacklist again. Trying
Radiant's
to
middle
punch back
tower
as it
is
has
under
been this
attack.
game. Back and forth we go. Goal lead essentially even now. No real team. This feels like both teams' game to lose. It's just whoever makes a mistake first, whoever gets caught out. Need some sort of clean initiation from Gabby. He's showing himself on the wave though. Just controlling this jungle area. So many traps littered all around the map.
They're waiting for a pickoff right now, so desperately wanting and praying somebody would show up in the lane.
Only illusions. VP wise to it.
I feel like the longer it gets dragged out, it's just gonna get better for VP. Their scaling is amazing on Morphling, Enigma, the Pango. Whereas your TA and Elk, they're gonna run out, they're gonna expire.
It's an extremely long roach spawn though. And that's gonna maybe push things a bit further for Blacklist. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that the Elk definitely hits a plateau. And I'd argue to say maybe Palos, we haven't really seen him in action in the past what feels like 10 minutes at this point. Might reach a stage where he just can't compete with the Viper. Butterfly now,
Imagine if
for
the Viper
Crutage.
has Skadi. How is the Elk gonna
Yikes,
fight?
yeah. I mean, he's going for the right-click build. Trying to arm up on the shard first. Both
I
teams
think
grouping around the
once
Roche.
he get the Skadi, it's over. Like the TA and Elk, they're both gonna be so weak in the team fights, getting
Yeah.
kited.
Dire are scanning.
You're just not finding enough leverage on Miles with your team right now. Tims? Tucked in a corner, Seyuj on the front lines. It might be the Tiny who gets caught out again. His smoke will break because there's someone grabbing the Lotuses right now. You can see that animation. The Thunderstrike will find him. And just to use himself up. Very tense
Removes the
situation now.
Thunderstrike.
Black Hole is available. BKB from the Enigma not ready just yet. So we
Gem
need to keep our
on the
eyes out for
center.
that.
Is the front line double
The
stun?
wraparound, there's the double stun into FNG, and no Black Hole. He has to buy back to rejoin the fight. They've already killed off Notice. Oh, this is looking terrible for VP. They need to try and rejoin this situation and bail their carries out of here. Kiritich morphed up into Ahmed though. Has the refraction working and is
Ahmed.
laying into the TA. Ahmed, he's dropping low and he doesn't have the damage. He can't finish off spotting in time. The glimpse back, but the Viper looks A-OK. Palos will punch him down finally. The mass buybacks come out, but Palos just has to escape. Kiritich, the big winner of that situation, they use way too many resources on everyone other than Morphling, and they get punished for it big time.
The Viper just took everything up front and still manages to bring heroes down with him. That was just what you needed if you're VP. It looked like a really good initiation when Gabi gets a double stomp, but Kiritich still around.
Yeah, they're not done.
Hiding in
Gabby
the meld.
running in with the Shivas. I'm not sure about this. You're dropping very low. The Glimmer will bail you out, but the dust is there. You can just keep chasing out. Oh, clean blink. Just in the nick of time, Gabby narrowly avoids his own death.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And there was no black hole in that fight, and still Blacklist couldn't fully clean up the fight.
Yeah, this is scary now. Because the black hole is still available. The Viper coming back in 10. You can't really contest this area, and the Roche is up. They can just...
Thunder Strike is so annoying with the shot.
Regardless of when you pop into the Roche, they're gonna know.
Range.
It's ridiculous. And he has the psychic headband as well, so he can cast it from an entire screen away. He doesn't even need to be nearby.
Are scanning.
Some real weathermancery.
Things are still really, really tense right now. BKB gonna be up on Morphling, so he's ready to fight with the butterfly. Thunder Strike on Roshan. They're gonna scout, and they're gonna know Roche is not gonna be started yet. How
do
are
they
they
even
gonna
wanna start?
initiate? I feel like if you couldn't win the fight when you stun two heroes, then what do you need the center to do?
Yeah, and the two heroes that got stunned is the entire teamfight setup from Virtus.pro, right? That's the Rolling Thunder and the Black Hole eliminated instantly. And you still couldn't clean it up. It's just the leverage or the mileage that this Centaur is giving the team, it doesn't feel like it's enough at this point. Heritage alone is doing so much, and if he morphs into this TA again, I can't imagine the fight's gonna go favorably for Blacklist. It's just a waiting game now. Both teams, they don't want to budge. The trap's littered on one side, and the Eidolon scouting on the other.
Any smokes? I think nobody has smokes. That's why we are seeing this
Dire's
Mexican
middle
standoff
tower
here.
is under attack.
Yeah, no choice.
Oh, they have
Can't
a
really
smoke
try
on
for a
Blacklist.
crazy wraparound.
Alright, this might be it. This might be the important smoke play of the game.
They're gonna try.
Again,
Tucked
from the same
around this
angle.
corner.
They
Yeah,
have
look
a
at
high ground
this.
ward. They need a high ground ward. Rubik has ops.
Radiant are
Disruptor has
scanning.
ops.
Linear planting down. Jump out again. This time it's onto Notice. They burst
Oh,
down the
buyback.
Pango and he doesn't have a buyback. Palos mopping up onto Seyuj. This is actually pretty big for Virtus.pro. They pull back Kiritich, force the BKB out, but the Morphling able to waveform to safety. TP out. It looks like this Roche area
How
is
did
gonna
the
be...
same move work twice in a row?
I have no idea. I'll be honest with you, but the vision advantage in this area very clearly in Blacklist's favor. You keep talking about this Thunder Strike and the traps. It's just so hard to maneuver.
Yeah, but they gotta be more prepared. It seemed like they weren't really even ready.
At that very moment, as they get caught out, you'll see
Like
in
that's
the replay.
That's like unacceptable. Both teams have been standing across each other for the last like 2 minutes, so you have
Yeah.
to be ready the moment you don't see the enemy team for more than 10 seconds. You have to be prepared for all angles. You already lost, or almost lost a fight from the enemy team coming from behind you, from the outpost. You gotta be ready, man.
No,
There's
I
no
feel you.
sentries, there's no vision, there's nothing there.
I mean, maybe just to sort of give VP a bit of benefit of
Even
doubt.
if they don't have a ward, right, at least have the support stand there and just
Yeah.
be the bait. Instead
I
of
guess the tricky
tangle.
part for VP is that the two supports in this particular game are pretty
Radiant's bottom
important. Maybe you can
tower is under
offer
attack.
Seyuj up as a sacrificial
No,
sort
the
of
Enigma,
body.
The Enigma has to be the body, I think. The Tiny is way too important.
Okay. I mean, either
Like
way,
somebody
VP,
has to be the sacrificial
Radiant's
lamb there.
bottom tower
I don't
is
care
Underst-
who.
and not noticed though,
Yeah.
especially with this guy
Now-
dying back.
Now they're gonna have to slug it out for the next couple of minutes to try to survive the Aegis, the next Aegis, and try to just delay the game.
Yeah, we were so worried the Blacklist had missed
This is
that
the
timing.
problem
but-
with a position 5 Enigma, right? You don't do the normal position 5 things anymore because you're like a core. It creates an imbalance in the game where you're trying to play for your own game, but at the same time, you're thinking, oh, maybe I have to do this, do that. But then because you're Enigma, you don't feel comfortable doing
Yeah.
the normal position 5 things.
a bit of an inflated sense of importance there when really maybe you just needed to sacrifice yourself.
That's the perfect way to describe it.
It's a bit weird because I feel like even in instances so far where we see FNG play these semi-transitioning position 5 heroes, he's always kind of put himself in
Yeah,
the
but
dirt.
let's
He doesn't
be real,
care, right?
there's a Rubik on the enemy team. Your
Yeah.
black hole is not going to be reliable as
Yeah,
a
yeah.
win condition. You just need
I
to
agree.
be a position 5 and do the position 5 stuff, you know.
Yeah, send the Eidolons out,
Radiant's
stand on the high
middle
ground,
tower
bait
is
them
under
out.
attack.
Again, the threat of the black hole, a lot scarier.
And then he had
Tims
buy-
is going to be
he-
waiting
he
for it.
had buyback anyway the last fight, you know, so... Now obviously he's not going to save a buyback. He's going to just finish the BKB and hope that somebody can deal with the Rubik.
Yeah. No stolen black holes, please. Maybe
Radiant's
Sayuj
middle
can
tower
help
has
him out in
fallen.
that regard. But Blacklist, circling the base like sharks, traps set, thunder strikes laid,
Are scanning.
and wards being planted
Oh
as
no,
well.
he's going to die. They know he's here.
FNG. Where you going, buddy? He blinks out. Immediate lift up. And there we go. That's the position 5 thing that you
Did
wanted
he
to
buy
see him
out
do.
the... Oh no, he didn't get to buy out the recipe. But he has no buyback. Okay, this is a big
Radiant's
opening
painful.
for Blacklist.
Is under attack.
And this is a problem. As an Ancient Guardian picked up by the Morphling, so his damage is going to be amped up by quite a bit. Mindbreaker now for Palos. He gets a punch off on the Morphling, has to force a Manta out. So he
Yeah,
can
with the
attribute
Blood
shift.
Taunt, he's gonna make stuff disappear in a moment.
Yeah. We've yet to really see Palos truck in that damage. So far, it's just been Abed and the squad, but if this Elk can get his hands on any single target uninterrupted, it's not going to be a good time. This high ground isn't the easiest affair though. Again, even without the Enigma, it doesn't seem like Blacklist are too keen on taking this opening. They'll still play it conservative, play it safe, continue to control the area around their base instead. Now Gabby has a Hex on this Centaur, additional control.
Pick off for the Morphling, if they can actually find some openings with the Scythe. I think after the Scythe, you probably get a refresher on Centaur. Double Hex, double Stampede.
And that's going to be disgusting.
He's trying to hide. I think he's trying to intentionally show on the lane and blink away and then pick up the Scythe. And now they're going to try to make a sneaky play. I mean, Aegis is going to expire in 1 minute. They don't really have much more time to play around it.
Yeah, Palos is on the opposite
gonna
side of the
wait?
map though.
Are you gonna wait for Aghanims? Is Al gonna buy an Aghanims for the Disruptor?
I don't know. I mean, Disruptor's closing in on it. He just needs one more component.
Buy it for the Rubik.
Then you can keep the Black Hole and another spell. It's going to be great. Timeless Relic for him as well, so he's trucking out a lot of damage.
I wonder if you can actually drag the hero out of Black Hole. Probably not, yeah, with the workhorse.
I hope not. That would be very clunky. I don't want to
If
see
you can do
it.
that, then maybe you should consider buying the Axe for the Centaur.
I hope not. I really don't want to see that interaction. Can you imagine this entire qualifier?
Probably, probably not. Because he's getting like a Windmaker, so he wants to have a way to deal with the Black Hole. And now
Radiant's top
BP
tower
setting
is
up
under
on the
attack.
high ground here. Aegis is going to expire 7 seconds. They want to take this fight.
Yeah, but again,
BKB
the
Black
Thunder
Hole
Strike and the
ready.
traps, so annoying. Spotting out Sayuj, preventing any jump.
Rubik is
Beyond
the
on Blacklist.
target. Rubik is the target, Mike. If Rubik is taken out, then
Radiant's
Enigma
top
is a
tower
carry.
has fallen.
That's fair, that's fair. Tim's hiding himself behind his teammates now.
FNG is telling his team, guys, if you take out the Rubik, I take
I
out
win the game.
enemy team.
I win the game. Yeah. Mr.
You know,
Arthur.
I've heard that so many times, and what happens in the game is the Black Hole never comes.
Yeah, it misses,
He's
and then
just
you
waiting-
just lose the
he's
game,
just
and then the Discord
waiting
call
and-
is quiet.
He's just waiting
No.
and waiting for the perfect Black Hole, but he never gets it.
Yeah.
And the Rubik is like off the screen all the time.
I mean, really, the Black Hole coming up big feels like the only option for Virtus.pro to come back in this game. Of course, Kiritich could also go sicko mode. We've seen him do it before. This Morphling, again, he has really come into form on this hero as of late. A lot more confident on it than before.
Yeah, they have the Scardia Morphling now, so the Viper ended up going for the AC instead, so they don't have a Scardia on him, but Morphling Scardia against TA and L, it cannot be understated, you know, those heroes are really, really weak against the Scardia. Once your BKB runs out, you're gonna be run down by Scardia. Notice, still in the cover of smoke, it's gonna be revealed now.
Get the catch onto Palos, start things out, but that's not the target that they want. They're looking for the back
they
line.
found TA.
Find onto Abed. Uh-oh, TA down. Easy kill, Stampede comes out a bit too late. Gabby Pops it to try and save himself there. Didn't see that one coming. Quick smoke out from VP catches Blacklist off guard.
That's a
Nice move from
very,
Notice.
very big catch from VP. A big salmon in their nets.
They play a bit of a sort of a split prong attack, right? I mean, catching TA out there, they realize Palos isn't really the target that they want anyway.
Radiant's
K
middle
goal is
tower
not
is
actually
under
that
attack.
switch because of the L. He doesn't
Yeah.
really use net worth as well as some other heroes like a Morphling, for example. You know, a Morphling with 25k net worth, I feel like it's definitely stronger than a 30k net worth L.
Oh, absolutely. And you already mentioned that this draft has a bit of a timer on it on Blacklist.
I feel like
This
it's
game goes
already
later.
passed, you know, their lineup has already expired.
Yeah, it's now reaching the point. We've seen VP in this situation before. In the previous game up against Nouns, the one that went 92 minutes, it was just a situation where Nouns, they picked a lineup that simply couldn't scale into VP. And now you're looking at Tiny, Enigma. These are insane supports to bring with you into the late game.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if Tiny and Enigma can get to the next item, especially the Aghanim's on Enigma, and the Tiny gets a Wind Waker for a save.
Okay, there is an X Static Storm. That could come up big for MJZ. He's been working towards
Gabby.
this for a very long time.
Gabby
Gabby
has a run.
caught out, forced to use his ultimate. Once again,
But it's still
suboptimal,
a
but
big, it's a big deal not having Stampede
Yeah.
for the fight.
Yeah,
they
it
they
is
still want to
huge.
go. They want to go. FNG says, "Bring it on! I have the smoke. My
yeah,
solitary
but so do
disguise."
Blacklist. They're perched up around here. FNG might be on the front lines breaking it. He's in the tree line now, still dodging away.
Uh-oh.
This is scary now. Blacklist, they're on the cusp of finding
Kiritich!
this Morphling.
He's
Jump
morphing
in, the
agility!
heads, Kiritich, he's found! He gets Static Storm now, you need a black hole, you find it! FNG delivers, but is it gonna be enough? Kiritich, not enough damage done to him, but he's still silenced for days after days. As a buyback, might have to use it to come back into this fight. They've already killed off the Alchemist, and now Ahmed in trouble. Squadix is the carry now. And Virtus.pro, no Morphling, no problem. FNG coming up big for the team. And still furthering the chase down, you need to buy back on the centaur, but realistically, what are you buying back for? MJZ is trying to hide in the trees, but Midnight Pulse says no. And Virtus.pro wipe out 3.
Gabby
If you count Gabby's buyback, he's sticking around. What is he trying to do? Kill off FNG? That's not possible.
He's gonna
You
die
gotta
for
pay the
this.
price for that. You kill FNG, but now the Stampede again just to retreat. But the Yule stops him in his tracks. Sage is there with the toss back onto Notice. It's a thick horse they need to work through, but Squadix, not a lot of mana to work with, but so many poison attacks. Holding him down, no TP, no options. Just kill him off.
You know what?
Blacklist.
I felt like he intentionally showed himself on the map and agility morph and to bait the centaur into stun him so that they got a black hole. I just felt like he might have actually done that. Because it looks so strange, right? He went out of the tree line and then he agility morph. Like, I
Yeah,
felt like it's probably not a mistake, it was intentionally done so he could bait the enemy team in.
I mean, I wouldn't disagree with you. These players are at the highest level in every little
Because
bit
the
of mind
Enigma
game.
reacted so quickly, right? So it felt like it was already pre-planned. They knew what was going on, they knew what was happening, they were waiting for the enemy to take the bait. And we were talking about how Blacklist setting up trap for BP the last game with their wards and baiting them into a bad position. And this time around, it's BP setting up a trap.
Yeah, just very clean
Just
stuff.
unfortunate that he didn't get the BKB off in time. You know, if he actually agility morph, baited them in and then got the BKB off.
But he
did.
survived for so long as
Yeah,
well, right?
yeah,
Even
but
though the
still,
static
like,
storm-
the fight didn't feel so great because the morphing died.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You still get a big target, but you pay a very big price for it on Blacklist. And now it feels like, even though you have this gold lead, the game is spiraling very quickly out of your control. Like you already mentioned, Winter, it feels like the game is very far out of reach for Blacklist. They need some sort of crazy catch like that where VP doesn't react with a crazy black hole onto two.
I feel like the Disruptor X outplays the answer right now. He has to somehow get a big X ultimate onto... If you can get it on the 2 cores, I think that would be ideal.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering whether it's even going to be enough. The static storm onto the Viper, like
Okay,
who
think
cares,
about it,
It's so
right?
bloody
If they
tanky.
catch say the Viper on the front line,
Okay.
and they kind of burst him down with the Centaur and actually it might not work because if they have to bring too many heroes, it means that more people are going to be in the black hole.
Yeah.
And the elk can wait. He can wait on the sideline until the black hole comes out and then he tries to jump out. But
Radiant
at the end of the day, I don't think he'll be able to take on the Morphling head on 1v1. Morphling is going to win that fight easily every time.
Yeah, the only option that you have against this Morphling is catching him in the Static Storm or maybe a Stolen Black Hole. We've seen it once from Tims.
You know what? It's probably better for them to try and hunt down the Enigma now in the team fight. They actually have to deal with him. It's too much of a problem. He has gotten there on the Enigma.
I'm
He's
not
a
gonna lie
problem
to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. It feels like there are so many problems. Talos winding up the stun.
Double
looking
stun?
for an angle, gets a double stun. It's huge. MGG with the Static Storm, holding on to the Tiny and the Pango. But on the
Oh, the
side, like they
black hole.
got FNG. They got him. There's no black hole anymore. And Kirtich goes down on the first life, waiting for the respawn. Abed swooping in, trying to clean up. Notice taking those last few auto attacks. It's not enough. Kirtich trying to do what he can along with Squadix to salvage this fight for Virtus.pro. They've already lost 3, but now the Morphling on the
Kirtich.
front line silenced up. Eaten up alive. The Bloodthorn says no. And it's a reverse, just team wipe. Blacklist, undeterred, just instant, no hesitation from Palos jumping forward and gives his team the vision to work with MJZ following up with a killer Static Storm. What a fight.
What a fight indeed by Blacklist. The Static Storm, like I said, it was going to be a make-or-break spell for them to be able to win the team fight in this hard game, and it turned out to be the case for Blacklist, getting that 2-man Static Storm. And Pango has buyback, Morphling has buyback though, but it's gonna really cripple them at this stage economically.
That's an 8k gold swing just in that fight alone. I mean, clean stuff altogether. Blacklist, they jump in on Palos first, but Gabby, he's waiting for FNG to show his face. As soon as he sees a glimpse of that Enigma, jumps in. Hexus, no chance for FNG to even play the game or pop his BKB. And now you've lost one lane, looking at 2. 40 seconds without your Viper. Oh my goodness, I mean, they melted so quick in that Static Storm. It's really just MJZ, and now Virtus.pro, even though they were in a great position for the past 10 minutes, slowly clawing their way back into the game up against Blacklist. Now it's Blacklist on their high ground, taking the buildings, taking the objectives, and putting them at a further deficit. Virtus.pro now. They still have the Black Hole available. This feels like such a terrifying fight to take.
Yeah, teams also with the stolen Black Hole, they're just winning them and securing them the fight as well at the tail end of things. The two supports of Blacklist just proving their worth in the late game team fights. I think Tiny has no option but to actually hunt down the supports in the team fights no matter what.
Yeah, it's starting to get scary because we talk about, okay, Blacklist, how do you initiate? We're looking at them now. There is an Alchemist blink in, there is a Glimpse. We might have to hold that thought as Palos. Being tagged out by some of the illusions.
He's baiting.
He is absolutely baiting. FNG falls for it here. The Rolling Thunder coming forward onto the high ground. They found MJZ. Hides under the cover of the Glimmer. They don't have the detection, but with the dust they'll find him. And now no Static Storm. This is a big problem. Palos still trying to work out onto Seyuj there, but with the Wind Waker he's fine. They're TPing back in. They've brought back on the Disruptor and they want to fight. Noticed in some trouble. Silenced up and lifted and controlled. He is dead. Seyuj just worked on by Palos, so trading out evenly. Blacklist, they still maintain an advantage on this high ground.
And this is so bad for VP right now. They're gonna lose. I think they're gonna lose the game of this. No buyback on the Pango, no buyback on Tiny. I mean, you have Black Hole. That's your only hope.
Again,
I mean, if
FNG,
you're Blacklist, you're gonna siege and just tell each other, as long as they don't get a huge Black Hole, we're gonna take the game.
Yeah. Just a breath away. Blacklist, they can feel it. Their entrance to the group stage here at Elite League. Right on the cusp, right behind one more lane of Rights and 2 tier 4s. 80 seconds without your Pango. Noticed, his Rolling Thunder is integral to the team fight, but they won't have that as an option. Still waiting around, only presenting Abed. Virtus.pro, they spent a bit too much on that Disruptor trying to get that kill. Wasted a bit too much time on that high ground. Spent all their BKBs and nothing to show for it. Mega creeps now for Blacklist. This can slowly keep poking and prodding.
It's still
No
not
reason
over.
to back up now.
I mean, they can defend Megas very easily.
There's still a chance. But it is slipping away. Again, Gabby gets a touch out onto the Enigma. The Static Storm on his head. And he is gone. He has a buyback. Might want to sync it up with the Tiny. The Stampede used and the Static Storm. You don't have that anymore.
Middle tower is under attack.
VP, they're
creeps.
not down and out just yet.
Mega creeps are gonna be soon in their base.
Yeah, hanging on by a sliver, but so many problems to deal with now. Nice dodge on Abed.
Radiant's
Blinking away from that Viper strike. The Lamb starting things out. Trying an auto attack out onto Palos, but he has that Berserker's Potion and Squad X. He's trying to be that tier 4 tower in place of the objectives that he's lost, but again, Blacklist, they're playing so conservative. Finally, you'll buy back on the Enigma, but you're already losing kills. This is too late. Oh, here comes the Black Hole on the 2, but where's the follow-up damage? It's not enough. FNG just gets sliced apart. Too little, too late for Virtus.pro. The dream in front of their eyes. They clawed it back, but maybe it's not over just yet. Squad X able to punch through Palos, and Gabby's still coming back in with another Hex. The Aeon Disc will bail notice out for now. You buy back on the Alchemist, you're trying to rejoin and put an end to this game. They can smell it, they can feel it. Their ticket straight to the group stage. Abed has to run with that Stampede. The control onto Squad X, the Static Storm is back, silencing up onto the Viper. Nowhere to run and no save for him. He might be tanky, but not tanky enough. And you even steal that Black Hole. GG is called. Blacklist, they'll be able to 2-0 Virtus.pro, a hard-fought series in that game number 2. Not quite as happy, but they'll be pleased. They move on to the next stage of the competition, but heartbreak for Virtus.pro. They managed to claw it back after 2 losses to start out their Swiss stage, but it just was not meant to be. Blacklist, they get a very deserved place in the group stage, and they'll have some time to just kind of rest and regroup until their next matches tomorrow, but that was a performance and a half.
Yeah, heartbreak for the VP fans, but the SEA fans, they're gonna be happy after the first SEA team goes through today of out of the 3 elimination games, so they're gonna be happy.
At least we have one SEA team, right?
One
at
team,
least,
right?
Yeah, at least we have one. There was a very real risk that we ended today and there's no SEA teams, but we get some representation, of course, with the help of MJZ. Big props to him on that disruptor this game. I mean, just going crazy. I think it was very scary at multiple instances of the game because of that morphling, but they just answer it perfectly. And Virtus.pro, unfortunately, it'll have to be the next international event where they try and get a better situation for themselves. It took them a bit too long to figure things out, it felt like. And even if you look at their opponents comparatively to Blacklist, the losses that Blacklist were taking were against teams that already qualified. Meanwhile, for, you know, Virtus.pro, they lost the Secret and Aurora, who are still trying to battle it out here to survive. So in that game number 1, I think we saw there was a very clear difference in terms of preparation and how well put together the game plan was. This game number 2, though, it was a whole lot messier.
Yeah, both teams kind of making mistakes left and right, but I think really good props to Blacklist just finding the solution when it matters the most. It seemed like they were expiring with their lineup as the game goes longer, but they didn't really rush things. They waited for the Disruptor X at the end of the day, and Gabby with his fearless initiations just saving them and winning them a couple of crucial team fights, and not to mention teams like just hiding and just waiting for FNG to give him the black hole and just to turn things around.
Yeah, nasty stuff. I think some of these earlier Roche fights, we were so concerned because we're looking at Gabby and we're saying like, I mean, what else can this Centaur War Runner do? But then he built into that Hex, and ever since he grabs that item, it feels like the fights are just a completely different situation. Every time he's in, the instant control, just bursting down a VP hero 100-0, and they don't have any save. Later down the line, Palos starting to become a big threat himself as well. We see him left isolated, he's just able to rip the Viper up. And altogether, great play from Blacklist. Even when things looked like they were waning out of their favor, they still hold strong, and they move on here. A very deserved spot for them, and I'm excited to see what they can continue to do here.
Yeah, me too. A lot of improvements shown by Blacklist over this last month, and just want to see, you know, what is the limit for them. It feels like they have a lot of room still to grow as a team, and they're definitely heading in the right direction. And hopefully they're gonna do the SEA fans proud, you know, in this event.
Absolutely. I think they have a lot of fans riding this high and riding the hype. Definitely one of the most exciting teams to come out of the region as of late. Just superstar names all around. You think Abed on his return home tour, Gabby on that off lane, and of course Palos joining the squad. It's just star-studded roster all around, and the support plays were crazy from start to finish. So I think altogether everyone on the team really pulled their weight and brought them the distance. But again, it just hurts for VP, but you just gotta swallow it. I mean, FNG's been in this situation time and time again, so it's reset. What did we learn from this situation? Go back to the drawing board with G and figure things out for the next event. But a huge congratulations again to Blacklist International for qualifying and moving ahead here in our first elimination game. Now we're far from being done with the action just yet, and we may have a chance to speak to one of the Blacklist players. We'll have to see. But for now, we'll go on a short break. Maybe we'll be back with the next game. Maybe we'll be back with an interview. You need to stick around to find out. The first series of our last day Swiss stage at Elite League here started with what seemed like a very surgical affair from Blacklist, but Game 2 got a bit messier. Still, they were able to punch their ticket forward to the group stage in a 2-0 win over Virtus.pro. And with us now is, of course, none other than the superstar support from Blacklist. It's Tims. Welcome to the call. Thanks for giving us your time.
Hello.
Hello, okay, I'm guessing you can see us. So first question for you, you guys have been on the up and up, right? You've been in Blacklist for a little bit now, and more recently, it seems like you guys are starting to figure things out. What would you say is the most important change that you made recently that helps you guys find success?
Change in roster, you mean?
I think just in general, is it like the coaching, is it a mindset, is it some picks or the meta?
I think the coaching, because the Dubo is helping us a lot, like in the in games and drafting as well. Then he help us individually also, support and for plays.
Okay. Yeah, and I think for in terms of Dubu, what exactly has he brought to the team? Because I think this might be some of your first time working with him. How is it like having someone like him in the coaching position?
He actually give us a really positive like atmosphere. Then he's like very happy guy also. Then even we're like losing, he cheer us up. So it's really good.
Are you guys feeding him a lot of Filipino food while he's there?
Not really. I think he likes to order more outside.
Okay. Winter, do you have any
Yeah,
questions?
what would you
for
say
Tims?
Teams has been the biggest improvement
I think you're-
of the team so
I'm not
far
sure if I can
since
hear you
Dubo
at the
joined?
moment.
Sorry.
Can you
Tims,
hear
can
me?
you
Hello?
hear Winter?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Okay, now I'll just let him take it away. 'Cause don't
So I
think
was just
can hear
asking
him.
about what was the what is the biggest like improvement you think the teams have made since Dubu joined the team?
I would say the biggest one is the support movement because he's also former support, right? Then he knows exactly what to do in the map, like early to mid game. That's why we have a really good games.
Yeah, it's very obvious. Like in the games, the supports. Both of you, you and MJZ have been doing really well. Like in the second game, I felt like both of you just kind of like turned things around when the game seemed like the Elk and the TA were like running out of their time. They were not really gonna scale as well as the Viper and Morphling. But in the late game, what actually helped you guys decide what you needed to do to win the late game team fights, which looked really really difficult?
It's actually just, I think we just use the Alchemist body. We just buy some save item like Windbreaker, then just try to steal black. That's-
Yeah, that makes sense. And of course, final question for you here, because I'm sure you want to celebrate with the rest of your team and enjoy your time off until tomorrow. What are the expectations for you guys as a team moving into the group stage? Can you guys bring home another Southeast Asia trophy? Is it finally time for Southeast Asia to be back on top?
we really like to win, of course, but I think we're just gonna take it one step at a time. Just like no pressure. We just enjoy every game. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to do it. Glad to hear you guys are having a good time, and best of luck forward in the group stage. We'll be keeping an eye on you guys and what you guys can do. But thank you for your time, Tims, and big congrats again on the 2-0.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Okay, well, there's that. That's Mr. Sit in the back and steal your black hole for you. Didn't seem very bothered. Just had one job and did it perfectly. Winter, I mean, these guys, it's nice to see that just a simple change in coaching staff seems to have really uplifted the whole team, right? I think he was saying how much Dubu affects the atmosphere and all these little things like the support movements, like you mentioned. I mean, all these things can go a long way.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely showed in the team's performance a lot. They were very clear about what they needed to do, or where they needed to go on the map, and drafting was also really, really different from before. A lot of improvements made. The team had better direction. Props to Tubu, for solving a lot of the issues that the team faced before.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a fresh perspective, and that little boost is gonna bring Blacklist to the next stage. But of course, for Winter and I, that'll be all the games that we're covering for today. We're gonna be handing over the reins to Ares and Lizard for our next elimination series. It'll be Secret up against Aurora after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
We are back for our second series of the night, a very exciting series as well. We're going to be sticking with a Southeast Asian team, but we also have the Western European powerhouse in Team Secret.
Powerhouse.
How are we doing today? Well, yeah, the powerhouse organization. Come on. Don't you shut up. Everyone else calling me out now. Look, they're a big organization, but they're struggling a little bit. So
I'm just looking around. I'm in Eastern Europe. Everyone calls us Eastern Europe, even though we aren't. But Puppy is really close to me. I have to. You're far away. You're in Australia. You should be the one making these jokes. Come on. By the way, hi everyone. Welcome back. I'm happy to be here. Happy to be with you, Aries, to cast some powerhouse Dota. Let's go. And SCA, of course. SCA is always fun to watch.
Come on, man! You don't have to call me out like that. Just let it ride. Everyone, now we've drawn attention to me saying they're a powerhouse team. We could have left it at that. We could have left it them being like, they are
esteemed. They are a powerhouse. It's definitely esteemed organization. Come on, like most of my career secret as a player and as a caster, secret was on top, and there is absolutely no reason for me to put any disrespect on this powerhouse of an organization. Chrysalis, Corden, Boom, Afu, and Puppy. They're a powerhouse. You can see them. Well, aren't they in? Wait, this team usually had some sort of a boot camp in Istanbul, if I'm correct. This doesn't really look like it. Maybe we'll talk to them if they manage to win versus SCA today versus Aurora. They've been looking a little bit better recently, right? Like yesterday, they won some games. They took down another powerhouse of a team.
Shut up, dude.
Why are you laughing?
There's no way we're gonna keep doing this.
I will not. I'm being mean. I know there's a lot of fans out there still for both of these teams. And actually, you know what? Like, I'm making these jokes, but for me, it's like teams that at least career and Dota-wise grew up with. So I love these teams. I still think, and I still want them to come back. I'm looking at Navi and seeing them making a comeback, and my heart is just filled with joy. I wish everyone the best. Like I've lost so many games, so many tournaments. I've achieved nothing as a player. So as a caster, like just seeing these teams do well always brings joy to me. I'm not bitter, but it hasn't been looking that great for them recently. However, for Aurora, it's been quite all right. I remember doing some interview with Mind Control. Not really an interview. We were just tiering teams, and we're tiering them for Dacha, I think. And then we put Aurora last, and then MC got kicked, and Aurora tweeted at us because of that. And they did really damn well. Like this lineup of theirs looked good with Lorenov, looked good with 23. I'm not sure. Like, I've heard some stories that 23 is AFK, is missing.
He's missing. He is.
Yeah.
What were the stories? What did you hear? Sounds like you have more of an inside scoop than I do. So what's going on?
My inside scoop is always the same. I'm a man that plays a lot of Dota, but also has a life. So I don't fiend Reddit. I don't fiend Twitch chat unless I'm watching games. I heard some stories. I heard that he's going back to his wife. He's going for some military service. His mom called him back, like grounded him. I don't know. Like there's a lot of different stories. But you are closer. Like you live in SCA. Don't you know what it is?
I do not. But if I'm trying to get the Twitter post, what is Aurora's Twitter? Why can't I find it? Anyway, I believe they said something like he had to go back for Pokemon card collecting or something on the Twitter. I have to imagine it was a big joke. So the replacement is that young boy on screen. What?
Mm-hmm. April 1st. April 4th joke.
I think we're a couple days too short for that. It doesn't look like it's too much of a joke with Satanic currently not. We got Chrysalis there, but previously it was Satanic. So people who may not be as familiar with this individual, currently ranked 3 on the
yeah.
leaderboard. He is the up-and-coming person that everyone has their eyes on, currently playing for a team called Yellow Submarine, and some
Oh, the
people
Yellow
might be a little bit
Submarine.
familiar with that
Another
team because
powerhouse.
that was what created the ultimate powerhouse team in Team Spirit. So in some
No,
qualifiers,
yes was actually like a really cool stack, by the way. Back in the day, it was there were a couple of stacks that constantly changed players and had a bazillion players go through them. Yellow Submarine was one of those, like a breeding ground for good new talent. You know, I know that SCA has a couple of these teams as well, but not as many. Like China and SCA, usually you just get picked up by a decent organization very early on. Like in Eastern Europe, you kind of, I don't know, like there weren't many tier 3 orgs, you know, so you just form a stack and hope to get picked up by something or poached by Puppy that's on the screen. By the way, is Aurora really SCA team anymore? Are they, like, their location is in Serbia on Wikipedia at least. Their position 2 is Ukrainian, their position 1 is Russian. Like
yeah,
the
but
two
he's
biggest-
standing. What are you saying? Stop stretching. Stop this slander. What are you doing? What are you doing right now?
I'm just
The
pissing
one
off all the
series
SCA.
stand-in?
I'm just pissing off all the SCA people in the chat. I know they are present, and it's always fun to receive all the hate from SCA. But yeah, okay. Jokes aside, we have a monkey and a disruptor in the game. Interesting start of the draft, by the way, for Secret. But you know, when you have this Chrysalis, who's, by the way, I like his haircut better than before. I have to commend him for that. Commended, tipped.
Is this where you want me to say your haircut looks good?
No. I'm actually talking about his haircut. I like it more. Like I had hair as long as he did, and it made me look weird, and I felt relieved after cutting my hair short, and his looks. Anyways, I'm talking about him. He looks better. Satanic looks great as well. We'll see how well he can play in Aurora. At least he has one player to play with. You know, like in Ukraine, I know there's a lot of propaganda and all this shit, but people speak a lot of Russian. You know, like before the war, during the war, a lot of them still speak it. And Satanic at least has this guy in Lorenov, you know, that can bridge the gap and communicate with him. And gamers are without borders anyway, so that's always nice to see. So they're gonna be able to help each other out throughout the game, and then of course everyone in SCA speaks English, so it won't be that difficult to keep that communication going. The only problem can sometimes appear when you have someone that speaks your language, and then you kind of instinctively start speaking that language instead of English. It happens a lot in teams, and then you get this miscommunication in team fights, but I'm sure they can get over it. Monkey and Bat. By the way, Bat is kind of good versus Monkey, isn't he? So maybe this is some sort of a cover pick. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean cover pick, but also I think it's just if you're pretty happy with picking the Batrider as well. There's a lot of good reasons for Secret to try and draft this hero early on. I mean, I'm sure Arfu is going to have the capability to play it. I'm excited to be able to cast Arfu again as well, coming back, you know, a little bit on the side lane with coaching Secret. It was always definitely one of my favorite plays to watch in Southeast Asia and early on in China as well. So he can play the Batrider, Puppy can play the Batrider as well. Let's see what Aurora want to try and do to respond. I mean, they've already used like almost all of their reserve time compared to Team Secret.
Do you think this is the first big monkey that put them off?
No. I think you would very much expect the Monkey King, especially into Secret.
Okay, so yeah, just because it's the first stage, that's what I thought. But they get the Weaver. You do like this, right? Like, you're my analyst today.
Am I? Have we changed roles all of a sudden? What's going on?
Yeah, we are. I'm the play-by-player. Let's go. No, I'm kidding, but it's good, right? Come on, like versus Batrider, it was always good.
Yeah, I don't know why you would pick it up now unless there is some flex potential. But I guess you can. I mean, Centaur Weaver sounds like a pretty strong lane if this is something they want to run, but I do agree. I like Weaver into the lane of the Bat Riders. Always used to feel nice when Bat was being played as an offlaner, but
5
it
seconds
is
remaining.
definitely a bit of a unconventional start from Aurora. I must say, I'm not quite sure if they have already ran it as well in some of the other games. We haven't had the opportunity to cast them yet.
Yeah. No, the Weaver is definitely a flex hero. I do love him on a carry or whatever role, carry role, pretty much more than a 4 at the moment. The bugs are annoying for both Bat and the Monkey King because they keep lashed on you even though you're trying to lose vision. One of the best things that these two heroes have got is the fact that they can lose vision very easily, like get across the trees, run across the map, creep skip, do stuff like that. Weaver can always get on top of you. The Gleipnir build as well on the carry is really good against both of these heroes. So overall, I do like it because of that. Centaur into Monkey King is a strange one because it's like
Dire team picks.
Centaur usually does not enjoy playing into Monkey King's, Ursa's, life stealers at the moment, but the position 4 can switch things up, and it all depends on the way you play. But the moment King gets level 3, if he's at least slightly ahead and
10
he's a
seconds
carry,
remaining.
I think this lane isn't easy for
Radiant
Centaur.
team
And it's gonna be some. I don't know. I wouldn't even mind putting Bat plus Monkey on safe lane into the Scent. Rubik is also fine, but maybe put that Rubik on 4 with your Timber. You get that instant lift into
10
Weaver.
seconds remaining.
And dude, I love playing Rubik into Weaver. Most players do.
Yeah.
Just getting that Sukuchi from him, being able to move around. You're very happy with that.
Okay, so there you go. So we reel the flex, so it will be that Centaur Weaver lane, which does sound like a very strong lane. I mean, Centaur is not particularly a hero that is going to utilize the minus armor from the bugs too much, but it seems like a lane that Aurora can fight back in. I know you're mentioning about the Monkey King being able to, used to be like very similar with Ursa, used to be a big issue for a lot of melee heroes, but I think people learned that the trading at level 1 got a lot better from these heroes in particular. Like you just spam stunned, you spam double edge, and then they can't really like enter the wave to be able to get their stacks or to be able to sustain. So a lot of it's going to come down just to early resource exchange between these two sides. And Aurora,
10 seconds
it's a 23 Savage Morphling. Like that is enough that needs to be said. It's his best hero.
Yeah, like that's
Well,
your
Satanic, I forgot. He's not even here.
what,
Never mind. Well,
you were talking about Morphling. It's don't worry, man. Like it's fine. It's all good. Like every single carries at the moment, it has to play. It has to be his favorite hero. Like every single Harry. Sorry, boom. Has to be playing Morphling because it's just too good. Like this hero is broken, and like if 23 isn't here, like Satanic needs to take over and play it still. It's a hero that can be blown up a bit by Timber, but it's also a hero that really doesn't have a true counter in this game at the moment. Not a lot of catch as well. Lasso Lift, of course, is somewhat of a problem, but not too much. I'd like to see something on mid lane for Secret. Like you have Boom Lina, Boom Storm is good. Boom Storm is banned. Why Storm banned? They want okay. So Storm is a problem for everything on their side. For Aurora, maybe a puck. Like you take the puck away from them and you take it for yourself. If they go something like TA, they don't have Tiny. They can go TA, but then their draft is it's playable, but I'd still rather be on Aurora's side. They go Pango. I think you go Puck then, right? If you're Secret.
Yeah.
Just give Boom Puck. I thought they would steal Puck away, but that's why I was... Like, for me, it looked like the best hero to steal and also play. There's Puck, there's Lina still. I think Puck is still
I think Puck's the best.
Yeah.
But that being said, of course, like Pangoli is going to have a good lane. That is without a doubt.
Yo!
Oh, what do we
okay,
got?
Your heroes.
Timber mid.
Yo. They're cooking. Let them cook.
Yeah,
Let him
okay,
cook.
okay.
This is different.
I'm letting him cook.
Yeah, let him cook. Look at this man. He knows what's up. He's got this big boys. No puck shenanigans. Look at that little smirk as well. No puck shenanigans. Nothing like that. Let's go beast. I guess you put the beast then on offlane, right? Is that what you're doing here? Or
Yeah,
is it
yeah,
some
it's kinda-
beast
yeah.
master mid lane with old school Aghanims rush?
No, what are you saying? You see Boom playing it. You're tripping. You're tripping right now. Cordon's going to put the Timber mid.
I didn't see who picked it. Oh, okay.
Ah, okay. There you go.
I was
That's right,
watching the
I'll
feed.
help you.
Yeah.
I see. That makes sense then. Well, no, it is. It's Boom going to be playing the Beastmaster, who actually played it yesterday in their victory versus Team Secret. This was a last pick Beastmaster in that game as well, so had success with it then. Looking to pick it up now. He went for the Helm of the Overlord Vlad's into Greaves build. So I think we had the opportunity to cast like a couple of Beastmasters recently in a lot of the tournaments we've been doing, and we've said that it does seem like the Beastmaster item build is a little bit the build-up's a bit awkward, where people aren't too comfortable and decided, I should say, on what kind of the current best items are on Kim. So let's see if Boom is going to go back down that route or not. Because, yeah, we've seen in the past, like, just Vlad's into drums. We've seen the Scepter instead first item. And then, again, like, Boom went for the Helm of the Overlord. So we'll see what the decision's going to be. But how do we think about this? Do we like the Beastmaster Ultra last here for Secret?
I think it's cool. And I didn't expect
Okay.
it. I think Puck would have given them everything they needed, like catch for Weaver, burst for, and catch for Morphling. Just a dream quote for Pango, silence for Pango. I think that gave them everything, but we'll see. Maybe they're cooking something with the Beastmaster. However, when I look at these two teams, and when you watch the feed and you look at their cameras, I see Satanic in his, like, this is his not villain arc, but like the soon to be the first carry of the world arc. Did you see his room? He's playing in the dark. The only light he has is from his monitor. It's like some very tiny room. It's like the real arc of a hero becoming, you know, not these players that are living in giant villas with cooks and with chefs and with psychologists. No, Satanic is playing in some small room somewhere in some village in Russia. Like, this is who I'm afraid of. I'm not afraid of a guy that has a
30
personal
seconds to
butler.
battle.
I'm afraid of this Morphling whose nickname is King. And his nickname also fits, and he has this level 30 Morphling as well. We'll see. I'm already impressed by him. The game didn't even start.
All right. Let's see what Satanic is going to be able to do then. I wonder if he wants, we call him King, we call him Satanic. Do you want to know? His pub name is King, but I think in some of the other... And Yellow Submarine is going by Satanic. Regardless, though, let us see. With that being said, Secret, they have their own kind of up-and-coming stars as well, and really one of those big ones in particular was Cordon from Southeast Asia. He got his first opportunity for Bleed last DPC. We unfortunately wasn't really able to get a lot of results that people were hoping for. He was very, very highly ranked on the leaderboard, but was shipped over to Western Europe, now on a organization called Secret, and let's see what he's going to be able to do as well. But he was also that kind of up-and-coming thing for Southeast Asia, and now he's going to be... I know they're not laning against each other, but let's see how they match up versus King and Mr. Corden.
So that's the story of the game for us. Okay, I see. I'm ready to cook with you. Like, that's gonna be it. All about these young stars coming up. We do have some insane players in other positions though. Jabs and Q. This is like one of my favorite duos at the moment in SCA. Of course, they've known each other before. They had some different partners on 4 and 3 respectively, but still, it's a pretty cool duo to watch. Q for me is, I don't know, he can make a game completely different from just playing this position 4. He can make a difference. And I have to say though, through watching this tournament, most teams that already dropped out, I feel like their biggest issue were the cores, not the supports, and the way the cores played. Like you can see like a huge difference between them and the teams they usually would drop out to. But yeah.
Is there something you can relate that to? Is there like a couple of things that just potentially like itemization, maybe the decision making to show up to some of the early fights?
Bit of everything. I feel like a bit of everything. Like I'm not gonna name any names, but it really feels like a bit of everything. From itemization, from decisiveness, from using your big spells on time every time, just being a constant nuisance, joining fights or not joining them. Like you can see. You can see that some players are definitely more comfortable with the current patch than others. That's always like that, though. Like you can be the most amazing player on. If the patch is wrong for you, you just won't be able to perform because you have 10 heroes that aren't in the patch that you excel at.
And big thing about the confidence as well. If you're struggling in pubs, scrims aren't going well, officials aren't going well, confidence can play a very big role in how these individuals and teams are going to be able to perform as well. But you know, both sides 2-2 in regards to that series count, and this is that all-important magic number is the 3. You either get the 3rd loss, you get the 3rd win, and you move on forward.
If you do get a loss, and you're 2-3, do you still have chances or are you out?
You're out. Goodbye.
You're out.
Goodbye.
Oh, okay,
No group stage for you. No.
Okay, so basically we're kicking one team out and we're promoting one team to the group stage, right? That's what we're doing here.
Yes, sir. That is what we're doing.
Okay.
Last series is going to be the exact same thing as well.
Well, the stakes are high. You spoke of confidence. Which one of these two is feeling more confident after the first 4 minutes? What do you think? How's the CS going?
It's looking very even across the board. I guess Boom is a little bit behind, Crystal's a little bit behind as well, but I'm not sure. I'd say there's no one really that's too entirely happy with the start of the game. Lono's going to be able to get a water rune. Looks like they should take it away from Corden as well, so no refill for the Timber. Did you say what draft you liked as well? Because I feel like we're in store for a pretty good game. I didn't at least see clear advantage either way.
Yeah, same. I didn't call for one team or another. This Beastmaster is a bit of a question mark for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm liking Secret a bit more. Maybe slightly, but I'm really not sold one way or the other. We'll see. Like I like the roar into Pango as well. Like the roar into his Rolling Thunder is also not bad. I want to see what he buys basically, and they did get level 3 on top, so this is where Chrysalis should catch up. He's actually fallen a bit behind in CS.
I guess the denies look pretty good though for Chrysalis at the moment, so I'm not sure if he's just putting a little bit more attention on trying to slow down jabs.
Doesn't give you gold.
A pretty big wave though. No, it doesn't give you gold, but he's going to stop some of the experience to help with the damage now with this dive attempt. Oh, he's going to run straight to Puppey, and it looks like it's about to work into Secret's favor. Afu's even going to rotate as well with the teleport, so Q, he'll go down as well as Secret.
Double kill.
I mean, well done. Puppey just reads it, moves up to the north to anticipate that rotation through the portal, and with the 2 points in the Firefly, we're able to find a big kill. Now, with that being said, though, Lorenov, he finds a solo kill mid lane. This is even without the Rolling Thunder. Now hits level 6 off the back of that, so Lorenov is at least able to make amends.
What the hell happened? Like, I click on this Pango, he's full HP. Like, Timber was, yeah, he was doing some unique plays on the mid lane. They have Rolling Thunder now.
See how they're going to be able to use it with the Power Ring. Looks like Lorenov was able to get that as well.
Yep, double damage as well, which makes it like this Timber. I know this place. It's not a happy place. He needs to be careful. He needs to call for his allies to maybe make some moves. We'll see. For now, bot lane, Oli and Q are encircling Boom. And when you're doing this, you're letting go of something else on the map. Let's see.
This is a
Rubik.
bit awkward for Aurora. Because Lorinov is about to rotate. Corden's got the level 6, and with the damage from the Timber, Ollie will go down.
Oh my
We're
god!
gonna have to yeah, I mean... Alright, he's still gonna try and go
Boom.
the long way around to catch up to Boom. But it's
Kinda missed.
bit more
Whoa.
difficult. Maybe the Wisdom?
Wisdom rune, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was all planned. He wanted to juke him over to the left side so he couldn't walk up the stairs and get the Wisdom rune. That's the play Lorinov was going for.
If he went for that wisdom, he dies to a DD Pango, so he didn't really have a choice. But yep, Corden will be maybe making his first rotation. He's running to... Nah, this is just jungling, yeah. Not really... not that great for him, but at least he has stacks. And Puppy doesn't care too. Puppy got that first but double kill. Like, this is one very rich bat, so he can pretty much completely focus on just making moves on the map. He doesn't have to be, you know, sometimes even a 5 bat you like to chill a bit, maybe steal some enemy stacks.
Yeah, I mean, because this... we've spoken so often. We've had a lot of games where we've casted Bat Rider, and this is a hero that if you're able to take some stacks and like aggressively farm on the map and take the enemy's jungle area, then you can do a lot with just like a Blink Force acting as some initiator, where you compare Aurora as like Ollie really relies on other people. He's not that playmaker. He needs other people to set up the glimpse opportunity for him.
He does have those. Like, this is like, I'm looking at his teammates, and this is a good disruptor game. It's really not bad. It's kind of hard versus Beast and all his beasts running at you. But besides that, like, you have this Weaver giving vision going in, you have Pango making chaos, you have Centaur with Stampede. Like, this shouldn't be a very difficult game for Ollie. One thing that I need to touch on is this Beastmaster. He is going for Helm of Dominator, and I was waiting for this item to come back into the meta. Like, it's not really that bad. Now that you get gold instantly when you take a creep, I feel like it's not a bad buff. Like, it's pretty solid. Just no one really cares about it at the moment.
Radiant are scanning.
Not sure. Let's see. Like, some Helm of Overlord getting built by Beast very early on. Maybe Vlad's on top of that. Like, you can start playing the old school Dota, in which you're just taking tier 2s 15 minutes in. Something
and
that
if you
33
look
like
at-
ran.
If you look at Aurora's heroes as well, like, they really will struggle against the summons on Boom, and in particular to tell whether it's a good Beastmaster game or like Lycan or whatever. It's like, are the supports able to wave clear, and can they help defend towers? And Weaver and Disruptor, I feel like are quite useless against a summons lineup. So Boom is just going to eat the supports alive, and it's really just up to the Pangolier and potentially the Centaur if Jabs has enough items to be able to stand in the front. So, I mean, that stack as well for Boom is going to be able to help out, bump him up in the net worth. I believe Corden also took a decent portion of it as well.
Dire's middle tower is under
We are seeing Secret really aren't putting a lot of emphasis on securing these power runes though, compared to Aurora. Once again, 2 supports rotating, so it's going to be another haste rune for Lorinov, and see what he can do. We saw, the DD Prior netted himself a kill. We'll see what the haste is able to do now. Very close to the Diffuser Blade.
Just to slow down a little bit, right? Like,
Yeah.
no one really making any big moves. I guess you can wait for the Disruptor 6, and that really changes the game for you. And Radiant also, a big vessel will be bought by the Weaver. Like, these two supports, like, yeah, you said that these two supports on Secrets can do a lot, like, but I don't know, Weaver and Disruptor perhaps more in the form of teamfight. Weaver is a messy one to play against, especially when he's going for this vessel. If you're Timber, if you're Monkey King, it can really come in handy. But no one doing anything. Top lane maybe. Let's see. They started TPing in, they cancelled.
Chrysalis is gonna be going for the Maelstrom as well. So you've seen some of the builds on Monkey have differed over time. There's been some Battle Furies, there's been some like Echo Diffusals. Maelstrom going to help Crystallis to be able to keep up his farm. Gleipnir as well queued up. We'll see if he does continue to go down that route at the moment. But he also has had a very free game. Pretty much everyone. Jabs is falling a little bit behind, but we see the Centaur hasn't been taking stacks. He's going for Blink first, though. We've seen some Blade Mail Centaurs first. We've seen some Eternal Shrouds. So do we like to Blink first on Jabs? Do you feel like there's just no one else to be able to make plays, and that's why he needs to Blink to be able to act as that initiator?
Mid lane.
Stampede.
Wins.
Limps back. Corden, though. He's got Secret all playing behind him. Boom's ready to go. Crystal's going to be in with the teleport too, and both supports will die in the rivers again. Another move from Aurora is instantly stopped. Secret very prepared for that.
I mean, it's not that they were really prepared as much as it was perfect timing for Secret. Like, they just got this Helm of Dominator, he just got this Troll Dark Summoner, he's going mid, now they're going for Lorenov. He does have ulti to work with, so... Yeah, sorry, I forgot the question that you were talking about. They got the tier 1 tower anyway. Is the Blink good on Scent? Like, it's kind of difficult to say. We'll see how much he'll be able to do with it. It's a double-edged sword, haha. Because sometimes... Wow. Yeah, you like that one, didn't you? I know you did. Sometimes this Centaur can really do a lot with the Blink, and sometimes he just falls off of the face of the earth. Because you buy it early, you don't make plays, and you don't farm as fast, you're not really tanky. We'll see, they instantly smoke with it, so... Let's see.
This would be a big kill. Be a huge kill if they're going to be able to get Crystallis, and it looks like they will. Blink reveal is going to be there from Jabs.
It's a nice
this time, the movement from Aurora will pay off. Rolling Thunder has to be used, but of course a pretty low cooldown. Back to farming they go.
They can't really take objectives. That's another problem that they've got. Like, they have this Morphling who's just chilling, waiting for his Manta, Kanda, Skadi butterfly. I'm kidding. Manta and Kanda is enough, but yeah, King is gonna be waiting a little bit. And
Might be in trouble though.
Yeah.
I mean, he got the attribute shift off, but it's going to be a lot of damage from corner. Great waveform location. I don't know if he saw Arfu. I'm not quite sure, but going down to the southeast instead of towards Rubik's location enables him to be able to get the teleport away.
Oh, he went southeast, but it wasn't just him. It was Puppy helping him out a little bit, being a bro with that flame break, pushing him even further away from the Rubik. I don't know if Rubik would be close enough anyway, but yeah. This still isn't bad for Secret. It's literally your classic Beastmaster game that we have kinda forgotten. Like, you have this Beastmaster taking down mid-tier 1, now he's going bottom, he's got, what, 1,000 gold more, and he's going to have Helm of Overlord as well. Like, it feels good, so they have to do something, and that's the smoke. Let's see. I'd rather have a Beastmaster with Overlord than a Blink Scent. That's all I'm gonna say, but it's on Aurora to just make stuff happen constantly with the Blink. Let's see. Rubik?
Arfu's in great position to be able to pop this. They get a glimpse of Boom though. And yeah, Jabs, they don't even care about the Rubik. Look at them all towards the Beastmaster. Recognizing the prize that Boom is.
Yeah, I'd rather have a Centaur with a Blink than that Beastmaster, though. That's the...
Ah, really?
That's the difference. They do smoke up mid. Let's see. Puppy has a Blink. Pos 5, whatever position 5 means anymore, with a Blink on the bat.
Titanic is 150 gold away from the Lincolns. They're not actually going to go towards that triangle. Instead, they want Lorenov, and they're going to be rewarded. They jump in with the Wukongs. There's no messing around from them. They want to shut down the Pango without a hope of his escape. Now, Jabs is also getting hunted, but it looks like they will stop short of the T2 tower.
Yeah, I mean, Jabs is happy. He bought his Blink. It connected with 2 kills. He didn't die afterwards. He's 0-0-2. It's not bad, but let's see. Bot lane. Oli dies as well. Dude, Sukuchi is amazing on Rubik. It's just such a nice spell. And you hate playing against as Disruptor as well.
Yeah, to go back on kind of the point you brought up with preferring a Beastmaster over a Centaur, this is going to be a game where Boom can have a bunch of auras as well for the Monkey King. And the attack speed's an incredible one for a hero that really relies on right-clicking, getting his stacks. You're going to love the Vlad's aura, whatever else he wants to buy as well. So
Radiant's bottom tower
these are
is
all
under attack.
very big things that will be able to buff up Crystallis as we get towards the mid to late game.
Yeah, 100%. The only thing that they're missing in this whole draft, I would say, is a vessel builder. Like a Shiva's builder is there in the form of Timbersaw. Vessel as well would be kind of cool to have versus King early on. By the way, this is something different, something new, extravagant. The Lincoln Sphere on King. I mean, it's not that old. It's not that new. It's very old, but not the meta build. You're playing into Roar, you're playing into Lasso, it does make sense. Even the lift is annoying.
Dire's
But
top tower
yeah, we'll
is
see how
under
much it
attack.
hurts you, because that Manta on Morphling really buffed your farming speed.
It does. Dude, he's so farmed though already without it, which is crazy. I mean, he's been on an island this game, 50 last hits ahead of anyone in second place. He's in a great position to help get Aurora over the finish line.
Yeah, hasn't really been doing any moves that and hasn't died like on the bottom lane. He 0-0-0 mid lane jabs.
Jabs. He's going to be able to get the jump onto Poppy. But there's not much extra damage for Lorenov's really going to be able to enter the fight now, but the roll will hold the Rolling Thunder into place. Finally, Satanic though looks to show up to the first team fight, but Corden's got an Arcane Rune. Let's see what the Timber Sword's going to be able to do. Waveform's still on cooldown for a little bit. Crystal's going to fly into the middle with a stun. Corden should get the damage in a couple of seconds. Satanic only gets some moments of space away up at the high ground. A Secret continue to chase, and another good fight for the boys on Dire.
Yeah, a really wonky fight in which Puppy gets caught first, like they jump him, but the Static Storm is a whiff, like it doesn't connect on Boom, but he still finds use out of Disruptor with a glimpse on Monkey King, and then in the end they still lose the fight because they lose both the Morphling and the Centaur. Morphling perhaps joining in a bit too soon, I'm not sure. You were talking about his advantage and how he has 50 CS above everyone else, sure, but Puppy?
He might have to go back live. Poppy. They're going to be chased down. Q should be able to get the kill. Lorenov's going to look to try and TP out as well. Poppy's somehow still alive.
I don't know.
Glimpse is going to have the damage required to be able to kill him, but Oli does reveal his position.
Oli,
And they will get him as well.
Yeah, but the Pav has kept Puppy alive for a bit longer, and it's a trade instead of him only dying in the end. Still, the big difference is really the Beastmaster with his helm, just pressuring the map, pushing up tier 1 tower now top as well, moving down bottom. At the same time, they have good vision on the Morphling. Like, just look at these dire wards on the map. Not a single one has been devoured, and they have full vision. They know where everyone is at the moment.
Satanic bottom lane. Let's see if they're going to be able to blow him up from 4 to 0.
Or
A bit too slow with popping the Lincolns, and now the Stampede as well. They're going pretty deep on Secret. There's going to be no TPs down though. Centaur's still on cooldown. Pango didn't have a teleport as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I was waiting for Boom to use Helm of Overlord down bottom because Pango was killing his Ancient, but he didn't, so small influx of gold, nice little stack for this Pango who's got Aghanim's, got Diffusal, like Beastmaster's game plan is to shut enemy cores down by taking map control. So far, they've done that somewhat. It's not like they've really put enough pressure, I would say. They're still in a good position, but there's a BKB now almost completed on the Centaur, the Sags on the Pango. You have Vessel, Atos, and Weaver, and of course Morphling will complete his Manta. So, and they're ready to fight on Aurora, I would say.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Jab's getting a pretty nice shot, and maybe that's a reason why he's going to be going for the Sunjin Kai now afterwards. So we will be able to see a decent chunk of damage that the Centaur can output. I was thinking that maybe he would look for a Lotus this game just to free up Lorenov for not needing a Lincolns, because we are still going to see every single fight he's going to be roared. So you either need to... You probably just need to kill the Beastmaster first. Boom would be a great target. Crystallis isn't too bad either. Aggressively trying to take a tier 2 tower down with no one else but Arfu behind him. Maybe a little bit greedy there from Secret and Aurora. They will punish them.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the communication here was. Maybe it was something like, yeah, the rest of us are not showing on the map. They will not dare attack us because they'll think it's a bait. At the same time, it's much easier to bait when you have a BKB on the core bait. And Crystallis does not have it. Like, he's not really that close to the BKB. So they will lose that fight. They will most likely lose Roche as well. It's like a big influx of gold and map control now back for Aurora.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, mistakes have been made. Q wants to steal the Wisdom Rune. Maybe he manages to. Let's see. Nope, not gonna happen. Actually, Gleipnir
Should be able to time-lapse TP maybe if he has it.
No, he will be. It's just a
Run
force.
away.
Mid
There's
lane.
another fight going on actually. Yeah, jabs. Can they get Oli too? Cordon's got a haste to work with, and yeah, okay, there's not really much they have to worry about. They are
Lorinov.
taking it back. Okay, never mind. Lorinov comes crashing into the middle. King as well. He's going to look to
They
try
didn't
and
follow-
turn towards Boom. Boom's got the raw still if he's going to be able to have an opportunity to cast it, but Satanic is doing way too much damage, and simultaneously Arfu,
Oh,
he's going to be chased down as well, but the raw doesn't connect onto the real Morphling, and Satanic, he can continue in pursuit. A Secret, just too aggressive once again. Nice attempt with the TP from Boom, but it'll be cut short. Lorinov finds a triple kill on the Pangolier.
This beast of a Pango did quite a lot. I thought he even went back a little bit too soon because he didn't see King connecting in. King connects from the back, nothing to fear, has the Sages, just rips them apart. When you look at the damage done, 3.3k on Pango, 2.2k on the Pangolier, pretty much 2.2k on Morphling. Just carrying that fight really heavily. Secrets once again, like engaging. Like, you've taken map control, you've bought a lot of really nice items, but you need those game-changing items, and they don't have them at the moment. They need the BKB on Monkey, basically what I'm saying is. So he's able to really freely take a team fight. Right now, he's just unable to. Every time they go on him, he dies. Not that bad. Also, the roar, I think we mentioned that, was on an illusion. It gave Beastmaster movement speed anyway, it's just that it didn't save him in the end.
At least it's very, very even nonetheless though. 11 kills either way, 1,000 net worth lead. And we'll see if
11,
Secret are
11
going to be
and
able to...
1k lead. Yeah, a lot of ones.
A lot of ones. A lot of ones. See...
You're into numerology. What does that mean?
What?
You told me you're into astrology and numerology.
What are you trying to do right now? Are you trying to get people not to like me?
What do you mean? Everyone
like
likes
there's-
that. What did you say?
Astrology?
What did you tell me?
You think
What
so?
did you tell me? Of course.
Are we really going to start speaking about star signs now or no?
Of course. What do you mean? Like, it's so connected to Dota. I become a big believer on every date.
Did you know Virgos are apparently very aggressive mid lane players?
Of course,
Did you know
yeah.
this? I'm not doing this. I don't even. I can't. It's just.
What do you think? What players?
This,
Like what position 1? What are they?
Yeah.
Most
don't
likely.
know.
Like what sign are position 1s?
Let's just say Scorpio. Let's go with that. I have no idea. I don't know.
Because they
all
stab
the
you in the back when they
attributes.
sell all their items. I know. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Position 1 are
Ah, perfect.
Scorpios.
There you go. I like how you were able to justify it.
Dire's bottom tower
What are offlaners?
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
They're like rams. Is there a ram sign or something?
I think
don't know.
Taurus is. Yeah,
Taurus? Yeah, they're Tauruses. They carry you. They have strong back. They have to take all the whining.
What are the hopeless position 5s? This is you. This is your.
Virgos.
This is your. This is supposed to be your star sign.
Oh no. No, I was a 4. I was a 4. It's not my star sign. Luckily.
All right,
Position 4, I don't know. They're like these extravagant.
Chad's off.
Chads.
Off
yeah.
is a Chad.
Afu,
Oh,
definitely.
Q's a Chad.
Exactly. Big Chads.
There's a lot of them in the scene. There's a lot of position 4s
Sagittarius,
that carry
I think,
people.
right? Like Sagittarius. Fits them. Because that's my sign as well.
Oh, is it now?
Yeah, I think Sagittarius, position 4 with Sagittarius is. Anyways, move
Why
mid.
not?
Yeah. Viper is there.
Doesn't have the Ag Shard still. Oh, he's going to try and get in range to lay the Static Storm down, but the BKB is going to be up beforehand. Taking a fight without Lorinov is going to be pretty difficult, but the retreat is even harder. Boom. Holds jabs down, Secret. Strike back at the front of the T2 tower. That should be able to get an objective as well off the back of this. Corden's already looking for more, though.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Night
attack.
and day difference the moment they get good items and, I mean, BKBs. The moment they get BKBs. Also, there is
Middle tower
no
is
Aegis anymore on Morphling, so cannot really fight this without the Scent, without the Pango. This is scary. Beastmaster pushing at least a fortification, yeah,
Radiant's
at
middle
least.
tower is under attack.
Let's
Thank
see.
God there was a fight to get off the star sign talk. I was trying to find a way to bring it back. I was struggling.
Come on! Why do you care about what people think so much? Weaver?
Radiant's middle tower
Q?
is fortified.
To get the time lapse, not to be.
He tried
It's still
creep
a
skipping,
stun?
like a valiant attempt from him, but does get punished. Do they have a glimpse? No, they don't. 8 seconds cooldown. He did slow them down, and they have Pangolier now. Back up.
Wait, Ollie. Alright, that jump at Corden. A lot of
BKB.
damage onto the tip of the start, but Jabs as well is in some danger. Crystallis.
That's a big kill.
Alright.
No Weaver,
Yeah.
no Scent. Pango might be able to defend this, but he has no Lincolns. It's kind of scary for him to roar in, Rolling Thunder in, that is. Because he can get roared.
You just. You can't. This should be a barracks and maybe a kill into Lorinov now as well. Nice Static Storm. Ollie,
Saves.
as soon as the cast was there from the Beastmaster,
And here he
trying to
comes.
roar him up, and up with the turnaround with the Boundless as well. Chrysalis, he's going to be okay. Has an opportunity to play
Roar's
with
there,
Coach Man,
though.
and now the roar inside the ring. Oh, that is a perfect way to use their spells together. And now Poppy as well is going to be able to catch another. They should have the damage before the time lapse. Will they? They will.
Yeah.
Boundless there from Chrysalis. Stops Q in the end.
Interesting Yule as well from Corden. Can they do more? though?
Jabs. Looks like they might. All right, Monkey gone. And now it's an all-out retreat. Poppy up to the high ground. Everyone else is going to Delta split away. Are they all going to... What?
No. They will Delta split, yeah. Delta. And straight out of there. It's crazy how much these BKB... I mean, of course, it's a BKB, but everyone is talking, yeah, these BKBs are nerfy, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. This item is still the most important thing you have in this current game to be able to take a fight properly. The moment it's on cooldown, the whole world of hell opens up for Secret. You could see Morphling jumping in with his Kanda. He has Kanda Enchanted Quiver. Like the amount of damage that this guy deals in a second is stupid. Like the burst damage is like some Lina. So you gotta be very careful. If you don't have a BKB, you will die. Anyways, back to the astrology.
No. It was... Please, don't torture me.
I think it's a fun conversation. I believe in it, by the way. I'm a believer.
You're a believer?
Yeah, I'm a believer.
Do you believe in fate? Do you want to get like... We can get kind of deep, I suppose.
I believe in astrology. I don't believe in astrology because of the stars and whatnot, because of radiation of the sun or whatever the hell they're talking about. I do believe that different months affect the way you develop as a human being. Like if you're born in January, it will be different Because you'll
Wait,
be
what are you trying to say
attending.
about people in January?
No, I just
You
mean
watch,
there,
you
there
watch
are
your tone.
differences. There are different. I'm watching you, January people. I know who you are. I know what you're up to.
Secret. Smoke with a wraparound. Crystal's leading the
December
charge.
Master Race. Yeah, wrap around. Let's see. Monkey.
All important target is Boom. You got to deal with Aurora inside this team fight. It has been crippling for the Pangolier. And they're going to start on to the Centaur instead. Jabs. He's got time to pop the BKB though. The stun walk, it was a little bit messy. And
Tower is under attack.
was it just... Did they use Raw? No, they just used the Wukongs, but that is still a pretty big ultimate. 70-second cooldown.
It's a big ulti that you'd like to have in the pit as someone is approaching you. But the most important part is the BKB on Scent was used. So he's an easy kill if
Radiant's
they
top tower
get on
is
top
under
of him.
attack. Dire are scanning.
Ah,
have a buyback
yes.
as well.
A Thunder Strike with 1600 range.
Yeah, the shard one, right? Like,
Radiant's top
pretty
tower
cool.
is under attack.
Alright, they're gonna go for it. Why not? Force their hand to Secret.
I'm not sure about this. Like, it should be too absolutely difficult for Crystallis to give vision with the BKB. Nothing to go through it, remember? Oh,
It's going pretty
and the
fast though,
time-lapse.
Puppy. An aggressive jump in, but Puppy is off the mark with the initiation. And now Lorenov's gonna have a decent rolling
the
thunder.
monkey
It's
king
at
is-
least enough to be able to get the kill, but Crystallis just kills them all. The monkey wants revenge. Now they'll hold the roll for the Morphling as well as Crystallis jumps down, claims his throne.
Radiant's middle barracks.
And now Roche is well up for grabs. Secret will reap the reward.
And you lost Raxes, by the way. They lost mid-range Raxes while that was happening. The creeps did their part, you know, they're only creeps, but they're putting in the effort. Unfortunate for Aurora, like this game looked like they might be able to come back in it. I just have a feeling that once those BKBs are used by them, they need to really commit. They didn't commit, they fell back into the pit. Versus a bat, versus a monkey, versus a timber, it's such a... Yeah, it's such a hard fight to take. They just have more mobility than you do. Monkey King, you saw it. Two supports just lined up perfectly for the boundless strike.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Let's see what...
And now Puppy might be able to get a catch. Ooh. Awkward, awkward. Arthur jumped really deep inside the base. It's not going to matter though.
Puppy
The
is a
spell's been
stat storm.
casted back and forth. A defensive Wukong just to help them reposition because Secret did commit pretty deep.
Radiant's
Any glimpses? Still on
bottom tower
cooldown?
is under attack.
They have ages, they have 10 seconds.
Oh, they're
for
going
the
in.
Thunder.
All the Lincoln's getting popped now. Rora's
We
back
still
up
have
as well.
Roar.
Lornov's got to be cautious. They got the lasso as well from Puppy, but lucky that he jumped directly on top of Lorenov. Wasn't able to get the lasso before the stun.
Yeah, they can go back in. They lost a bit of HP, but they are slowly regioning everything. They have Greaves as well on Beast.
How do you even look for a defense on Aurora? Puppy.
It's a really rough one. Like you're in a bad position. You have to basically in a situation such as this one, all you want to be doing is spamming spells at them, bringing them down low, and then initiating. But they're just not dropping. Like this Timbersaw is sitting here taking everything
Are under attack.
to the face and still being full HP. I love their approach from Secret as well. Just put the Timber up front, let him 200 damage, one hit at a time. He will take down Raxes eventually. And now that they've taken bottom, they can maybe move towards mid. There's a tier 2 on top lane. They could regroup. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Puppy deserves all this farm. And I love this game. No one else should take the triple quarter wave, whatever it was, up top, and he's going to get the next one as well. He's higher net worth than the Centaur, even only 2,000 behind his carry as well. So
It's your classic Centaur buying Blink first, even with a couple of nice... Because, I mean, this hero is right now useful regardless. He still has impact, but... Let's see, they did poke their heads outside of the base. And they're still in Aegis for 2 extra minutes.
How do you take fights though on Aurora? Like none of them have looked easy now throughout the mid game, and I don't think it gets any different.
It doesn't, unless you get some Aghanims on Disruptor, like this game is not changing. Maybe with the smoke, they can still blow targets up very quickly.
Nice scan there from Secret. They're aware that Aurora is still sticking around on the high ground. They're going to send summons instead, so we'll get confirmation that they're at least smoke. Now Chrysalis, if he wants...
He wants to break it. He wants to break the smoke, maybe. Boom is a decent target.
Oh, stampeding jabs! He found an opportunity for the double stun! Is there going to be enough follow-up though? It's the best initiation they could have ever hoped for! And they're going to be rolled with the kill onto Boom. But with the outpost control, they can buy back and look to rejoin the fight.
King in the back.
As Aurora, Jabs is going to be cut down. Satanic now is in some danger as well. Looking to play around with the Monkey King replicate. Puppy's on the prowl.
Yeah, he was a good target. They executed properly and they got the kill. Now the only question is, can they force the buyback? Like, forcing a buyback would even it out for Secret. They do take down the tier 2 tower, without a doubt, of course. Now they're pushing only 35 more seconds on the Aegis though.
Lorinov. They're going to be able to get the buyback out of Jabs. Agshard used, Lorinov's okay. Chrysalis is falling low. Jabs is well with the jump in again. Multi-man stun will connect. Corden taking crits to the face as well. Chrysalis off the respawn will have BKB and the Wukongs if required. What's the call from Secret? They're going to need a way to be able to protect him with a drag back, but Chrysalis, he wanted to go back in with the boundless setup like that. He was ready for the turn. Satanic got blown up. And now without the Morphling, the damage just is not there. It'll be Megas and probably game.
Well. Yeah, that's how it looks like. They can maybe defend a bit with Lorinov, but there's also Aurora to worry about. Mega creeps are up. Aurora is there.
Should die afterwards probably as well. Jabs again.
No damage. Really.
There's just nothing. There's nothing. There is absolutely nothing they can do.
They're defending though. They're still spamming, but it's like these heroes just aren't falling. They're not losing HP. Besides the Rubik, maybe a kill if they get a good jump, but no rolling thunder anymore. Secret, a bit, of course, a bit disciplined. They don't have BKBs or Monkey, but I really think this game is. Lasso is there.
Nice time lapse from Q. Blapney though is going to be able to stop Jabs from entering the well. Now it'll be a 3v5. Both heroes without buyback, and yet they're going to call it Secret. Just outclassing Aurora. I mean, we had... Early game was looking pretty even, but just the execution from Secret in some of the team fights. Much, much better.
Oh, nice little game. Game 1. A lot of very smiley, happy faces on Team Secret. I feel like they cracked something. Like they figured something when it comes to this patch. Like coming into the series, I really thought Aurora is even okay. They have a stand-in. That's never good this deep into the tournament. But I kind of expected a lot from them. Satanic, he didn't play poorly. Like 5-3-3 Morphling, he did quite a bit. Then again, it wasn't enough. I think the big difference was definitely this Beastmaster on the offlane brought so much to the team. Like net worth, what, 21k versus 13k on Centaur. Centaur, the lowest net worth after what, Rubik, Weaver, and after the supports basically. So not really. You know, I'm not. How to put it, like I don't even think it was really Jab's fault. It's just the way the game was played. Like he even used one of the buybacks. It was his job to do what he was doing, jump in with the BKB, pop a target, and then that's it. My biggest problem for Aurora is like they had to constantly do this. Like they needed to have infinite smokes just to constantly jump with Centaur and make kills happen, because just the nature of Secret's heroes puts them ahead. Like this Beastmaster will have as much net worth as your cores at any given point in the game, unless you're killing someone all the time. He just farms way too fast, and he brings so much utility. The BKBs as well in Secret were on time. Monkey King wasn't really contested, besides being picked off once or twice. once he got that BKB, the game looked fairly simple. Put him in front, Beastmaster with all the utility besides him, and no, yeah, nicely executed by Team Secret.
I wonder if teams are going to need to look a little bit closer at this Beastmaster hero now, because this is back-to-back games that Secret have drafted it to success. I mean, with that being said, they were both very good games as well with the 24th pick. So, I mean, there's just so much value. We spoke about, the supports really struggling to deal with the summons. The Roar in this game in particular was debilitating for the Pango inside the fights. I mean, you just can't do anything. Anyone trying to retreat with Stampede is going to get held into place for too long. And you said it. You said it perfectly, though. I mean, it really was just kind of an offlane difference. I think as well, the value that we got out of the supports this game, like, we didn't really particularly feel the impact out of the Weaver. I don't know. Like, do you feel like they were just experimenting with the Weaver? Like, what was kind of?
I don't think there's
was there an angle?
I don't think there's need to experiment a lot with the Weaver. I know what he does in this game. He does it well. Like, the bugs are supposed to be pretty obnoxious to play against, like the early Vessel as well versus Monkey, Bat, and Timber. Like, this hero does well. One problem that they had with the Weaver is that it activated Rubik even better. Like, that hero became better. He was giving Sokuchi every single time. Like, you can't really stop that from happening, and the Rubik doesn't even need a blink in a game such as this one. And then you're playing into a Bat Rider that got first blood double kill, minute 12-13 blink for Puppy. It's of course he's gonna have more impact than some disruptors. It's just making one play every 3-4 minutes when his team is ready. So nicely done by Secret. They Puppy is a seasoned captain, and he obviously looked really deep into this meta, figured something new out. I hope that Aurora can respond well in game 2, so that we can get a nice little game 3 in the end.
Hopefully that would be very enjoyable for us and for all the watchers as well, for us to be able to go the distance once again for another game 3. We didn't get it in our first series, and we'll see if Aurora are going to be able to give us that treat. But of course, first we need to put all our attention onto the second game. We're going to send it to break, but when we come back, we'll have more of Aurora taking on Team Secret. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're ready to go here for our second game. Team Secret off to a good start. A good performance from them. Puts them one game away of being able to move over to the group stages. Lizard, my expert and analyst with, astrology and everything like that as well.
Thank you.
I guess
Please, more. Talk to me about my haircut. Come on, more. More.
Wait, just go to the side. Let me see the fade real quick. How's it looking? Did they line you up well?
Okay. Is this a good line? Bad line?
Yeah, it's all right.
Solid?
They lined you up not bad.
Okay, this one has a bit of an issue. Yeah, we got it.
That's okay. We cooking. We're looking good. You're looking good, feeling good. Secret playing good as well. What do Aurora need to do to feel good, look good, play good? What do they need to change up?
Get back 23? I'm kidding. I don't know.
Oh, come on.
No. No. It's a joke. It's a joke. I'm joking. Come on. No, Mr. King or Satanic, he didn't have really a bad game on Morphling. I really don't think it's on him. He farmed well. He was on top of the network charts most of the time, even though the map was shrinking, closing, and he was forced to move out of all the good positions to farm in. So he did well. The itemization also, I don't think it was bad. They needed these Lincoln Spheres. The problem is, this is another way that I see Dota. Like, if you pick a meta hero, but he is forced to itemize in an unconventional, not meta way, then you probably got outdrafted. Then probably there's something wrong, because that hero isn't as broken. Because it's very rare that the hero and the item build is broken for the same guy. It's usually one or the other. Like, some items get super broken and that activates heroes. Like right now, I feel like this Morphling, okay, he can have a couple of item builds, but if he's forced to go full defensive mode, then it doesn't look that great. And it didn't look that great in game one for him and for the teammates. Like, the moment they dropped, they did everything right. The moment they dropped one team fight, the game looked pretty much done for them. That's a pretty bad position to be in, isn't it?
Yeah. I definitely, I would probably agree with that. It doesn't look too good if you lose one fight, and the game's difficult to play from behind. So we'll see how they're going to be able to set themselves up with the draft. Team Secret with the first pick this time, and they open with Chrysalis's Razor, which of course we've seen there has been multiple times through Chrysalis's career where Razor and Monkey King have always been first phase banned. This time, apparently they both get let through. Secret, preferring the Razor this time, and Aurora kind of take the Tusk, which is a bit of a deny pick. Give the boy Morphling.
Okay. Give the boy Morphling again. Come on. Like, you got the stand-in. He's obviously... Oh, where did Puppy go? Puppy camera. Did he throw something at it? I didn't see. In any case, get the Morphling again for Aurora. I really hate it when people shy away from
he's
picking.
back.
He's back. Let's go. Beautiful face, beautiful man. I want to see that Morphling. Like, into the Razor already. The hero is strong, but the hero is banned, so we're not gonna see it. Never mind. Puppy face enchanted me. I wasn't looking at the bans. Yeah, so they ban out the Morphling right now. What else? Let's see. What else Razor hates playing against? Like, because they're already covering it, right? Like, they cover it with Morphling and Wind Ranger ban. Okay. Razor, what else does he hate playing against? Like, some illusion-based heroes can be rough for him. Ranged glass cannons also can be rough for him. Like your Lina from the mid lane or some Drow from the safe lane. These kind of heroes can tend to be... They tend to be a problem for Mr. Razor, so something that maybe Aurora can pick.
I like the Beastmaster Ben. That's so much respect. I just, especially we spoke about in the previous game with Aurora supports lacking ways to deal with summons. Tusk is already one of them. And then there you could be very vulnerable where you're going to pick your secondary support potentially now, maybe a little bit later in the draft, and you won't have time to be able to ban out the Beastmaster before Secret could last pick it at the 18th on the second phase. So just get rid of it. It's something that Boom, has had success with. It's something that maybe Secret feel very confident with at the moment. And there you go. Like, imagine, like, now you would Beastmaster. You see Shadow Demon Tusk, you would just be so worried about some summons hero coming out. And maybe we can discuss the Lycan. This is something that they also have run so far in the Swiss stage. So we'll see if they really have a good feeling about the summons heroes currently.
5 seconds remaining.
How old is he, by the way?
Who?
Satanic.
17.
17. Yeah, it looked really young on camera, so not
Do you
surprised.
remember what you were doing at 17?
Not really, no. It was some time ago.
You weren't playing for the potential qualifier to make it into a $1 million tournament?
I wish. I stopped playing everything. Like, I played qualifiers until I was 14, 15, and then I stopped and continued at the uni. A nice shaker pick, by the way. Interesting one. And Jakiro. Okay, Poppy is definitely cooking. Like, the drafts are different. I love it. So far I love Secrets drafts. I love the OG draft that we got recently, and Heroics as well from SA. They look like they're playing their own style, and I love to see that. Shaker, Jakiro, Razor. I mean, when you're playing a Tusk or a Shadow Demon, Jakiro is actually a problem. Like, he can be a problem. Like, you have Snowball, you have Disruption. Both of these spells become a little bit more difficult to use when there is a potential follow-up of an Ice Path and like Macropyre. So you have to be a bit more careful with how you utilize your hero.
Can they just, like, play Rubik mid or put the Tusk as a 3 or 2 and play Rubik? It looks like such a good game. You'd be kicking yourself on that you've gone for your 2 supports now and can't pick the Rubik.
Oh, they go for the Enigma first. You know how I feel about this hero. Like, especially in this game in which you see that it's an offlane. Like, it's an offlane Enigma, and the way I feel this hero is being played right now, and like, you get Vlads, you get Blink, but then these high tempo, high active offlaners take over. Now, what I want to see is, can Aurora maybe mimic what Boom did on Beastmaster? Like, what do you think? Like, Enigma used to be played as Vlad's Helm of Dominator as well, like a couple of patches ago. I mean, I want to see someone experiment with it, because this Blink thing just is putting you always on a back foot. Like, okay, super late game hero wins, blah, blah, blah. I have Black Hole, I will win with BKB, but all Secret have to do is get one hero that deals with that. Like, get anything that can actually deal with the BKB Black Hole later on.
Yeah, and my concerns with the Enigma is, as well as the fact that Secret, I feel like Razor Jakiro can just kill the Eidolons in the lane, no?
Of course. Yeah, of course. If they're laning into it, that's like literally one spell each, and the Eidolons are dead.
Radiant team pick.
They're going to go down the Timbersaw route, so I have time to respond here on Team Secret, of course, taking what Corden picked last time.
I have to say one thing, though. I love the Timber pick.
Okay.
I absolutely love this pick with the Enigma. I don't know if I like it that much in the game itself. Like, I'm literally not looking at Secret's draft. When I'm looking at this Aurora draft and I see the Timber after the Enigma, I feel like everything I just said about Enigma, completely dropping the ball in the mid game and having to farm and being kind of AFK and not pressuring, is solved by something like a Timber. Because this hero is just a dumb hero. He's literally, I'm going to be in your face, creating space 24/7, especially in this match because he's mid. Like, he's most likely mid, right? And then you have this Timber from the mid lane having a good time and just pressuring and making moves. So I like it. Puck was an obvious one. Like, you get Aghanims into the Enigma later on. You get a lot of silence control into the Timber. Even the Dream Call versus Tusk works nicely. So a lot of control for your Jakiro, for your Shaker, for your Razor. I like it. I like what both teams are doing. I would still say that Secret's draft is a much easier draft to execute at the moment.
Yep. I do think the one thing with the Park though, the lane first Timber, like Timber's gonna have a free lane. So that is just the one thing. You are sacrificing the laning phase in early game for Puck to be able to get you over the finish line, because there is no way you deal with Puck as the game goes on. Maybe like Timber will itemize Blink Hex. That's literally it. But besides that, you know, it is still a very, very free lane for the Timber, and Puck does not have a lot of damage at all. In fact, it's a lot of chip damage in the early game. So that's just one
it's
thing
like you need some
matchup.
faceless void, basically, if you're Aurora, right? Like even him is not that great, but some extra control like that would instant ban. Stop it, puppy. Stop. I know he has a bug here in my room somewhere. He's listening. But yeah, good ban. I like it. Is there anything such as a void that they have to be afraid of? Like they ban out the void, they ban out the morphling. You're playing into this razor. I guess the drow makes sense, like with the silence as well, and just being good into razor. But is it the best hero to ban out? Probably not. What are your thoughts, Aries? Come on, hit me with a carry suggestion for Secret to ban. That is
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know, my friend. I'm really trying to work out what they want. I'm thinking if there's any illusion here they can go down, because the Shadow Demon, but then I think Secret deal with illusions very well, so I think that takes it off the cards. You know, I think of PA when I see Razor, but I think that hero's in the bin now with the changes to Brooch. Sven is something that you could look at.
Into Razor is bad. Yeah, bad into Razor. That's the problem. All these melee cores into Razor can struggle.
Sven is okay. Sven is the only one that is okay, I would say, or one of the few. But there is a lot that he has to worry about this game.
Yeah, you can win with it, and it's like doable, but it's still not great. I still don't feel it's a great matchup. I mean, he's just cooking. Like I really have to say, I'm impressed with Draft 1 and Draft 2 now as well. Like, it just makes a lot of sense. Not everything is in the meta, and not everything is like what you expect to see at the moment, but everything makes a lot of sense. It's like 10 last years combined into a pretty solid draft at the moment. Like, you get this Gyro now on top with the mixed damage into Timber, into everything, into Puck Dream Coil, together with some Jakiro lane. You can lane any way you want to. Like, even Gyro is good into Eidolons with just Flak Cannon to work with. Like, overall, they just have a very solid draft. And for Aurora, if you pick Lifestealer into this, there's a Razor. If you pick Drow, also it's not that great. But Naga... I mean, it's not bad, I guess, you know, to delay the game, it's just a different playstyle, I guess. You delay the game, you get Manta Orchid on her, most likely that's the build. You get Enigma activated by creep skipping with illusions and just making space for him to come online. It's playable, it's playable. I still like Secret's draft more, yeah.
No, I agree. I like Secret draft as well, but I think there is a lot that the Naga can bring. You offer kill threat against the Puck as well, where, you know, this could be it really depends on how early you get the Orchid, and, you know, if Corden even preemptively goes for your Scepter. So there are definitely avenues to potentially catching him. I mean, as the game goes on, you can. So we'll see. Let's see what the Naga Siren's going to be able to do. There is, I mean, it's maybe some Song into Black Hole setup as well could potentially be mentioned, but I do like the lineup of Secret. So. See, Lorinov is, I think, the big X factor for me, though. I really do think he's going to have a really free lane, and I think he needs to do a lot for the boys this game, because I think Secret have a free farm safe lane. I feel like Jabs is really, we're going to get no value out of the Eidolons, so Chrysalis should be off to a great start. Again, Lorinov's going to be off to a great start, and it's just, you know, how is the Naga going to be able to perform?
Completely different hero as well for him after Morphling. We'll see. I think the guy is really skilled. Naga is definitely something that takes a lot of experience. It's not only the pub experience that brings you on the nice level of hero, but yeah, it does come in handy to have it. shit, I just don't believe in the Enigma, man. Like, I'm trying to BS around other heroes. I'm just like, I know the hero is good. I've seen a lot of these Vlad's builders doing quite a lot of impact early on, farming with it. But for me, it's on the Timber. It's not on Naga, on this 17-year-old stand-in playing Naga to the fullest extent, which he will have to do. But Timber is... Lorenov is the one that makes or breaks this game. He has to create enough space early to mid-game for this Naga and for the Enigma to come online.
Yep, 100% agree. Just all my eyes are going to be on Lorenov. So let's see what the build's going to be for him. We saw the Kai last game from Corden. At least first item, the Kai was. See if Lorenov is going to follow suit, if it's going to be the Blink first. But some new heroes overall. This is going to be exciting to see. I'm in particular for Secret. I'd say 3 out of the 5 heroes pretty goddamn new. Jakiro, Gyro, and the Earthshaker. So let us see.
You see a lot of you'll see a lot of Shaker basically in that. Sorry, a lot of Gyro in that support position. Are you here, Aries? By the way, you are, right?
Yeah, what up? What up? Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, you DC'd for a bit. No, like you see a lot of Gyro on support position, not really a lot on position 1. We'll see how well he does. Usually when I would see a Gyro on position 1, that's because he'd have some really good buffer to help him, like IO. IO Gyro is something I've seen recently, not a solo Gyro. You still have to create a lot of space for him, a lot of stacks for him, but he does come online significantly faster than the Naga.
Is there any different items Crystallis needs to go this game as well to deal with the Naga? Like I know some people.
What do you even buy? What do you even go on Gyro right now as a carry? Do you still rush Ags? Is it crit Ags still?
I think it's crit Ags.
Yeah, I mean crit Ags is still okay. You have to consider the fact that you're still playing against the Shadow Demon. That's always a bit of a problem, and they have a lot of big carry killers on Aurora. That's something that needs to be said. Like, one carry can be easily blown up by these heroes. Like, you have a Shadow Demon Tusk. I mean, they can go all in on Gyro.
And BKB Black Hole is definitely a threat this game as well. I mean, until the level 25 in the park, right? So that is...
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course. Yeah.
That is the ultimate thing. And that is the only one spell that you're going to be working with on Secret. So this is... You know, Jabs, let's see what he's going to be able to do off the back of that. But again, we are expecting him to have a much more difficult lane. And I mean, Jakiro is an incredible laning support as well. So it's not really like Q's going to have an easy time just to drag the wave behind the tower. Want to be fun.
Yeah, so far looking really good. They even managed to pull the hard camp. Gyro already burned through all the tangos that Q had. Like the bot lane not looking amazing, but yeah, you are farming on Enigma, I guess. Never mind, the Eidolons are dead. This is the moment he spawned them one.
Satanic might die. Afu, oh my lord. Are we still stuck on the other side of the fissure? One more right click. No way they didn't get it.
Not even close. 330 movement speed, one of faster heroes early on. You know what I was shocked with, who's really fast to level 1? Like one hero I didn't really think about usually. Omni Knight, like he has insane movement speed level 1. Not sure why he's carrying this. It's like 340. Something like that. Like level 1. Meanwhile, Razor is on 280, Gyro on 320. It's an advantage. Almost like Enchantress and Coddle.
Dude, if Razor was any faster, I feel like he would be
broken.
A nightmare to play into. Just would not be fun.
And he's not a nightmare right now, right?
Yeah, exactly right. He's a frustrating man to verse this Razor hero. I mean, he's always been. This is like those styles of heroes in Dota.
There are some heroes that are basically a big FU every time you're playing.
Yeah.
It's like
Razor's one of them.
Razor. I guess Tinker as well, Veno. Those Eidolons are not having fun. Huskar, of course.
I don't care. I mean, any cheese. Meepo is kind of like not fun, but I'd say maybe not
I
as
play
bad as some
Meepo,
of the
so Meepo
others.
is not as bad as everyone else.
Yeah,
but
yeah, of course.
Jabs is being zoned out completely. Like 9 CS on this Enigma, he's not gonna have a good game. At least the laning stage will be rough. Q is just unable to help. Like, you wanna trade, you wanna use tag team and ice shards and trade, but you have no one to fight with. Eidolons constantly die.
Oh, I don't know if you can
at that.
spawn them anymore. I actually
just
don't
stop,
think
yeah.
you can spawn them. So, okay, what does Q do then? Because this lane is lost and it doesn't get any better. So what does the Tusk actually do?
He's trying to do something mid, maybe secure this rune, but this also isn't a lane in which he can really contribute much. Like, Puck doesn't care about Tusk rotations at all. Like, this is... He can go top and he can stack, but the stacks aren't well taken by anyone on his side.
Radiant's
I guess,
middle
no,
tower
that's
is
wrong.
under
Timber
attack.
takes them well. Everyone else is kind of sucky at taking stacks. But he can go top, and that's what he's doing. Like, top lane is maybe... If Shaker is not in position to use Fissure properly, top is maybe killable. It's just a
After
problem.
Shaker.
Jabs is left.
This man is always in position. Maybe out of position this time. Tenning's going to be able to surround him with the illusions. Plasma Field will get through a lot of them as well, and even Poppy is going to be free to rotate because he doesn't need a help bottom.
King is dead.
So Satanic will actually
Oli
go
as
down.
well.
Now Oli's going to die as well, and look, I don't want to sound too pessimistic.
You
But-
can. You can.
It's really not looking good. It's really not looking good.
Yep. You're already relegated to some support, not support, some jungling Enigma. Your top lane is dying. Your Gyro on the enemy side is... Like, look, he's sending Eidolons in. Like, this flat cannon, like, rather... Yeah. Just some extra CS for Crystal. It's nothing more.
Yeah,
What's the upside?
What's the
your-
upside?
What's the upside? Lorenov is having a decent time mid. That's the upside. You have to wait for his rotations. Basically, maybe he gets a good 6 minutes run and changes everything. Caster's fault.
Bottom? Hang on. What's going on here? Chrysalis? The puppy? Dead Gyro! How did they do this?
Perfect. There you go.
Alright. I believe.
Was that? Yeah, was that a TP from Q that caught him off guard? I'm not sure. Sometimes you feel a bit cocky when you're winning a lane as hard as he is. Top rune. Another one.
Jesus. Arfu should go down. Nicely done.
Another one.
Well, he's going to get the kill. This Cordon was able to get the regen, so they took the power rune away from Lorenov, but of course they're going to be happy with slowing down Arfu.
Yeah, massive. And that kill on bot lane suddenly put this Jabs on level 5. I love that he went for Tranquil's drums, by the way, on Enigma. This is... I don't know. It's different. It's a different build. Like, you're going...
He's got Orchid queued up now.
He's now Orchid queuing. You know, he doesn't even know what he's buying at this point. He's going back to drums now. Like, we'll see.
Bottom lane, it does look like Aurora reading
Nice
this,
Timber
though.
TP, though.
Yeah, Chrysalis just ran way too far over the tower. And now Ol isn't going to be in a position as well to stop Puppy on the escape. And
Perfect.
Lorenov, this is what we were saying. This Timber Saw needs to be active, needs to get involved, and a double kill for the Timber pole vaults him to the top net worth.
Nah, 100%. Perfect. For Aurora, Secret, they found a way to throw this early advantage. That's by diving a little bit too much. Like, okay, Gyro is level 5. He has Power Treads and Falcon Blade. Not really a lot of stats to work with. He's not that tanky. He doesn't even dish out that much damage very fast without ult. So, nicely done. They are beating on Puppy, but...
Bottom again, yeah.
Nice bait.
Black hole from Jabs. Nice bait indeed. What? Are they? What's going on?
Like,
I'm so confused. I just like shat on them and said like, which I do think was warranted. Like, this lane was horrible. They were like, it was going poorly, and they're just outplaying them, and it's just such a night and day difference.
And another kill for Timber. They're not... I don't know. They're not outplaying them. Secret is just making mistakes one after another. This is... Yeah, Aurora is playing well. They're in position to punish. So unnecessary. Sometimes you need to know when you're so far ahead that aggressive moves can only hurt you. It's just unnecessary to make them, and that's at least what they did, what they didn't do properly in this game. That is, Crystallis now is jungling, but that's because he's forced to.
Dude, Jabs for a little bit had a higher net worth than the puck in the jar. It's so crazy. What has happened to this game?
And when you look at last hits, he had like 30, 9 minutes in. Now suddenly he's actually back in it. Like, one thing that needs to be said about this drums build, like, it's good with the little Eidolons, like, it helps out. The Vlads is a different approach. You can go both even. I'm just thinking how to activate the Enigma overall from the offlane, because the hero farms too much. Maybe this is some Jab's approach to the situation with the drums.
Maybe kill him to Poppy.
Yeah.
Crystallis is now going to pop his head out of the trees and will be able to deal with the Eidolons and protect his captain.
Saving Captain Papan. Yeah. Upan. He gets out, he saves him, going for that crit next on Jaro. Nothing extraordinary. How's the Naga doing? Going, yeah, Manta Orchid, like we talked about earlier. That's the build, especially when you're playing into this puck. You don't have a lot of instant catch. The strongest hero on Radiant side is probably the Razor, though. Like, that's the one you want to be playing with, and he's deeping mid. Not sure for what, though.
I guess they're putting importance on the rune. Maybe Satanic? I mean, Arthur's still in level 4, though, so... Moving thread of the Echo Slam.
You can scout him, but that's it. Like, you need to take down this tier 1 tower top. I feel like a rotation towards top should have happened, not the rotation from Razor mid, but it's like you said, they try to control both the runes, which are also very important. Bot lane, though, would you have guessed 5 minutes ago that this tower is gonna fall first? Like, no
way.
Effing way, yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. They got a 2,000 net worth lead. So, top tower will go down though nonetheless with the catapult wave along with the liquid fire. Pup is going to be able to open up the map now for them. They do really need to find a little bit of space here for Arfu to get his levels in gold. We'll wonder if it's just going to be the blink rush for him or if it will be the ag shard for the Earthshaker.
He's got the blink queued up. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Like, if he dies once or twice, he might even switch it up and go X Shard instead. Right now, it does look like he's going Blink. I do like the Blink. I won't mind the Shard as well. Like, you're playing into Naga, into Timber. Having that extra little stun is always nice.
Slow down a little bit with some of those early skirmishes that we had going on. Crystallis is about to have the crit stick completed. Q is also getting he's a decent position towards his blink. I mean, he's still 500 gold away, and we almost have the Witchblade. So I think we are about to be at a stage where some more fights will break out, and a lot of them are probably going to be based around the river, just again because we're seeing a lot of contest between either side for the power runes.
He does get the shield rune, right? Fuck yeah.
Nice shards, though. Coil on top of the Macrofire. They're going to split away and put themselves in a position where they were not burnt by fire. It's actually okay in the end. Q now snowball in, and Arthur, just not in a good position. Boom's going to be able to come through with the backstab, though, so deals with Oli. It'll be a 1-for-1 in the end. Even Crystallis is here as well, so the tower is under threat now.
If Jabs was just a little bit more farmed, he'd have the blink, but... Right now, he's still 150 gold away. So they will lose the tier 1 mid tower, but that's okay. If you're Aurora, you just had I think a much better trade, like killing the Shaker for the Shadow Demon. As long as you're slowing down the Shaker's blink, you're happy with it. Blink on Enigma will be after this wave. Q as well, like you mentioned him. He's almost completed his Blink Dagger, and like overall, not a bad state of affairs for Aurora.
No, but I do think we are going to see still some of the upcoming minutes should be a little bit easier for Secret, just because you have timings out of your cores. Even Crystals can get involved as well. When you're compared to the Naga Siren, this is a hero that only really starts to show up to early game fights with the Orchid, where Gyro has impact just purely off his spells, and his spells this game are going to be very important to kill the Timber early with the magic damage. So that is just
for sure.
a lot of it's. It'll depend, right, on where Crystals is though with his farming pattern, but we'll see.
It depends on who gets caught first, initiated on, and from one side, yeah, you have these heroes that dish out more damage individually or are maybe a bit more farmed, but on the other side, you have enough damage in the Timber, and then you have a Blink BKB, Blink Black Hole, that is, sorry, yeah, that's it.
Jesus.
That's what you have. You have a Blink Black Hole on Enigma. So, enough damage from Loreno to make these kills happen. Insane. I would have never guessed a game such as this one. The start such as this one would. I mean, it happens. It's, you know, a bit of throwing here and there. We've all done it before. Even pro teams aren't immune to it. We all like to do a little bit of throwy.
Just want to make the game more interesting for us and the viewers.
They're so nice. They're so nice.
Yeah, they are.
True king of the scene, this puppy guy.
He's been around for long enough to know what everyone wants. We want a game 3. We want exciting games nonetheless, and a couple of misexecuted team fights could potentially get us there.
I mean, with good team fights, the Aurora, you know, like they have definitely. They could have a nice advantage with this song into Big Black Hole. Like, that's always something that they can rely on. I'm looking at Radiant. You have your Razor queuing up the BKB Chrysalis as well, but it will take some time. They went for a lot of different items before, so they won't be online by the time the next Black Hole is up. So still some space, some time for Aurora to just wait on the Naga, maybe get another pick off or two with the Black Hole.
In regards to like Roche taking potential from either side, is there one that's a little bit both bad? Okay,
both bad, yeah. I feel like both teams need a clear win, clear teamfight win. Until they go into the pits. Like, Naga isn't great, Gyro isn't great at taking Rush. You have this Razor that helps out a bit on Radiant, so maybe a little bit easier for them to take it in an isolated space, but when you think you're playing into a Song and Black Hole, then probably not amazing.
Top lane though, maybe they see that Boom stepped out a little bit too far forward.
They do.
And they're going to be able to jump him. I mean, Puppy's playing on the outskirts to try and do his best to disrupt, but it's not going to matter in the end. Boom is pretty tanky, though. These are a lot of spells that are required to get the kill, and Secret are coming, though. Corden's going to be there to respond. Can Arfu find an opportunity to be able to enter the fight? Lorenovs activates the BKB. He's okay. Puppy with a TP out. That's cut short.
There's a Black Hole in one.
Ready with a jump, and now they're going to go as well. Jab's going to find the ankle connect on both the Song. It covers at least. It's still going to be able to set up for both, and the damage, it's not in question. Lorenov once again waltzes into the middle, gets the combo out, and down goes Secret.
Man, I was clicking on all the Secret heroes, checking for BKBs. I noticed Timber buying it. I didn't know he had completed. That completely turns everything. Just the fact that he had that BKB allowed everything to fall apart for Secret. Nice little Black Hole. The Song was unnecessary. Maybe miscommunicated a little bit, but still pretty damn solid. They canceled the sleep on time. They killed these two heroes, Jakiro and I believe Puck, that were caught in it. 4 for... Did anyone die on Aurora's side? They didn't lose anyone, right? Maybe, yeah, no one.
No, they didn't.
4-4-0. Just another great fight, and Timber having a massive game.
And now Orchid's online for Satanic. So I really like to see him start playing a little bit closer to the team. Q with the jump in onto Chrysalis, but Secret, they were ready to respond. lot of damage is out once the banishment expires, but Lorinov,
I mean,
he can now potentially enter off the back of the haste, and now Satanic, he's had
They're
time to be
killing
able
no
to show up as well.
this Shadow Demon is just saving targets. They're killing absolutely no one. They have this magic damage burst potential on Secret, but Shadow Demon is just breaking the combo, and you aren't killing heroes. And also, like we talked about these supports that just destroy carries. Shadow Demon and Tusk, they're like every carry's nightmare. One controls you, stuns you through BKB, shards you, and the other makes you miserable with Demonic Purge and Disruption as well. Well, Gyro is, a sad boy right now. Needs a BKB.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's close though, very close. Just under 300 gold towards that. Boom still needs a little bit though, only one component currently completed. And regardless, so there is still a big window with Corden lacking the Eul Scepter to be able to respond against the Naga. So we'll have a big opportunity to be able to take another successful team fight, potentially going to be around this mid lane, where they can then get an objective afterwards. See where they go. Smoke up is 3. What do they got on the map? Lorinov's going to be able to shove out mid. Jabs is pretty much showing bottom with the Eidolons.
He has Black Hole once again in 15 seconds. It's almost like in every crucial move they have it, and Secret are unable to play around it. They're unable to punish the big cooldown.
Coming for
Black
him.
might get caught again, yeah.
Oh, the timing. Jabs still. It's fine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Q is still
Q's
hunting,
not
though.
stopping. Smoke's gonna pop. Now the rest of the team are in a position on the jaunt out to the left. Is actually gonna go to the right instead, but Jabs is ready. This time are they gonna have the damage? It looks like they might still. Wow.
He's got that shard as well on Enigma, so every time that Malefice connects in the black hole, it spawns Eidolon, so that was the extra damage just needed. Straight into the pit. If no one is there to contest you, of course it's easy. Shaker, by the way, did buy shard in the end, and that's not a happy Shaker shard, that's like a sad Shaker shard.
Very forced one, unfortunately. Like to see Secret try and put some emphasis on. Oh, wait, they already got their Tormentor. Who got it? What? Alright, well, that feels great. How did Corden get that? Alright. That's just, you're really happy with a free puck shard.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Is it because Shaker bot is already?
Yeah, and the Razor. He must have been lower than the Jar and the Razor at that stage.
Yeah.
Have been so. It's like Aurora gonna go back and get theirs. Definitely unfortunate there. I mean, Ollie's is pretty decent, but Q's isn't the greatest. Oh, it's okay, but nothing like Secrets.
I like the shards on both sides, to be honest. Like on Shadow Demon, on Tusk, both shards are pretty good for me. I kind of buy them every game. On Tusk, and if I can have an early blink, then a shard is also good. On the other side, on supports, I'm not sure about the Jakiros. Like, I just don't play the hero enough at the moment. But it doesn't look amazing.
Smoked onto the ward. And have an Arcane Rune as well. Aurora want to contest this. They'd love Orinov to pick it up. On the other side of the fissure is going to make it very difficult. Secret got their BKBs picked up too, so they would love a fight. It is into the ages though. It's not going to be easy.
There's no black hole for 40 extra seconds, so maybe these BKBs can be used now. But, even the Naga with the Eternal Shroud, Orchid Manta is now becoming an issue. And if you do initiate, you probably shouldn't initiate on a Timber Saw. Like, you need to get these supports down somehow first. That's something that Secret needs to somehow figure out, like what their target prioritization is, because if you don't kill the Snowball Man and the Disruption Man, you're probably not killing anyone fast enough.
Secret trying to smoke towards their ward where they did see Q farming, but Dent is back to the T2 tower. Now they're going to go to the triangle where they might run. Ooh, let's see if they get baited. And run to Oli shortly. You couldn't see him catch him out of the tree line. It's a support kill, but it is 45 seconds where Aurora play with a 4v5, which will stall out this Aegis, so it really isn't the worst for Secret. You can now get your lanes in a decent position.
It's a massive kill. I really think it's the one realistical kill. Shadow Demon and Tusk, they're the ones.
Octarine next on Cordon, okay. So not as much down the damage route for him. But I'll see, still, dude, Arfu's...
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, it's a pipe dream now, it seems like, for him to be able to find a Blink Dagger, so... This is a whole goddamn Earthshaker.
He has a shard, so maybe one good fight and he can get it. I know I'm coping a bit, huffing on that copium, but if he gets like a good fissure, he can move in easily over it, use his Echo Slam, maybe get a kill, but this game is too slow for Secret. I'm sure that they're not very happy with the state of it. I'm thinking, like, if you do go late, what are your chances into Naga? Like, AoE damage from Gyro is always good. Razor is also nice,
Under attack.
but what lane?
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Pupan?
Yeah, Pupan forced out the BKB from Jabs, popped out an Invis, and I didn't see the start of it. I did see Puppy that was Invis on top of the Enigma, but maybe Jabs was a little bit worried there was more
Radiant's middle
follow-up.
tower is under attack.
BKB was used, they got the kill.
Yeah, you don't BKB just for the Jakiro, right? So BKB is used like you said, and maybe this gives them an opportunity. Still though, Aegis, 30 more seconds after that, and after Jakiro is up, we might see a smoke coming from Secret. They are getting stronger on these scores. 700 gold away from Crystallis's Aghanim Scepter. Next on the lines for Boom is Satanic. Well, they are getting bigger and bigger, but so is Naga on the other side.
How does Boom play the team fights as well, though, in particular? As actually we'll hold that. They are mass teeping in. And yeah, they're not going to hesitate with dropping the black hole. Fissure's still on cooldown. It's just going to run in. He'll cancel at the last second, but it doesn't matter. You're happy with the almost full duration black hole that was used, and now Arthur as well is... He's going to be killed off in the trees. I mean, this is just...
One of the worst feelings as a support is when you use your spells to farm and then your core dies because of that. Like, you have this perfect turn potential there. You pop that fissure on time, this Razor is probably killing one hero. Probably killing at least one hero and then going down, if even he goes down. But without having that fissure, without having that blink, Razor dies first, and BKB is now up online again for Enigma. How does he play these teamfights, you asked me, right? Like earlier before. I think you should be able to link up on the Naga in the teamfights and kind of try and run her down, or just run down the supports, make a mess. I feel the Shadow Demon and Tusk are mostly Puck's obligation to catch. He's the one with the blink at the moment. They are smoking up. There's no black hole, so maybe they see that opportunity.
The BKB on Boom is my concern at the moment. Down for another 15 seconds, and they're going to be running to where they don't have vision. And I believe got a glimpse of Arfu, and now Aurora will be able to play accordingly.
Close. Different team.
Different team, but both start with A.
Yeah, same. Kind of similar, right?
They're kind of similar, right?
They have R's in their names as well. By the way, Naga has Disperser as well. On top of the Manta, on top of the Orchid, on top of the Eternal Shroud, top of the network charts, 20k, 6k ahead of any core on Radiant. So it is a Naga, and this is to be expected. But like, the way I see this game is like, okay, Naga can be kind of a problem, and she will split you, she will buy time, but the biggest issue I still do see in Jabs, in the Enigma, like the Blink BKB Black Hole right now cannot be answered.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But Wisdom Room snipes though. Lorinov gets secrets, and I believe Corden was able to get Auroras as well. Lorinov is pretty close to the Hex with this tower going down, and this is something that we were mentioning as a way to address the puck as the game goes on.
Blink Hex.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
If you have enough gold and you don't have cash and you don't have catch, no matter what hero you're playing, Blink Hex, man, just get it.
Alright, Arthur's got Blink. 28 minutes in.
Let's go.
Much later than he was hoping, but maybe he's saved up some incredible Echo Slams to bring Secret back into this game. A game that has been very slow since the laning phase. I mean, Aurora really haven't been forcing the issue too much. You see Satanic is continuing to pole vault up further and further in the net worth. He's going to be going down a Hex route as well. So Aurora really happy with the current status this game. It's actually really been Secret that are trying to force the issue. We see them playing aggressively on Aurora's half on the map, playing underneath this observe ward by the triangle, but they're not taking at least the bait at the moment.
They read a little bit earlier that they could move in because there was no black hole on jabs, and then they set up good vision, and that vision allowed them to play even more aggressively for now. But now it's Aurora's turn to strike back, and now if you're Aurora, the question is, do you move and recapture the area that they've taken, or do you move into the Radiant side? It looks like they want to recapture it. Boom is in vision.
They want to jump Boom as well. That's a lot of damage already. Boom's probably going to be forced to use the BKB if they can keep poking him. It does get the static link onto the Naga. Jabs jumps in with the BKB as well. And with this, there's just no cancel. Boom, what? They don't have the damage? Boom hasn't gone down. Finally, he will. And also the Song in the Banishment somehow keeps the Enigma alive as well. Arfu lacking the damage. Now Puck's going to find the jump in, but Jabs is able to escape. And now Aurora with the numbers advantage. If they want, they could chase them down. It looks like they will think twice, however.
Nicely done by everyone on Aurora. I love how Razor was, I don't know, he was having some shock attacks, some spasm. He was just hitting the fissure constantly, unable to move. I guess it's the Aghanim's Shard static link that made him move that way. But I also loved Aurora and how they saved the Enigma. That was really good. Like the disruption to save him from the dot damage, and then on top of that they use King's Sleep. Enigma gets away and they don't lose anyone. They did lose the black hole though, which might allow Secret to force this rush. There is no black hole, they know it. There is no song, they know it. Are they fast enough? That's the only question.
They are setting up Aurora to contest the 4 heroes down bottom. Panic does have TP as well to join, but it's a slow Roche, but it looks like probably going to be able to get it before they start to come down. I mean, they're starting to send delusions out, but yeah, it'll be too late in the end. Alright.
Not bad, right? Like for Secret, this is strategically the best approach that they could have taken to the game. Now you have the Sages, maybe an opportunity to just push Chrysalis up front.
Q is running at them. But Satanic is still forcing in top. So if they actually maybe try and take a fight and stop some TPs, there could be a lot of objective damage. Puppy's now going to show in the lane, so Q feels like there's a bit of an opportunity with the numbers in their favor.
Puppy might die top.
Okay, well, wait. King's in. He's got Song. Yeah, okay. Has to use it.
Oh, Fissure, he's
God, they got him.
He's got Disperser. Maybe he can... Where's he going?
Nah, he's not running anywhere. He's not out. There's just nothing he can do. Maybe he can get a kill. That is not to be. All right, Afu. It has been a very, very rough game for the Earthshaker, but
that's a tip. That's a tip where he's dead anyway, you know. But this Shaker, like, you know, your teammate didn't do anything for the full game with the Echo. But that Fissure was amazing. He's the sole reason why they caught the Naga. So very well deserved tip, and the Echo to maybe go and snatch the kill.
don't know if it's because of psychic headband range.
Yeah.
I
think
yeah,
so.
it is.
I think so as well. Yeah, he had a lot of range to work with. Catches the Naga off guard, like massive kill for Secret. There's no song as well, remember, for 60s, so this is at least a tier 2, I would say.
Okay, maybe that's the confidence Arthur needs.
It's definitely a boost in the confidence and in the item build as well as you get some gold. But there was some mistake there by Aurora, because if your Naga is rushing top...
Bottom lane, Lorenov.
Nice ice
Even with
path.
the mark with the chakram, even shards as well. Now, Chrysalis might want to run at them.
Naga is cutting from behind with the illusions, so
Is under attack.
very annoying for the supports, but the tier 2 tower seems like it will fall.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Alright, 13,000 net worth lead. The Aurora haven't been able to get anything going though for quite some time, and it might still be that way
Has been killed.
with the Aegis still in the hands of Chrysalis for another 2 minutes now.
Also, Jabs' build, after the Blink BKB, he went for Aetherlance. This Aetherlance was a build with Malefice before, like the Malefice Shard. You buy just the Aetherlance and the Shard, and the people were playing around that, like theory crafting. It wasn't that bad, but I feel like maybe just getting Refresher here as fast as possible is what will make the difference, the ultimate difference for them. At the moment, they are respecting the gyro. Like, he's dishing out a lot of damage, and he's going to have the Daedalus. So, Satanic Daedalus BKB. Even with one black hole, I'm not sure you're winning the fight.
Yeah, I mean that's a very good point. This is a way we've seen gyrocopters address the Enigma in the late game, with just the passive lifesteal coming through, and even better if you activate the Satanic. So we'll see. We Enigma has been known as just the, you were speaking earlier about supports being nuisances for carries, the Tusk and the Shadow Demon in particular, but Enigma is definitely an offlaner that can really make it a difficult life for carries to be able to play, which is taking them out of the team fight with one ultimate. So it's going to be important to see if Aurora can have enough damage inside the black hole now.
Do you think they're buying all the Satanics because they're playing against Satanic? Like, Razor has one, Gyro has one as well.
So you think
Are they?
they're just...
They're countering him with his own item.
Ah, okay. So do you think Aurora should buy a bunch of Chrysalises or Crystal? I don't even know how you want to just
Crystallites.
Crit sticks?
Crit sticks, yeah. They didn't buy a single one, that's the problem.
I see.
Once they get it, once they get at
Radiant's
least
bottom
one, the
tower
game will
is under
change.
attack.
But right now, the one crystal is he's got a big crit now. He's got the Daedalus, and level 20, a lot of flat cannon attacks, moving mid. There's another hex, by the way, on the Naga.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Can be
under
useful.
attack.
So frustrating though. Let me see. You got to worry about the illusions. Got to worry about the Eidolons shoving the lanes. So bottom is pushed out, top's pushed out, and with the Aegis expiring, they're going to go back to their own triangle. Aurora are ready to fight though. Smoke up is 4.
Yeah. One difficulty that I see from Secret right now is that they don't have this classic position 5 dumb hero for Puppy, like an Undying or something that can just stick its head out. Like Jakiro, like you can do it with Jakiro as well, but you contribute so much with the spells that you'd rather sit back. And who do you bait with? Like, how do you start things off? You have to have some really nice smoke, but then you're playing into the song Black Hole. Man,
You bait boom.
it's really not
Bait
easy.
boom.
Like, looking at Secret's game, it's really not easy. For Aurora, I feel like it might be a bit simpler. Like you said, so many annoying things. Giving info, running in, starting things off, and then on top of that you have a save and a restart and snowball and disruption and a
Radiant
song.
are scanning.
You bet the Razor, I think. Just put boom in the front, let
Six-slotted
Alpha
Naga.
counter initiate.
No boots. BKB purchased.
Q? What's Q up to?
Smoke on both sides. Is it smokes or is it just items, by the way? It's just items. Like 2 ninja gears on Dire. Radiant, it is a smoke.
They're going to drop a ward as well for Arthur up on the cliff. See if they're going to be able to take a fight around the area. Lorenov will run in. Hex as well. Jab's ready with the black hole. That's the ideal target, and they've got the damage. Satanic is not enough, and now it's all up to Boom to turn the fight. Satanic's going to activate the song. The retreat is called, or maybe they want to go back in instead with the beacon. Is on cooldown. Is there an opening? Boom. Charging forward aggressively on the Razor. Caught him. He's going to get caught with the Hex. It's not going to matter in the end. There's no more extra fort. Now King is isolated, but so is Boom. There's an opportunity to blow him up, and they will do so. And then
Shadow
Naga,
Demon.
they just don't have the damage without Chrysalis.
He's going in and out. Ghost
Is it going to be big enough, though? It's not. King, he's still alive. Caught him. Having a free fight at the moment, but once the Hex comes out, Lorenov will get on top of him. A Scepter to store some of the damage. He should still die afterwards, though. And Aurora, can they get him? Okay, finally they get him. But Aurora, what a team fight from them.
Yeah, just a really good one. They lose the Naga in the end, but they took down so many of Secret's heroes that it doesn't even matter. I'm sorry if I talked over you earlier. Discord, I believe, was I don't know, not working for you or for me. In any case, they need to find a way to kill this Shadow Demon. This man is doing way too much work. He can't keep getting away with this. Like, he's resetting one initiation after another. He's healing everyone with demonic cleanse. Like, this Naga should have died much earlier if not for him. He's probably the most valuable hero to eliminate instantly off of the fight for Secret, and unfortunately for Secret, they don't have anything like that. They don't have any ways of saving this Gyro. Like, once he's caught, that's it. Every man for himself. Maybe a Wind Waker. Yeah, that's it. Corden actually buying Wind Waker. This is huge. Mid lane.
He's got a scepter. Okay. But just apparently has the gold for it and a BKB as well to run out away from Chrysalis.
Yep. And the blink.
Roche is up as well. Ollie scouts it out. Aurora still black hole down for 30, but Secret is starting to pile down.
Yeah. They are. They know there's still no black hole. But my question is, right now Aurora knows for sure, and they will contest this. Like, they're running in straight. They have Song as well to play with. It will
Jabs
not
has
be
a
as simple.
TP.
Dire are scanning.
He'll be there, right? Like, he has Drum, Smoke from Ninja Gear, Blink. They have Song as well, Illusions.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? The Song. Maybe after getting the caught in the trees as well. Chrysalis is also taking a lot of damage inside Roche. It's an early Song.
He's got Satanic.
Fisher's a little bit awkward as well. And Jabs is getting close to the team fight though. Is he going to be close enough, or can they take it without him? Boom, trying to hunt down King. Stealing a lot of damage onto the Razor, but Jabs jump in. Finds a black onto the Gyrocopter once again. The life steal, it is just not enough. Arthur might be able to get the kill onto Jabs, but they also killed King off to the northern side as well. Finally, a fight might go Secret's way. Unless Lorenov has something else to say about it. Hunts the backline, assassinates Arthur. Rosha's pretty low though.
Yeah, they bought back on Shadow Demon. He is moving through the portal.
He freed up the slot. Lorenov. Oh yeah, got the beacon.
He got it.
No way, Lorenov, no way. Boom. Activates the refresher though. So with another BKB for him to work with, Lorenov, he's vulnerable to this. It's going to expire pretty shortly. Lorenov will try and turn. Q's him with the buyback as well, but Lorenov, he goes to the opposite direction of the task.
Okay, Q is here, Shadow Demon as well.
Shaker
is back.
Maybe Arfu can stall this out long enough. No way. Ollie's going to go down as well. Corden, he's got another coil. He's got another coil with the damage output. Ollie should drop down. And Lorenov is out. He wants nothing to do with his team fight. Somehow, Secret, even after losing the Aegis, Boom will not even die a single time.
Damn. Wait, did Puck die in the end? He didn't, right? Like, Puck and Boom were just fighting it off from the get-go. Such an insane long fight. That was great. I loved it. From the get-go, the black hole from Jabs once again was great. It connected on the gyro, exactly what they needed to do. They used the stun kick as well from the Tusk. But the Naga dies. That's like the big deal. The Naga dies, the Shadow Demon die very early on. Because of that, they can't save each other. Lorinov rescued this whole situation, completely just rescued it by going in and snatching these Aegis and just doing everything that he can. Do you think that he ran away a little bit too early though? Like with the 2 buybacks from supports, I thought that maybe he's able to fight it off. Like he's just unkillable, it seems like. Just way too difficult to kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe unfortunately that was the wrong call for him to make, but such a chaotic team fight, it's difficult to be able to all be on the right page. And I really think the most important thing though is there's so many levels that just got gamed. Boom is level 25, he has his talent. Corden has his talent now as well. He has the Dream Core, Pierce's immunity, so you do have a response to the black hole on Jabs.
No, that's actually super massive right now for them. Like this level 25 on Puck is basically what they were hoping for in the late game. But it's not only the levels, like it's the item. All he has to do now is be in position with the Wind Waker, and finally you have a reset tool. If I was Puppy, like I would literally just queue up Wind Waker as well on Jakiro. I feel like it's absolutely important to have 1 or 2 ways of resetting versus Black Hole. And yeah, that item allows you to. Imagine if you can save a gyro so he pops the Satanic afterwards. Like suddenly the fights look 10 times easier.
Puppy might be able to get the... Oh, a little bit awkward there with the BKB. Hex is out. Jams might just black hole the Puck instead, and he will do just that. Let's see what Crystallis can do now. Previously in all the fights, he's been worried about the black hole being solely casted on him. Meanwhile, Arfu, he gets kicked in the middle. It's not a welcome way to enter the team fight for the Earthshaker, and they get a buyback out of Corden as well.
Ooh, that's rough. Why did Corden... Okay, like they used the Echo so he got baited to buy back in, but that was like literally a series of events that's very unfortunate for Secret. They lose the Shaker. More importantly, even they buy back on the Puck, which just gives Aurora a win condition. If all in on Corden, all in on searching for this Puck, they are somehow managing to find him. It's not easy, but this Blink Hex on Timber is proving to be extremely useful. Same Blink Bloodthorn on Naga. They itemized all in, trying to deal with the Puck and paying off dividends at the moment.
Yes, it is. The itemization from Aurora really making it difficult for Corden in this game. And that hope of a Rapier is going to be very far away. Again, like we saw what Boom was able to do in that Roche fight down bottom as well. If he could lock on to the real Naga Sign, I'm pretty sure he just solo killed him. Maybe there was one extra hero that was offering some assistance, but...
Yeah, Puck was around, but for sure, like with Razor now, with the Refresher Orb, like he just does too much. You can't escape him as well because of the Static Link Shard. He's got, I believe, what's his level? Yeah, level 25. Still his attack speed. It's also really good if you can latch on the real one, right? But still good on him. Yeah, Puppy as well, realizing Wind Waker queued up next for him. These are some massive items that they're queuing up, but now after that last fight they are 20k behind, and Aurora are in a pretty solid position. 5k gold on Enigma. He's finally, like, it's been a long time since he got a new item, right? Like, he's got the Saganims. Getting a refresher would really make a difference now. Aghanims, by the way, is really annoying too.
Just because the pull?
That pull? It's just annoying. That's all I'm gonna say. It's not like my favorite item on Enigma, but it's really annoying to play against in team fights. Just because of the pull, yeah. The damage, of course, but the pull is Super annoying.
All right, well, let's see. Jab so far this game has been very on point with some of the black holes. And this is your one thing that I feel like we've started to see a lot more in recent years on Enigma in particular, where it's not just all about that big multi-man black hole. It is enough just to be able to get it on that one core in particular, and sometimes if you have a second black hole, you can use it on one core and then use it on the secondary one afterwards. So see how they're going to be able to address that, but really a lot.
Or if you really hate that one guy, you can use it twice, right?
Yeah, sure. If you don't kill him, then that's a lot of hate. Would be unfortunate. You don't hate anyone, right? I feel like it's only love. No? Okay.
We're only sharing love here.
Besides all the people that you lost to in your pubs last night?
No, besides anime lovers, aka weebs. Besides them, we hate those. But besides weebs, we like everyone.
Happens. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. Actually, you lose more games than others, but it's alright.
That hurt me right now, Ares.
You can do about it,
crying.
pussy. Yeah,
you can hear me, right? Can you?
Yeah, I don't know. You're saying some weird stuff though.
Can you hear me?
I don't know. Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
I don't know what's happening with audio this game, but yeah, that was that was the perfect moment to lose each other's sound. Yeah, I can hear you now. You were talking about me losing, Punk. What did you say? Say it now to my face. Smoke mid.
Might have a fight. Yeah. Hang on. We gotta look at this fight.
Yeah, you might.
Yeah, that's fine, dude. Yeah, what? What now? What are you gonna say? Keep the mouth shut. We got a fight going. This is my turn to talk. You keep quiet. Pipe down over there, buddy. Little bro.
There's no fight. There's no fight. Nothing is happening. It's okay. There is a smoke though, so it might be big for Aurora. This is the reveal of Refresher, right, on Enigma. They didn't know before.
Is this just another Roshoff, potentially? What is... See, how did Secret even get in a position where they're going to be able to fight this?
It looks like it will be for them. Yeah, they're just... You can see how they're playing on Aurora. Basically just warding up all around Rosh pit. Rosh will certainly be on the Radiant side, they know it. And also 15 seconds away, so... really won't be that hard. I like the Jabs moved top. Made some Eidolons just to push in the top lane. And Naga as well with the illusions. Like, this is the annoying part of Aurora and their draft. Like, it's so hard to play against. They're pushing in waves and getting vision for themselves without really risking anything. So difficult for Secret to play
instantly. They see the sentry get dropped and they smoke up together. Q's in a good position to pop it. Not a bad pick off though for Secret. They're not going to be able to get it though. Ollie frustrating with the banishment. King's going to try and enter as well, but the song sets up for Jabs and it's a double black hole and it's two incredible targets. He's ready to go for a second round if he can find it onto Corden. But the buybacks are there. And this is such a heavy investment on Secret. They must get kills and they need to do it now before the retreat.
Yeah, maybe this Tusk in the corner is caught. Lorenov gets Puppy in the end as well. They do at least get Tusk. He has a buyback. And they also have a black hole, by the way. They're smoking up again. I really don't know what they were thinking, jumping in that fast when Corden was really far away. Like, the reason why that fight went so poorly for them, Puck was far. Like, very far.
Satanic's not with them at the moment. He's shoving mid.
Is that good or bad? Maybe take a side. Let's see. He actually is moving back.
Baronov. Oh, Fu just gets caught out of the tree lane. Okay, he's going to be okay for the moment. Now Boom as well is locked onto his target. Nice fissure as well from downtown, but he's going to be able to get the blink away somehow. Protected against the damage. Lorinov gets some separation, but Oli will not be able to do so.
Yeah, but these buybacks now, there's no BKB on Razor. These buybacks now are actually massive. Song can catch
the jump. Kicks back Boom as well, straight into King's location, and look at the Nagasari just go to work. They don't even need the Black Hole to win the secondary team fight. Chrysalis will stand strong on his hill. As he got the damage through the BKB, but once it's out, it's not going to matter. Now jabs can be in, and that should be all she wrote for our second game. Multiple diebacks. Chrysalis is somehow alive, but it just does not matter in the end. They will surround him and kill him off. A buyback out of caught him. He might be able to snipe the Enigma, but not even enough damage out of the park at this stage. All these diebacks was crippling to Corden's net worth, and I mean, they can walk it down and send us to a game 3 now.
Let's see. Corden, it seems like he wants to defend. They have all 3 sides, and Aurora actually do not take objectives that fast. So, objectively, they are winning this game, and they are in a absolutely winning position. But Secret, seems like at least for now, they're not giving up. They're not GGing. Okay, not even one side. Straight for the throne. This is how it should be done. GG. Yeah, game's over. Oh.
All right, let's go. We're getting game 3. Not bad stuff. Some crazy team fights, an interesting laning phase into a interesting outcome of the early game as well.
Yeah, interesting is the best way to put it. Like whenever something is wrong or bad, casters, guys in the chat, whenever something is wrong or bad or whatever, casters will say, just to keep it diplomatic and political, they say interesting, unique, peculiar, different approach, you know, all these things. Yeah, this one was interesting from Secret early on.
What?
Very. After they started losing and diving the Enigma, that was absolutely demolished in the lane. I literally thought this game will last 25-30 minutes after I saw how hard Jabs got punished. Had almost nothing from that lane, and then they just started diving too much, doing some crazy moves for which they got super punished. Enigma gets a blink, your Tusk gets a blink, your Shadow Demon is rich. But they deserved it. Like Aurora deserves this victory. They deserve game 3. They played too well. Like Secret, I have to say, like even in these last couple of fights, something was off. Like they are too disconnected within the game. Like Puck is too far away. They start things off. He doesn't use the Wind Waker to save anyone. Both the Gyro and the Razor die. The Dream Coil isn't even used during that Black Hole. Can't really deal the damage to the surrounding heroes. Ahfu's Shaker, like they cooked. I can see the reasoning. Like you're playing this Shaker Razor on offlane. Shaker covers everything that Razor is weak at. Like he brings a lot of control, a lot of initiation. But Ahfu just didn't have a game, and that's something that sometimes happens with the Shaker games. Like if you don't have enough space, if you don't have a good game, your team is suddenly unable to play. You're missing the initiation. You're missing that team fight from the Echo Slammy. So yeah, all things said, great game, enjoyed it, nicely done to Aurora, well deserved game 3.
Man, I feel a little bit I feel like Lorinov should be upset with us. What'd you say?
Why upset?
Why upset?
Why upset?
I just noticed at the end of the game that Lorinov was just 0 deaths. I didn't even notice. I feel like this man deserved way more praises than what I gave him in that game in particular. I mean, we said that he had to have the performance, and that was the performance. 21-0 is a incredible stat line from him. The Roche steal as well with the Aegis. I don't know if it's this was the last fight of the game, so it was the fight beforehand where he was able to get that Roche and the multiple buybacks from Secret to contest it. This is just some I don't even know. I mean, the stuff that he was able to do for Aurora this game just put them in such a commanding position when it was all looking doom and gloom. No, it could not be better. Incredible.
Couldn't be better. Like he played it. Like he created all this space. He made all the moves. Like he brought back the Enigma back in the game when they were diving under the tower. He would TP and kill off Crystallis, kill off Puppey. Everything. The itemization was on point. The Wind Waker from him. The Hex, most importantly, to give them some extra catch. The two supports on Aurora as well. Absolutely deserve it. Both the Shadow Demon and the Tusk. Like massive initiations. Constant saves coming from Oli. Just healing people, purging, demonic cleansing, all on point. But yeah, 100% Lorenov. He's the MVP, also someone that we should have praised a lot, and I blame you. Like I'll jump on that wagon. I'll blame you as well, for not praising him enough. But nicely done overall for Aurora. Played the draft. Like the laning stage looked damn rough, but they recovered. Yeah, congrats to them. Game 3.
Game three. Hopefully, it's going to be as action packed. Well, the team fights. Yeah, once we got there, we're very action packed. We did have a bit of a period in this game where there was a lull, but regardless, we get to go to a game 3, so we will determine, of course, to remind everyone as well, the stakes on the line. This is a elimination and qualification series as well, so either Secret or Aurora will qualify and move over to the group stages for a $960,000 tournament. So you still need to make it through to the playoffs. There's a lot of incredible teams that they have to go up against, but there are 2 slots remaining. We've got another series after this as well. So let's though firstly look and put our attention onto game 3 and see what we have in store for that. So we got Secret, Aurora coming up next. First, a quick break. Game 3 right around the corner. Aurora able to even up our second series of the night. Some incredible team fight performances from them. Lizard, let's see. You were saying I'm always wrong. So now, as you, the man that can never do anything wrong, can always be correct. What's going to happen? What's going to happen in this upcoming game? Well, what are we going to see a little bit differently? And what are some adaptations we'd like to see? We can even say from both sides as well. You're not just Team Secret.
Where did you get these facts? Fake news, man. Fake news. I never said anything like that.
Fake news.
I know you're mostly wrong, but so am I. It's fine. We're casters. We're not supposed to be right. And even if you're right, you're wrong. That's the Twitch chat. Logic. If you're low, if you're high energy, you're talking too much. If you are focusing on the game, you're low energy. But in any case, no matter what is going on, it's always your fault. You have to remember that. But I don't know. I was wrong in that last game, 100%. I doubted the Enigma, and the lane did look rough. They still managed to find some ways of activating him. The Timbersaw did an exceptional job. The rotations were all on point, and I did like the small adaptation from Jabs. I liked those drum builds, like drums into Blink, into BKB, every black hole connected. But for me, you're gonna cover me for this. I did say from the beginning of the tournament, maybe even in the last tournament, that I love Shadow Demon. Like, this hero just makes the game different and just allows you to play in a much freer way with most of your cores. Something that did happen in that last game. Now, for me, do you worry about Oli? Do you worry about Jabs and all these heroes like Q and heroes that they play because they have an arsenal of heroes? Or do you maybe aim at this 15, 16, 17-year-old kid that's standing in, that has a level 30 Morphling, that has a level 30 Naga? I would ban out those two and see just how many heroes he can play on the same level. Or if not ban out, find the real solutions of dealing with them. Because the Naga was also like a silent killer that game. It didn't look like she's doing too much, but constant illusion spamming and just sending them everywhere and pushing in the lanes allowed Lorenov, allowed Jabs to always have vision, to always do the right moves. It's like the unsung hero of the game.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult to always feel the impact of what the Naga can provide. But I think this is the hero that needs to be looked at without a doubt. And Aurora, luckily enough, they're going to have the first pick. We saw Corden have a pretty good performance with the Timber in game 1. Lorenov, a exceptional performance with the Timber on game 2. So they're going to pick it up once again. And now Secret, how can they find the response to it? I think another big thing to mention is the fact that the change in the draft, Aurora, this time have actually gone for both the Razor and the Monkey King ban. Previously, they weren't even banning any of them. So now they want to try and put Chrysalis on a bit of a different hero. That was his one weakness when he entered the scene. I think it is very different now. His hero pool is much more diverse, but that means the Disruptor gets let through, so Secret are going to be able to snatch that.
Yeah, his hero pool is diverse. Do you think the other heroes that he's playing are on the same level like Razor and Monkey, though? Like, I would say his Razor and Monkey are world-class elite, and I'm not sure about the other heroes. I think they are maybe not a full tier above, but below, but slightly below, definitely.
Yeah, look, I haven't watched enough Secret games recently to be able to answer that properly, but I would just say, at least off the games I've seen, yeah, I'd definitely say like his Razor and Monkey King are still a little bit above, but I haven't seen enough Secret games really to be able to answer.
Yeah, but there aren't many heroes that have, like, it's not that they're, when I'm saying it's not on the same tier, I'm thinking like they're not as great as these heroes that are probably played the best by him. Like, there aren't many players that play them on the same level, so but we're not gonna see them. We see the Disruptor. It's kind of an answer to the Timber, not really a full one yet, but the Static Storm is annoying. Having a glimpse to catch him is always good, and just having Disruptor on your team this time around, they don't allow it to be picked up by Aurora, so they'll be playing with the Disruptor and not with the Beastmaster, who does get out. What did we see recently? Into the Timber. We have seen one really nice Dragonite game, right? Like, Dragonite owning Timber on mid lane.
Yeah, true.
which is interesting. I still can't get over that Timber does poorly against him, but he does. So maybe that's an option for Team Secret. But I just love the Shadow Demon ban. I think that was like a massive problem they had in the last game.
How do you feel about the gyro pick? Because I have some. I think
It's
for
flex.
me at least,
Flex, right?
yes, yeah, but the reason I have a bit of an issue with it is because I think Arfu is always shines on playmaking position fours, and I don't think the gyro isn't one of them.
Yeah, I mean, last game it wasn't really the shiny performance on the Shaker. Had a really rough time. I'm not gonna say it's mainly because of his gameplay or anything like that. It's just the game was rough. So if he is playing the gyro, I wouldn't mind it. Like a massive amount of damage comes from this hero, and then when you're playing into Timber, you really could use that bonus magic damage. Especially with the gyro, you can buy anything, and Vessel is one of the items that you can go for. Another thing that really helps you out. So let's see. They can play the gyro on a carry again, of course. Especially because we were just talking about Chrysalis and his hero pool. His gyro was like at the beginning okay, and then it kind of all fell apart with just diving too much, being a bit too aggressive.
5 seconds remaining.
Aurora,
Yeah,
that's Holy Crystal Maiden and the Q Tusk, right?
Regardless, with the gyro getting drafted, though, I think it really does prevent you from wanting to go down the Enigma route for Aurora. I think you got kind of lucky with it working in the previous game. So, and with the Tusk, often you are looking for ranged offlaners to pair with. Razor's already gone. You know, you're not going to probably pick a Viper, and Visage isn't currently strong at the moment. So, and that is definitely the strength of the gyro, like you said, the flex, but also it's preventing some of the heroes that Jabs is able to play.
Yeah, I feel like with Tusk, that's completely right. You're either looking at the ranged offlaners or a Darkseer. Like, he also works. Is this like some massively good Darkseer game? I don't think so, and the hero isn't really picked that much. We've seen one or two a few days ago, right? Like, Heroic played it, but besides them, I don't think a lot of teams are opting to go for him. Team Secret instead, they get themselves a Rubik, and that puts the gyro on safe lane. So you have gyro position 1 confirmed, Primal Beast can be mid, can be offlane still. I'm not sure how much I'd love the Primal into Timber mid. Like, what's the matchup like? I know Dragonite can win into Timber. Can Primal win as well?
I think Primal just cuts the wave at some stage, but I don't think it's as good as... Well, I know DK's fine. I don't think it's like that for the Primal. I also believe Boom predominantly plays the Primal Beast.
Okay. It gives them some nice madness in these team fights. Gives you a hero that goes in. Gives you a hero that can just mess everyone up positioning-wise and allow Gyro to dish out the damage. Gives you that slam for the Disruptor to use his ulti after. Like, overall, I do like it. I'm not sure about the Rubik, by the way. Like, last game, when they played it in game 1, he had this perfect Weaver snatch. This game around, like, okay, Crystal Maiden, like, you can steal a lot from her, and it's really good. It's a fantastic Morphling game.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you see Gyrocopter carry, right? And you're instantly thinking Morphling to be able to steal it and play with the Flat Cannon.
Exactly, and it's just like this Gyrocopter isn't played a lot. One of the reasons why, because of the Morphling. Like, Morphling is in the meta, played constantly, and now you're basically begging this stand-in to pick his strongest hero. Like, first one is Morphling, second is Naga. Just give it to him, and he can morph into the Gyro. He can just wreck them. So I like it. I like the Morphling pick quite a lot. I think the lane is also solid. What do they lack, though, on Aurora? They lack many things. Like, from the offlane, they need someone that takes down objectives as well. They lack that, besides Timbersaw just sitting in front and hitting it. Catch, you cannot rely on Tusk. Like the snowball or blink ulti is nice, but he needs to get to that blink, and it just usually isn't enough. Last game they had a big black hole to work with. This time around you have Rubik against you, so maybe that's one of the reasons why Secret picked it. To prevent Jabs from playing the black hole again.
Just maybe you're looking at like Mars Centaur, some of these classic offlaners we're getting at the moment. Mars ban.
They banned the Mars.
What else is there?
It's the thing that,
Yeah, I mean Centaur's still
Aurora,
available, right?
yeah, it's still in the pool. Doom would be the most perfect one, but he's obviously banned. Like, just would solve the game for Secret. And they ban out the Doom just because Primal, it wouldn't even matter. You could put them mid. You could put Primal Beast mid, whatever, just to get him to level 6, that's it. Even if he loses to Timber, I think you could win the game off of just casting Doom properly. But it does look like Aurora are expecting a mid Primal, by the way. You baited me with the Boom Primal, because they ban out 2 offlaners. And okay, both of these teams do need an offlane. At least Aurora does need one for sure, and Team Secret can pick a mid still. I would rather have a mid, by the way. I would rather have Corden playing a puck again mid, even though it's into Timbersaw. Let's see what the offlane is for Aurora first. You called Scent, right? Probably the easiest one to get for Jabs.
Centaur, I would really prefer. I don't know. I mean, they all don't feel the greatest with the toss, to be honest. You know, there's not really another one you're going to be able to get that feels nice. Slaughter is also something that comes to mind when you don't really have many other offlane options, but DK was still in the pool apparently. Okay, so you're going to go the DK route. Potentially prevents the puck as well, which is a big advantage with the Dragonite pick.
Yeah. Like, because you can switch things up a little bit, switch up the lanes. I still don't really mind the puck that much, but you could go for Storm here. Give Corden Storm. I think it's an amazing game for that hero. Like, you get a guy that can jump on top of Morphling. You don't care if you're playing into Timber or Dragonite mid. It's kind of the same. Another option would be maybe an OD. Yeah, bro, we have this one brain cell that's like somewhere in the universe that's connecting to us. You know, like a quark.
It's not bad.
If mine is on, yours is off. If yours is off, mine is on. We're in sync.
Like the only issue with
it's
it is
almost like we finish each other's
sentences. Yeah, shut up. Oh, you shut up. Let's see. I do think the OD they would be like it's very greedy, and you are. I don't think it plays very well with the disruptor lineup that wants to be running at you, and so this is okay. So I'm very, very excited to see this matchup because we've been seeing recently in a lot of games we've been casting when Morphling's getting picked, Omni Knight is actually being getting banned. And in the past, you would pick the Morphling into the Omni Knight. You would love to be able to use the replicate. You get a free BKB back when it was Repel. I know it's the same now, but you used to really want to pick the Morphling into it. Recently, though, I've seen a lot of Morphlings, when it's picked, they're actually banning Omni Knight. I've not seen this matchup, but I'm just predicting, I'm just guessing that it's purely because a lot of the pure damage and the different build that we get out of the Omni, like with your Ag Shard and Echo. So I know you've actually even played a lot of Omni Knight recently. Have you played it into any Morphlings?
I have, and it doesn't feel bad. Like, it's just the amount of burst that you bring to the table is hard to deal with, like, no matter what hero you are, and same for Morphling, especially if you're going for some edgy morph. If you go edgy, like this Boom Omni Knight can blow you up. I want to see what he goes for, what his item build is going to be like. Like, even into Timbersaw, into Dragonite, you're bringing all this damage that goes through literally everything. Your talents are stupid. The build can be, hell no, it can be. There's different roads. Like, you can go for early Blink with the shard. You can get some Echo shard to be tankier in the lane. No matter what you're buying that shard. Phylactery shard Blink as well if you want to be full glass cannon, just jumping in with the repel or whatever it's called. I don't even know. They changed it back and forth so many times. So I did see this Omni Knight in many games look like a complete meme, though. In some games it looks broken and it's winning Dota, and in some games it just looks like a meme that's there to be laughed at, and the Omni Knight is never able to come online until he gets a BKB, and then it's too late. And we'll see how it goes for them this time around. I do like that the game is a bit unconventional, and the Omni Knight that's banned a lot is finally going through, and it's a fun hero. It's a bonk hero, you know. He just goes in and he one-shots your supports. It's always fun to watch.
And this was kind of like with the route that we were suggesting with the OD, just the pure damage and just be able to blow up the tanky heroes. Definitely, that's where the Omni, I think, comes into play. So similar in that regard. And you now also have a pretty nice buff for Chrysalis as well, potentially. Maybe it's a little bit different in the past with like Omnis using Repel more for yourself, but let us see what we have in store for us. Some offlane last picks from either side, but once again, we do get a loan of Timbersaw. With Corden playing the Dino, the Primal Beast, this will be once again a very good lane for the Timbersaw, but I think it's fine because I'm pretty sure you just start cutting the wave on Primal Beast around like level 3 or maybe 4.
Yeah, we'll see how he does. It's more the way I see it, like you called it very nicely as well, the repel with the gyrocopter. Finally, Chrysalis will have a save. Like, that's one big thing they didn't have in that last game, is just any sort of a save for these cores. You know, like they can hit, but if they get stun locked, they all die. Repel is perfect against that. Guardian Angel helps out as well against most of the right clicks from Morphling and Dragonite. Yeah, I'm hyped. I'm hyped to not take my mouse off of Boom's Omni and copy the same build probably in my next games. It's gonna be fun.
It should have a pretty good lane, right? I'm a bit concerned about actually how bottom's going to go for Aurora. I think you have two heroes that can very easily be shoved out. I mean, so we see Morphling in free lanes can be a lane dominator, but there can also be times where on rotations he can have a difficult time when there's a lot more heroes up in his face, and you can have that. Like, again, maybe Corden, he plays a little bit more on the rotation style instead of around mid. You know, potentially as well, you can leave Chrysalis because, I mean, he's going to be fine versus the Dragonite, so maybe Puppy can rotate through the portal. So let's actually see. I'm a bit concerned on bottom for Aurora, but purely just because I think the rotations from Secret can be a big advantage.
Yeah, they can dish out a ton of damage very easily. So much burst from Fate Bolt and from what's it called? Hammer of Purity. Yeah, these two spells just instant, and then you can use some lift on the Crystal Maiden, bring her in close. All he needs to be extremely careful with his positioning down bottom. Up top, a lot of spam, Flak Cannon and Puppy, you know. Just a very annoying lane to play into. All they have, like, look at them. They're already covering besides their tier 1 tower. The lane is pushing in, and that's usually what happens when you're spamming Thunderstrike and Flak Cannon. Two spells that you can literally not control who they hit, so... And the left
Say though, like,
mid,
Dragonite's
right?
probably one of the... Yeah, bro. How's mid looking? It's gotta be boring. Why are we looking at mid? Who cares about it? That's it. We don't want to leave top. That's why. You talked about mid and we got action. I didn't talk about mid. You brought it up.
Observers did not move. You got debated. The rest of us, the skilled people, we stayed on top. They got the first blood, and it's Puppy actually had a glimpse. Like, he could have stayed there for the glimpse back. That would have been really damn rough for Jabs. But yeah, mid is a snooze fest, like you said. So probably we don't have to watch it until Timbersaw kind of rolls out of control and starts threatening Primal's life.
It's a bit unfortunate that they get the kill on top when they do. I definitely feel like this is the time when Jabs is going to be most vulnerable, but you'd say he's probably one of the better offlaners to be able to deal with this Flak Cannon spam and the Thunderstrike spam, especially with more points in his passive shortly. Puppy. Upan. Tag team is expired, but it's not going to matter. Jabs gets a pretty goddamn big right click, and he's going to get some revenge onto Puppy.
Yeah, it's like whenever you're playing these disruptors and crystal maidens, heroes that don't have any mobility into a tusk, it can get rough and very easy for them to go on you, kill you off. Bot lane, they did get level 3, and this is where Omni Knight becomes even stronger. Now you have
Dire's turret has been killed.
a Bracer and level 2 Purification. Actually didn't go level 2 Hammer of Purity. In this lane where he's playing versus 2 ranged heroes, I was actually expecting level 2 Hammer of Purity. It's a bit... You pay 1/3 of the mana for more damage, but you don't heal yourself, of course.
Do see Morphling though in this lane with all the spam is always playing on pretty high strength and hasn't gone for any regen as well. It's actually purely just Ollie that is bringing the Tangos and the Selves out too. So Satanic wanting an early Falcon Blade to be able to fight back by the looks of it, and a lot of stats.
Well, they did use a lot of their spells, and they are spamming down bottom, and because of that, his wand is really fat, so he doesn't really need too much regen. Top lane Puppy again. This time Shard do miss. Well, he should be fine.
Ooh, okay, we're fine.
See?
Are we fine?
You
This
see?
game?
He's fine.
Maybe.
Boom, bro.
Boom will take a lot of damage.
This lane resets
Let's-
really
let's
fast,
see.
so that's kind of... Yeah, that's kind of okay, because you have Morphling, morphs down, boom. He also benefits a lot when from the wand, and he can heal himself up, so not that easy for them to kill him.
Yeah, both
Two
side
top
lanes,
lane.
like a lot of
That's
resources been expended. We need it though. Puppy's gonna be able to get the glimpse. Nice snowball into the wave. Christus gets a refresh in the rocket barrage, but jabs stop him from continuing on. Dude,
Puppy,
Puppy
actually.
wants his kill though.
He's mad this game.
Christus
He's
is putting
angry
off
after
mana
the
for
last
rocket
one.
barrage. I mean, yeah, you can't blame him, dude. He's a little bit frustrated. They had some incredible lanes, and then unfortunately they just fell too short.
He's going in! Like, he's going for more jabs. He's healing up, though. He's got the healing salve, and he took them on a wild ride around the tower. Yeah. Okay.
Radiant's top
Bot
tower
lane,
is under
Ollie
attack.
might be the one that dies in the end. Yeah, they get him.
Not bad. I'm still waiting to see how Corden's going to get involved this game to make a stack, and then he also has Puppy coming over to try and secure the top rune.
Dire's
It's like
middle
Lorinov is going to be
tower is
rewarded
under
though with the haste, so a little bit unfortunate there for Corden.
Gotta be careful. This haste rune is probably one of the best ones, if not the best rune, for most heroes to rotate with after minute 6. He can maybe push in and go for either top
Dire's
or
top
bot.
tower is under
Every
attack.
lane is, I feel like, killable for a fat Timber. And you asked about Corden. I'm not sure as well. It's hard for him to really zone out the Timber or do a lot mid. He just spams Trample, gets the wave, and then goes jungle. I think that's the best approach. Just farm up. You can't really pressure Lorinov at the moment. This guy is only killable once his Static Storm is up, or if he really overcommits.
Yeah, what does the itemization need to be this game as well from Lorinov?
I'm not so completely sure what he's gonna go for. Like, I do love myself some, in certain games, some Blade Mail Primal. Not too bad. Some BKB perhaps as early as possible as well on him.
Are you speaking about Primal or Timber?
Primal. You said Lorinov?
Oh, what about the Timber? Yeah, Lorinov, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can do the same thing he always does, right? Like the Kaya Blink. I feel it's... Every mid laner right now goes for the same thing on Timber in most games. Is there anything the team needs to be worried about? Of course, the Static Storm, right? And a lot of magic damage from Gyro, mixed damage that is. So, a BKB as well very early on. Afu? Yeah, he's not going to be.
And Vicious.
it's that haste rune, right? Like the easy as hell for Timber to get the kill and maybe gets a rune again. Yeah, it's bot again. Corden just not having any fun. I loved it. By the way, look at his build. Just straight up BKB, that's it. All he's queuing up. The only thing that he wants to do is to be able to jump in, pulverize, use some trample.
He knows his role. Knows his role, and now I think Phase Boots, Windlace, Fade Approach, he can start to move. He's going to try and mirror Lorinov. This is definitely going to be the important thing from either side as well. I think in particular Aurora with how they ward around the mid lane. And they've got pretty good vision as well by the river, like kind of towards the top secret shop. So it is going to be difficult for Corden to be able to convert on these movements across the map.
It's just so much easier for the Timber. Like if you look at Lorinov, he's got this Crystal Maiden aura. He's had every single rune right now, which is more luck based than anything else. Or he's skilled and he knows which side the rune is gonna spawn. I'm not sure, but yeah, he's got both the active runes so far, a lot of mana to work with, a lot of resources, and he's always threatening a move down bottom. Once again, he's doing the same, going for the bounty rune, and maybe with it, he can go for the medium camp. He's not showing on the map, you have to be careful down bottom because of it. Just very impactful play from Timber in the first 10 minutes. Might steal some stacks as well.
They've got to be cautious. Yeah, and now the Ancients, which not now, but I think surely we can see Radiant actually think about contesting, and they do know it as well. After he's actually going to try and TP in.
What's wrong with these Ancients, by the way? What's happening with them?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. No, they're fine now. They're reset. So some stacks there for the Gyro to take. Maybe even Corden's going to be able to take them as well. So let the power ring go this time. Looks like top. Jabs again rotating. So I mean, we've seen this a couple times from other teams where they're putting a lot more attention on rotating even their offlaner to try and secure it.
He stacked the Ancients. He was stacking, and while stacking, just pulls the wave towards the rune, takes the rune as well, secures it for his team. Now they have a smoke. The easiest kill for them is probably the Gyro if they want to go for it, but it looks like Lorinov is just doing what he do with the last track, smoked up, taking the Ancients. Very easy for him.
He's so huge. Holy. This is very scary. I do kind of feel like there's some vulnerable sages without BKB for him. Especially with the damage on Omni Knight, but Boom is also having a bit more of a difficult game. We're not really seeing him get that much out of the lane. I mean, it's fine. No deaths is really the big thing. He is going to be going for that phylactery first item. But we also see King, again, is free farming on the Morphling. So pretty much all his games that we've seen so far, he's had a very good lane.
I think one big difference is the one save that they have on Radiant in the form of Tusk Snowball is not as good as the Shadow Demons in the last game, and also is countered by the Static Storm. So Secret has ways of playing against this, at least. In the last game, the only ways they had of playing against it is by killing the Shadow Demon first, or the Tusks jumping them, which is always hard. But yeah, in this game, at least, if you manage to go on Timber and you use that Static Storm on point, you can bring him down 100 to 0. For sure, with all the damage that Gyro or Omni Knight are bringing. The thing is, though, when it comes to this offlane Omni, like, the fact that he's level 7 when Morphling is 9 is the biggest issue. Like, this hero, it's not only about the Shard Phylactery, he needs level 10. Like, his level 10 talent is what makes the build work. They're going on him.
In bottom lane? And yeah, they got Lorinov here just in case if they're going to be lacking some damage, which looks like will be the issue. Lorinov's able to snipe him, so I mean, all of Aurora are actually down here. Even Jabs, I think, TP down, because he's got a blink to reveal. Alpha might be the target, although potentially Puppy. Or the stack instead, and that's what we were bringing up before, right? That they took the hard, they could maybe now look at the Ancients afterwards, and potentially some kills, Corden. In with the Pulverize, pretty decent, but there's no more extra fault. Now Cordon's going to be holding into place, but the Frostbite
Nice
Puppy.
Static Storm.
I'm going to great Static Storm, but just where is any extra damage? Crystals will finally enter the fray. Boom's going to be in with a teleport as well. They'll blow up Oli, but that is all they got, and maybe Aurora can go back in. Lorinov, he's still got plenty of resources to take the team fight. Waveform over the top from King, gonna look to try and deal with Puppy. It's very deep close to the T2 tower, but they're playing such an incredible job at this distance. And just making sure there's no dive. The communication is always there for them. If they step too far forward, they'll retreat as a team, and Aurora will do just that. I mean, that is a huge sequence of events for them.
That's massive, like absolutely massive win for Aurora. Not only because of all the kills that they've got, they managed to use all their spells like to take down the Ancients. Like they used the Crystalline ulti, Timber saw most of his resources. You took down the Ancient stack, that was a pretty big one. And then on top of that you fought well and you won that fight convincingly. Your Dragonite now has a blink, your Timbersaw is basically a recipe away from having a blacking bar, just ridiculously strong showing from them. And Dominate, if he falls off, by the way, if this hero doesn't have a good laning stage, I feel like he's not nearly as impactful.
This'll come in handy.
Just one of those heroes that really needs to have a good start. They need to give him this level 10 somehow. They need to find space for him to get the shard as soon as possible.
Yeah, like, what is actually the game plan for Secret now being down this 4,000 gold? Because we know Disruptor is a hero that loves to have a draft where you play aggressive, but can they do that?
You know what irked me a little bit? Like, Disruptor had 6 very early, and he got level 7 even just sitting on mid lane. They didn't move with him. I'm not sure what happened, what sort of miscommunication, or was that planned, but they didn't move with the first Static Storm when they actually had an opportunity to make a move, and then they lost the Ancients, and you saw the series of events with Omni-Knight dying.
Yeah.
What the game plan is, I would say for them the best game plan once again would be to wait for this offlaner to be activated. And he does have a shard now. That's, I would say, like 70% of it. Now he needs the level 10 as well. And Phylactery, and he will hurt. Like, this becomes kinda stupid how much damage the hero deals. I believe that's like 40-50% off of Timber even. Just with the one set of spells, so... He becomes very scary.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
You have the Disruptor shard now as well. So let us see. Secret actually going to smoke. Believe first proactive move they've actually made so far this game, but it is going to be into a DD BKB Timber. I mean, this dude is a big issue, but maybe Boom Spear damage.
See?
Alright. That is a joke.
That's the
He's not
Omni.
an issue at all. Never mind.
Yeah. That's the Omni we were just talking about. Like, it's just stupid. This hero is dumb. I swear. Like, he can look really bad in games, but most of the time he just goes in and dishes out some 1,000 damage, like showing fight recap. 1,000 damage from him, yeah. But actually, it was Primal Beast that did more with 1,300.
And now top lane jabs. I mean, they're going to be able to get the kill into the Dragonite too. So we got a ball game. It was a little bit sketchy, but these are some very big kills for Secret. Corden and Poppy playing together. Arfu's going to be able to drop an Observe Ward now as well, which is important. You can potentially play around that coming up shortly, but also to add, this is the first death now for Lorinov in 2 games. Of course, previous game he didn't die, and he was starting flawless 17 minutes in on the Timber.
Yeah, this time around they don't have the saves for him. It's just the Tusk, and he has a blink, but he cannot save in Static Storm. Not right now, at least. So really difficult to save the Timber, but they are smoking up with him and the Dragonite. Straight up top for Corden. He's got the BKB, but he still dies. Like, if they get on top of him, they have Horus Punch as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
No blink on the primary.
Able to escape. Can they Roche with that?
Well, with Morphling you always
Tower
can.
is under attack.
Like, the only question is it a little bit too early and how much time will you lose doing it? So, better not, for now at least. Also, no Vlad's build on Satanic. He went for the Manta into a straight up BKB this time. Very cool. Like, he realizes that there's a lot of magic damage. Another pick off.
What is Jab's? Is this a Mage Slayer with the Oblivion stuff?
Yeah.
Dire's
Yeah,
middle
it's a
tower
Mage Slayer.
is under attack.
I think it's completed, right? Is it flying out to him? Or did he...
No,
I feel like he... Did he change his mind? It was
Yeah, I
for
think
the
so.
Mage Slayer. Yeah, he queued it up. But I think he just changed his mind and it's just going BKB. Someone on the team said, guys, we need BKBs ASAP. And you can see Timber has it. Morphling is getting his and DK as well. So 3 cores will have BKBs next couple of minutes. By
Jab's
the way,
was the.
Radiant are scanning.
You go, sir.
No, what was Jabs?
I was gonna say,
want
was Jabs the offlaner that we watched that did go the Orchid build on the Dragonite?
I'm not sure. Could be.
Dire are scanning.
I think it was.
I don't think so. Was it?
You don't think so?
I mean,
I'm
I
pretty sure.
trust your memory over mine. It's okay. I trust
Dire's
it.
top tower is
Um,
under attack.
But yeah, there's a smoke mid. Tier 1 tower is still available. And this is Secret's best timing now. Fight before the BKBs are up. Utilize this phylactery on Omni-Knight.
Might get a chance. So what were we gonna say before? There's no fight. Remember or?
You have the memory, I
know.
don't.
Like you didn't even. You didn't start. I interrupted. Then you let me go.
But it's about the BKBs really. Like 3 BKBs on Radiant will prevent Omni from doing a lot. So you want to get as much as possible before that happens. And they do have a BKB on Gyro. They will buy a Blink on Omni. But there are ways for him to play. Like usually what you do is you just jump the supports anyway and blow them up first.
There's a Arcane Rune as well bottled up and caught in after this wave is going to have a blink completed. So, importantly, where is Crystallis at 2 with his build? Working on set, they're a little way.
he's
Another
solo.
BKB for him.
He's gonna solo the Tormentor. He can do this, I'm sure. Crystallis will help out a little bit.
Not the worst shot. Definitely feels nice eventually once you get Scepter to be able to get your uproar stacks, but who else? I guess it was between the Rubik.
Radiant's
Okay, there's something to move down bottom though. We do have, in particular, Aurora feel like they're in a position where they're going to be able to look at Roche. Die have observe what unfortunately it's
have
about
everything.
to expire though in 5 seconds. Comes back, no snowball target. And yeah, looks like they should be able to get the kill into Q.
Well,
Snowball will delay
didn't.
it. They
Just
are
like-
starting to come down on Aurora, but alright, he's going to be able to blink away. Now it's getting a bit more messy. They've got to commit, and now Jab's going to be able to find the opportunity to jump over the top. Gordon's still trying to finish his food. Charge on forward, he'll be able to do so. Meanwhile, Ollie's in some danger as well, but King has just sniped everyone on the backline with the flat cannon. Now caught him. He's got no boys to play with. Lorenov's going to be able to catch up to him. Jabs as well nearby him. King's not done. Satanic's going to be able to catch up to Crystallis, forcing out the BKB, and
Dire's top
This
tower
was-
is under attack.
this was the value of the Morphling, like we said in the draft, against the Gyrocopter. He just went straight for this hero, got the replicate, and everyone died to the flag.
just okay, first what needs to be said, good job to Morphling jumping in backlines. I just want to praise the guy. He's young, he's upcoming. I want to praise him. Twitch chat, go follow him on Twitter @satanic, whatever it is, I don't know, but they're doing really nicely in the whole series. one thing that Secret did wrong there is they didn't kill off Tusk fast enough. Like, you could see that they won't kill him in Static Storm, but they didn't want to commit. They didn't use a single stun afterwards. And they didn't use, most importantly, Pulverize. I feel like if you don't kill Tusk, he baits you deeper, and that's what starts off everything. If you kill the Tusk, you still hold formation, and then you can fight off of that. Because of being a bit greedier and not killing off the Tusk, you just lost the fight, you lost that Aegis. I'm not sure if you would have lost it anyway, but they definitely didn't put you in an advantageous position.
Yeah, it is sometimes
Also,
a difficult call to make, right? Whether
It is difficult call to make, but if you know that he is going to create problems afterwards, you just gotta commit.
Well, now you got Aegis onto Satanic. Scardy's almost going to be completed as well. And they are even looking for a fight down bottom because Q has been able to catch out Arfu inside the lane, who's been pretty quiet, unfortunately, for Arfu this series.
Yeah, his first game was probably the best one, right? Like it was the one they won, of course,
Dire's
as
top
well.
tower
So
is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What did he even play? I don't even remember now.
Rubik, he played the same, right? If I'm correct, he had that Sukuchi stealing Rubik.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. All right,
Top lane,
King.
Papa,
Easy.
yeah, through the Static Storm without using anything, literally nothing used. Has BKB, still has. I love that whenever he kills someone, he morphs back into them and he uses the voice line. He might go even for Afu here. He has Glimpse. Like, I don't know if you can escape this, sir.
Dire's top
The
tower
Glimpse
No
is
way.
there. Yeah, he's got it. Repel.
They're starting to tip in though, but the team is coming. Corden's gonna be perfect with the chain control. Nicely done with the shift kill with the onslaught, but here come the boys as Boom. Okay for the moment, but the magic damage is just too much for him to handle without the BKB. Now Crystallis, I mean, he's trying to chase down the supports, but Aurora, they're kiting it to the south, and I mean, it's a buyback at a Boom, but are they really going to be able to get anything? Jump over the top of the tree line, jabs, and low enough, they're onto Gyro. Crystallis is gone. Now Boom as well, it's about to be a dieback for the Omni Knight as Aurora. I mean, they can clean
this is
up.
a disaster.
No hesitation.
Oh.
Just Secret can get nothing working for them.
This Omni Knight is becoming a meme again, or definitely became a meme again. Gordon jumping in. Nice kill, keeps them still in the game. This is still terrible for Secret, by the way. That's a dieback on Omni, your Gyro died. Morphling is, okay, he died in the end, but he's having an amazing game. Is Primal Beast going to be this massive issue? Maybe. He's going for Shivas next. That's another item that helps you against Omni Knight. What I don't like is, I don't like that Boom is still committing to the Kanda. My man, this is just not working. You need a BKB. That's one of the problems that I see with Omni Knight on offlane. Like, some games, without the BKB, you just can't deal damage. You jump in, you die. And Lorenov is on his ass every single team fight. Just goes on top of him, shreds him to bits, and then also Morphling adds a little bit of spice there with adaptive strike and whatnot, killing him off. Like, he's gonna go for Kanda. I feel like the problem is he's not hitting anyone. He dies too fast.
Yeah, and unfortunately, regardless if he changes his mind now, that buyback just puts him so far down the list in the net worth. I mean, the Tusk is even almost catching up, and Q again is going for this BKB build on his Tusk over the Blink, so see how he can jump in with ease. There's always been some of the concerns about the Tusk jumping in and dying once you've already used your spells, but for him, he will definitely be okay.
Especially versus Disruptor, right? Like, you're playing into Disruptor, you need this BKB, Blink BKB, like, just a necessity, and now you have a full save coming from Q. But this guy doesn't want to only save, he's buying this Ag's kick, He's having fun with Dusk, and that's very nice to see. Not only I'm more than just a snowball. That's what he's saying here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tower's gonna go down, and they're slowly starting to move on forward afterwards as well, thinking like they were looking at that tier 3 tower. They've got the wisdom room. Does look like those secret nonetheless are going to be able to take Aurora's wisdom on the other side.
Bottom tower.
And they're doing a good job to keep the lane shoved out. Mid's out, top's out. Also continuing to farm up a decent chunk of the jungle. It's really up to Aurora at this stage of the game to be able to dictate any of the players' secret. They're just going to try and do their best to stall out for as long as they can to get towards these next set of items. And well, for Crystallis in particular, what do we feel about with the Skadi here for the gyro? Do we like this? Do we like this route? Do we feel like there's something else that it could be
Dire's
considered?
bottom tower is
You know,
under attack.
what other thing can he consider? He could go full damage with some Daedalus. He's building Skadi into Timber, into Dragonite, into Morphling. It absolutely makes sense. It's a good item. It will buff him up a little bit to be a bit tankier in these next fights, but then again, he's very far behind. Like, he's 3-4k behind. This is a hero that should be playing in front when it comes to net worth.
Really good scan. They need to drop the ward on the high ground. They'll give him the information instant with the jump in as well, but it's only onto the Crystal Maiden. This is so much committed for just
Look
the
at the back.
support. And meanwhile, their backline is just getting ripped apart. Crystallis, you've still got the BKB to work with, but they're going to chase him down. Warriors punches on cooldown for a couple of seconds. He got so lucky with the timing.
It was probably the worst target for Secret to use BKB and Pulverize on, right? Unfortunate for them. They know where everyone is, but they don't really know where exactly every hero is positioned. They know where the team is, so they jump in blindly. They catch the Crystal Maiden, but Aurora is always gonna take that trade. This is now a high ground push. Static Storm also, I don't think it's connected a lot, right? It looked like a zoning Static Storm.
Gordon, jump in before the attribute shift. Oh my lord, he almost went down. Now with the glimpse back. So he's got the BKB, but he will die as a result of trying to protect his carry. Aurora get everyone else out as well.
So, you have this like sort of ninja gameplay tactic on guerrilla warfare on Secret. Try to jump in, pulverize with Boom jumping in as well with Blink, and he will have the Skanda. I guess maybe that's something that can bring them back into the match, right? It's definitely not easy to execute as much as Aurora's draft is right now, but it gives them an opening. Puppy as well, being Puppy, buying Midas on Destructor. He's getting closer to that Aghanim's as well, has Point Booster and 1400 gold. Unfortunately for them, Roche won't respawn for an extra 20 seconds. So.
Radiant are scanning.
They will get firm control of this area. We did see what happened last time though when Aurora took a fight down here. Satanic doesn't have TP for 15 seconds. This could be a great opportunity if somehow they force a fight right now without the Morphling with the team.
Q is smoked up and up front. He sees Boom. Boom also, of course, without a buyback, no gold, and it's on cooldown anyway.
Oh, this is all or nothing, them going Roche. This could be crazy.
They smoke up, they're leaving. And this just buys enough time for Morphling to be back.
Gordon, all up to him to be able to get the initiation. This time it's going to be onto Q. A little bit better. There's just no one else. No one else was ready to fall off, and now Satanic straight to the back when he goes. He's just going to isolate the team so no one can protect Gordon. And Jara just falls under the damage.
Now he's going to turn into... Is he going to turn into Gyro and meme them? No? I'm surprised. This time he doesn't hit them with any voice lines, but yeah. This is the power of the Morphling into Gyro pick, right? Like, this is why the hero used to be one of the best counters to Gyro. You get on top of him. If you have something like a Skadi, you slow him down. Also, this is a bit exaggerated, of course, because Morphling is having an amazing game, but you turn into Gyro and you become a better Gyro, and that's usually how it goes. Now he has an Aegis, a Daedalus completed. I don't know, man. This is they have to resort to some crazy tactics. Jump. Puppy is being hunted though.
Puppy's being hunted. Boom. Almost will be caught. In fact, he will be caught. Jab's able to catch him just on the retreat back to the high ground.
No buyback.
Satanic is pumping out damage.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's
You
structures
see as well though, like that fight, the one previously where they jumped the Crystal Maiden, not the target, not the ideal one they want to go for. This time they go for the Tusk, but no one else was able to follow. I mean, just the plays from Satanic to be able to instantly waveform in aggressively and split the fight
He's
into
in
two.
again.
And look at it, it's just hit. There's nothing he needs to fear about. Nothing at all on Secret that will worry Satanic at this stage of the game. He's still got ages to work with. And even all the boys playing behind him as well.
Rubik.
Snowball in from Arfu. And a death as soon as it expires.
There's no BKB on Gyro, no ulti on Gyro, no BKB on Primal Beast, no ulti on him. This will be at least 2 sides, but the only reason
Dire's top barracks.
they might go back is the resources.
Oh, okay.
I just don't see them moving back.
Oh, caught. Oh, he stopped it too short. Oh, and it's a Hail Mary play. And is you don't have many other options to try and find a way back into this game 3. And unfortunately for Secret, they will be eliminated from Elite League. But Aurora, they will move on. They will qualify to the group stages. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, big congrats to the SCA/CIS team. Like these 2 cores from Ukraine and Russia did an amazing job together with all, of course, the people from SCA. Just really nicely done. Q had a series of a lifetime, really, on his task. So many saves. Same for Oli with the Shadow Demon in the last game. Basically carried them. This last game, though, Lorenov 2 games in a row on Timber, 1 death in total. Like that's a feat to beat. Like really well done by the Timbersaw. 2 games of Timbersaw with only 1 death. I don't know. I have to say though, when it comes to Secret, they played well. They did go for this Omni Knight last pick in the end, and it just did not work out. This hero is... I really think that you need to play him so much that you know exactly what item is necessary, because some items are a bait. That's how I feel. I feel like sometimes this phylactery blink is a bait, because you get so much farm, but Repel does not save you. Guardians and Repel does not save you. You die to heroes such as Timber. They just shred straight through. If you don't have a BKB, it's very easy to kill, like a glorified support. You're like a sniper. You deal a lot of damage, but you die just as fast. So maybe something that hurt Secret. Overall, the gameplay from Aurora was way too good. They played way too fast. Strategically, I mean, it's heroes aside, they took their stacks of Ancients, they smoked up, they stole Secret's Ancients early on. That put them in such a good lead. Then that good fight around the tier 1 tower. Lorenov has a BKB before anyone even has an Ogre Axe on Secret. And so all these items came in handy, and then on top of that you're playing this disadvantageous Morphling into Gyro matchup. So King, Satanic, this 17-year-old kid is styled on them. I understand why he's top of the leaderboards in Europe right now.
But this is also like... This is something you brought up, I think, to start the draft, whether it was at the start or like a little bit through. You were saying like maybe Secret or where they needed to address this game in particular was just getting Satanic off some of his comfort heroes. I'm not sure if he has any others besides the Morphling and Naga. That is very high level, but we saw him play Morphling game 1. It looked pretty decent. They weren't able to get the victory, but the fact that you leave it in the pool, you pick Gyro against it. We do know Puppy has had this tendency to try and beat strategies from other teams that seem unbeatable, but maybe this is something that potentially bit them in the back a little bit, going for this Gyrocopter pick to anticipate the Enigma and then not respecting the Morphling for Satanic. That's something. I mean, it's all hindsight. Unfortunately, in the end, still execution would have been able to get them over the finish line. And at the end of the day, they didn't have that in this game in particular.
Like it's easy to be a general after a defeat, right? Like after the battle, talk about what should have, could have happened. I'm sure Secret will go back into the lab, dissect this game, figure out what was going wrong. But for me, the team that we need to look out for are Aurora, because they had a fantastic game, and this 23 Savage substitute, the Satanic, the King on Morphling, on Naga, looked just as strong as any tier 1 player. So yeah, maybe a new star is being born right now.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's going to be exciting today as well. We've got some stars being born in a lot of other regions, but this is a new and up and coming gun for the carry role. So let's see. Hopefully, again, I really do not know what the situation is with 23 Savage and what's going on there. So maybe
Pokemon.
King
He's
and
collecting
Satanic
Pokemon cards.
He's collecting Pokemon cards, so maybe Satanic is going to be sticking around and playing with them with the group stages coming up again. But we might even be able to get an interview with one of the boys, or we are going to our next series. You guys will have to find out. Stick around. When we come back from the break, we'll have a bit of a surprise. Quick break, and we are back. Had to get the interview set up. We're going to get Lorinov from Aurora joining us, so we can ask him a couple of questions and pick his brain and see what he has to say. Firstly, Lorinov, congratulations on the victory. What has it been like for you with the transition over to a Southeast Asian team? I guess even to start, like, how did this come about? How did you join Aurora in the first place?
I mean, it's not easy choice because it's another region. I mean, I need to come first year. It's kind of hard, but I mean, we just have good connection with people in team, and I mean, just can speak well with each other, and it's fine.
Did and what about Satanic as well? I know this is a very last minute thing. Was it maybe your suggestion to bring him in, and were you mainly the person helping him communicate with the team? Because I'm not quite sure how good his English is as well.
Satanic don't speak well English, but I mean, he's young, he play well Dota, and I mean, he have high rank. We don't have a lot of options for stand-in, but I mean, Stanik play well, and I enjoy to play with him this series, so it was okay.
Okay, cool. And one more question, just in regards to what are you enjoying the most in regards to like the different play style from Southeast Asia compared to Eastern Europe?
I think in Asia teams play kinda a bit slow, don't understand the power of heroes, and just they have timings, but they don't do anything with these timings. So I think just Europe Dota is way faster and it's kinda more high skilled.
Okay.
Can I go?
You can
Elise?
listen?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hi,
you
Lauren.
can go. All up to you, my friend.
I wanna
Congrats
show
on
guys
the win.
last time we do the scene for this guy. Do you see him? We do the scene for this guy. So
You do it again? Yeah.
we do it for him. Okay, thank you guys, Andrew.
Okay. Pozdravljaju. Congrats with the win. Nice pajamas. What did I want to ask you? I wanted to ask you, how did you get in Aurora in the first place? Like, who
Were you
invited
listening?
you there? I was,
asked
but
Oh.
you asked what the communication was and all of that. But who was the exact player that got you there? Like, who was the connection?
I think it's. I mean, they asked me for a stand-in at Dream League, and I mean, just manager find players, and after it, I just come to
Just
bootcamp.
manager.
I also was living in Belgrade and just come to bootcamp and we speak.
Okay, and how is it like with the climate? Are you living in Asia right now? Are you in SCA like usually? Maybe not right now, but usually, how is the climate for you?
I mean, I was
Are you
coming
bootcamping with them over there?
Yeah, I was coming to Malaysia for 2 weeks. I mean, it's a bit hard
KL?
because food is
Over
different. Yeah, in Kuala Lumpur. I mean, food is different. It's the most important. You cannot just enjoy food, and you should just find.
But you don't like nasi lemak? Is that what it is?
Not really. No, not really.
Spicy, right? Yeah,
I've
had
spicy.
some,
It's hard.
I've had some experience as well. Wait, I wanted to ask you one more thing. Like Satanic looked amazing this game. He looked like the perfect stand-in as well for 23 Savage. What's happening with 23 Savage? Like you gave us his picture. Is he collecting Pokemon cards? Like what's the real reason? Can you share it?
Not really cannot share. He just need to go to Thailand back because he has some stuff in life he need to do, and then he like just need time.
Okay, so it's private, and this Satanic stand-in thing is probably not something permanent, right? Like he's just here.
No, it's not permanent.
Okay. I actually saw during the game 23 Savage was watching you. I was watching his stream. But yeah, congrats once again. Your Timbersaw was on point. Only 1 death in 2 games. You're breaking some records. Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Incredible stuff. Lauren, thank you for joining us. Congratulations, and good luck in the group stages.
Thank you guys for the interview. Bye.
Thank you. Bye, mate.
Bye. Thank you.
His pajamas were cooler than yours, Lizard. I don't know. Where are your pajamas? They're not as.
Hey, I have
not as
very
fancy.
similar ones. Just red, like the same style. I guess all the Slavs eventually buy the same thing. But yeah, nice. Nice interview by him. I was actually thinking after that last Satanic game that people are really going to pay attention to this kid. Like he's looking strong, and I'm looking forward to the rest of his career out of this series. Like he's the one thing that I find the most interesting. Like the game was perfect, the series was great. We've seen Secret kind of making a comeback, but not really, still not getting to the power level that we expect from Secret, from that powerhouse that this organization truly is. And meanwhile, Aurora just proving to be a fearsome opponent to anyone in the scene at the moment. For the full year, they've been playing well. They played well in previous tournaments, and even with the stand-in, they are making it work. And this stand-in was actually an asset. I wouldn't say despite him they won. Like with him, they definitely made it work. Got to work a little bit on those English skills, and I'm sure he's going to find a team.
Yeah, without a doubt. Hopefully that will continue on them for them though, because it's still going to be very difficult. Aurora now playing in the group stages, and you have some incredible teams there, that have not been playing currently. We've seen win some tournaments on the international stage, and Falcons in particular. So let's see what they're going to be able to do for the boys on Aurora, and for us now we look towards our next series. So currently, 2 Southeast Asian teams have qualified, and we have another Southeast Asian team coming up. It's going to be Talon taking on Heroic. Heroic have a very, very unique play style. We had the opportunity to watch some of their games, and now we're going to be lucky enough to be able to follow them for the last series as well. So after the break, one more series, Talon versus Heroic. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Welcome back to the Elite League, everybody. We are into the final series of the day. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics, and we're going to be rounding things off with Talon versus Heroic, the final series of the Swiss stage. One team to advance, the other will be eliminated. A lot on the line for both these guys, but it has been a very fun tournament for both of these teams. I think some of the most exciting games we've seen have been from Heroic, and a couple kind of standouts from Talon as well.
Yeah, I think these teams bring some... just like the different style. I feel like Southeast Asia and South American Dota are very fun. You know, I think Western Europe has developed a very, like, here's the game plan, you know, like kind of straightforward style oftentimes. Yeah. And, I mean, it's really good. It works. That's totally fine. But then like South America and sometimes Southeast Asia, you're like, what? I've not even seen this hero. What is this? You know, it's like, it can get very chaotic, which I think is a ton of fun. It can be difficult to execute, I feel like, some of the drafts, at least from our perspective. But when it comes together, you're like, wow, that's insane. How did they make that happen? And yeah, it's just so much fun to watch. Yeah,
I am curious to see what's going to happen in these drafts, because I think there are some things that we'll point out when we get there. But right now, let's take a look at the rosters. We've got Talon here with V-Toon, Schwan, WS, Hokum, and Ponyo. And yeah, I think we covered their last series potentially, and they looked pretty dang good. Yeah, them, was it their last series, or maybe we were just up watching it?
2 series ago, it was them versus Boom.
That's right, the Boom series. That one was quite good. Boom ended up winning that one in game 3, but very, very fun series. Excited to see what they do here against the other South American team. Dude, that would be a rough way to go, unfortunately, for them, but we'll see. Heroic roster, I think people are a little bit familiar with them now at this point. K1, Analog, Devi Lama, Schofield, and KJ, also known as King Jones.
Little fun fact there. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's where it comes from. Look at him just relaxing, just laying back, chilling. He's not worried about his mid lane, apparently.
That's actually so far back. I'd be so worried about tipping over.
Can your chair
he
do
is
this?
chill.
Man, I'm excited. This should be a really fun series. I think both these teams, like you said, play very interestingly. But when it comes to specific heroes, one that you mentioned, we might see go completely ignored in this series, and that might be a shock to a lot of people.
Yeah, Chen. Neither of these teams play Chen. Heroic, actually, we talked them in an interview. I don't know if it was this tournament or at a qualifier they did before. They said, yeah, Chen's good, but we don't think it's that broken. So they have been the team to let Chen through the most. I think they have a 2-2 record. So, I mean, actually kind of holding up to what they think, like 50%, not too bad. But actually, neither of the teams play it. So, very likely to see it ignored and some other meta heroes instead banned out. So, actually, yeah, we got the draft here. Some unique bans. You don't usually see this. A lot of respect bans here. So, starting on the side of Talon, Heroic is one of the few teams to still be running Nature's Prophet after it got hit with the nerfs. Many teams backed off from it, but KJ plays a pretty mean Nature's Prophet. Last Track Timber, I think, are pretty understandable. Enigma, also kind of understandable. Some teams prioritize it more than others. The support bans on Heroic, I think all of those make sense. And that brings us to some unusual first picks now.
The Death Prophet opener is definitely a kind of Heroic specific draft. Like we haven't really seen them do this, but I know that they really favor this hero. It gets banned out a lot of time against them, but not usually in phase 1. It's a lot of times like a phase 2 or even phase 3 ban going into like the 23 and 24 pick. So it's a hero that they like to play, but this is the first time we've seen him pick it up this early, and the response from Talon is going to be the Razor, a hero that has been getting a lot more kind of momentum as the tournament develops, and rightfully so. I mean, this hero is pretty damn good in either the mid lane, off lane, or even sometimes the carry position, depending on, you know, your matchups.
I gotta say, I think it does seem like a lot of teams prioritize the Razor. He's pretty up there in bans. I don't think he's actually been winning that much. And I don't know if it's like a hero that was working really well in all the scrims and then teams kind of figured it out, or maybe teams are practicing it, trying to copy Falcons. I don't know, but they're not. It hasn't seemed to be performing as well as other heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say I looked at some of the stats for the tournament, and there were some heroes that I was shocked to see have such a low win rate. But then there were others where I was like, really, is that hero actually at like a 70% win rate? And yeah, I think the stats are one of those things that, like, yeah, they're always nice to rely on, but Dota is definitely a game partially built on feeling. So you kind of have to, even if a hero is sitting at like a 40 or worse win rate, sometimes it's still going to be a good game for that hero. And I think that's one of the nuances of Dota that people forget. It is a very draft specific game and a very play style specific game. We're going to see the Timbersaw and the Faceless Void, as Timbersaw was already banned. And then the Morph Luna actually removed from Heroic. So that's, to me, screaming this is a Devi Llama Death Prophet, which he's normally the one who plays it, but maybe you could flex it. With those bans, I feel like it's almost guaranteed to be Devi Llamas.
Yeah, I think that would be, like you said, it's something they do and they feel comfortable with. I wouldn't be surprised if they just, stick true to that. But it is technically some flex potential there, one in the mid lane, but some teams occasionally still do the support Death Prophet. It's not that common anymore, but maybe if you see something else you want. For now, we see that Tiny come out. I think that's a really good lane combo with the Razor. If they do end up together, you can be pretty happy with that off lane. It can also be good versus the Death Prophet when she runs in trying to Spirit Siphon and just run people down with Exorcism. You can maybe like toss her back and try to get away from that. Tusk, he's been gaining a little bit of popularity. I feel like he does not combo the best with several of the popular melee offlaners, but this time we have what we think is a Death Prophet offlane, and I think that will work out. She can attack from afar, making use of that tag team. The Spirit Siphon, you can run people down and then trap them with the Ice Shard, so they then have to like run back around. So that could be a pretty scary duo right there. Actually, like both these could be the off lane from both teams, and they look pretty scary.
Yeah, and combine that with the fact that Crystal Maiden is banned, so you don't have the hard counter in the lane to the Tusk tag team, and they will still be able to go back for the Disruptor. I was going to bring this up in Phase 1 when I saw the Death Prophet pick. I'm like, maybe Talon will grab it, and then they don't, and then I'm like, well, it's surely going to get banned now, and then it doesn't. So I don't know how Disruptor slips through, but getting it here as the pick, at the end, or kind of like the middle of your Phase 2, where you can still kind of hide what your 18 pick is going to be, is really strong. And yeah, I think this is sick. I think right now the Tusk Disruptor combo is fantastic. I will also just point out that there is no Tusk player like a South American Dota Tusk player. That is just a fact of life, and if you don't like it, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's true. These guys are actually cracked on this hero.
He's a very high skill ceiling hero. If you play him in pubs, you're either getting commended or reported. He can definitely grief by accident, but we should be seeing some pretty good Tusk plays. We saw some great ones from Afu yesterday on Secret. Yeah. Looking forward to more amazing saves here.
Talk to me about this Pugna pick. It's a hero that we don't see often, but occasionally it peeks its head through. How do you feel about this pick?
I think with there were some other supports that were really popular, such as Lion and Venge, and I think they felt stronger than Pugna, especially as the Shiva's meta started to decline and there were less spellcasters. But with the patches nerfing some of those heroes like Lion and Venge, I think Pugna has started to come back a little bit as a way to just be very annoying in the laning stage. The Decrepify save is very useful, and then you still kind of do the same thing. You heal and provide mana. Wind Ranger, I don't think she's like the greatest combo with the Pugna for like having more mana, but I do like that there's a lot of flex here. That could be carry or mid Wind Ranger, could be mid off lane. Even carry Razor actually is possible depending what you see. So I'm kind of hoping it does end up being a carry Wind Ranger, and then you pick a mid or an off lane who like really works with the mana battery from the Pugna.
Yeah, K1's hero being shown now, and his Weaver is pretty legendary. He's very good at this hero. I think one of the things that makes K1 a pretty scary carry player is the fact that he has a lot of niche picks that people tend to forget about. The Weaver is not necessarily like a niche pick, but it does block things like the potential for a Brewmaster, which is always very annoying. And if it is going to be a Razor offlane or an even Wind Ranger, the Weaver plays well into both of them. So this is a pretty smart pick. I was wondering if they're going to go for something like a Sven, because we see that picked a lot into the Wind Rangers. Once you get the Aghanim Scepter, you have the Dispel as well for even Pugna's Decrep if you get eyes on him. Razor is one of those weird matchups where you're like, oh, he's damage sapping you, and Sven's like, I have too much damage for you to take, But I like the Weaver. I think this is a smart pick.
And both these teams pretty flexible coming in here into the last pick. And actually quite a few heroes who are usually banned out at this point are still in the pool just because there was a bigger focus on supports and then carries. We have heroes like, I think Kunkka could be kind of good for Talon. I do think they probably want a little bit more lockdown, and X-Mark is very good versus the Disruptor. Primal Beast did just get banned out. Mars is still in the pool if they want an offlaner. Kind of good versus Weaver, so the Chikuchi doesn't work, but his ultimate can get you out, and then you can always like snowball stuff. So maybe not that one.
Man, Pango is still in.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good Pango performances. Yeah, it's tough because you have to potentially lane well into Razor, Wind Ranger, or even another hero. I mean, you could even run like Tiny mid. We've seen teams do that. Talon does have the last pick here, so it'll be a little easier for them. I think Heroic should probably just pick something that rounds out their draft. Some kind of initiation from either the mid or the offlane, whatever they want to do.
I would
Kunkka
like a
actually
fast
kind of
hero
looks
from
fine for them
Analog.
too.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna play with the Death Prophet, which would be my guess, either looking for something like a Kunkka. Analog also plays a really good Keeper of the Light, so you could look for a Coddle mid, which would be pretty good at helping deal with the saves from Pugna. Obviously, he's a really fast vessel builder, and he's all magic damage, so Decrep doesn't really save anybody. I'm trying to think of any of his other picks.
Kind of like Puck. You have to ban the Dragonite
Puck.
if you're thinking about that. Although there is a Tiny, so maybe you could do Tiny mid if you saw Puck.
I don't hate the Puck, though. It's actually quite good at finding the Pugna. And Razor doesn't have much kill threat on it. Same with Wind Ranger. It's actually pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
But
Shackle
just weighing
Shot's
all their options.
Yeah, Shackle Shot's not the easiest to land on those mobile heroes. So they would right now they're only depending on Avalanche Toss, which is kind of why I think both teams really could use some initiation. Night Stalker could be kind of cool from Talon, but I think it would be very hit or miss. Like if it has a great game, it would be awesome, but if it doesn't, it would look like so sad. All right, there's the Kunkka pick. I think that does round out the draft nicely, and actually still some flex there. You can still swap those between mid and off lane depending what you see here at the end.
Yeah, I was gonna say Devi Lama actually plays a lot of Kunkka as well, so I like exactly what you just said. And the Band of the Lifestealer also gives them the flexibility to move the Kunkka to the off lane very easily. Now you could still run a safe lane Razor if that's the case, but yeah, both teams able to move their heroes around quite a bit. Is that mid Slardar or carry Slardar? There's no way you're running it off lane in the K1.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like the most fun, but it looks like it is what they're gonna do.
It is. It's WS's Slardar. Really? Into a Weaver lane, huh?
Well, I guess Razor wasn't gonna be that great there, but I guess you could have picked a different. Yeah, I don't know. That we're both caught off guard here because usually Slardar is best versus melee matchups because it's easiest to get the bashes in. And as long as it's like a slow ranged hero, that can also work where you depend on the forward to maybe like stun, toss him back, something like that, and then you can just like run him down. But Weaver is squishy, so if you catch him off guard, I mean, that could be a kill. Maybe that's something they're thinking of. But it's pretty tough to get to Weaver as long as he's keeping his distance. He's got good attack range, and the Shikuchi, like if you do get close, he can just reposition really quickly.
I wonder if they're intending to lane swap. Like if they want to put the
maybe, yeah,
the Wind Ranger into the Weaver lane and then the Slardar into the Kunkka lane, because it is going to be analog mid lane on the Death Prophet up against Xuan on the Razor, so they could lane swap, and I actually think that might be pretty solid for them because, like you said, it's not going to be easy for them to catch the Weaver. The only hope you're going to have is like an Avatos back into a Slither and Crush, and hope that like KJ is caught sleeping at the time, you know. Because that's the other thing. You have a Disruptor in the lane who is very good at slowing down attack speed and controlling the positioning of these other heroes.
Yeah, and if they do like run up to the Weaver, you probably have Glimpse or maybe have Kinetic Field, so you just can't like chase through that. Yeah, maybe we'll see some lane swapping, or maybe they know something about this matchup we don't. I mean, they definitely saw the picks. I think they should have had a very clear idea that that's a Weaver carry. So maybe WS is about to teach us something about Slardar here.
I like being taught a good lesson. I'll tell you what.
Prepare for battle.
All right, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the day. We've got one series left here in the Swiss stage. It is Talon taking on Heroic for the final spot at the round robin group stage. We're going to see an early smoke from Talon as they move out to get some wards plays. Something a little bit unusual is Heroic is split quite far. Not smoked up either. We might see them go for a late smoke after a couple ward places, but I think KJ is baiting him with a ward. I think that's exactly what they did. He walked forward with like his ward sentries, and then I think he toggled them to make it look like he planted a ward or something.
Sneaky mind games.
30 seconds to battle.
K1 is just...
Maybe I'll do it one more time.
They won't expect it the third time, right?
He's actually just baiting him, though, because the rest of his team is smoked up down here. Doesn't look like they're going to find anyone, but maybe as Wind Ranger walks back to lane, they might catch her.
They have a ward bottom here that might scout, but yeah. Wow, K1 actually does get the rune. Pretty interesting.
Fingers.
Looking for Ponyo. They're not going to find it. KJ is just barely out of range for that glimpse. And that means you're opening glimpse, which does not feel super great, but they still have the hero advantage bottom lane. And they are going to try and just prevent VTune from getting to his lane. And KJ with glimpse is going to be a huge pain in the butt. Yeah.
Hey, this is getting some value out of that glimpse, actually. Makes people a little bit late to lane. It can help you set up. Get the creep aggro the way you want in the very start.
All right. Into the lanes we go. We'll see the Weaver on the top side here up against Slardar and Tiny. Now, I am curious how WS is going to play this. My guess is he's going to max Crush and go like 1-4-1. I think that's probably the best thing he can do, considering he isn't going to be able to like really threaten the Weaver, I would imagine. So being able to go max Crush to farm Ancients and creeps should be pretty easy for him.
And that seems like maybe what he'll need to do, because punishing a Weaver does seem tough.
Bottom lane, Heroic taking a beating so far from this Wind Ranger Pugna lane, but Schofield does have a salve, so he'll be okay for the moment.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, sad. K1 losing his courier right away.
Did he get his items, or did they die?
I think he got him delivered. Yeah, got his wand completed. I'm a little bit curious how this mid lane's gonna go. I don't think I've really seen a Death Prophet versus Razor in quite some time. I think for the most part, if Razor gets a single point in Storm Surge just casually, you can actually afford to put like 2 points in your static link early. But Analog's just going to be maxing out Crypt Swarm just to keep the lane pushed and for farming purposes, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think both of them have a mechanic where they want to like just drain each other and run. So I kind of feel like it doesn't quite work when they both want to do that. They're both ranged. So it might just be a farming game in the mid lane, and then either people rotate to them or they rotate around. Static Storm's probably, or not Static Storm, Static Link probably a little easier to work with since you can steal a bit of damage and then just like play for denies.
Yeah, I mean, considering Analog has literally 1 damage right now, it's a little bit difficult to CS.
Some new last hit challenge right there.
That is, yeah. Hitting for like 0.4.
Kobolds are amateur stuff, right? 1 damage.
I mean, despite it, he'll still CS just fine for the most part, just because of how solid of a nuke Crypt Swarm is. Low cooldown. So he's playing the lane very well. Right now, pretty even though, across the board. Not really a surprise there, if you ask me. Who got the Lotuses? Sorry, Weaver got the Lotus.
It's getting harder and harder to kill this Weaver.
Throws the bugs. Actually misses the Tiny with these. That is the one hero he wanted to hit. He's going to take a lot of damage for that. No Sakuchi for 3 seconds. K1's made a big mistake. Okay, yeah, he said getting Avatos back into a Slardar, that would do it. And K1 missing the bugs on the Tiny. That cannot happen.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there. He wanted to play aggressive with that Shikuchi, but the cooldown's so long at the start, maybe didn't expect to get tossed back either. Schofield gonna fall down here. Nice power shot. Some early kills for Talon. I think top, you're not going... I mean, you don't want to give too many kills to Slardar, or anyone, I guess, but at least this... It doesn't, like, massively change his matchup. Like, Weaver should still be okay. It does feel like that was just a bit of a mistake on his part, but, like, that their lane up here should still be okay.
Yeah. I mean, he went for bugs at level 3 to find a kill, right? And otherwise, he'd be maxing either Sakuchi or Geminate. 1 point in your swarm is pretty standard. But the fact that it misses the 0 armor hero of the Tiny is pretty rough.
That's gonna kill a courier down here. Well, maybe not.
Oh,
getting 2 couriers, actually.
It's like, he's getting 2. That's actually Ponyo's boots. That is really unfortunate there for the Pugna. The hero already very fast. You know, maybe he doesn't really need them, but that's still going to cause some issues for sure.
I mean, that's like half his net worth in that courier right there.
It literally is.
Alright, 6 minutes coming up here. We should see supports making their way over. Looks like Disruptor's nearby. Tusk and Pugna maybe in a bit of a race here.
Weaver's on the race to the low HP pool as he's going to go right back to the fountain. Dude, again, he just gets tossed back into the Slardar, and it's just becoming seriously problematic. The Rune's going to spawn top, and Tiny is beelining it to try and prevent anyone from grabbing it, but KJ nearby as well. So the lane that we thought was going to go the best, the Weaver lane, is actually a disaster for Heroic.
Yeah, pretty surprising. I wonder if that's what they imagined. Like, hey, Weaver, like, we just need him to go out of position once, and then he's so squishy we can kill him. Heroic gonna get themselves on the board with a Pugna kill. I think that's actually kind of nice considering he popped Exorcism for the rune. Probably wasn't expecting to get much out of it after that, just like some tower pressure, but actually getting a Pugna kill too kind of makes it worth it.
Slardar is just chasing the Weaver. And
is he gonna do
this? He might have him.
Oh again, my goodness.
Sakuchi in 1, yeah. They're gonna turn around with a blood grenade, doesn't connect, but KJ actually just didn't get the glimpse either.
What? He might have been, I think he could have, but the Weaver is 20 health, and you might accidentally just kill the Weaver, so I think between just the 2 supports, they would not have the damage. They need Weaver to participate, and it's just pretty scary. So that's my
those
guess.
early phase boots do work. Lots of armor. All right, we'll come back to see how he manages, or if he manages to recover that lane. The fact that Slardar is top of the net worth and closing in on his level 6 is going to be seriously problematic for Heroic, because as soon as that Corrosive Haze is online, no one can come to this lane. You have to like rotate multiple heroes to kill him, likely pop either Boat or the Exorcism to secure the kill.
Yeah, Orchid's a sick pickup this game too. Dude, maybe this is it. He's like, you know what? He tries to Shikuchi away. It doesn't matter. Phase, Guardian Sprint. I am Weaver. I'm going to run him down and bash him. Maybe this is it. This is the big brain play.
We've seen the Orchid Slardar builds quite a bit, and they've looked pretty solid, but they are trying really hard to find a glimpse target, but will they find anyone? Ponyo gets caught for the second, and KJ will send him back just a little bit closer to Analog for the toss to safety. They get out. Another big rotation to the top side of the map, and doesn't net them anything. Well, maybe. Schofield is not really slowing down. Okay, they're going to pop the Exorcism. It is an Arcane Rune as well. They want to try and start threatening this tower. Open up the map maybe a little bit here for K1, but losing mid. Slowly but steadily. Okay, Ponyo's in a bad spot. That should be a nice kill onto the Pugna. Great snowball dodge there from Schofield, but Corrosive Haze is online for the Slardars, so gotta be careful. Oh, that's a stack. Alright, this ends up being pretty good for Heroic, because not only do they get the kill, but he actually just killed like a quad stack on the hard camp for the Death Prophet. So he gets a lot out of this.
He's rushing an Atos. That'll be pretty good this game. Help them set up some early kills. Their actual lockdown's a little awkward. Like once Kunkka has Ags, they'll have some good control, but otherwise there's not a straightforward just like stun this guy and go. The Atos will help a lot with that. We had a lot of heroes mid for the 10-minute rune.
As always. Dude, Analog has gotten all of them this game. I mean, that's just good focus. Yeah, it's good focus by Heroic.
Simply go to where the rune will spawn. Amplified damage coming down. 15 seconds till Death Prophet's ult again. You get another tower. Or, I guess the first tower. They never actually finished any of the others.
Pugna is mid lane with 3-point Nether Blast and a Razor, so that mid lane tower should die. I can't imagine that's going to survive. Analog's Exorcism will grab the bottom if he wants to commit it, but looks like they will just click it down instead. So they will trade 1-for-1 on the towers and start to rotate top even here for WS.
I mean, that would be a great kill. The Slardar probably having a better game than Heroic was planning for, so getting him out of the way be a great pickup. Again, though, like
shards just barely off the mark, but there's a glimpse from KJ. Toss in Schofield. I mean, he's a tanky boy on the Tusk, and poke him on the run. I don't think he's making out of the X. Is going to pull back Ponyo as well. So the Tiny will end up dying. Okay, one of these supports has got to die. There we go. Hokum goes down. Ponyo will be second. 5-hero rotation to the top side. This one paying off, though.
Yeah. It does mean the Slardar got out, but at least you do pick up 2 kills, and you still have Exorcism, so they're probably just going to keep going for this tower. I think if Talon wants, they maybe could defend. There's no boat, but I don't know. He's pretty close to the Orchid. I think you probably just sack this tower, try to finish up those items, then make your own play after that.
Yeah, the Orchid is quite good this game.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It's not often that we see the early Exorcisms committed for the enemy's offlane tower. That is pretty new.
Yeah, it helps that he had that. Yeah, he had that amplified damage rune, so they were actually able to just take that bottom tower and it's good on him to not overcommit the exorcism, right? Because that is what allowed them to make that top play. I don't think they would have even bothered rotating if they had committed exorcism down there.
All right. Maelstrom's picked up by both of the carries, one for VTune, one for K1. And these guys are going to be farming pretty quickly now that they have these done. Gemini Attack, obviously a fantastic resource for that. And then Wind Ranger, just having those early 4 points in Wind Run gets her on the map very quick. So
going into the mid to late game, I mean, how do you feel about like Wind Ranger versus Weaver carry? I feel like that's not something we usually see nowadays.
that is very true. I feel like Weaver's not going to go for the Wind Ranger ever. I feel like his goal is going to be to kill the Pugna. And like wait to initiate fights until the Kunkka is in. Like if the Weaver gets jumped, the game is going to be really difficult. And it's going to be on Schofield to try and go for those saves. Top lane, great static storm from KJ, locking in two. Slardar's damn tanky, though. He's going to be pulled back from the X. The Razor doing a lot of work as well. The boat connecting the Snowball, trying to buy them as much time as possible. But it's going to be a 3-hero crush instead. Finally, K1 coming through. Schwan just standing his ground. The bugs are out. K1 still trying to chase to finish off this Razor. He will be able to eventually, but on the backside, you have lost everything. Double kill for VTune, 4 dead on Heroic.
I think all the AoE spells in this fight hit at least 3 heroes, like from both teams. Everyone was in that funnel, and it was so close. I thought off that static storm they would have it. Yeah, we got the replay here, but Slardar just being so tanky, all these kills took a little longer. I think actually, did they get missed by the rum buff because they were in the snowball? That might have hurt them a little bit, but Power Shot hits all of them. Yeah, just it's so close on this fight.
Yeah, it's as soon as like I think the other thing to mention too is like K1 came up to the fight pretty late, and you only have 1 point in the swarm right now, so the kind of spread damage that you normally get from this ability is just not there yet. And meanwhile, V2, and very easy for him to just come into the fight, pop focus, fire, wind run, get a lot of spread damage out from Power Shot as well. So some of the weaknesses of the Weaver at the moment.
And Swarm is better at the start of the fight because it takes time to take off the armor. So coming in at the end of the fight, kind of a bit of like wasted potential there. Whereas Power Shot, like full value anytime you use it. So easy for VTune to come in and just contribute right away. Well, even with that fight, it is still a very even game here at 15 minutes, though. Maybe that's about to change a little bit.
Yeah, very nice patience from Tiny. Invis Rune paying off here as they'll be able to try and chase down Divine Llama, and no problem at all.
That's going to get Tiny pretty close to Blink. He's at 1,900 gold now. Very close. Be a nice Blink.
Giving him the wave just to guarantee that he gets it. I like this. Very smart.
Yeah, Slardar's not even going for his own Blink. He's gone Orchid. He's going to get the BKB, and he's just going to trust the Tiny. He's like, hey, just toss anyone to me, and I will kill them.
Yeah, this is like the dream Slardar game. Being this farmed on an offlane Slardar when, I mean, again, I don't think his game should have been this good, but it ended up, going exceptionally well. So this hero's scaling potential is absurd.
Yeah, I mean, we occasionally even see Slardar carries, right? Like, that speaks for his scaling potential.
Yeah. Tiny, top lane, toss back. Divine Llama popping that blade mail. They will be able to trap him in place for the moment. The rotation from K1 will make a pretty quick pickoff. So, I mean, he got his blink, though. He was kind of just up here as long as he could be. Hit that death is, for the most part, inconsequential, as the rest of his team is just farming towards their big items.
Tiny at least did get his Blink Dagger before he died, so maybe he can surprise him coming out here. Huge Weaver kill right there.
He just comes straight through the portal. VTune was just guessing that he's going to come through the portal and like pings WS to come over, and he's just holding down Orchid on the portal. And it just happens to be the Weaver.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Weaver's working on a Manta, so that won't work much longer, but we got about another minute or two to find another Orchid kill
Under attack.
like that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Punk is going for a halberd after his blade mail. That's a little different. We usually see some very quick Aghanim Scepters come out. It is
very
really
good
this
against
game.
Wind Ranger, right?
Yeah,
and
actually
and
all
Slardar.
three of these cores. Yeah, like if you disarm any of them, it's really solid. It does mean their crowd control is going to be a bit lacking in these mid-game fights, though. Especially like as BKBs come out, Static Storm's not going to hold anyone. Which I guess once they have BKBs, they would have ignored Torrent Storm as well.
My God, the minus armor is going to be coming very, very scary. I mean, Razor's BKB is done. WS, he's so close to it. He's still just sitting on the money, though. He hasn't bought any of the components, so maybe debating if he's going to actually finish it or go for a blink. VTune's BKB is just about 50 gold away, and they're going to ping for Roshan.
Dire are scanning.
There's a really nice timing. 3 BKBs potentially. I think they could do it. I mean, if you get the Aegis 3 BKBs, I don't know how Heroic fights for like the next 5-10 minutes. But they're going to try to contest this Aegis.
It's going down real fast, though.
I mean, they have good team fight if they can make it here as Talon retreats.
Yeah, they don't manage to make it in
Like
time.
quite in the spot.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
That
is
hurts.
under
That hurts a
attack.
lot. Schofield had just finished up Blink. Analog is almost to a halberd, and Devi Lama as well, almost to a halberd. So it's, yeah. I mean, you're going to be lacking like the control, but at least you would have still exorcism, you know, and stuff to play around in the fights. But yeah, they grab themselves Aegis. They're looking really good now on the side of Talon. They'll carry that around on VTune.
Slardar is just a few hundred off of his if he does want to get it. I'm sure maybe that's what he's thinking about right now in this pause. Like, should I get this, guys? Should I get someone else? Midas, maybe? Having a pretty good game, you know? No? Okay, BKB, that's fine. All right, they'll be pretty strong. They can just run down to each tower. And if they happen to win a really big fight after, like, taking a tier 2, they might just be able to go tier 3, depending what spells they have. But I think just taking control of the map with this first Aegis, their lineup is not the best at taking high ground.
Great find there from Tiny. Once again, they actually popped the Exorcism, thinking they might be able to take the fight. But unfortunately, Schofield getting locked down, doesn't get the snowball off, can't delay anything, so just leave.
Man, these BKBs are actually going to be so good because Death Prophet and Kunkka went for Halberd. And it's actually not going to do anything. I mean, you have the evasion for yourself, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're just like pinging their Tormentor, like, guys, we got to get something. I don't know, like, starting to struggle here quite a bit. They do manage to finish up the Manta style on the Weaver, so that is done like you were saying. He's not going to die to that to that Orchid here again, but it's taken him a good minute. Shard will be picked up by Schofield. It's fine. I mean, none of the shards for the supports this game really are amazing on the side of Heroic. Obviously, Tiny's is also kind of garbanzo beans, and same with the Pugnas, so kind of just putting it on cooldown immediately. Get to him later. And a quick death for Schofield once again as a toss back into the Slardar. Continues to just be seriously deadly.
yeah, I think it's more like you take that Tormentor because you know that you're really weak compared to Talon right now, and Talon's pushing up, and if Talon takes that tier 2, they're just going to say, hey, why not a free Tormentor, guys? Right? So you have to take it before it gets stolen away from you.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But Talon is still up here. I mean, even without a Tormentor to take, they're like, you know what? Objectives are still pretty cool. Let's keep taking towers. They don't have a lane here, though, so they'll back up for a bit. Push it back in.
K1 needs to be very careful. They don't. He's actually TPing in the perfect spot. Yeah, without vision. The dust did hit him, but really good movements from him. He needs to be able to slow down this game and start the split push. He is somehow really farmed. Despite the 3 deaths he's got in this game, he hasn't been super involved in kills. It is kind of just an anomaly with this guy, I feel like. He always somehow manages to just be near the top of the net worth. Oh, Avalanche just off the mark. He was trying to find K1 and Schofield, but Schofield gets the blink out now. That being said, Divine Llama. All right, he's out as well. He'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they are still farming well, so even though it feels like Talon's in pretty good control here and they can't lose too many fights, I feel like if you take a proper 5-on-5, it does mean you're grouping a lot, and as long as Heroic tries to play the map as effectively as they can, they're kind of keeping up in gold. We might see this. Ooh, they're gonna know Schofield or someone's taking it because everyone has the Lotus info. Yeah, but it looks like they didn't actually see him, or they lost him in the trees.
Oh, nice jump from the Tiny, but he's gonna get caught in a Static Storm instead, and Schwan will be glimpsed away. So a little bit over-aggressive potentially from the side of Talon, but Divine Llama will throw the disarm out onto the Razor. The Gleipnir connects, holding him back, and okay.
Yeah, and you see while this is going on, Analog is shoving in top, K1's immediately running mid, and this is how they're not falling too far behind, just like efficiently pushing out lanes while Talon is all grouped up. And as long as you don't get picked off too much doing that, like, you're fine. Which, so far, K1, after a couple early deaths, he's been doing pretty well for himself on staying alive.
That might backfire here for Talon, because they TP'd out and chased across the map, and they just come back, pick off Ponyo instead. So they're kind of dragging Talon around, and it's working. Like, they're slowly creeping back on this net worth, delaying out this Aegis, which only has 15 more seconds on it. So...
And this is the strength of, or one of the strengths anyways, of Disruptor and Kunkka. Like, it is so dangerous to not all retreat
Analog
as a group, right?
They're going to bring the numbers. The Avalanche, the toss into WS. He's going to go for the Halberd to disarm. He's got a Yules as well if he can buy some space. Goes for the life drain here, but I don't think you're making out of this one. Slardar as well as Wind Ranger doing just too much damage, and they finally get their hands on a really big kill.
The bash damage is always so high every time you see it, man.
It's like shocking.
Yeah.
800 damage off of a bash attack.
Got it.
Corrosive Haze is what?
pretty
15 armor reduction? Yeah. And, I mean, Death Prophet can definitely pick up some armor items, but she hasn't yet. So she's only sitting at 8 armor right now. Queues up the Shivas right away. That was a lot
casual
of damage.
Helm of Iron Will. Oh, he's gonna go Lotus. Okay, yeah, I mean, either way, you need a plate mail item. Either the Shivas or the Lotus. Like, you have to get one of these. I don't mind the Lotus at all, right? There's a lot of spells you can actually reflect. And just having
even
that
removing the
cooldown
corrosive
spell.
haze too. I am a little surprised he didn't get like phase boots for some cheap early armor, but maybe maybe not planning for the Slardar to have such a good game and then get on top and like bash him.
Well, speaking of Slardar, he is TPing bottom. They see the TP from Orange. Glimpse will send him straight back to the top side. Schwan is under a ward. They do need to be a little bit careful. Okay, they're just going to back away. A little bit of headset issues, it seems. Heroic still not wanting to fight. And I'm trying to think, like, if they're going to fight at all anytime soon, like, what items could they be waiting for? It does just seem like Talon is so powerful right now with the minus armor between Razor and the Slardar.
Yeah, I don't think you want a heads-up fight with on the side of Heroic, because Talon all committed to BKBs, and that is what an early BKB is good for. It's for taking these fights. And because you went Halberd, you're like, I Halberd that guy, he BKBs, he doesn't care about my Halberd. So in the direct matchup, it's no good. But if you do split them up, Glimpse, X-Mark, that helps you find the split-up fight that you might succeed in. Weaver in a bit of danger here.
Weaver definitely in some danger. They're going on the back side, though. They just destroyed Disruptor and Divine Llama, trying to TP out way too much damage coming out from the Razor, and Schofield stuck inside of his own shards, just trying to keep space from the Slaughter. It ends up being 3 deaths for Heroic. And yeah, that's the 5-on-5 head-on engagement you're talking about. It does not pan out.
Nope. The BKBs are just too good in these kind of fights, so you gotta just keep splitting them up, slowly bait out BKB charges, and as they get lower, and as you start completing your own BKBs, potentially on Heroic, then these fights get a lot easier. I think the more you drag this out, it does get easier for Heroic. But right now, even though it looks like it's close, like 6k difference, not that crazy at 26 minutes, just like what they've invested in makes Talon stronger right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And the replay, one of the things that also just really unfortunate for Heroic, Schofield went to go for like a Blink Walrus punch onto the Slardar before he got his BKB, and instead he blinked into the same frame of the Crush when Slardar, when he just popped it. So he just gets Crush off, then he BKBs, then he chain stuns, and like just a kind of disaster. Mid lane, Death Prophet also looking like it might be a disaster for him as well. Goes for the halberd, but which one, right? There's 3 heroes you gotta worry about with that ability.
Can't disarm all of us.
He's got a regen. Schwan gonna be quite annoying to deal with that. Hokum, another avalanche toss. He does get the Static Storm off in time. Great snowball save at the moment. Will send him back towards the Tiny as K1's on the backside trying to do what damage he can, but these guys are really tanky. The Shard block holding him in the base. Disruptor as well as the X. This team is really hard to disengage from, but it looks like Talon are going to make it work. They get out on all 5.
That's the BKB difference right there, but I think you'll take that as Heroic. You did not lose your high ground tower, your barracks, even though that was 40 seconds dead with no Death Prophet. So you'll take that, and the next objective we'll see both teams fight over is Roshan. It was a fairly short spawn, I think, so it is up already. Maybe they can rush over. You do still have some pretty good AoE abilities on the side of Heroic. How long is BKB still on cooldown for? 40 seconds on the Wind Ranger. Yeah, about 40 seconds for all these BKBs on Talon. So, I mean, if you, like, rush a fight, maybe.
K1's got TP in about 10 seconds. He does not have his own BKBs, 1,000 off the recipe, but he might be able to, like, try and force their attention bottom. No, it doesn't look like it. Talon is like, yeah, we know where you're going to be. We're going top. We know Roshan's the objective. Schwann's already got a little bit left on the Eye of the Storm here. But again, like you said, no BKB timing available for them at the moment. They get the Orchid out onto the Kunkka. Schofield with a nice snowball save, but a great avalanche on the backside. They've got that Exorcism running, and K1's coming through. The Static Storm is down. This is as good a fight as you're going to get on Heroic, but can you actually find the kills? They're trying. Slaughter, 1 second to BKB. He's got it. He takes down the Kunkka, and he gets out of the fight, and now it's time for a V-Tune with the Focus Fire shredding through Analog. Schwan here as well. Gleipnir holds him down, and K1 is all by himself. AJ's back, Schofield's back. Nice Walrus punch, trying to finish off the Wind Ranger. Can he do it? He can't. They're just too strong. Finally, K1 finds a kill. He's got to take down WS, but one more attack finishes the job. Triple kill goes the way of V-Tune, I believe. But oh my goodness. A bloodbath of a fight.
So chaotic. There's so many AoE spells going everywhere. Analog tries to lose him in the trees, but thanks to that corrosive haze, he just cannot get away, taking so much damage from Focus Fire. If he's able to like live long enough, Spirit Siphon heal, like the ult heal, like maybe he starts turning that fight because it's so close, but there's just so much damage coming out from that Focus Fire corrosive haze combo. You just cannot live long enough, which is what you want on a Death Prophet. Just drag it out. Really needs these armor items.
It's a 12,000 gold lead now for the side of Talon. And, you know, when BKB... I mean, you get BKB on your Weaver now, which is quite good. But, again, it doesn't stop you from losing all your armor to a Slardar or the Razor. So he's going to have to use this to try and just burst down a hero.
Now, Talon's back going for the Roche. Now, Weaver... still dead for a little bit. Wind Ranger will TP here, and they'll have this cleaned up before Weaver even respawns.
Yeah, you don't have Exo. BKBs are back up. You do not want to fight this. Instead, they are looking to go for their Tormentor here once again as it just respawned. So second Aegis into the hands of Vtune. The Roshan's banner. Picked up by, well, almost picked up by Ponyo. There we go. And KJ will get the shard. Another little bit unfortunate. Would have really liked Tidal Wave this game on the Kunkka.
Yeah, it would have been really good. Possibly force BKBs or change the positioning in the fight. He's really close to Ags. They're going to try to dodge fights until he can finish that up.
I feel like we've
which
seen
shouldn't
this
be too much of
before.
an issue. He's only got a minute.
It's like the meme from yesterday.
Or
I can't
100.
believe we're only halfway through this game. It's
Well,
back, baby.
High ground still is not the easiest for Talon unless they win a fight outside the base, right? Like, you have to be so careful approaching high ground because of Glimpse and X Mark and eventually the shard on Kunkka, right? So they do have to be careful. Maybe
like
just like
Glimpse and
Pugna
X Mark.
Blast slowly.
Yeah. Also, like the shard upgrade on the ice shards for Tusk makes a pretty big wall. Like, you actually can't get around it if he places it correctly on the stairs. So
Yeah, that's something that BKB does not help you with, and you could get trapped on high ground. It's like possible. You can be trapped like around the barracks or the
what a toss.
tower.
Mid lane, they've got the Kunkka. He's silenced up, trying to get to safety. The great Yules out from Hoken stops Schofield as well. And, well, that glimpse actually might send the Tusk. Oh, what a power shot from Vtune. That was sick.
He has no buyback because he just bought out that Ags. That is such a good find for Talon. Now, okay, everything we said about high ground being difficult, out the window now. With those 2 kills, now you're free to just literally take the barracks. And it feels risky to like go for tier 4s. I think you just go like take a tier 3. I don't think you're like strong enough to do that. Yeah, it looks like they're just gonna immediately make their way here. Didn't use focus fire earlier. Unless they want to counter fortify, they might lose their wave. But another one's in the mid lane anyways. It's fine.
Hear me out. Dota Plus might be pay to win if Hokum has it. Because the ability to toss a hero in the middle of an entire creep wave, if you have the like key modifier, could be pretty sick. I don't know if he has that, but I was trying to figure out how he would potentially have selected the Kunkka of all things. But big team fight, good static storm is out. They will be able to lock the Tiny in place. Razor holding his BKB. He's going to be forced to use it, but the Tiny is still alive thanks to the decrep, and they're going to turn it around onto Analog as he just gets destroyed. No chance at all. Nice shards coming through once again. Talon's like, maybe we don't want to leave the base. Maybe Divine Llama goes down next. K1 doing his best on the Weaver to try and keep this alive, but they just walk away. Ponyo on this Pugna has been doing some serious work.
Just being super annoying with that decrepify, save, heals, and a lot of your damage is the right-click damage from Weaver. So when he can't hit the same target.
Yeah, I mean, he BKBs here on the Weaver and, like, lays into the Razor. And it looks, you're like, okay, this is the fight actually they're looking for. But it just, he just doesn't have it. Like, the damage is too lacking. He's too far behind. And, you know, no BKBs on Kunkka, no BKB on your Death Prophet. Hard to play the fights.
Yeah, that initial pickoff on the Kunkka and Tusk that allowed them to take those 2 sets of barracks, that is such a game-changing play, because otherwise it should have been a really difficult high ground that you have to take very carefully, and you could potentially throw. That could be Heroic's way back into the game. But now, with just 1 set left, it should be pretty straightforward for Talon. Like, you just push down that lane, you still have the Aegis, you can poke at it, you can Pugna Blast it. You don't have to rush it because the other lanes are always shoving in, and eventually you're going to see someone like, I got to go deal with like our tier 4 getting chipped by creeps. Then you can go in, push it, and you just don't feel rushed because you have such good control now with 2 sets. So
yeah,
should be, I hate to curse them, should be straightforward for Talon from here with the 24k lead, 2 barracks, 2 lanes. What's the turning point for Heroic? What can they look for?
Tusk Ags, maybe. But he's not even queued up. He's going for a Yules. You need your big armor item for Analog, and he is going for a Shivas as opposed to the Lotus, which you were thinking, you know, which one is he going to do? I mean, a Disruptor Ags would be great, but he's also an Aghanim Scepter away from an Aghanim Scepter.
I like it. That's our new phrase. That's our thing.
That is our new phrase. Any other casters that say this, let us know so we can, you know, send a copy strike and take the royalties from it.
Use Weaver X mark or X mark to Weaver to push out lanes, but they may have found him.
Okay, Holcomb actually buying a little bit of space. Snowball out will keep the Tusk alive for now, but Tiny, how is he still alive? It just takes him so long to find the kill. Yeah, that Slardar hurts freaking like real hard, man.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Good.
That's the Decrepify
night.
save, saving the Tiny there. That's why teams still like Pugna. With that, I mean, you're gonna take two sets
Tiny's
here.
back.
The last
Big toss back, finding the Death Prophet Yules into a great torrent. The boat's gonna come through, but the BKBs are now out, and Vtune just shreds him on the focus fire. Time-lapse will get the Weaver out for the moment, but the Tiny, he's got his eyes set on the prize. He really wants the Weaver. There's gonna be the crush, the toss back, and he is so dead. Buys back immediately into the game. This is your only hope. The Violama just losing everything here to the Razor. Will get out for now. Nice Static Storm holding Schwan inside, but he pops a Satanic. This guy, he's still just sitting through it. No problem at all. The Glimpse pulls him back into the team, but Holcomb just jumps in with him. He says, whatever, we'll fight you at your fountain. We don't care. K1 chase down does get the Sakuchi off in 1 second. V2's trying to find the kill, but the GGs are out. Heroic will drop in game number 1, and Talon, a fantastic performance to open up this series.
They were really trying to get one more kill for the stats there on K1 there. They're chasing him hard. All right. Very well played from Talon. I think, I don't know, draft-wise, I do think Heroic was fine. I think that top lane getting killed twice on Weaver set Slardar and Tiny to have such a good game. I feel like those two heroes helped to set up so many plays. Like, mid lane was just, I mean, they were fine, right? Just trading back and forth. Bottom was fine. But it's like these two playmakers having a great start were then able to just go around so many, like, early Orchid kills, the Blink Toss, Avalanche. Like, we saw Tiny make so many plays throughout this game. It really feels like it goes back to there. And I don't know. Like, I'm not sure if I, like, sample size of 1. I don't know. I don't think Slardar is supposed to do that well in that lane. Like, later on, sure. The Corrosive Haze is good versus Weaver, and the potential for Chain Stun is very nice, but I don't think you're supposed to get 2 kills in the laning stage like that.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of it is really just Tiny had an incredible performance. He found so many good Avalanche tossbacks, not only just in the lane stage, but for the rest of the game. He made some seriously big plays, and I think that was kind of what broke Heroic quite a bit. It just made the game so much easier to execute for Slardar. He's like, oh, you've delivered me more food. Thank you. Like, finishes 9-0 and 19. Like, never really felt threatened this game. He was close to dying once, and that was about it. Combine all of his minus armor with just this Razor who's running around the fight with Eye of the Storm ticking. It's just too much. Like, there's nothing Heroic can do. They pivot to pick up as many of these, like, you know, team fight armor items that they can get to maybe stall out, but we saw like heroes getting 2-shotted still.
Yeah, once you got to the late game, it was really rough. I think the early game showed that Heroic was playing the map well, and some of these fights were really close. Heroic was at the edge of being able to come back. So I do think they were, like, after maybe some early mistakes, they were pulling it back in, but then one more slip up of the great toss from Tiny. Again, the Tiny tossing back the Kunkka just opens up the high ground, and from there, it feels very secure for Talon. Great itemization, I gotta say. I really liked everyone's purchases. I thought the BKBs lining up was amazing. It felt like it gave them such a strong power spike where Heroic just had to dodge everything. Great play by Talon.
Yeah, this was really cool. They just played exceptionally well. I will be surprised to see what they want to change on Heroic here going into game 2. I feel like the draft isn't even necessarily a massive problem. The opener of the Death Prophet, though, I think they might rethink a little bit because maybe it was a little bit experimental. They obviously like to play around this hero, but yeah, I don't know. This was great.
Yeah, I don't think we have to change. Like, the thing is, like, if you ran this draft back, the exact same one, I think it could be fine for Heroic, because the thing is, like, they're pretty committed to getting ahead and staying ahead. Like, Tusk and Disruptor, they function very well from ahead, but from behind, they do not have very good games. Tusk a little bit better than Disruptor, but like once you're on the back foot, not able to make plays, it does not go well. And that goes back to that early mistake. So I think if you go back to the start of this, play the lanes a little better, like Heroic could have a very different performance based on these heroes. So yeah, maybe they do want to change like the Death Prophet, but I kind of think it was also okay.
Yeah. Well, a very solid Game 1 performance from Talon. They are 1 win away now from making it to the round-robin group stage. Heroic need to bounce back if they want to stay in the tournament. But for now, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 in this series. We'll see you in just a little bit. Heroic versus Talon. Game number 2 is about to begin. This is the final series of the Swiss stage. It has been a very fun event so far, and honestly a really interesting way that it has unfolded. We'll have to see which one of these teams is going to be moving forward, but yeah, Zach, break it down. What happened in game 1? Why did Talon look so good?
I think they played pretty well in the lanes, the top lane especially, and then really good itemization from them. I like that all 3 cores went BKB. It just meant that there really wasn't much playmaking potential from Heroic. Maybe Heroic could have changed their itemization a little bit. They opted for double halberd, which in theory is cool, but ended up both being countered by all the BKBs coming out. Then there was like no halberd targets really to help them out. So maybe if they, well, I don't know if they could have predicted that everyone was going to get BKBs like that, but maybe if they had gone for armor items, or like one person's getting halberd, someone else getting armor, maybe they would have had more options. But with the way the laning stage into the itemization went, they just Heroic just had to dodge every fight, which was kind of working. I think they showed they had a couple fights where it was kind of close. If their engage was a little better, if they weren't a little bit on the back foot on like all those fights, and then especially at the end getting tossed away, getting killed right in front of your base, and then you just opens up 2 free lanes. I don't think Heroic has to feel like too upset about like we had no chance there. Maybe that stings more if you know you had a chance and then you lose. But coming into this, hopefully they can just reset, try to clear out some of those small mistakes in the laning stage that led to all of this.
Yeah, and we'll see how these drafts kind of develop. Both these teams have some niche picks, and the fact that neither of them are Chen teams means that we're going to be seeing, no Chen, like neither banned nor picked in this series, which is kind of an anomaly. But yeah, we're going to see a lot of the same respect bans out from Talon, the Enigma, King Jungle's Nature's... Jeez, try saying that. What? King Jungle's Nature's Prophet. It's one of the few teams that still runs the NP, and he is very good at it, and a lot of teams will respect ban it out just because they don't want to deal with the kind of the pressure that it can bring. Nature's Prophet was nerfed a ton, but when a team is very good at playing around that early movement, it can kind of swing lanes in ways that you wouldn't have normally expected.
Mm-hmm. This time we do see a Razor ban. Last game, Heroic was first pick. This game, again, first pick, because actually last time Talon chose Radiant. So it looks like so far the only adjustment is the Razor ban. So last time they banned Crystal Maiden and Shadow Demon. Curious who they're going to choose now. You could ban Shadow Demon and then pick Dragon Knight, which we've seen Analog play very well. There's also that flex potential. And I think he's a bit more stable, or maybe a bit more meta than Death Prophet. But of course, if a team likes a certain hero, I think that's understandable. There is the Shadow Demon ban, but they're still going to go for the Death Prophet.
Running it back. Okay. Now, do we just... what do we see as a response, though? Because last game it was the Razor, which they've banned. So I'm curious where Talon want to go, because they could just take the Disruptor. I don't think that's very bad against a Death Prophet. That actually seems pretty good. Being able to lock her back. She doesn't usually get an early BKB.
Yeah, there's some strong supports available, like the Disruptor, Tiny, Crystal Maiden that didn't get banned. There's mid...
Whoa.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're going to grab Pango right away. Pango does... Like, he doesn't usually kill the Death Prophet in the laning stage, but, like, with 2 mobility spells, you're not really worried about being run down by a Death Prophet, which is what Death Prophets are usually quite good at in that mid lane. And even if you do end up flexing this Death Prophet, and you're like, oh, we're going to counter the mid, man, you and I have asked so many times, what is the mid counter to Pango? Because you may beat him for a little bit, but it feels like he does some jungling, he gets like 1 gank off, and then he's back, So I quite like that. Just like, here's our Pango pick. I don't care if you're flexing Death Prophet or not. Like, I'm going to be fine in the mid lane.
Yeah, there really isn't really like many heroes that he cares about. He either draws a lane or he like wins in most scenarios. I'd say in 99% of matchups, he either draws or wins, which is why Pango is just consistently always picked. And in the few matchups he loses, he just jungles and then gets a defusal and then is suddenly the strongest hero in the game, like by far. So I don't know what the answer is to this Pangolier hero, other than maybe not accidentally buffing it in patches. That would be one thing.
I will say, I think the support picks are now pretty important because those rotations could help determine how the mid lane goes, and to slow down that Pango, if you can take away all the runes, if you can either kill him or maybe steal away some of his jungle, right, after giving him a little bit of a tough time in the lane, like, it's a bit of a multi-step plan to hold the Pango back, but like Death Prophet in the lane will be okay there. So the next step is the supports if you want to try that.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, Luna.
5
That's
seconds remaining.
last time they got rid of Morph Luna, correct?
Yes.
At that stage,
and this time
they're
opting
actually
for Wind
getting rid
Ranger.
of- All right, cool. So I don't hate that. I mean, we obviously saw VTune have a very good performance on the Wind Ranger. They're gonna get rid of the Puck now, one of the few mid laners that can not really win the lane against Pango, but Coil is definitely annoying at all stages of the game. We'll grab the Crystal Maiden, one of those strong fives like you're talking about. I would be surprised if we don't see them maybe go back for the Disruptor. I don't think it was necessarily a bad pick last game. I think it still checks a lot of boxes.
Yeah, I think Tiny also available, also a great hero if they want to go that route.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see, who else is there? Gotta really think. These are like not the usual bans. You gotta go back and check all the different.
I mean, a lot of the
heroes
offlane
still
pool
available.
is still in.
Dire team pick.
Oh yeah, there we go. There's a Grimstroke.
Now you grab the Disruptor.
I'm up for it. It does mean your support duo is very. You would need. I would prefer to see like 2 relatively initiating heroes after that, since Grimstroke, Disruptor can struggle to make their own plays, and you have a Death Prophet who's like not the best initiator. But if you do that, I'm up for it. Now they're going to go for the Tiny, the playmaking. Well, could be the playmaking for support, but you could run this as a core. We have seen that, especially from South American teams. It feels like everyone there can play Tiny.
Yeah, that's true. I like the Tiny quite a bit. I was kind of memeing with the Disruptor, right? But I think for the most part, you are correct. Like, you need to have a playmaking hero that can set things up. It works great this game. Just we saw last game what you can do with an Avalanche tossback. Also, denying it away from Talon. Fantastic. Hokum looked incredible.
See. What do you want to reveal here? I guess your other support and then what? Whoa, a Wraith King.
There's no way that's not a bait. Right? I feel like this has to be an offlane Wraith King or something.
I don't know. Is it?
Dude, there's no way you just pick a Wraith King like this with both Anti-Mage and Lifestealer in the pool. Right? I feel like it has to be an offlane. And they're going to do some cheeky stuff with it. There's the Rubik.
I mean, I think it's a solid Rubik game. I don't think... Rubik Wraith King is not a particularly amazing lane, I feel like.
I mean, Wraith King does a decent chunk of damage. In terms of like offlaners into the Lifestealer that are strength, Wraith King might not be so bad because he also does just a ton of right click damage, and the skeletons are impossible for Lifestealer to deal with because he doesn't have wave clear. I don't know where they want to go this on Heroic. I mean, that's the thing. It's like maybe pull out one of K1's like sneaky heroes like the Abaddon and go for something like that. You could also go back for the Weaver if you wanted. There's also just an Anti-Mage, right? Like, there's a lot of things on the table. It just comes down to where you think this Wraith King is going.
I mean, if you think... Okay.
That's a good response.
I was going to say, like, if you think it might be a Wraith King offlane, you need to be able to kill the skeletons, because that is That's like the unique element of Wraith King and what gives him so much early damage and tower taking potential. So with the acid spray, that should be pretty doable, especially with a little bit of help from Grimstroke, just throw in like a Q or something. And he does combo with the Grimstroke. I had been thinking of Sven, who has like the natural cleave and then the stunned thrown with Grimstroke. But Alchemist will have the acid spray and the unstable concoction to throw into the Grimstroke ultimate. And you'll just get tons of gold from the skeletons, actually.
Yeah, it's like 300 gold from each set of skeleton wave.
Yeah,
It's kind of nuts. So a lot of times what we'll see is like if a group of skeletons like TPs to one of the lanes, like an alchemist will, or as soon as he sees them running down the lanes, a lot of times the alchemist will just TP to the lane and be like, oh, a hero kill. Cool. You know, like it's so much gold for the alch. It's the same reason, you know, you love to kill the brood spiderlings and stuff like that.
5 seconds remaining.
Now, Talon is worried this could be a mid or an off lane alchemist, and they've banned out the PL. They have Pango and Crystal Maiden. I feel like those are okay versus PL, but it makes me think this is a Wraith King carry if you're worried about PL.
I mean, they could flex on heroic, right? Like they can put the alchemist in whatever lane the Wraith King goes. So I'd actually like the idea of it potentially being Devi Lama's hero, and if they pick the PL, then you have like a serious problem late game. I think the PL is just generally too good against Talon's team, and now they might ban like a regular mid hero here or another off lane, but yeah, you actually could flex the Alk to 1 or 3 and Death Prophet 2/3, so it's hard to know where this stuff's going.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, there's the Darkseer. Medusa pick.
Talon has last pick. So you could go for a Medusa if you don't see,
10 seconds.
or like depending what you see from Heroic.
Man,
I'm a little worried if
Medusa
Medusa would
Wraith
be
King.
slow / greedy, yeah, with like, because that's Wraith King off lane.
I feel like it has to be Wraith King carry. Maybe I'm missing something. I mean, I don't know if they've ran this. I actually need to look back at their games. I don't think I've seen a Wraith King yet.
Dire team pick.
Something with anti-heal would actually be really good.
Slardar ban. Yeah, that would have been a good one. That would have been a very good one. We saw it happen last game into a Weaver. Into an Alk would have been even worse. So, last pick here. I don't really know where they're going to go with it. I think they have a lot of options. I think you could just take the Death Prophet off lane into the Wraith King lane if you want. I think that's totally fine and just pick a mid lane. DK. Okay, that's quite good.
It is very flexible. You can still move stuff around.
I mean, I feel like DK into Pango is pretty good. Death Prophet should crush the Wraith King lane.
10 seconds.
But either of these lanes are good, no matter what. Like, the Wraith King has no good lane.
5 seconds remaining.
What can do... I feel like there's no room anymore, actually. Because I feel like your triple core is like so regen-based. But there's no room for an Ancient Apparition, really. Necro's out of the meta. Who
What
else
hero?
is there? Venos. Who?
I don't even know what Necro is. I haven't heard that one in a long time. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's not so popular anymore. I feel like it would have been so good. A Pudge with
Venos.
Ags. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Spirit
Oh.
Vessel Builder. Okay, there you go.
That is going to help, but that means
Does that mean it's
off-lane
off
Pango?
lane Pango?
Yeah. So I think here you just dodge the... I mean, I think you could just put DK mid into Coddle. I don't think it actually is that bad.
Looks like they're deciding it is going to be K1 Alchemist, and against the Pango, I don't think he'll be bothered at all. I'm pretty sure you can even have your Grimstroke just like go do a lot of stacks, and I don't see how
Yeah.
K1 will get pressured. Now Pango will probably have a decent time farming when you're doing that. But I mean, if the Alchemist is farming as well, then you don't care.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so they locked Death Prophet for Divine Llama. Analog's going to go mid on the DK. I think that's correct. To be honest, like, you're not going to take the tower with an early 6 on either of these heroes, but Dragon Knights can at least accomplish a little bit more because it's lower cooldown, and he might be able to like chip the tower and walk away. So I think that works. You just get the Death Prophet into the off lane, and into Wraith King should be perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think whoever you put mid would have just like traded farm with Keeper, but DK will have the natural sustain from the passive. Death Prop would have had a harder time with Spirit Siphon, but an easier time versus the Wraith King. So I think it makes sense to stick her there. I'm going to be looking at K1, man. This guy should have a good lane, and then I think his team will have stacks for him. Even if they don't, he is always at the top of net worth on heroes that aren't Alchemists. So imagine him now playing this hero. We also have to keep an eye on the Keeper, because I'd be shocked if he does not go for a Spirit Vessel and their game plan is run at the Alchemist, do not let him farm, or run at other lanes and I guess take away his map. But I don't know. I think I'd prefer them to run at the Alchemist.
That like 6 to 7 minute mark is where we're going to see that first rotation in from the Coddle, right? He will be level 6. He will have Solar Bind and an Urn, and he will immediately TP to one of these side lanes or run to one of these side lanes and try to find his opening kill, get the Urn stacks going. It is the game plan when you're playing a Keeper of the Light. You cannot afford to miss that timing because it slows down the other lanes so fast, and you need to get your vessel online as fast as possible. So we'll see if he's able to make that work. It's easier said than done, though.
Yeah, I think I like Heroics draft more this time.
Yeah,
I'm just a little like, I think the Keeper of the Light makes a lot of sense. I just think it forced the Pango into the off lane, where we see Pangos often have a terrible time nowadays. And then the Wraith King, such an early pick. I mean, I've definitely seen Wraith Kings do well. I don't think this hero is like absolute garbage, but I think when you pick it that early and they have time to adjust to it, it's worrisome.
All right, Heroic with another late smoke here. And they are going to go right by a ward, so Talon do not know about their positioning. They could wrap around up onto the high ground. They're blind as well. Like, they don't see anything here. Okay, smoke's going to pop. All 5 heroes from Talon will allow them to secure this one rune. Unfortunately for them, they will miss out on the other 3. So their lane,
3 runes for an Alchemist.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you've noticed this, but they are putting the Alch into the Wraith King lane because they know the lane is unplayable for Wraith King, and so they are forcing him out. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Ponyo being chased down by a spooky blood mage and a giant rock, and that should be first blood going to KJ on the Grimstroke. He's the best voice actor in Dota. One of them, my favorites.
Does he use blood? What's the lore? Is it not ink?
Oh, it's blood, dude.
What the heck?
It's all blood. Which is a nice little nod to... I'm pretty sure it's blood. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's all... He uses blood as ink. But, a little bit of a nod to a character he once voice acted in a television show who was a bloodbender.
That's fun.
Were you watching?
All right, so they have to dodge the lane. Ends up costing them first blood here, as the Alchemist still, I mean, either way is in a favorable matchup, but forcing the Wraith King up to the top side could cause problems from V2, and we'll have to see if they, swap again, but I think overall, much better start here for Heroic in game number 2.
I can't believe Crystal Maiden managed to get a D ward there with 3 heroes down there. I think that was a little bit of a slip up from Heroic, but I think still overall happy with the
D-ward?
Yeah, she got it and got out alive, which is kind of amazing. Grimstroke had not left yet, but I mean, it's not the end of the world. They already got like a kill. actually didn't even, it wasn't strictly because of that observer, but that's usually why you place it. You just want like a kill or something at the start. And in this case, they're also scouting out the lanes because they did want to swap things around. I'm curious if they are going to bring Alchemist back towards that Wraith King, or if they feel like, you know what, we got to start the lanes first, so we have like a slight level advantage / equilibrium advantage, so we'll just play it out. It's always a tough call to make, like how long do you keep, like, we used to see some crazy lane swaps back in the day.
I remember there was a game I was casting with Eternal Envy, and I will never forget it because it was him. The lane stage didn't start until 7.5 minutes. I'm not even joking. Like, there were 4 heroes dragging creep waves from bottom to top. This was before Twin Gates. And there was like a penta wave meeting in the like bottom river near the rune at like the 7-minute mark.
Dota was wild back then.
It didn't, yeah. I literally don't remember how that game played out, other than the fact that I know they lost. I just don't remember like what happened with that exchange, but it was ridiculous. So far, I think this Alchemist lane kind of going how they'd expect. He's top of the CS. Wraith King's doing quite well top, so he's chilling. They need to be able to pull the wave back if they want to try and slow down V-Tune, but Hokum has done a fantastic job on the Rubik here, preventing any of these pulls. And, well, nice little telekinesis there to disengage.
The more levels Death Prophet gets, the easier it is for her to bully out melee heroes. But at the same time, the more levels Wraith King gets, he's going to keep getting points in Vampiric Spirit. He can heal up and then just use skeletons to jungle for him. So I'm actually not sure if that lane really changed. In the bottom lane, Ponyo deleted by a potion.
Unlucky, you know. I mean, there's so much damage between these two. She is 3 armor hero, 2 points in acid spray, puts her at -1, and combine that with just the massive amount of right-click damage from a Tiny. A little bit scary. Divine Llama taking a lot of damage top lane here as he summons the Wraith King skeletons.
The remnants of my people also seek death prophets. Don't give
I'm actually amazed Dragon Knight slightly outlasting Keeper right now.
I mean, you can't really push the DK out of the lane, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't need to go bottle because he gets the coddle. So he just gets a stick, right?
Yeah, he's already at 10 stick charges. He's getting the recipe soon. Yeah, he even goes out of his way to block that mid camp. He knows what Coddle's up to.
Yeah. Very slow, but well-executed game so far from Heroic. Like, they're getting everything they want. But V-Tune finding as much CS as he is already on this Wraith King is really good sign for Talon. Because he needs to have a lot of farm this game. Wraith King is like seriously overwhelming physical damage, but does not have the same farming speed as an Alchemist.
If you have some good vision setup where you use your courier, the skeletons can actually help quite a lot. But I'm just worried about like after that, because I don't know if any of these heroes care that much about the skeletons. Specifically the most important one, like your counterpart carry. I don't think he cares. And in fact, not only does he not care, he actually wants you to use them. He's like, yes, please, please cast skeletons. I hope you have 8 charges. Here's that first rotation.
Yep, exactly as expected. Solar Bind is out. Alchemist pops a stick, but the amount of damage from the Coddle is overwhelming. K1 can't get away. Swashbuckle to finish the job. Avalanche. It's available in 1 second, trying to stay on top of the Keeper of the Light. The damage from Divine Llama, it's gonna be enough. A great TP response in from the DP. So he gets his earn charge. That is important. They get the kill onto the Alchemist.
It's also given some space to V-Tune. They might bring Alk up here. Yeah, this is the matchup they originally wanted, and they probably feel okay about Alchemist being on his own versus the Wraith King. They just need to kind of... They need to keep track of the the Keeper of the Light. We saw how much damage he did there to the Alchemist. It will become harder once Alchemist hits 6, at least until you finish that Spirit Vessel. But thanks to that kill, he's not that far away. I mean, it'll take a Keeper of the Light like 1 or 2 more minutes. Actually, a little longer because they're kind of blocking some of his camps. But still, it won't be that much longer. And
TP from Wraith King to the
be
bottom lane. They're going to try and run down to Vailama. He's popping all the regen he possibly can. Another route. They clear up the spiders, and Vailama with the Inkswell to safety. He's out. I mean, this is exactly what they have to do. They can't put the Wraith King into the Alk lane because of the skeletons. Like, it just feeds gold into this guy. So, as soon as he comes top, he rotates back bottom. Pango is going to go through the portal. It's smart from Talon. You have to avoid this matchup.
Same time, it means with these rotations around, Alchemist is getting a little bit of space here and there. And he went ahead and got the Talisman of Evasion first, just to reduce the chance he dies. I wonder if it's in... He does want to farm the skeletons, but, you know, if he doesn't get that acid spray down, his wave clear's not that great till Radiance, so it actually could get him killed if he's chain stunned. I wonder if that's part of why he got Talisman first, since it won't help versus Keeper.
Yeah. The thing is now, Coddle can't kill him because he has Chemical Rage. It was one of those things that made a really well-timed rotation from Schwann, just making sure to rotate before the Chemical Rage Dispel comes out, because that's when that kill threat on the Alk probably ends. He could still rotate once he gets the Vessel, and he is 6 gold away. So we might see that coming soon.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They have a smoke ready too.
Yep, they're going to go bottom. Unfortunately, the old man on a horse is outpacing his courier, so he's going to take a minute for it to get there.
There's a single tango on this courier slowing its movement speed.
Is that what it is?
He must have meant to sell it.
Well, Vailama caught next to the tower and deleted thanks to all that magic damage of the Solar Bind. And he'll go right back to the mid lane. Analog has to be very careful. They can absolutely kill a Dragonite. Urn is out. No Vessel still, but a lot of damage. Rolling Thunder connects as well. Analog with the Dragon Tail trying to keep Schwann at bay, but a big freezing field from Ponyo. The chain stun is there. They get him. Maybe he didn't see the Crystal Maiden, but as soon as he turns back around, his death sentence.
Yeah, they're doing exactly what they need to with this Keeper of the Light. He's got his Spirit Vessel. The team's moving with him. They're picking up these early kills. So far, not on the Alchemist, besides that first one. And they went for some other targets, but if they don't go for Alchemist soon, he actually will have the Radiance. I think they have about like 30 seconds to a minute to go stop him. A line's being drawn. I say that. I mean, you could still kill Alchemist once he has his Radiance. It's just harder. And Grimstroke is going to be saving up for his Shard. He actually has... he's got the whole way to go, but there's a huge stack here for the Alchemist. How nice.
He sees all these heroes coming top. He's like, all right, yeah, whatever. You can have the tower. I'm gonna go buy my Radiance and clear up an enormous stack. I don't know who has been having the time to do this, but this is massive for the Alchemist.
Looks like it was Grimstroke and Tiny, I think. Took some turns.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, they are getting a lot of value. Also manages to stack it again while farming. That is efficiency.
That's some that's not even advanced for K1. That's in his sleep, stacking while farming.
He has an internal clock that just like buzzes whenever the creeps are about to spawn.
I mean, he's so good at it.
He just farmed over 1,000. He farmed like 1,300 gold off of that, by the way. Bottom lane, Vailama's going to commit the Exorcism. They have a Catapult here. It's going to survive no longer. It didn't survive at all. Scan does connect on the backside. They actually... read this pretty good if they can avoid this getting caught from the coddle. But Dragon Knight mid lane, Analog, he really wants this tower, but now I think realizing they are mid. There's going to be the Solar Bind into the Vessel. The Stolen Breathe Fire as well does a ton of work. Schofield with a great Avalanche, but another Rolling Thunder from WS to secure this kill as they continue to chase the supports now. Just food for this side of Talon. It's going to be 3 dead in the mid lane, a 5-hero rotation, netting a ton of gold.
Skelly boys get to work. Oh, he doesn't have all the charges. That's okay. 5 is enough.
This is what you want out of your Coddle. Schwan is having a great performance. 2-0 and 4, making each of these Spirit Form cooldowns count.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I'm curious if VTune will actually even get a Radiance, or if he's just gonna, like, they're gonna try to play fast and go. Okay, never mind. He just queued up the Radiance, so he's gonna go for it. It's a pretty common Wraith King item, but sometimes if you want to play like really fast, you can you go like Deso, Blink, stuff like that. Just get really active. Try to win before the Alchemist really comes online. Unfortunately, I saw he just placed an Observer, but it's actually already warded up, so they're gonna get a free D ward later. On the side of Heroic.
Yeah, when it comes to the matchup into Wraith King, right, you would think you would want to go for just physical damage eventually, so things like Blink, AC, and stuff like that. We've seen some very creative Alchemist builds of late, and I think the most creative one that comes to memory was Pakaz, who went like AC Shiva's Wind Waker or something, and he was just unkillable, and it was so weird. Yeah, it's like no one could kill him. He was just dancing around in fights, like just keeping corrosive weaponry on these heroes, and it was really funny. Top lane Schofield is going to go down to a little rotation there, but not the end of the world. Alchemist just farming the skeletons. Dude, there's so
like
much gold for him.
They're coming back.
Each skeleton is 18 gold, and then the second life, I believe, is what, 23? So it's a lot.
Now, we were worried about Pango having a rough time in the off lane, but thanks to all the rotations from his team, I mean, his actual last hitting did suffer, but he is 4-0 and 2, so he's actually top of net worth with his cores, his other teammates, behind the Alchemist, of course, who is pretty rich, I gotta say. He's got his BKB on the way. This is gonna be one scary Alchemist. Literally delivered just in time. This might save his life.
Hey,
he doesn't want to use
Chemical
it
Rage.
right away.
Yeah. And he's looking for Ponyo. Oh god, Crystal Maiden, you are, I hate to break it to you, not in a good spot. Soulbind out as well. K1 will grab the kill. And they just walk away. Instant D-ward as well. Top lane though, Schofield in trouble from WS. Does not get the mana back to go for an Avalanche. So, yeah, I mean, WS is getting a lot done on this offlane Pango. He's actually the most farmed hero on his team.
Yeah, finding so many kills. K1 getting a blink. I would love to see them get active around that. I don't think you can actually kill Alchemist with his Chemical Rage and BKB popped. I think they're pretty strong around this. And if they could start getting some momentum back, I know technically they're 2k up, but it's all because of Alchemist. So the other heroes on his team are struggling. So if he could pitch back in, get a couple kills, get some towers for his team, I think it would really help them out.
Alright, so I crunched some numbers to see how much gold it is for an Alk if he kills all the skeletons from Wraith King.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good number. Do you want to take a guess yourself?
352.
That's pretty damn close, actually. That's very close. It's 328.
That's a lot. That's a lot of money. VTune getting close to his own Sacred Relic. 1 gold away. He's going to have that. I guess that's maybe what Talon's waiting for. They've been applying a lot of pressure with the Keeper, while VTune's mostly been farming. They're going to try to take their own fight now.
Breakout top. Yeah, Schofield once again going down on the Tiny. I mean, he's got this blink, but he has not been able to get active. They won't get on top of Hokum. Ponyo, realizing he is on the wrong side of this fight, has to immediately disengage after the freezing field. A 1-for-1 trade, but good for Talon. honestly, it is if they're slowing down Schofield's playmaking, that's great.
I think that was his blink reveal, so not quite the reveal he was hoping for, but I mean, I guess Alchemist picked up that kill, right? Oh no, Analog got it. You know what? That's fine. Like I said earlier, K1's rich. His teammates are the ones that need help.
He sees them.
I'm on the way. What was it? 329 gold? I don't think that was 8 skeletons, but
nah, they all died. They actually died right before. So, but yeah, I mean, it's 288 just in bonus gold for him, and then the regular bounty, which is 5 times. What is it? 5 times 8 or something?
That's insane.
It's a lot.
I wonder if this is intentional, actually. I see an observer in the Radiant safe lane that Panya plays. It actually spots both the small camp and the hard camp. I wonder if that's specifically for Wraith King to help him farm.
That's actually kind of a cool idea. It might be.
Farm delivery, Alchemist. Here you go, buddy.
Oh, they actually find
329. Oh, rip.
Radiant's bottom tower.
There's a lot of lines being drawn. Looks like they want to go back into their own jungle, fight over this tier 2. There's no chemical rage though soon. I think you really want that.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I mean, I think K1 is just gonna farm to his like 6th slot. I think that's actually what they play for, because yeah, late game is scary from Talon, but eventually the Keeper of the Light kind of falls off. Like if I'm comparing my 3 cores, it's like Alchemist is going to be enormous, but also having a really farmed Death Prophet and Dragon Knight to me is more scary than the Coddle and the Pango.
I think the current issue is she's not farmed, but I do like that. Oh, hold on. Ponyo gonna get run down.
They're looking for the right heroes. He gets the Keeper of the Light, the toss back. He's caught from the Dragon Tail to Violama right on top. Soulbind does not connect onto the Pango. He will TP out. So they manage to get... I mean, the fact they get on Crystal Maiden as well is actually pretty nice, but you lose the Coddle.
Back there.
He just guessed. He didn't... He saw the what was it, the Illuminate come out or something.
Oh, was it?
He just guessed.
Sick. I mean, right on top of the right heroes. That's maybe gonna get him a tier 1. Although he was here.
So he just rolled the mark with the stun.
Fresh Radiance from V-Tune.
He's gone. No chance. V-Tune will be able to TP, or we'll be able to find, not TP, but finds the TP in KJ. Good grab. Okay. Ends up being a pretty good exchange again for Talon, but I might... Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's a good call from them, because I think K1 TP'd bottom to farm, and I think they saw it. So they're like, you know what? They're trying to take our tower. We can fight this. Because we're scared of the Alchemist. The Alchemist is rich, but the other guys are poor. So we can fight them. And they don't get Divine Llama, but they do kill the supports. Pretty nice. Before that, I was going to say, Divine Llama went Lotus Orb first. So I think you might be right. They're Crystal Maiden kill for free. Worth
that's
almost
just
less than a skeleton set. Isn't that crazy?
It is less by 8 gold. It is less than skeletons by 8 gold. That's what I'm saying. It's like you will TP to the lane if you see the Wraith King skeletons, and he has to be very careful to not let them run deep down the lanes. It's actually a problem. Yeah, he's just gonna pick off any hero he finds.
Alchemist is 18. He's working on AC now. I mean, you can replace Soul Ring with AC. Maybe upgrade Blink. I think you're good to go. Like, once you have this AC, you'll Lotus Orb your Alchemist. He's probably level 20 at that point. You have a Dragonite applying, like, Mage Slayer. Put Inkswell on him. Raid boss Alchemist is going to be in.
You could definitely just disassemble your Radiance late game into Nullifier as well if you want. So, if he's having trouble, like, getting on top of the Rubik, who's going to have Glimmer Cape, or, like, say, Keeper of the Light gets, like, a Yules or a Wind Waker eventually, which is pretty standard for really late game on Keeper of the Light, K1 will be able to just stay on top of them. So, he has a lot of scaling still that he can do. You're 6,000 ahead with an Alk lineup. That's like about what you'd expect at a 21-minute mark. I think for the most part, this game is kind of where we thought it was going to be. It's really, in my opinion, going to determine, you know, how these next few fights play out. And then, of course, Roshan being the big objective you want on Heroic, because you can use it to take the high ground.
They're going to get to work. We got 4 heroes down here for Talon.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Roll's pretty good in this area, so are all of Keeper's AoE spells, but either they don't know or they've decided to just give it up because they don't seem to be moving forward at all.
I don't think you want to fight into this Alk, dude. Like, I think if Analog's also second on net worth as well. Like, your Dragonite has just been farming. And he's getting scary. He's going to be closing on his Aghanim Scepter right around the time he hits that level 18. So Black Dragon will eventually come online. Schofield once again tanking the ganks for his team. Dude, they have just been picking on this Tiny. His 6th death now going to V-Tune.
He's half the deaths. Which, I mean, kind of a good thing, actually, right? You'd certainly rather Tiny die than your Alchemist, your farming Dragonite and Death Prophet.
Dude, this game is 12-8. That is very different from a lot of the games we've seen in this tournament so far.
Is under attack.
Huge focus on farming here. Dragonite's clearing up the skeletons, and Alk's like, bro, I was TPing in for these! No, he's looking for a hero. Who's he going to find? Maybe Hokum. Blink up in a couple seconds here from Analog. He ends up stealing Breathe Fire. Does he go forward? He does. Connects onto the Dragon Tail. The rest of the team smoking up for a wraparound as Schofield gets vision of V-Tune. Instead, wait a minute. Detection. They don't need it. I don't need it. All right. Dead Rubik finally, slow but steady. They get the kill. And now top lane. Definitely something you have to worry about for Talon because your Tormentor is here.
You could absolutely steal this. Although you don't have too much time on Chemical Rage left. Maybe you can't do both of these, especially with this Fortify out. What are your thoughts? Usually we see the BKB backpacked for the Aegis, but he's actually chosen to backpack his Phase Boots.
If he has Chemical Rage active, he needs to have his BKB, I think is what it is. Because Alk is that, you know, that quote-unquote transformation hero. If he comes back with Aegis and, like, doesn't have Chemical Rage but has BKB, then you're kind of just really sad and maybe just BKB TP home and that's all you can do.
Gotcha.
Oh. We'll see. WS with a nice blink in, gets on top of the Alk. The chain stuns are there for the moment. The Aegis will be claimed. So, death number 1. Does he get out the second time? Pops the Manta, pops the BKB, the Chemical Rage. He's just trying to beat down the tier 3 tower. They get the fortification. That might have been all that they were hoping for. An immediate smoke from Talon. They want to fight, which you don't have Rolling Thunder. Spear Form's about to end as well. You gotta get something. I don't think you're going to. You also have a Shield Rune on Analog. These guys are way out of here.
Gan connects.
Oh, Schofield, not again, not again! Gets the blink, Wraith Fire Blast is out, and Schofield will once again be the death for Heroic.
This is the game plan. I'm pretty sure it was Heroic. Didn't Schofield have like 15 deaths plus on Tusk in one game? It was just space for K1 PL or something?
It was, yeah, that was the Phantom Lancer game. Yeah, he died like 16 times or something, and they ended up winning late game with PL because it was like a dream PL game. It was very funny.
All part of the plan, guys. It's all part of the plan. Step 1, take Aegis. Step 2, get Schofield killed. Step 3, win game.
Be really funny if Schofield were to put his life on the line again for us. Mid lane K1's actually in kind of deep and does not have BKB, so he needs to be a little bit careful.
Pops Chemical Rage.
I actually really like the
play it
Vylama's
safe.
build.
The Lotus Eternal Shroud?
Yeah, very good this game.
So he's going for Shiva's next. That'll help him out even more and help his Alchemist out. I think you are pretty invested in this Alchemist having a good game at this point.
I'd say so. Just casual.
He's going to start going for
over the Wraith King.
He's starting to go for Aghanims. Who will he give it to first?
Top tower is under attack.
I mean, first Ags is probably to Grimstroke because you get the Wraith King illusion, which is pretty good. Otherwise, you can give it on over to the Death Prophet, which the difference between Ag's Blessing and the Alchemist Agonist Scepter is the Alch Agonist Scepter actually provides the stat bonus. So just giving the stats to the Death Prophet, it might be good enough to help keep her alive.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pretty up for that.
Radiant's bottom
Is there a
tower
world
is
you give
under
it to
attack.
Dragonite even though he bought his own, but don't you get the money back? So then he could like
Yeah, he just
instantly
gets
buy...
the full refund.
Yeah, you could just instantly
Dire's top
buy.
tower is under attack.
I mean,
guess
there's
Octarine.
definitely a world for that. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you just be giving your Dragonite, who's basically a carry at this point, 4,200 gold. We're going to see them once again make the same play for K1 here. Rolling Thunder is out. V-Tune is in. Instant Dispel, but the Chain Stun, it's not there. They get the perfect Soulbind onto 2. They're trying to bring down this Pango, but they don't have the damage quite yet. Analog now on the front line, tanking this up. The DK quite strong, has a Manta, able to get out. The Lotus Orb actually doing some serious work as well. The Wraithfire Blast is there. Dispel once again from the Inkswell, but Analog, he's got to get the safety. Schofield with a very nice toss back. The tower won't grab him. Great smoke.
I'm
and
the only one
Schofield
allowed to die on
again
this
is
team.
the only hero to die. Oh, what a savior. That was a get down, Mr. President, if I've ever seen it.
Great play from Schofield. No tips from his team. Can you believe it? Analog, come on, tip him. What the heck?
He knows his job. It's okay.
Yeah, I was a little worried about that. I know they're feeling strong, but they already got top tower like half down. Now they've got bottom tower half down. That can be sometimes you overcommit on like starting a new high ground push.
They actually gave it to the DK.
Okay, did he just finish his Octarine right off of that?
Yeah, he just
looks
buys
like
out an Octarine.
I mean, here's the
Oh
thing,
my
right? Like,
God.
Alchemist is really strong, but we just saw like they did a good chunk of damage to him off a like initial stun. Like once he popped the EKB, the damage kind of slowed down, but that was also partly because the Soulbind was kicking in, preventing Pango from doing anything. But like, there was damage on that Alchemist. So I think if you give the Octarine or like the Ags to DK and then he gets the Octarine, you can now just Manta spam for your high ground push. They have to come into you. That lets Alchemist sit in the back, save Chemical Rage and his BKB for when he wants to go in, versus having to like put himself at risk on the high ground and you get killed off like some surprise chain stun. So I like this choice. I think now you just wait for Aegis and you just start sieging the base with DK.
Yeah. Yeah, I think absolutely. The cooldown on Dragon Form now is, it's a 15-second downtime effectively now with the Octarine. So it's going to be constant split push having to deal with. They do have one Dagon already on Coddle, which is a great way of dealing with these illusions. You could go for like a Scythe of Vice on him eventually, then you can just pop both of them. But he needs an Octarine of his own, so it's going to be a moment. All right. Oh, there's the other Dagon. Yeah, I was like, someone's going to have to buy it. And yeah, Rubik buys it immediately. He's like, all right, we got to deal with this illusion spam coming out from the DK. Whoa, he actually went the attack range talent on DK as opposed to the Breathe Fire. I see a lot of people do the Breathe Fire cast range. Oh, he just blinks into 4, the smoke catching it, but his team is nearby. He gets to the low ground. Soulbind again onto Wraith King and Pango. You need to be able to get Analog to safety, though. He's taking a lot of damage. The Exorcism doing what they can, but V2's got an amplified damage rune. Inkswell to try and get Analog to safety. He's got the Dispel. It will be enough, and now V2 on the run. The damage is coming through from K1. He's stacking up that corrosive weaponry. The first life is down. You've lost the Crystal Main. Divine Llama still plenty of time left on this Exo, but do they have the damage to kill him before the TP? They do not. Okay. Very close fight from Talon.
The Soulbind, too powerful, man. Pango just does not do anything, and Wraith King just could not hit anyone either. I think it's really hard to control. I think you literally just stop moving on Pango, right? When you get Soulbound.
You can't move.
So you can't even like move with the Wraith King. So both heroes are just sitting there while Death Prophet is Spirit Siphon, Exorcism like right on top of them.
I don't know if you can cancel early either. I'm not a, you know, Pango spammer type of thing. But either way, yeah, you just stop moving completely. So it locks both heroes effectively in place, which is pretty nuts.
Yeah, you can only pivot around the Pango, which is not really enough when you need to be doing damage during your BKB.
I'm gonna go check Roche. It's not up yet. Still got about a minute until it respawns, which, I mean, Talon will have to contest for. I will say, being against an Alchemist, only 11,000 behind here at 32 minutes, they are playing an exceptional game. Like, this is still going very well for Talon. It is so close to them actually winning these fights. If that Soulbind is on a different hero, if it's not on Wraith King and Pango, they probably win that fight.
If the initiation's different, yeah, they can definitely still win. It's getting harder and harder, though, because this I think that was a bit unfortunate from Heroic, because he blinked into 4. That was not the ideal start of the fight. But with a more controlled start, where you are just sending in the Manta illusions from DK, it's much easier for you to find the fights you want, specifically your Grimstroke not being killed off at the start. So I think that's also why, going back to your point earlier, he chose the attack range talent, because both these talents can be very good, but the attack range talent I think is better for like sieging really safely, and I think that's what his purpose is here. It's like, we're just going to send these Manta illusions in. It's why we gave the Aghanims to the Dragonite, and so it just lines up with his job.
All right, Roshan number 2. Aegis and the banner should be going the way of Heroic here. It doesn't look like Talon wants to contest this. And K1, I would be surprised if he doesn't start, maybe they go to top and start pushing in the wave. I don't know. They could just stay bottom as a team. Okay. DK will place the banner on the... Oh, did you see that? It actually shows the hero who placed it as well. So it actually showed his hero icon on the minimap for a moment when he placed the banner.
Yeah, it looks like a TP, but
that's why I was confused. I was like, oh, DK's going back, but no, it was him throwing the banner. Yeah, that's kind of cool. That'll help with the top split push. Roshan's banner, guys, very good item, being used perfectly here, of course.
We'll see what they end up doing. I actually do prefer the bottom lane to push here with the Dragonite, because you can fly over from the bottom corner.
Oh. Sorry, look at Alk in the mid lane. Continue your point, though.
Hog, look at that. It's Crystal Maiden kill value right there.
I mean, he got the 5 extra skeletons, so it's even more now.
Oh, we need the new math, quick.
More math.
I think you just send DK illusions over this cliff through the trees, and it's really hard to deal with them before they get at least a couple attacks off on the tree. And it's really hard to siege into that area compared to the top lane, where there is an area that the Radiant can walk into, especially with their little defensive barrier thing. They did end up coming back top. I don't know if it maybe thinking about Tormentor Steel or Wisdom Rune Steel that's coming up here. Maybe that was part of the idea. They're a little split up though. K1's chasing these skeletons. He's back.
I did the math. It's 530 some odd gold if he kills all of them.
That might help to explain why he's over 10,000 gold over the highest core on Talon.
I mean, the thing is Wraith King does kind of need that talent. The Cleave talent would be great for wave clear, but he does have the Radiance. The thing is, though, is if he's just trying to split push and apply pressure at the lanes, the Skeletons are amazing at it. And so you do kind of want the Skeleton talent regardless.
It's the better talent in my opinion, for sure. It just sucks that you're playing against Alchemist, but it's more like that's why Alchemist was such a good pick.
Yep. Oh god, he's just printing gold. Oh god.
He's not even the one doing the printing. The Wraith King's printing him gold.
Well, we're gonna see him go right onto the high ground and pretty deep. Does again have an Aegis for 2.5 minutes though. And with a Grimstroke behind him, should feel pretty safe. But look at WS. He's actually in a really good spot to try and start the fight if he gets him. He gets his eyes onto KJ's Grimstroke. That's a good one. If he can prevent getting soul-binded, he can continue to just disrupt this. And K1 trying to stop the whole team from going in. Dude, he actually just solos the Grimstroke. Soulbind finally does come through. But it's too little too late as Alchemist. That first set of Chemical Rage will expire. He's got a BKB in a blink in a moment. Gets to blink out. WS chasing. Nice Ogre Seal Totem away. I don't know if we've noticed, but Dragon Knight did take the bottom tier 3 and the ranged barracks during all of this.
Yeah, in the end, they got barracks in 2 different lanes. Oh, maybe they're going to Wraith King, too.
I mean,
Still
he's
has
going to
his
have a hard
ultimate.
time getting away. It's just going to be annoying. The
I
poke
think-
and prod game.
Yeah, Heroic's feeling confident because that was pretty risky. They pushed top, Alchemist in deep, while Dragon Knight was showing bottom. Like, if you throw, that's how you do it, and that's why Talon took that fight. They are, oh my god, so much money. They are behind, so it didn't quite work in the end. I think it would be safer to just, like, go together, Dragon Knight spam, but maybe they think that's too slow, and they don't want to give Talon extra time. But that
Yeah, I
did
can
seem
understand
scary. It did seem scary of what they were doing.
Radiant are scanning.
We're going to see the Aghanim Scepter come out for the Grimstroke now from K1. So he now has a Dark Portrait. Again, an amazing item against the Wraith King. He's got a Radiance and an AC. Of course, you already have a Radiance, but all of that really adding up. Looking for the Soulbind. He gets it again. Actually, it's stolen Soulbind from the Rubik. Very nice. Vito on the backside. Trying to get to safety. Again, WS solos off the Grimstroke. Hokum with 3 Spirit Siphons running, doing a lot of work here, but the fight, it's so messy. They managed to isolate WS here for the moment. K1 blinks on forward, gets him on the concoction, but able to hit the Lincolns, trying to swashbuckle to safety. If they can bring down the Pango, it's nice. Will he TP out? No. Dude, this fight is so bizarre. They have to play so spread.
Yeah, Soulbind is doing so much work for them.
K1 onto the tower. We'll just start to get to work. He's going to try and just keep this illusion right on the backside, stop any blinks possibility coming out from V-Tune. But again, you have a Dragon Knight trying to take bottom as well. So 2 lanes being sieged. A little Berserk Potion there to get rid of the Spirit Vessel. They've got a Lotus Orb as well. I mean, they've got so many ways of keeping them at bay. And with this, that's going to be 2 full lanes of barracks going the side of Heroic, and still 40 seconds without the Pango. I mean, they have to know his buyback is not up, or he would have used it.
I think even if they think he has it, they're still going to go.
Yeah, they want Mega Creeps, absolutely. Chemical Rage back out here for the Alchemist, and just like that, Mega Creep secured. Talon, yeah, they just GG out. This is just such a slow, it's weird because it's such a slow game, right? But there's almost nothing you can do. You're just getting squeezed.
Yeah, I think it starts with that Alchemist pick. Maybe it starts with the Wraith King pick first, setting up the Alchemist pick, but Alchemist hitting such a strong timing, and then in these fights, the Soulbind prevents Pango from ever being near his team. And that's kind of the whole point of roll, is that you're chain stunning people and your team is killing those guys. But like after we saw, like if you get soulbound next to each other, you're both just totally stuck. He's like, okay, I guess I roll at the edge and Wraith King has to go somewhere else. And that means you're just keeping the Pango out of the fight while Wraith King is stuck on his own. And so they're just like, oh, I guess we just all focus Wraith King then. And just all these fights are so difficult for Talon because of that.
I will say big props to WS, though, because he did play this very well. He only has 1 death this game, was the one at the very end when he doesn't have buyback, unfortunately. But the last 2 engagements, he is playing super deep on enemy lines, initiating from the backside just to find Grimstroke and chain stun him down and kill him. And he did it in both fights, actually preventing Grimstroke from getting any spells off. But it's one of those things where it's like your entire Rolling Thunder is spent to kill the Grimstroke, and then you're still fighting into these massive DK and Alk heroes.
Yeah, draft aside, I think Talon did play the early game pretty well. I think my one maybe critique is they chose to go to Dragon Knight and Death Prophet over the Alchemist. And I think slowing down the Alchemist might have helped them out better. Maybe not. Maybe then you'd have a Death Prophet and a Dragon Knight who are really strong and they can make space. I don't know. But they did find quite a few early game kills, especially on Schofield, but just kills in general to especially like help out the Pango, who we did say like he's gonna have a rough start. He did, but they bring the Keeper of the Light over. They enable the Pango. The Pango then gets involved. Like I think all of that was really good from Talon, but I think it was a tough game because of the draft, because of how good Grimstroke is here, because of the ticking time bomb that was Alchemist, that like every time our carry tries to farm, it's actually just helping their carry farm faster, right? That is such an awkward spot to be in.
Dude, that toss out too.
With those challenges, I think Talon played pretty well.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Talon played a bad game at all. I think this is just the nature of the drafts playing out in this way, and it just becomes very difficult for their game to be executed because like Heroic don't have to ever really commit like a lot, right? They're just going to slowly whittle you down and win the base race and start just stacking Aghanim Scepters on their team. They're going to be able to flash farm better than you. Like it's just a slow bleed. It really was. It's 40-minute game, right? Yeah, 39-35, 16-13. Like there wasn't really a lot of engagements. And it's just a straightforward and well-executed plan from Heroic.
That brings us to game 3, man.
I'm excited for that. I think game 3 should be interesting. I don't think we're going to see the Wraith King again. Definitely trying something here on Talon. VTune, I guess, maybe really likes the hero, and that's what the idea behind it was, but it doesn't work when you blind pick it like that. There were so many matchups that were going to be bad for the Wraith King, but the Alchemist, it escaped my mind, but it is so good. Like you said, anytime he's trying to farm on the Wraith King, he's going to send his skeletons. Like, it's just better for the Alch. He's getting way more money out of it. And, yeah, well played.
Yeah, I think we weren't sure about repeating that Death Prophet opener. Not that it was like bad game 1, but like, oh, do you mix it up? No. So they stuck with their guns. And I guess the Wraith King was their adjustment to like the bans that Heroic had done. So back to the drawing board for this break here, and then we'll see what we get in game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be back, everyone. We'll see you soon. Stay tuned for more on the Elite League. Final game of the Swiss stage, the final game between these two teams, Heroic versus Talon, fighting for the last spot in the round robin. It's been a cool series so far. We'll see which team actually walks away the victor. My name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. And boy, oh boy, the draft I think is going to be really interesting because we've already seen some crazy heroes already. But I don't know. Are we going to see any more like that? Or are we going to go back to maybe what game one had in store?
I'm not sure. I think Talon has caught us off guard with their draft, and I think that Wraith King pick definitely confused us. Maybe they forgot about the Alk pick because that Alk response was, I can't think of a better response actually. So that was sick by Heroic. But I mean, in game one, we didn't expect that Slardar, and then that stomped that game. So maybe trying to fit something to their own style, right? And they are playing with the stand-in, so maybe that is providing some of the challenge to the draft, having had to adjust on the fly. So game three, I don't know. Maybe again we'll see a pick that catches us off guard, or maybe they're going to try to stick to something more standard. But whatever it is, I hope it's like their own style, right? I think it's important for a team, like even if they play weird stuff, if you believe in that, like stick to it. If you lose a game and you're like, oh, I guess we have to go try something else, right? You maybe aren't so practiced with that, so comfortable with that. And then I think that can be a slip up as well.
100%. We're going to see some bans come out here. So this time, Heroic not having first pick, so they can't get their Death Prophets. Actually banned as well from Talon. Does mean a couple heroes are going to slip through. DK got banned, but the Bat Rider does not. So let's see what the response is going to be. The Gyrocopter. Okay. A flexible hero for sure. Something that we see played in the 1, 5, and the 4. So I kind of like the opening. It's played a lot in the Americas specifically. I feel like the North and South American play Gyro a lot more as a support than other regions, but maybe that's bias. I'm not 100%.
I kind of agree, but maybe I just missed it in the other regions. I do think to a degree every team plays it. He's not so extreme like Undying, which is really Eastern Europe and South America. Those two regions in particular really like Undying. Like I think everyone plays Gyro, but I do think it's a little bit more popular, at least from the teams we've seen. And there's a high chance this just goes to KJ. I feel like he plays it quite often for Heroic. And it is just a solid position 5, pretty strong, a good laner to give whatever you end up picking K1, right? You want him to have a good start. Kind of saw in that last game that he knows how to farm, man. So you just get him the start he needs and he'll carry you from there.
The other thing too is it lanes decently enough into the Bat Rider. Between Flak and Rocket Barrage, you can actually just chip a lot of damage into him. And yeah, Firefly is scary, but that does require you to be basically on top of the Gyro. So we'll see what happens. I think you're probably right though. It does seem like KJ's hero. Speaking of KJ though, his Nature's Prophet didn't get a focus banned this game, so something that maybe they'll switch back to, but with the Gyro pick, I'd have to imagine, like you said, probably KJ's. We'll see, though.
I think it's also part of Talon's adjustment, because by picking Bat Rider first, Bat Rider's a really good support in general, but he is also pretty good versus Nature's Prophet. So they could have gone for the open Natures, but you'd already be picking it into a matchup, you don't love. You can get by, but why make things hard for yourself, especially here on this final game, right? I'm sure he's equally comfortable with the Gyrocopter. Could be wrong. Maybe we'll still see it go back for that Natures, but maybe after you see a couple more picks come out.
I'm curious, like the Kunkka Faceless Void bans all make a lot of sense. One, like in general in this series, what we've noticed a lot is offlaners have not been getting much ban attention outside of the Timber Saw, and I guess now the Death Prophet. But it does leave Centaur and Mars in these pools who have basically gone ignored this series. And Centaur, a very strong hero at the moment. This tournament, he has had an incredible win rate.
Radiant team pick.
They get the Bloodseeker ban, so maybe they just grab Analog's Pango then.
Sure seems like it. Otherwise, I don't know. What else are you banning for? We saw them ban it when they took Weaver, but I doubt you're going second pick Weaver. Pango makes a lot more sense.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I feel like it's Pango or Centaur, but
Grimstroke.
okay. That's neat, actually.
Yeah, I think so too. You go into it first. Why do you like the
No,
Why do you like the Grimstroke?
We saw it work quite well against Pango last game, and so they're kind of baiting Talon, say, we dare you, go for this Pango again, we'll see how it works out. And
5 seconds.
there is still other heroes in the pool, like Puck, that can deal with it. So yeah, it's just not revealing too much of your strategy and kind of telling, yeah, they're going to pick the Pango themselves.
I'll call your bluff.
Yeah, we'll see how it works. It's bold.
Yeah, I mean, they really struggled into that Soulbind last game, but you can, if you don't have a melee core like Wraith King, like that was part of the issue, is that you're trying to stun for the Wraith King and then you get soulbound to the Wraith King and now neither of you can move. But if you instead pick a ranged hero, for example, then it's a lot easier to keep your distance away from the Pango so that he can roll unaffected by soulbind, or at least like if he's soulbound, it's to someone else and your carry can actually attack. Or if you are soulbound to the carry can still attack because they're ranged. So I think there are better heroes than Wraith King to help you avoid that. It is an uphill battle though, but I guess they knew that Heroic was going to take Pango with that setup, Bloodseeker into Grimstroke. So we'll see if it pays off for them for stealing this hero.
And the incredibly powerful Tiny this series that we have seen do some work. Schofield last game, the Secret Service for his team, just taking every bullet. But previously, Hokum on Talon had an incredible game, basically setting up kill after kill for them. So he's already warmed up. He's ready to go. We'll see what he can do this time. Divine Llama's like, let me cook, guys. Come on, let me cook. I got an idea here. Primal Beast. That's a pretty good one. There's not a lot that he's worried about playing into, and we've seen Primal Beast actually do quite well against Pangolier in the mid lane matchup, but also in the game. It's one way of countering the Rolling Thunder. You just press BKB and just pick them up in your giant fists.
Divine Llama seems relatively happy with that pick. I think it'll go really well with the Grimstroke. This is a classic combo we saw earlier in this patch when we saw a lot more Shivas being built on Primal Beast, but there are still good builds for the Primal Beast, and Grimstroke is still a good hero in the right games. So that combo still exists where you just Ink Swell Primal Beast and the Soulbind will double up the Pulverize. Now a Lifestealer pick as well. That's looking pretty cool, I feel like. You do have the lasso. That kind of makes your life a little bit annoying, but with Rage up, you just don't care about roll, you don't care about Tiny, and you can even like infest the Primal Beast, who will then deliver you straight into the fight. You pop out, you wreck whoever's being pulverized.
It also bans out the like wanting to pick Centaurs or Mars, right? Like you don't want to pick these heroes into a Lifestealer. They will pick the carry matchup, the Morphling. This one's quite good into the Lifestealer, obviously being able to steal Rage. They will get rid of the Puck now. Makes sense. You don't want to deal with another form of shutting down Pango's Rolling Thunder. He's already got enough problems on his hands right now, so we'll see. Also, annoying into the Morphling if you happen to gank him early and catch him on the silence.
Yeah, I think whatever Heroic picks here, you need something to help slow down this Morphling, because it's looking like a pretty solid Morphling game if he can steal or morph into the Lifestealer and he has Rage going. Like he'll be pretty strong. So I think an offlaner or a mid who comes online and then can come gank, like either way would be fine, but something that will be attacking this Morphling in this early game.
100% agree.
On the side of Heroic, for their bans, I mean, Talon probably needs an offlaner. We did see them just run the Pango offlane, but I don't think that was ideal. I think they had to do that because of the state the draft was in. I don't know if you need to ban Enigma because you have Flat Cannon, but Enigma would be annoying in the game as a whole. So if you want to take that away, even though you have the Gyro 5, I think that'd be fine. Oh, Slardar, that's a really good ban.
We've seen Enigma absolutely crush Lifestealer lanes. the lifestealers, the starter ban is also essential. I think the two ones you're worried about right now are Doom and Enigma, because Doom is also very good here. It's also great for Heroic if they can get it. So I think that hero is going to be
5 seconds remaining.
on the high on the list pretty high.
They're only have a few seconds to decide which one they definitely do not want to see here.
Esports
See Enigma.
to ban.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's much more straightforward. You want to make sure your lifestealer has a good lane. There's no way. If you're not planning on picking Doom on Talon here, I do not think you can let it through. Like, double Doom from Grimstroke would just be devastating. But also, it just fits their lineup perfectly. Like, Morphling hates playing into that hero.
Yeah, if you soulbound double doomed Pango Morphling, I think you just lose every fight that happens. So I would definitely be down for a Doom ban. Trying to think what else they might be worried about though. I mean, Pango should be fine in the mid lane versus just about any matchup.
Is Centaur the other? Yeah, it's Doom. Okay, I was like, you either ban Doom or pick Doom. I can't imagine you let either through, so.
Team pick.
Windranger at your service.
Okay, we go back for the Wind Rangers. That means WS Pango most likely again, so they'll put the Pango in the off lane. Wind Ranger should most likely be mid for Schwan. And now Heroic have to decide what they want to do with their last about 18 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I think if it is the Pango, your Lifestealer will be fine in that lane. Your support's going to be able to roam around pretty early. Whoa, an axe!
Oh, new hero, let's go! Big angry red boy.
I think he is unpicked. I think this is the first axe appearance of the tournament.
Is it actually?
Yeah, I'm double checking right now. Oh, Wraith King was also the first appearance last game.
Yeah, unpicked axe. So first time we saw Wraith King, now first time we're seeing axe. I don't
like this axe
know
pick
how
more.
I feel about it though.
I like it more than the Wraith King pick. I'll tell you that. Yeah, I don't know. I am also torn. It does combo really well with Inkswell, and it's going to give you a lot of early pressure. It is actually the off-lane Wind Ranger, so she will be okay versus that Lifestealer. I think I do prefer this. I prefer Pango in the mid lane. Wind Ranger off is maybe uncommon to see. I've seen it happen enough in pub games, though. I'm sure Talon can make it work. Pango in the mid lane will be their initiator. So I think it's okay that it's like a more damage-oriented offlaner.
I like that.
I mean, Blink Call delivering the Lifestealer is super good. But you're never going to get focused fired. That might be part of the reason why that this hero just like will never be the target of Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's based on attacks now for your Coaling Blade. That being said, it's not great into heroes like Pango and Wind Ranger, where a lot of their damage doesn't come from just standard auto attacks. They come from like spell versions of them, right? Like Swashbuckle, Shield Crash, Rolling Thunder, and then for Wind Ranger, it's the actual Focus Fire itself. So you might not be getting as much damage out of like a Blink Blade Mail from the axe. I am curious about the build because Vanguard is borderline dead in terms of items. So maybe he's just going to go like double bracer, phase boots with a wand and try to go straight for a Blade Mail. And then maybe later into a Blink, just tank up, kind of play it like a Centaur role play almost. Less Centaur at home, you know, in a way. But I'm excited. I love seeing kind of creative drafts. Whether or not it's going to pay off, we're going to have to see, as it is game 3, the decider for these two teams, Heroic versus Talon. The Swiss stage is coming to an end. Only one more team can make it to the round robin.
I think maybe they're also trusting K1 to have the damage, and Axe with the AoE BKB piercing blink call, it will lock down some of these mobile heroes like Wind Ranger, who can just like get away from the lifestealer. Same with Morphling, just like waveforming away. He's gonna steal rage, and then you're gonna call him anyways, you know. So
yeah,
maybe that's some of the idea behind this Axe call. Looks like he's actually queued up the Vanguard, so he is gonna go. I guess Vanguard is also very good versus Wind Ranger, and it actually builds up into the Crimson Guard, which you can then apply to your teammates. Whereas the Blade Mail, I mean, she's never gonna focus fire the Axe, right? So he was already safe.
Well, that smoke does not connect here for Heroic, and they're under a ward this entire time. So let's be a little careful. Big fight for the top rune. We do not see these often. A great flame break, but also a really nice stroke of fate does come out. And completely faked hype as no one even gets close to dying. You're welcome, everybody.
8 heroes in, 8 heroes out.
Double bounty runes for everybody. Dude, no one really wants to be... Like, we've talked to different players and different teams about the threat that First Blood offers. Like, no one wants to give that First Blood up, especially in a mid lane matchup. Like, if it goes to either Pango or Primal Beast, like, either of these heroes getting First Blood would cause disaster for this lane.
Yeah. It's like you want the First Blood, but you just have to be so careful about it. And I think that's why, like, when we see those kind of fights, both teams are like, oh, I think I could, but what if I can't? You know, it's pretty scary. It's scary to take that risk. So lately we've been seeing more teams just like play it careful. Like once you recognize a lot of heroes there, you like throw out the spells and then just back off.
Yeah. So we'll see how this how these lanes start to develop. The offlane Wind Ranger with the tiny. We've seen Hokum have an incredible tiny performance already this tournament, but the Lifestealer, something that has looked... Actually, believe it or not, Lifestealer's win rate is really bad in this tournament. I don't really know why, but it is pretty rough.
He's looked like a good hero in
it has.
like at least prior to this tournament. So maybe it's the same as Razor, where it's like people know it's good, but I don't know. That, like you said, the stats can sometimes be a little deceiving. You need to do like a really deep dive into like who's getting the hero, like what's happening in that game, how early are they picking that hero. I do think Lifestealer in general is fine. Not sure how it's going to do versus a Wind Ranger, because she has the win run to just keep her distance. He does not like to buy MKB really on the Lifestealer. You can miss, you can get Aghanims and Infest, and that does not have True Strike somehow, even though you are literally in the hero. So it is annoying to have to deal with evasion and ranged.
These organs are really hard to hit from here. I don't understand. Yeah, that's one of those abilities I'm like, that one should definitely have True Strike, you know? That one's weird.
Yeah, but it's already good enough, so it's like, I kind of get why we're not also buffing it further. But lore-wise, how does this make any sense?
I mean, Wind Ranger off to a fantastic start in the lanes here at 16 CS. She's owning, unsurprisingly. The question is whether or not you'll be able to leave the Lifestealer, because that is what you want to do with this hero. That's one of the reasons you pick it. Is the goal is like, okay, you're like level 4, you're almost level 5, see you later, good luck in lane. Top lane, as the Inkswell come out, the Llama end up fording the wave there, actually. That's quite smart, because that was going to be the level 3, and I think they knew it. If he gets level 3 there, he might just be able to level call and turn onto the Bat Rider.
Always cool to see high level fortifies.
Is that your best?
Rather than just using it on the tower.
Nothing pretty about you, but there is artistry.
Oh, Llama. Needs to be careful. A lot of damage coming through from this Morphling and Bat Rider. Who got the Lotus? It's already been used. I don't know. But I am mostly curious to see how well Devi Llama's going to be able to play this hero, because right now, CS-wise, it's a little bit on the meh side. Mid lane is going exceptionally well for Heroic. Analog has he has sitting on 7 denies.
Yeah.
And a pretty substantial amount more last hits.
Can't count this Pango hero out, but something we can look for is that if Analog can hit level 6 first, he might be able to get a kill. Especially with a little bit of help. Ponyo might be our first blood, though. Although Defy Llama dropping low at the same time.
He gets the salve off. Really nice bait. Dude, Schofield, just a sick Inkswell into the center of 2 heroes. Forcing them to separate. And yeah, that will be first blood going to your Grimstroke. Really well done. All right. Again, kind of a somewhat slow start to this game, but similar to what we saw last time. Like both teams kind of just playing for their farm. I think a better start for Talon though, even though they just got first blooded. I think they're looking quite good.
For my cause.
Yeah, I think Alex is still the question mark for us. Looks like he's moved away from the Vanguard again. Maybe back to Blade Mail.
Dude, Vanguard just feels so bad. Defy Llama gonna get pushed back from another flame break. There's gonna be a really nice blood grenade placed as well. Ponyo on the run. Schofield falling incredibly low. Just needs one more auto attack. They are trying. V-Tune's got the movement speed. Schofield, yeah, he's just gonna walk back in. All right, very nice kills in the top lane. And now Talon got to be feeling pretty good about this lane setup. Being said, KJ is actually taking a beating bottom. Does have a missile coming out. Will eventually connect onto the Wind Ranger. They're looking for Hokum. That is a optimistic TP. Very nice bait from KJ. Top lane, 6-minute power rune. It's actually going to be bottom. And now the Rolling Thunder coming out from Schwan. He's level 6 before the Primal Beast. They will scout out a haste rune. KJ will just be forced to take it.
At least you're not giving the power rune over. And that's roll down, so maybe you can make a play around Pulverize. Side of Heroic. Grimstroke's nearby with the Inkswell, but looks like they're already backing off. Maybe going to go set up for Wisdom runes. So far, Axe really is struggling, and that's a little bit scary, but he is a hero that can do stacks pretty early on. And looks like they have a couple set up. Maybe that'll be the recovery plan. Though without the Vanguard, it's going to be pretty painful.
Yeah. We're going to see a bottle refill mid from KJ. Delivers the phase boots as well for the Primal Beast, so he can very easily clear waves. But the other thing, too, is he can gank very quickly now. So we might see this hero start to rotate. I don't know if there's any there are a couple stacks being made by KJ. And he is on his way bottom.
Yeah, maybe looking at WS. They know they de-warded down here earlier, so they shouldn't have early win run. I think this is dead.
I mean, Hokum has to get a sick avalanche, but yeah, the missile following the toss back to safety, the pulverize onto the Tiny, the damage is there. They've got one, now looking for another, and this should be 2 deaths. The Rocket Barrage helping them out a little bit. They also get Bat Rider top, so 3 kills across the map, and this is the pressure Primal Beast brings.
Heroic is so back. They're in it. They do not want this to be a one-sided game here that eliminates them. They're going to keep it close.
Rolling Thunder's back up. We're going to see the 8-minute rune, too.
He will not have Pulverize before the rune, but we might see a fight break out. And both mid laners
go for the 50-50. It's an Invis. Okay. This one going for the Pango, and he scouts these stacks. They know. They're like, all right, they've been in here doing some juicy stacking.
Heroic knows this is happening. They're running in, but it's too late. Stacks are cleared. Can they at least get a kill?
I don't know. KJ's trying to stay on top of Ponyo here. Bumped down to the low ground. The onslaught through, doing a lot of damage around the Primal Beast. KJ will go down eventually, right? Surely, yeah, they get him, but it's going to cost you the Pangolier as well.
And they get another D-ward there.
Did they actually?
That was a fresh ward. Yeah, it got killed immediately. I think it was placed for that fight, but because of that, does mean it's pretty scary to play down here.
Yeah, you have no vision on the bottom half of the map. Dude, they got a D-ward mid!
Another one, too. So the only vision you have is the Axe top, and you're probably just going to ignore Axe and let him farm, because he's just going to creep cut stuff. So life is getting scary for this bottom lane. Primal Beast could be coming in at any moment. For example, right now.
Yeah. Dude, their wards are out of stock on the Dire. Their only ward is this one that you were talking about on the top side, and that is it.
They're trying to bait out the win run.
He's not making that mistake again. He saw what happened last time. Instead, they might find Tiny.
Hokum instead? Okay, maybe not. They decide it's not worth it without knowing where more heroes are. I guess they don't see the mid lane right now, so... Whoa. Axe?
Yeah, sometimes that just happens, I guess. I don't know. Unlucky. Let me look at this kill summary.
I think he was just trying to farm the stack. Like we mentioned earlier, if you don't have Vanguard...
Stack, but what was it that actually killed him? I'm curious. Let me see the death summary, please. Oh, nice. I have more time to click the death summary now. Eventually it'll pop up.
It doesn't show me. I just see 1,216 damage, I guess, by neutrals, but it didn't tell me what. See, he was trying to fix his mic, and that's why he didn't notice he was being killed by creeps, guys. That's what was going on there.
I see.
I would never have died to just neutral creeps, guys.
Dude, why are death summaries still broken? Like, after 5 years, they've just been broken. I don't get this. 10-minute rune. It's going to be top. Grimstroke scouting a shield rune. Quite important for both of these teams, as an analog will onslaught up there to secure it.
There's going to be a tanky Primal Beast. Diving is absolutely possible now.
Schofield's level 6, KJ just hitting level 5, so does not quite have the call down. At that point, this hero starts to do a surprising amount of damage.
Something we've been caught up in that bottom lane and all the action there, but V-Tune is at the top of net worth. Not that far behind is like the Lifesteal and Primal Beast, but morphling into Lifestealer is typically really good, and it's a little bit of a question mark for us, like how is the Axe going to change that dynamic, since that was Heroic's last pick. They must see something there. I think the idea is just locking down the morphling for Lifestealer to try to kill him, but that could definitely be scary for them, especially if they kill Axe again here.
Oh, I mean, Analog is right nearby, though, and they will just turn this around onto Ponyo. Gets the Culling Blade out as well, and so he'll grab his first set of stacked armor.
This is definitely not how they imagined that going. They were hoping to steal some stacks or kill the Axe, but some of the spells were a little bit off, and some quick rotations. That's going to help Axe get back into this, because he is at the bottom of the cores, but with that, he's actually not too far off from the Wind Ranger. Oh, he's so close to
making
V2
another play here, potentially. Waveform in, gets the Blade Mail, Avalanche Toss, they got him. Okay. Round 2. Axe has
that
so
rider
little
the,
HP.
Yeah, because he, Blade Mail first.
Radiant's middle tower
He's
is under attack.
he's actually not that high of a strength gain. 2.8. I mean, I guess it's okay, but yeah, compared to like some other heroes in here, like Primal Beast being like 4.3, right?
Tiny at 4.
Yeah.
I mean, even the universal heroes like Pango has as much strength gain basically as the Axe, 2.7. Dude, Pango's stat gain is cracked. What in the world? I haven't looked at this in a while.
He's a pretty decent hero.
Don't worry, nerfed, by the way. Okay, so how close are we to Blink Daggers on either of these supports? Ponyo is very far. Tiny's a little over 1,000 gold away. Schofield actually has a Blink Dagger queued up on his Grimstroke, which is a little bit interesting. Not something we see all that often. But yeah, talk to me. Why do you like it?
Soulbind. If you have like low cooldown single target spells, you can just like let them go in, walk in, Soulbind, and then they'll get the cooldowns and throw it again. But when you have bigger ones that you really want to get double up value, for example, Pulverize, not that Pulverize the longest cooldown, but you're getting it once in a fight most of the time. You want to make sure that you can initiate with Soulbind. Along with that, this game has the Pango and even the Windrunner, 2 mobile heroes that if you can help lock them down for your team, we saw how good it was last game. So being able to instantly jump in as soon as you see that roll, as soon as he's next to someone, that could be huge for their team fight. So I think that's even bigger than even the Shard, which is what we usually see from Grimstrokes, is like Brown Boots Shard, depending on how good of a game you're having. But I like this switch to go straight to Blink.
Okay. I'm interested to see how it plays out. Divine Llama is closing in on his Blink Dagger. It is just going to be Blink, Blade Mail, Axe, right? Those are... At some point, that spell combo is still very scary. KJ clearing out a ward bottom. Lifestealer pops his Infest to go grab his Radiance, as he will be the recipient of a gank coming through from Heroic. Tanked once again by the supports, but a toss in. Ponyo not close enough to call down, slowing them all up. So, alright, Lifestealer gets out, but you do manage to find this Gyrocopter. Better than nothing.
Lifestealer, usually we see Phase Boots Armlet, then Radiance, and the Radiance doesn't come online till like 20 minutes. This time, off the laning stage he had, and realizing he can't really punish the Wind Ranger with an Armlet, and that there were rotations down here that helped him get some kills and assists, he decided to go straight for the Radiance. It does mean he's very susceptible to being killed right now if they find him, but his farming speed will actually be faster than usual, which is it's pretty scary for a player like K1.
Yeah, I like it a lot because you made a really good point. It's the Armlet doesn't help him kill anybody this game. Like, realistically, it's not good against Morph, Pango, or Wind Ranger. So, yeah, just skip it. Get your farming item, a really early Radiance, and K1 will just be chilling. Starting to push to the late game. WS on the bottom side, they will scout him here. You are smoked up on the Primal Beast. There's the Blink reveal from Divine Llama. You would have loved to go for the Culling Blade, but Analog does too much damage.
Oh well, happy accidents. You'll take the kill.
Devi's like, bruh, one more and I'm breaking my Blink Dagger. Do that again, I dare you.
He didn't have to press Trample, man. Just Onslaught. Well, off of that, doesn't really look like they're trying to push for a kill. So I'm trying to figure out what they imagine their timings are. I feel like Talon's happier to go late, I feel like, with the Morphling. I'm not that surprised to see them not making plays. Yeah, and they're trying to, like, they're getting pretty close to Blink, so I'm not surprised to see them just trying to finish those up.
Analog's BKB's done, and he's also looking for Blink, though, so...
Okay, yeah, maybe it's just everyone getting blinks.
I like the fact that the supports are always playing near these two big tanky initiators, because Inkswell into either of them is probably a guaranteed death. Oh, I think they... Oh, no, I was going to say they smoked on Aurora, but the fog from that one tree might have prevented them from being able to scout it. So, with this, if they see Schwan, the Blink Hall... He blinks out, and instead he will find Batrider. Still a worthwhile kill. He's like, let me get the Culling Blade! Alright, there we go.
I swear!
Up to 3 armor now. That'll do well for him. The armor is pretty value this game, you know. There is going to be a lot of physical damage coming out from both Wind Ranger and Morphling, so him having more armor is definitely better. As much as we're making a meme out of it. Bottom lane. Oh, Schofield tries to grab Schwan there on the wave.
Yeah, tries to cancel the Blink with the Inkswell, which is a really cool play, but yeah, fast fingers to blink out right away. Probably would have been his death, because there's an amplified damage in the bottle of Primal Beast.
Yeah, and he's got his Blink Dagger coming, so he's going back to meet it. And he's immediately going to meet up with his team mid, but Blink out from Hokum. Oh, he misses the toss! And with that, I mean, just a good sidestep from Divine Llama. For those of you who are wondering, we did test the toss with, like, the hotkey activation. It doesn't work. KJ, he's going to get found in the jungle here. Good chase down from the Pango. Eventually going to get the kill on over to V-Tune. Oh, Avalanche. Grimstrokes there. Analog should be able to finish him off. Pops the amplified damage to get on top of Divine Llama. He's just instantly dead. Divine Llama looking very scary on the axe here as well. Looking to try and just chase him. 1 second for the call. Does he get in range? Infest, just to top him off. He'll be okay. I mean, that's good trade for Heroic. Both supports, but you get the Pango as well as the Tiny.
Got a little bit more armor too.
True, true. Scaling, scaling.
Infinitely. Do we have magic resistance scaling? I mean, through intelligence, but like, no one steals it, right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, technically, Silencer, because he can steal int.
I guess
so, like,
so.
maybe,
I guess so.
right?
I don't think that's good enough. Let's get a hero in here with infinitely
It's the
stacking
60-minute
magic
item.
resistance. That's true.
K1.
We're looking for
rage
K1
TP.
fast rage, and then the Bat Rider lasso on cooldown. I think he could have made the blink, but
Yeah, them both having their blink now is kind of scary.
yeah, it's a very even game. Only 2k difference at 19 minutes, so a lot of it will come down to how these fights start, like who's jumping who, getting the kills before the spells can come out. I think it's a little easier for Heroic because you do kind of need to find this Grimstroke and make sure you're not being soulbound, but in jumping the Grimstroke, it means his teammates are free to, you know, blink call, pierce your like eventual BKBs. The Primal Beast can pierce BKBs after you initiate. So I think it should be a bit easier for Heroic. But of course, it's still got to put in the work and the positioning and all that.
Well, they saw the Tiny. Oh, he dodges both blinks. Well, yeah. I mean, I think they were a little bit slow on that because they saw him under the ward, but we're still like kind of farming up a camp when that happened. Call down in the mid lane. Ponyo just getting soloed by KJ's. Analog comes in, gets a really nice pulverize up onto this Pangolier. He's trying to go for the rolling thunder, but the silence is out for the Grimstroke. Axe with the double dunk. Analog this time letting him finish the kill. All right, those are some big kills set up from the Gyrocopter.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Dude, he did 1,900 damage on the Gyro. That's some good numbers.
I was just like solo too.
Dire's middle tower
The Vylon
is
was
under
feeling good. After he took that mid tower, I saw him just circle around a couple times on this hero. And move on. Just having some fun.
Pango into this Grimstroke is going to be really annoying as well. He, like, mid-rolling Thunder cast just gets caught from the Phantom Embrace, and, like, right after coming out of Pulverize and all these other things. It's just like, he can't catch a break.
Yeah, I mean, that was the bait from Heroic's draft, right? Offering it up, being like, yeah, you can take it, because if you don't, we're going to take it. I wonder what this game would look like if you gave Pango over. I mean, that's a good combo, too. Like, Inkswell with the Pango, he's pretty free to do whatever, but I imagine you could have picked a hero who might have an easier game against Pango and Grimstroke than like trying to steal the Pango. Of course, this game's not over yet, so
yeah, that fight really did kind of blow open the network, though. It is now a 7,000 gold advantage for Heroic, and K1 finally taking the top net worth position from the Morphling due to that early Radiance, and they're going to go ahead, grab their Tormentors. They have some very important shards. They really want this on Schofield.
I think that's probably the best one.
It's either Schofield
Gyro's
or
isn't
Axe.
bad either, though. Oh, he already
Gyro has it.
Oh, yeah.
So
okay, Schofield got it. You're happy with that.
And because he bought out his point booster, he's like, I'm getting an Ags, guys. Which is interesting. It's not as good of an Ags game, but you know, why not?
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I guess just wanting his own copy of Morphling, who... I mean, he's a hero who plays around stats, although lately with the Conda build, I feel like it's not...
So you're not getting like a butterfly or anything.
Yeah, it's been less stat-oriented as much. I mean, it's not a bad steal. What else could he have gotten? Maybe could have rushed like Hex and Initiation stuff.
Yeah, he's playing a very, very greedy build this game. Underneath the Dire ward here, Talon will see this rotation coming through, so I think they're just going to back away into their own jungle. Divine Llama has definitely recovered. I mean, he's past the Pangolier in net worth now after these last couple of fights. He has a full BKB done, on his way to his Aghanim Scepter, which a lot of people forget how good this thing can be. The reduced cooldown is nuts.
A late game axe is actually pretty wild. Well, hold on. Smoke?
You need your axe to get here and fast.
It's a slow Roche. Not that slow, but not fast enough.
Definitely not fast enough. They're going to back away. I think they know something's coming. They're missing everyone on the map. Analog is infested with BKB and an Arcane Rune bottled up. That would be a massive find. He's going to pop the smoke. Get scouted on the backside. Who's going to get the jump? Into the tree line they go. Ink swelled up. Analog just goes in. He's looking for his target. A huge call onto the backside. It catches Batrider and the Wind Ranger. She's going to survive with a BKB Wind Run. Morphling will be able to take down this Gyrocopter, but WS just burns to the Radiance. Now Schwann's got to find his way out. V-Tune already TPing. Ink swell. Oh, he actually gets the blink, but the Phantom's Embrace is there. Llama, will he be able to catch the Pango? Analog with an onslaught. He's going to be able to close the gap. The Ink Swell is there. And it's just a matter of time. Dude, what an initiation from a Blink Grimstroke, dude. How does he keep doing this?
That's exactly why you get the blink first. Great find, and great for Analog too. Like, he felt so confident with the Lifestealer Infest, all that extra health. Has his BKBs, got his plate mail. Finished the Shivas off of that, but as soon as his smoke breaks, he just blinks in to go find like whatever's there, and that gives the vision for the follow-up Soulbind, Axe Call, and I think they just lost KJ, right? Pretty good trade in the end.
Yeah, you're very okay with that. About a 2,000 gold swing.
Yeah, they didn't finish Roche off of that. They actually just like farmed and pushed out lanes a bit, but now that it's moving over, I think they'll just finish it up now, and there's no...
Woo!
Well, are you gonna come back and fight it again?
Ponyo actually has to TP. Yeah, I mean, if they got the axe on that really quick, they'd probably get the kill. I think they know about that ward maybe, but axe just happened to blink dodge a blink lasso, so. All right. Roshan gonna fall. I'm sure you put this on the Lifestealer, right? Yes. Okay. I mean, it looks like Talon actually aren't afraid to take the fight. You might want to reconsider.
Axe left, though. This might be good, actually.
I mean, Analog can just charge in is the problem. He's the one hero you do not want to initiate. And, well, they're looking for the backside. The Avalanche, it's going to find Grimstroke. He gets an Inkswell off very quickly, but Ponyo, with the last hope out of the high ground, secures the kill. K1 on the run, Focus Fire just on top of him. That being said, KJ doing a lot of damage back out to the Wind Ranger. The fight taking place in 2 different time zones. Call will catch the Pango. Hokum trying to get the toss out. Will it be enough? No, Devi finishes the job. They are still very scary. No BKB on Analog. Hokum trying to TP, instantly canceled. And Infest as well. They're still hunting. Dude, these fights are really scrappy.
Yeah, like we said, it really depends who finds who, what's the catch, and from there, I mean, you might just delete someone, and if not, everyone gets their spells off. There's a lot of like mobility in this game and tanky heroes, so it just drags on, and everyone has to like reposition to try to find a new re-engagement. So right now, a little easier for Heroic with the heroes they have and the 9k lead. Plus the extra confidence they get from the Aegis. K1's just like running in. He's like, I don't even care. I got a second life.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of how much damage this Battle Hunger is doing right now. It's like 60 DPS or something.
We have to keep doing so much math in these casts, man.
Dude, I don't know why I signed up for this. I'm terrible at math. I blame my education, though. It's not my fault, of course. Level 20 on the Lifestealer now, and actually skipping both he's skipped his 15 and 20 talent at the moment, which is kind of surprising. I'm curious where he's going to want to go with this. Like, Ghoul Frenzy slow is like okay, right? 15% is kind of nice, but the infested move speed and health is also very nice when you look at the burst potential that Talon is trying to play around.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has
Tier
fallen.
2 taken, uncontested.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
What can we do on Talon here? Like, what's their next objective? Because you're going high ground with an Aegis Lifestealer.
I think you need to find... Right? You've got to find and kill off the Grimstroke before he gets anything off somehow. And if Morphling's able to copy the Rage and then just, like, go to town attacking, I think he does have the damage. But these are just some tanky heroes, so it just takes a while.
They have no idea Divine Llama's just farming. Like, he's not even close to his team. He's like, I want an Ags, guys. Chill.
Well, he has the boot to travel, so he can always join in relatively quickly. But yeah, you don't know that on Talon, so you just kind of have to assume he's ready to call at any moment.
Another Amplify damage rune into the hands of the Primal Beast, who's going to put that to really good use. They are beelining bottom on Talon. This is a really cool read. If they can find Divine Llama, it'd be amazing.
They're pretty confident he teleported down here. I don't think they saw the actual teleport, but just the fact that they assumed he was top with the push and then suddenly showed bottom.
Like,
someone's he was actually jungling and then TP'd bottom.
I mean, yeah, he's going to be able to bots back up in 5 seconds. He can rejoin mid, and he is now 250 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter. So, the reduced call time, but also just the massive amount of armor that he gets on the Battle Hunger is pretty sick. It's a lot of damage. Ponyo, whew! Bottom lane almost gets caught. Trying to cut the wave here.
Got 30 seconds on this Aegis. I don't think they're going to commit to a full siege and try to take the high ground, but I think they will poke a little bit coming up here. Maybe going back to that top lane where it's already quite low.
Needs to be careful of a toss back. There it is, but gets the rage off, just beelining out of the base. Like, nope, I want none of that. See you later. And yeah, with Aegis expiring, the worst thing that can happen is to lose, or to like take a bad fight right as it's expiring. So he'll just back away, maybe, or it's a fake back into a smoke.
I'm kind of open to both, but I think taking it easy is probably the safest play. Just wait for that next Aegis, hold the map, see if you find any pickoffs.
I mean, Grimstroke's Ags is online. He's just using this to scout, as it gives a lot of bonus move speed. So you can kind of see what they can find. They did scout V-Tune for a second on the ward, but he's TPing out, so they will not be able to grab him.
Radiant are scanning.
Okay. I mean, they're doing kind of what they need to do on Talon here, which is split up the map a little bit, because we've talked about the fact that we think they scale better, right? Like, on paper, you look at Morphling, Wind Ranger, very strong heroes. But you are pretty far behind right now.
Yeah, I also want to throw out, Axe in the late game is actually wild. Divine Llama's going for a Bloodstone and the level 25 talent. He's not there yet, he's level 21. But the extra 100 Berserker's Call AoE, it's actually crazy. And I mean, I definitely think on
items so well.
Yeah, like on paper, Morphling versus Lifestealer's good, but there's a lot of control from Heroic, and so far they've been doing a great job of it. And Talon has control as well, but it's pretty hard countered by this lasso and the BKB piercing pulverize. And once those are gone, like, I don't know if there is enough control for the Morphling.
I mean, they're just taking it. It's like last game, very similar, right? From Heroic's method here, they're just slowly chipping at the buildings. They're like, yeah, if we get it, great. If we don't, you know, no big deal. We'll just do our game. Analog with very close blink dodge there. They almost get an avalanche toss back. Would have been a great target. I was gonna say I've played a decent amount of Axe with some fun items. Like his scaling is pretty nuts. If you get the Octarine, you can go for like a Wind Waker and the Bloodstone. It's very good. Schwan, BKB out from Analog. We'll just put a stop to that one. The missiles out. Yeah, that's the reason the Primal Beast into Pango can be scary. And he did commit BKB. So Analog has to be a little careful of that, but no Pango, no Rolling Thunder. They're going to go straight to the top lane.
V-Tune was trying to find the Grimstroke.
They got Divine Llama bottom.
Just blinks away. Ooh. Okay, that's pretty good for Talon. They need something like that.
Yeah. Set up from a really good Shackle on the Windrunner. Perfect follow-up. K1 does need to be careful here. There's going to be the toss back. Does get the rage off, though. The soul binds onto 2. Again, the focus fire doing work, but Analog's back in. No BKB. Needs to be a little bit careful as WS wants to chase, and V-Tune still quite strong. And Fez currently in that gyro. He could still get back in there. And Lifestealer, he's ready. He's like, all right, I want to go fight again, guys. You've also got this Morphling illusion. Going to be doing a lot of... Dude, the damage to your base? What? Okay, that's pretty good. That thing hurts, man. I guess that's one way to take the enemy base.
I think that's what Talon needs to try to do. Like, getting that Divine Llama kill. He was trying to be as greedy as possible, push in multiple lanes, TP over, but they were fast on it, kill him. Then they try to immediately TP top, take another fight there. But when you're this far behind and your heroes struggle into theirs, like, that's kind of what happens. But it's sort of what they got to do, because I don't know, you can't stall too long, because I mean, we see Lifestealers just running up, Morphling Illusions running up, right? Like, their base is dying, so they can't really wait.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, they just keep sending this Morph Illusion in and some Lifesteal Illusions, and they're gonna get the last tier 3 tower. And he's just going to chip the range barracks, I would imagine, right? Or just scouting, seeing what they can find, teasing with them a little bit. Dude, Divine Llama has spent so long farming away from his team.
You just... That's why you got to put the boots of travels to good use.
It's working. It's working. He's really farmed. But
he's also high level. So is his team, because they're not splitting like all the experience between 5 heroes. He's like always on his own, still joining fights.
All right. Top lane. They're looking for K1. He's got a Lincoln Spear, makes it a little bit more difficult. Yeah, you can't shackle the Magic Immune illusion, unfortunately.
Going for poking the range. Oh, it's melee actually up here.
He's
got down to half.
Yeah, Roshan's
just
up.
Space for Roche.
He's got it from Schofield. He's going to go check Power Rune, and it's a shield rune here for Analog once again. I feel like Analog has gotten maybe 80% of the Power Runes this game. Scan is out. Roshan falling low. Are they going to make it in time on Talon is the question, because they are beelining it down top lane. It's not going to be easy, but...
I doubt it.
Yeah, it is falling fast. That'll be Aegis and Cheese going into the hands of Heroic. And Talon, they got at least an obs in the process. They'll plant one of their own.
I think they'll try to fight around it.
It's so scary, man. That is an infested Axe running around at 550. Your actual haste move speed. All right, he does break it. Did you grab the Primal Beast to start this one up? He goes for that Focus Fire, but he has a Shield Rune. And they turn it around onto the Wind Ranger. She's so dead. Well, actually 15 HP, but the Battle Hunger will finish the job. Analog onto the backside, looking for more. They got the Grimstroke, but he's going to buy back immediately. Morphling making quick work of the backline. Gets both kills as now Ponyo does steal away the enemy gem. But Analog's there. Oh no, that's both gems. Do they have detection? Axe looking for the call. Doesn't connect. Wow. Burning him on the Batrider though. They do find him eventually. Oh no. Unlucky. Would have been a great fight if they get out of there with those gems, but doesn't quite happen.
I really like what they did there. They're like, we can't see him, but like, you go one way, I'll go the other. We're probably going to get him. just barely actually missed, but unfortunately Glimmer does not last forever. I think Talon needed to try something like that. Like, if you wait for Heroic to come to your base, we saw what happens, right? They just send in illusions, they just whittle these buildings down, and you're forced into, like, leaving your base.
Schofield. This is a dieback. He does get an illusion out at the second, but that's huge. Now can you finish off Hokum on the Tiny? He's going to get a Yules to buy himself a little bit of space, but he is gone. Gem still on the deck, picked up by Analog, tossed on over to Divine Llama, but they're coming in on a lot of heroes. There's the Rolling Thunder from Schwan. You've got the Wind Ranger coming through as well. They do have a Pulverize available. Schwan needs to be a little bit careful. Bat Riders here as well. Does he have a lasso target? Lincoln's not up for K1. Where did this gem end up? I see it just getting tossed around. There it is. They got Divine Llama. Analog comes in, managed to stun them up. Now look for Ponyo. He just gets chopped instead. You still have Cheese and Aegis on Heroic. It looks like these fights are like, oh man, they're getting some progress, but the important heroes aren't dying.
Yeah, they're so tanky, and then like when Inkswell goes on and there's like some healing as well, it's so tough. You can't even like whittle them down.
Hokum goes in, Avalanche, toss, puts that Primal Beast in real far. Axe catches the Wind Ranger once again. Forced to BKB. K1 in really deep, but again, has that Aegis. Tiny gets caught from the dust. K1's just going to try and stay on top of him. Can they finish the job? They can. Aegis down, Tiny dead, buyback on Ponyo. No lasso for 15. K1 will be able to just walk away now, as they have one lane of barracks as Schofield rejoins his team. Ranged barracks to fall. Melee barracks, the last hope. Ponyo gets the lasso. Schofield's trying to get him with the ink, but can't do it. Analog goes in as well. They've managed to get on top of Schofield. Schwan as well as V-Tune will grab him. The call-in from Divine. Can they actually finish him off? Great Yules infest here onto Analog. They will bounce back out finally as the Yules will buy him a little bit more space. V-Tune's got to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage on the backside. That's a dieback on the Tiny. Divine Llama still alive. Gets the call, takes down Schwan. Buybacks available. Can they get Mega Creeps, or will they back away? You gotta be careful. Low on resources.
They're feeling very in the lead. They could force it, but I think knowing this is the elimination game and knowing they're pretty ahead, I think they'll play it safe. Just back up. I don't know if they'll wait for Roche, but at least wait for Grimstroke, get everyone together. Because this fight, which still kind of went okay for them, Grimstroke got killed without getting anything off. Which was great from Talon, but if you take the same fight 5-on-5, even without an Aegis, but Grimstroke does get his spells off, I think it'll look a lot better. And it seems like it's about to happen. Grimstroke TP's in, we're back to the high ground.
You were also like hardly any XP away from a level 25 Lifestealer, and Analog is now also like a creep wave away. He needs 40 XP to get level 25. So we'll see. K1 with that rage duration getting put to good use will grab the Mega Creeps, and they're just so afraid to initiate. You have BKB and a very long Pulverize now to worry about.
Man, I really want to see this level 25 Axe call with Bloodstone. He's halfway there.
He's
Go
close.
farm. Go back to farming. Go get it. Give him the Wisdom Rune, guys. 42 minutes.
I mean, realistically, they probably do, right? Shard goes to Divine Llama as well. No more cooldown, or internal cooldown on the counter Helix. I mean, that Wisdom Rune should give him 25, right? It should be about half a level.
I'm not sure. He's really high level for this time, I feel like.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, just enough. Let's go. Peepo-wide Berserker's call.
That's a very Peepo-wide Berserker's call. Oh my god. This dude's ready to go. He also happens to get a Rattle Cage, which is great.
He's finding
He's
Tango.
found Schwan. Yeah, that's a call. He's got a lot of damage follow-up from KJ. Is it going to be enough? The missile, does it connect in time? It does not. He'll be able to TP on home. Well done from Schwan.
Though.
Yep.
And that's your blink call is like, call is 8 seconds.
Oh, He gets the Morphling. He did get the Rage off, but the Abyssal Blade to hold him down. The Chain Stuns are coming through V-Tune. Managed to waveform out, but a Pulverize on the backside interrupted by WS. Great power shot, but the Bat Rider's dead. Tiny is dead. And they're going to continue looking for more. You got to be careful. Devi's got the Blink. He gets both on the backside. Wind Ranger's dead. Will buy back. Schwan trying to make his way back into the fountain. He will. 2 dead. No buybacks. And Analog just standing here against the Wind Rangers, seemingly uncaring, as he will just run him down instead. WS needs to be very careful. Analog with the onslaught away, but Divine Llama, another enormous call in the fountain, grabbing 3, and that is it. GG comes out. Heroic will be the last team to qualify.
I think Axe is running around with like 85% physical reduction at the end there.
Yeah,
there's some relief on these guys.
Once he has the Ags, the amount of armor he gets is crazy.
Yeah. He was so tanky. They were all just running at the end. I mean, everyone was tanky. A really great early game from Heroic there. It started off a little slow, but then just like back-to-back rotations and getting D-wards every time killed the vision game in the bottom for them, allowing them to repeat that. And let me see. I think like I'm going to look at the net worth graph. Yeah, it was like pretty even for a while, but then just started to like jump up towards Heroic.
Yeah,
it took longer than I thought, actually.
It's felt very similar to last game, right? Playing this like kind of patient. We're gonna farm. We're gonna get our big item timings and just kind of keep Talon locked in the base. Like V-Tune's farmed. He finishes 9-0-2, but he does not have the ability to kill these like 4 or 5. I mean, probably he's had like 5,000 HP at the end of this game. Axe is like over 3,500. Lifestealer same. It's like, how do you kill any of these guys?
Yeah, you have to find the back line, which he tried, and he did succeed in a couple times, but it opens you up to either your backline being killed by all these tanky heroes just running through, or they just help out their backline, and they can pierce your BKB so you can't even do it safely. So in that sense, the Axe pick was super cool. We don't usually see this hero. Well, like we said at the start, this is the first time we've seen Axe in the game, but I think that's one of the really fun things about Heroic. They follow some of the meta, but they're absolutely willing to just pick heroes that they believe in that no one else is playing.
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue with the Axe performance. Divine Llama owned this game 12, 4, and 13. I mean, they all played super clean, but the fact that the Axe initiation, like being able to just, blink call with the Blade Mail, and it immediately forces Wind Ranger to just have to BKB and Wind Run out of the fight. If he finds her ever, her damage in the fight is just gone. Like, she has to BKB Wind Run away, and then it's like you're missing all this focus fire timing. It's just so well done. Analog also on the Primal Beast, it was an absolute beast this game. Deathless, right? 10-0-19. Just super clean game from all of them.
Well deserved. Looking forward to see how they do in the next stage, because we're not even done. Maybe done for today. We have an interview in a moment. This was the last series, but it all starts again tomorrow. A brand new group stage, tons of games again. Not a huge break for Heroic. Curious how they feel, like what their prep is going to be, since they just qualified in here at the end. But I'm sure they're definitely happy to have done so.
Absolutely. And I'm like, I'm not like biased in any way, but I am very happy to see us, like, both South American teams actually making it through this. This region has been very strong, and I think a lot of people kind of underestimated them coming. I mean, maybe not the teams, but a lot of the fans do. They underestimate these two. And yeah, both Boom and Heroic showing up, making it through the Swiss stage, now going to group stage. Definitely going to be a much more challenging set of teams to play against, right? These are going to be some of the best teams in the world. Your major winners, your teams that have just won TIs. Like, it's not going to be easy. Man, watching these replays is nuts. It's just so easy. They're just not taking damage. Like on Heroic, like every initiation, they're like, go in, and then like throw a bunch of spells on them. They're like, I lost 2,000 HP, but fun fact, that's not even half of my health pool, so we're chilling.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just
they were
nuts.
doing it. they were doing a great job trying to like toss the heroes back, lasso them back, but like you said, it just felt like the positioning and the damage you could get in that time just didn't matter, because then suddenly the lifestealer infests and he goes away and heals, or he infests the guy and like gives him a burst of healing. The ink swells come in, do a little bit of healing, all that. Just a really hard game for Talon after the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to talk to Heroic, though. I'm curious who we're going to get. I mean, there's obviously some fun characters on that team in terms of the interviews we've had, but we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back in a few moments with Heroic for an interview. Stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. As promised, we have an interview with Heroic, and I'm happy to say it is going to be the one and only Davai Lama joining us. What is up, my dude? How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing pretty well after getting through this chaotic group stage.
Yeah, very chaotic. So that's the thing. It's kind of the first time we've seen the Swiss stage in a while. Now you're going to be going into the round robin. How did you feel playing through this like initial? It's not a qualifier, but like this initial first half of the group stage.
It was fun. It's definitely more stressful as well. Like you don't know if you're going to play at noon or at night, for example, the day before. So it requires a lot of adaptability. It's definitely like chaotic. It's not many games, so there's like a lot of like luck with seeding and everything, and the round draws. So definitely interesting. I mean, I enjoyed it very much. It was definitely a fun Swiss stage, but I could see why it's not done much in Dota, but it was definitely fun. It was definitely fun.
Awesome. All right, so I got a question for you about this last game because, well, I guess two questions. There were two heroes that have been unpicked basically the whole tournament up until this. One was the Wraith King. You guys seemed to absolutely crush that one. Wasn't very much difficult for you guys. But then the last pick of the Axe here. Talk to me about this one. What like you have said before, you're like, I don't know, just played it because it felt good. But how did you think this one up?
So what I usually just do is I go to Dota buff and I go to heroes and I press counters and I look and I go down the list. I'm like, hey, this hero looks cool. And I was like, oh, I was like, hey, like against Morphling and Windranger, Axe is high up in this list. So I like Axe. Let's play this.
Nice. Were you yelling at your team for them taking your Culling Blade stacks early on?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't yelling. I was trying to like stay composed. People were yelling enough, so I was just I was just suffering in silence.
Yeah. Who's the loud one on your team?
Oh, Hector. I mean, everyone can be very loud. That's the great thing about a team. Everybody can sound like an air raid alarm. But mostly it's Hector, especially this game. It was Hector. Hector went was really loud this game. He was very, very loud.
Very fun. All right, Zach, hit him with something.
Sure. So I know you've mentioned you like to keep a very broad hero pool, whereas other people sometimes they just play like a couple and they're really specialized in it. Now that makes a lot of sense because it's easy to just play like a few heroes and you just play them all the time. But do you have a process that you go through to stay comfortable on a lot of different heroes?
Yeah, I do. I have a list of I just have like my own like. I think almost every pro does this. Like they have their own list of heroes, right? And then they put them like in like categories, or like which they want to play in the patch. And I just have my list, and I always like look at the heroes, and I think about which one have I, which heroes would I like to practice, which heroes like have I played enough, and also I just like try and keep my mind open in like when I play all pick, like I look at the heroes, I try and keep an open mind, see if I can practice. I just like every game, I just try to like keep a broad hero pool, practice a wide range of heroes, keep my mind open.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know that's it opens up a lot for the draft. I feel like because I know when we're watching, we're like, oh, here's the ones that everyone's playing, but we don't know what Heroic feels like playing this time because you have that broad hero pool. Are you the one who usually calls for your own hero? Do the others like want to push something?
Oh no, I usually call for my own heroes. It's very rare when my pick isn't called for by myself, unless it's like an opener, right? Like a DP or something, like like an opener or a flex. Usually, I'll call for it.
Got it.
So I do. Oh, do you want to have another question?
Oh no, go ahead.
Okay, so I do want to ask. Coming into the tournament, I think a lot of the kind of fans out there, like right off the SA region, being like, lol. Both SA teams qualify. How are you guys feeling just like about your strength as a as your two teams, but obviously just as a region right now?
Well, SA is getting more and more competitive. Like I think like 5 months ago, SA was very fragmented and weak, but now like finally some teams are starting to form, and this has become a strong region. If you look like like the top 3 C teams, they lost to the top 2 SA teams, for example. So it's nice to see that our region is getting stronger. I also want to mention people now might think, oh, Boom went 3-0 and Heroic went 3-2, but remember it's a Switch stage, anything can happen. In the Counter-Strike major, for example, the teams that went 3-0 lost first round quals, and the 2 finalists were 3-2. So it's just
true.
You get more practice.
Switch stage chaos happens. Exactly. We got way more practice.
Zach, you got any other questions?
Well, going into the group stage, it's going to now you're going to be playing everyone. You don't have too much time. You got one day here. Do you have a process for getting ready? Are you going to be hitting the like team talks, figure out the strategy, or is it like let's rest, relax, just go in tomorrow, ready to go?
I don't know. I don't make those calls. I hope we'll have some time off tomorrow, but we'll stay warmed up.
Right on.
Good to hear.
Well,
we'll be looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Divine Llama, it's been a pleasure always speaking with you, and it's always very fun to watch your team. Congratulations on making it through the Swiss stage. Is there anything that you'd like to say before we cut you loose for the evening?
Well, thanks for all our fans from South America, from Europe, from wherever else they might be. I think we have a very wide, unique range of fans. It's great to have.
True. Right on, man. Well, thanks again. We hope you have a good rest of your evening and best of luck in the group stage. Hopefully we'll talk to you then.
Sure thing.
Very chill guy, as always. His interviews are quite fun. Love that. Yeah, I will have to say I'm just impressed. Like, Heroic looked really good. Games 2 and 3 were... I think we touched on it a little bit. They felt very similar in terms of the strategy, the approach. We could have asked him a little bit about that, but I'm more just curious, like, how him and his teams are feeling. So, yeah, really well done.
Yeah, with that, that's the end of the Swiss stage. It's like Boom, Entity, OG, Quest, Tundra, Blacklist, Aurora, and finally Heroic have made it in. More Dota tomorrow, man. Can you believe it? We were winding down here, right? Because we started with all the games, made it down to just like 3 series a day, but we're back. Tomorrow's like what is it, like 10 or something?
Tomorrow there are 10 series happening on 2 streams. Yeah. It's going to be a lot more Dota. All best of 2, so we're going to a standard round robin, best of 2 format, 2 groups of 8. And yeah, these are going to see all of the teams right here. So your 8 invited teams at the top: Spirit, Bet, Boom, Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, Falcons, Extreme, Azure Array, and G2 IG. So all of those teams will be joined by the 8 teams that just played through the Swiss stage. It's going to be very fun. I'm very excited for this.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And looks like we got the groups too.
Pog, let's go. All right. Hard to analyze this very fast, but I'd imagine, honestly, these groups are probably going to be fairly evenly matched. I'm glad that, Boom and Heroic are not in the same group. I'd have been a little bit upset if they were. But, yeah, it should be very fun. I think it's going to be a really cool group stage.
Definitely. Where another 8 groups or 8 teams will move on to like a bracket format after that. But you got to be top 4, as you can see here. So, what is it, like 5 days? 5 more days of a group stage, maybe 6?
1, 2, 3, 4, 6 days. Yeah, 6 more days of group stage. So a lot of games to be played, and then of course potentially a tiebreaker day. But we don't really see many tiebreakers that often anymore in these kind of big round robins, but can still happen.
I'm ready. Gonna go rest. Gonna be ready for endless Dota for the next 6 days.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. So with that being said, everyone, it is the end of the day. It's the end of the Swiss stage, and we'll be back tomorrow with the first day of round robin. Just want to say big thank you to everyone who tuned in. Big thank you, of course, to Fissure and ESP for putting this whole tournament together. It's been an absolute pleasure casting this so far. We'll be back tomorrow with more Dota action on the Elite League. My name is Cryptic. I've been here with Z Quixotics. Have a wonderful night, everyone. We'll see you next time.